Zhou Kingdom Lin Prefecture Anqi County. The biting wind of the 12th lunar month cut, like knives. At the gate of Qingshi Martial Academy. Old sir, I beg you please let me go in to meet Master Lu, just once. Ever since I was a child my strength has surpassed that of others. I have never lost a fight in the village. Everyone says my bones are well formed, that I am cut out for martial training. As long as the head instructor sees me, he will surely take me in as a disciple. Once I achieve success in martial arts, I will never forget your kindness in introducing me. A youth in threadbare garments, sallow of face, and with a body wasted by hunger was pleading bitterly before an elderly man whose hair and beard were completely white. The old man fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a hoarse voice, "Go back. You are already past the age. By the rules of the academy, we only take disciples under 16. But I am only 2 years over." The youth's throat tightened almost to choking. "Go back." The old man slowly shook his head and said no more. The youth stood there rigidly, lips parted, then at last turned away, leaving with a face full of unwillingness. Alas! Watching the boys departing back, the old man let out a soft sigh, a faint trace of emotion flickering in his clouded eyes. Once he too had been turned away at someone else's door. The old man's name was Jiang Ye, a transmigrator whose experiences had been so wretched that he could be called a disgrace among all who crossed worlds. When he had first arrived in this world, he believed that with the experience of living 2 lifetimes, even starting as a commoner at the very bottom, he would still climb step by step to the peak of life in this foreign land. Then reality taught him a harsh lesson. In this world, martial strength was revered above all, so he wished to learn the martial arts and become one who stood above others. Yet the tuition for the academies was outrageously expensive, utterly beyond the means of ordinary folk. He could only think of ways to earn money first, but soon discovered that for those at the bottom, going into business led to only one outcome. With a tiny venture, one might enjoy 3 to 5 days of brief glory, but if business improved even slightly, thugs would gather at the door and yamen runners would come to extort silver. If one still failed to understand, the unspoken rules, smashed stalls and scattered goods were commonplace. In those years he tasted every kind of hardship. By the time he had scraped together enough savings to afford the academy's tuition, he was already 20. At 20 his muscles and bones had long since set, he had already passed the age for beginning martial training. No respectable academy would accept such an overage disciple, unless he paid extra and paid a great deal. But where could he possibly find so much money? Only then did he truly understand that in this world a common man without backing and without wealth had no hope of rising. Once he lost any vision of a brighter future, his days flowed past in a muddled haze. In such fashion he endured until the winter, when he reached 50. That day, as on countless others, he went up the mountain to cut firewood, and in the withered forest he encountered a man. The man's body was covered in wounds, his breath extremely weak. He lay among a pile of chaotic stones on the brink of death. That man would later become Lu Qingshi, the head of Qingshi Martial Academy. Without overthinking, Jiang Ye hoisted the man onto his back and carried him to his own drafty thatched hut, cutting back on his own food, searching the mountains for herbs, and tending to him day and night. After Lu Qingshi recovered from his injuries, he offered a large sum of money in gratitude. Jiang Ye shook his head and refused. After so many years of toiling and stumbling through the world, he understood better than anyone. For a poor man with neither status nor power, suddenly obtaining wealth was not a blessing, but a calamity. Like a child clutching gold while walking through a bustling marketplace, it could only invite disaster, not fortune. Later, once Lu Qingshi had secured his footing in Anqi County and opened this Qingshi Martial Academy, Jiang Ye became the old gatekeeper watching over its door. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Time truly flies. I have actually reached 70 already. Jiang Ye lowered his head to look at his hands covered in wrinkles and murmured softly in lament. 70 years since he had crossed into this world, he remained utterly alone and had gained nothing. He had already accepted his fate. Only he did not know how many more years he had left to live.
Mr. Three's expression changed. He did not expect the opponent to have such a strong attack.
Fate pattern, ascending godly staircase. Effect 1, unparalleled insight. No bottlenecks in martial cultivation. A 1 day of training equals another's year of bitter effort. Effect 2, not yet unlocked. Jiang Ye was utterly stunned. He blinked. The characters remained. This was no hallucination. Only after a long while did he finally draw in a slow, chilled breath. On the verge of returning to dust, and his golden finger appears. His hunched back straightened in an instant. 1 day of cultivation equaling another's year. What did that signify? It meant he was about to soar. He had thought that at 70 he had already reached the end of his life's road, yet now it was as if a second spring had abruptly begun. For in this world, reaching a certain realm in martial practice could extend one's lifespan. Jiang Ye had once heard Lu Qingshi mention that when one's martial cultivation reached the true Qi realm, one could live 2 full cycles of 60 years provided no illness or calamity struck. With the cultivation talent he now possessed once he began practicing martial arts, not to mention the true Qi realm, even more profound realms would be within reach in the near future. If I am to take up martial training, I must think of a proper excuse. Jiang Ye forced down the surge of excitement in his heart. He knew that with his relationship with Lu Qingshi, if he asked to train the latter would likely agree. Yet for a 70-year-old man 1 foot already in the grave to suddenly declare he wished to practice martial arts would indeed be strange. Though the bond between them was deep, the existence of the system absolutely could not be exposed. Uncle Jiang, what are you thinking about so intently? A faint fresh fragrance drifted from behind, breaking into Jiang Ye's thoughts. Turning, Jiang Ye saw a girl standing a few paces away, dressed in a fitted martial outfit of lotus blue. Her skin fairer than snow and features as delicate as a painting, her dark hair loosely gathered with a single white jade hairpin. She was Su Yan, an inner courtyard disciple of the academy and the eldest daughter of the Su family of Anqi County. Oh, it is Miss Su. Jiang Ye bowed slightly. Has your training ended early today, eh? Yes, there are guests at home today, so I am going back ahead of time. Su Yan smiled lightly and handed Jiang Ye a box of exquisite pastries still unopened. I brought more snacks than needed. If Uncle Jiang does not mind, please take them and have a taste. As a wealthy young lady, she often brought pastries to the academy as refreshments when she came to train. On days when she practiced diligently and forgot to eat, she would occasionally give the pastries away to others. Miss Su is truly generous. Jiang Ye accepted the mung bean cakes with a squinting smile and watched Su Yan's graceful figure as she departed. Gently twisting open the box, he found the pastries crafted with great care, their fragrance wafting out to fill the air. He picked up a piece and slowly placed it in his mouth, the delicate sweetness blooming on his tongue. His thoughts began to stir more nimbly. He had already devised the excuse he would use to request martial training. There are too many eyes in the academy right now, better to wait until after closing to speak. His mind settled. He had endured 70 years, waiting a short while longer was nothing. Throughout the afternoon, several more groups of people arrived seeking entry to study martial arts, and he sent them away with just a few words each. After watching the gate for 20 years, his eyes had become like a measuring rod. With a single glance, he could estimate 8 or 9 parts out of 10 whether a person's age was too great, whether their clothing and complexion suggested they could afford the tuition, and whether the resolution in their brows was genuine persistence or merely a last scrap of blind hope. Only among the groups who came today, several were gaunt and hollow-cheeked, their accents mixed and rough, refugees from distant parts. In their eyes, beyond longing, there was a greater share of panic from having nowhere left to turn.
Puff, puff, puff. The smoke dispersed, only to instantly recondense.
Leaning against the doorframe, Jiang Ye watched the back of the last man as he shuffled away, his brows knitting tight. In a low voice, he said to himself, "Alas, this world grows ever more troubled." He had lived too long and seen too much. In the Zhou Kingdom, disasters now broke out frequently. Bandits rose everywhere, and the people were driven from their homes. It was the clear sign that a dynasty's mandate was nearing its end, when dragons and snakes alike would rise upon the land. And in such chaotic times, martial power became all the more vital. Night fell, and it was time for the academy to close its gates. The outer courtyard apprentices were usually the first to emerge. Though the martial academy was not large, it was still divided into strict tiers of status. Newly accepted disciples trained in the outer courtyard. Only those who could master the fist technique within 2 months would be taken in by Lu Qingshi as formal disciples and allowed to enter the inner courtyard to cultivate. If one still could not even grasp the entry level of the fist art within 2 months, it meant there was no talent at all, and such a person would in this lifetime be destined to have nothing to do with the martial path. Thus the disciples stepping out from the outer courtyard all wore faintly tense, anxious expressions. Soon the inner courtyard disciples also flowed out in a steady stream. At their head walked a youth in luxurious attire, his face marked by arrogant pride. His name was Zhang Su. Like Su Yan, he was a scion of wealth, yet their temperaments could not be more different. He walked at a brisk pace, chin lifted. When his gaze fell upon Jiang Ye at the gate, he only swept him a cursory glance, as though looking past him at something outside, not regarding him as a person of any consequence. Several disciples followed behind him, faintly taking him as their leader. Their words were laced with caution and flattery. Senior brother Zhang truly deserves to be called born for martial cultivation. I fear it will not be long before he can knock upon the threshold of Anjin. I heard from Master Lu that senior brother Zhang's talent for martial arts ranks among the top 5 since the founding of the academy. Once senior brother Zhang breaks through the great barrier of Anjin, he will be able to stand alongside senior sister Lu as one of the twin stars of the academy. Unlike the outer courtyard apprentices whose faces were clouded with anxiety, Zhang Su's group carried with them a natural ease born of feeling superior to others. Jiang Ye watched all of this in silence, taking it in with his eyes. 20 years of guarding the gate had made him thoroughly familiar with the web of relationships within the martial academy. Students like Zhang Su, born into wealth and gifted with decent talent, were the academy's key cultivation targets, one of Lu Qingshi's main means of preserving the academy's reputation and income. The circle around them was one ordinary disciples could barely approach. As for an aged gatekeeper like Jiang Ye, they had never once truly regarded him as someone that mattered. Jiang Ye stood quietly beneath the eaves outside the gatehouse. Watching the disciples leave one after another, he counted them in his heart. 2 people still haven't come out. His brows furrowed slightly. The academy had rules. When the hour for closing arrived, apprentices were not permitted to remain inside unless they had explicit permission from the head instructor. After a short while, Jiang Ye turned and walked back into the courtyard. Junior sister Lin, as for this ancient fist, do not be too eager to achieve results. You only need to practice the feeling of pushing against the wall. When every breath you take drives your entire body to move, then you will have entered the first stance. Just as Jiang Ye returned from outside, he saw a dark-skinned, sturdily built youth teaching a young girl with twin buns and a face still round with baby fat how to punch. The youth's name was Shirley. Jiang Ye had heard Lu Qingshi mention him before. Though his bones and natural endowment were ordinary, he was diligent in cultivation. His fist technique, on the verge of entry, considered a decent seedling among this batch of outer courtyard disciples. As for the girl he was guiding, Jiang Ye also recognized her. She was a disciple taken in only 2 days ago named Lin Xiaohe. Seeing Jiang Ye enter, Shirley hurriedly drew back his fists and stood properly, an apologetic look on his face. Uncle Jiang, I'm sorry. We lost track of time while practicing and delayed your closing the academy. We'll leave at once. Beside him, when Lin Xiaohe saw that the person who had come was only Jiang Ye, the old gatekeeper, she muttered carelessly, practicing a little longer doesn't really matter. Shill. If Master Lu sees we're still here after closing, we'll be punished. Shirley hurriedly shot Lin Xiaohe a meaningful look, signaling her to hold her tongue. Hearing this, Lin Xiaohe immediately dropped her stance and scurried toward the courtyard gate, like a frightened rabbit afraid that a single moment's delay would see her caught. Watching the little girl abandon Shirley and flee, Jiang Ye shook his head slightly, a faint obscure trace of mockery flashing through his clouded eyes. He said nothing more and began gathering up the few crude training implements scattered on the ground. Uncle Jiang, let me help you. Shirley gave a simple, honest smile and stepped forward to assist. Junior sister Lin has had a hard life. I thought that if I could help her a bit, I should. As they tidied the equipment, Shirley chatted idly with Jiang Ye about why he was willing to spend his own time helping Lin Xiao practice. Jiang Ye gave him a long, deep look, but did not say much more. Kindness does not necessarily bring good returns. This was a truth one could only truly grasp through personal experience. Before long, everything on the ground had been put away. After bidding Jiang Ye farewell, Shirley left the courtyard. At last everyone's gone. Jiang Ye closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. In the inner courtyard, a man of about 50 stood alone. He was not tall, yet his figure was upright, his shoulders broad, supporting a half-worn dark blue robe, so that its lines appeared sharp and steady, without the slightest unnecessary sway. This was Lu Qingshi, founder of the Qingshi Martial Academy. Jiang Ye held a broom, slowly sweeping the fallen leaves from the ground as he lingered nearby. Sensing that someone was watching him, Lu Qingshi turned his head. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Old Jiang keeping busy. He had always treated this savior, an old friend, with great courtesy. Master. Jiang Ye set down his work and bent slightly at the waist. A hint of an old man's shyness and hesitation touched his features as he rubbed his hands together and said, there is something. I do not know whether I should say it. Whatever it is, just speak. Why be formal between us? Lu Qingshi waved his hand dismissively. Jiang Ye sighed, gesturing toward his own body. When a man grows old, he becomes useless. When winter comes, this aches, and that hurts. Even turning over in bed is a labor. I was thinking whether I might train fists with you as well. Not for anything else, only to ease my body a little so that I can sleep soundly at night. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshi immediately understood. He could well grasp what was in Jiang Ye's heart. A man of such an age desired only that his body suffer a little less. Old Jiang, it is good that you wish to move your muscles and bones. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qingshi spoke slowly. But the Bengshan fist is far too fierce and forceful. At your age, your body simply cannot bear it. Forced training would only further damage your health. Jiang Ye opened his mouth, a perfectly measured trace of disappointment showing on his face just as he was about to speak again. However, Lu Qingshi's tone shifted. As if something had come to mind, he said in a low voice, now that you mention it, you remind me of something. He turned and walked into the room. After a short while, he came out holding a very thin booklet. This was given to me years ago when I was traveling outside by an old reclusive physician. Lu Qingshi handed the booklet over. It is not some profound fist art, merely a health-preserving form that old physician devised by studying ancient texts and observing the movements of birds and beasts. It is for easing the muscles and invigorating the blood, called. Jiang Ye lowered his head. On the cover were 5 large characters, 5 animals' fist. The calligraphy was not elegant, yet held a rustic charm, carrying a faint breath of wild mountains and woods. This fist art does not harm others, it is only for nourishing the body. If you are interested, take it back and follow the illustrations slowly, stance by stance. If anything confuses you, come ask me at any time. Lu Qingshi paused, then added, oh yes, old Jiang. Starting tomorrow, go to the kitchen and receive a bowl of blood-fortifying soup as well. Since you will be moving again, training is one thing and nurturing another. The two must complement each other. Though his words were mild, they sent a faint tremor through Jiang Ye's heart. He knew of the blood-fortifying soup. It was used to replenish qi and blood for formal disciples and had always been reserved for those of the inner courtyard. Master, Jiang Ye lifted his head, his aged face filled with gratitude. This kindness. I truly do not know how to thank you. Between you and me, what need is there for thanks? Lu Qingshi waved his hand and smiled. If you have something meaningful to do and your body grows stronger, that makes me happy as well. It's getting late, go rest. After making a deep bow, Jiang Ye tucked the 5 Animals Fist booklet into his robe. He knew that after this night, everything would be different. This was the first step on his ascent toward the divine. After nightfall, Jiang Ye turned the pages of the 5 Animal Fist with his thin, bony fingers. Though his movements were slow, his eyes grew increasingly bright. When he finally turned to the last page, a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. This 5 Animal Fist, although Lu Qingshi said this martial art focuses on health preservation and lacks strong offensive power, with Jiang Ye's extraordinary comprehension, he could grasp the unusual nature of this technique. The 5 Animal Fist mimics the postures and essence of 5 creatures: the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird, emphasizing intent rather than rigid forms. The tiger's form is fierce, the deer's is graceful, the bear's is steady, the ape's is agile, and the bird's is ethereal. This martial art is definitely more profound than the mountain crumbling fist. Jiang Ye set the book down and leaned against the most vivid bear form stance in his memory under the dim light, sinking his waist and sitting his hips. His movements were still slow, like an old man, with faint sounds coming from his joints. Though he stood for only a moment, Jiang Ye felt as if his body had repeated this action thousands of times. However, when his heart calmed, 5 Animal Fist Proficiency 3. A status panel appeared in his mind. Host Jiang Ye. Lifespan 75 years. Destiny ascending to God. Effect 1. Exceptional comprehension. Mastered martial arts, 5 Animal Fist Beginner, 3100. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback. This system panel allowed him to more directly experience how terrifying his exceptional comprehension was. While ordinary disciples took at least a month to learn a martial art, he could grasp it just by standing. 1 day equals a year. Jiang Ye suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at the tiger form diagram. With a thought, a fierce tiger lying on a rock appeared in his mind, its shoulder slightly moving, forming a tiger. 5 Animal Fist Proficiency 3. About an hour later. Mastered martial arts, 5 Animal Fist Beginner, 57100. After completing the last bird form stance, Jiang Ye's chest rose and fell. The white breath he exhaled condensing into a puff of mist in the cold room. He had practiced all 5 stances of the 5 Animal Fist several times. At this moment his bones felt as if they had been roasted by a great fire, and his shoulders and neck were slightly warm. He had practiced all 5 stances of the 5 Animal Fist several times. At this moment his bones felt as if they had been roasted by a great... Having been a gatekeeper at the Martial Academy for 20 years, he had seen many things. The heat within him was actually the refining of his qi and blood. The first step in martial cultivation is to refine one's strength. Once a martial artist refines their qi and blood to a certain extent, they can knock on the gate and achieve Ming Jin. After gaining Ming Jin, their strength, speed, and resilience will vastly surpass that of ordinary people. Only then can one truly be considered a beginner, no longer belonging to the realm of being slightly stronger than ordinary people. Most disciples in the inner court of Qingstone Martial Academy are at this level. Hiss! Why does my head feel a bit dizzy? Just as Jiang Ye wanted to continue practicing, a sudden wave of dizziness struck him like a heavy hammer to the back of his head. At the same time, a strong cramping sensation arose from his empty stomach, leaving him feeling weak all over. What had just been a warm body now rapidly lost its heat, replaced by a chill and weakness seeping from his very marrow. Hungry. The hunger that felt as if it would swallow him whole surged like a tidal wave. Jiang Ye staggered, barely managing to steady himself against the corner of a nearby table to avoid falling. This is bad. He suddenly understood. His body couldn't keep up. His exceptional comprehension allowed him to quickly grasp the essence of the fist and refine his qi and blood. But the body of a 70-year-old could only rely on a small amount of food to sustain life, unable to endure such intense burning of qi and blood and energy consumption. Fortunately, there was still green bean cake that Su Yin had given him on the table. Jiang Ye wolfed down the last 2 pieces of green bean cake. Soon a weak warmth spread from his stomach, reaching all the way to his limbs. He slowly sat down on the ground, leaning against the cold table, closing his eyes to let his body recover gradually. After a long while, the dizzying weak sensation gradually eased. Jiang Ye laboriously raised his arm to wipe the cold sweat from his face. He looked at the 5 Animal Fist on the table, and then at his thin, trembling hands. The fiery gaze had cooled down, replaced by the understanding that comes after tranquility. Food must be eaten bite by bite, and the path must be walked step by step. Jiang Ye murmured to himself, his voice hoarse. Blood tonic soup. He recalled Lu Qingshi's arrangement and resolved to collect it on time tomorrow. After a while, Jiang Ye slowly stood up. Though still weak, his basic motor skills had recovered. He'll use the restroom and then get some sleep. Jiang Ye swayed his dizzy head as he opened the door and walked out. At his age, if an old man hadn't used the restroom before sleeping, he would have to get up several times throughout the night. After leaving the room, he walked around a small bamboo grove without leaves. Jiang Ye caught a faint fragrance wafting from nearby. He paused his steps and looked back. The moonlight poured like water onto the corridor, and a tall, slender figure was walking leisurely along another corridor. The newcomer was dressed in a fitted black training outfit, her black hair simply tied back, revealing a face as her eyebrows and eyes were beautiful, but there seemed to be a thin layer of frost above them, giving off an air of detachment. Most striking were her long, straight legs moving in a rhythmic, silent manner, indicating her solid foundation in martial arts. This young woman was Lu Qingshi's only daughter, Lu Yi. Miss Jiang Ye slightly bent at the waist. Upon hearing his voice, Lu Yi turned her gaze from the empty night and landed it on Jiang Ye, nodding slightly. Her cool face showed little emotion as she softly said, "Old Jiang." After speaking, she did not linger and walked straight past Jiang Ye. He straightened up and watched her leave, his old eyes revealing no ripples. Jiang Ye had watched her grow up and understood that this girl had such a bland disposition, not out of disdain. Good bone structure. Dark gene cultivation. Jiang Ye silently recited the evaluation he had heard from Lu Qingshi's occasional remarks. This girl was one of the few disciples in the inner court who had broken through the dark gene barrier. The difference between dark gene and Ming gene is only one character, yet it represents the first true watershed on the path of martial arts. Ming gene manifests power, externally fierce and explosive, possessing the strength to shatter stones. In contrast, dark gene has refined its power into a soft, supple force that can penetrate the body, injuring organs invisibly. In the small Anchi County, achieving dark gene allows one to work in a security agency or serve as a guest elder for wealthy families, truly entering the ranks of masters, earning respect and living without worries. In the past, Jiang Ye would have considered such achievements unattainable. Now, Jiang Ye smiled faintly and continued to shuffle his feet toward the restroom. The next day, Jiang Ye woke up very early. In the past, his joints always felt stiff in the morning. However, today, as he stretched, he experienced a smoothness he had never felt before. Is this the benefit of practicing martial arts? Jiang Ye slightly lowered his head, feeling the changes within his body. After only practicing for an hour last night, he felt as if he had become a few years younger this morning. The 5-animal fist truly embodies the principles of health. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Ye opened the door of the Martial Institute, as usual. He once again became the taciturn old gatekeeper. Not long after, a figure hurriedly approached. It was surely a sturdy disciple from the outer courtyard with dark skin. He wore a coarse martial outfit that had faded from washing, and his hair was dampened by the morning mist, clearly having run here. Jiang Ye raised his eyes and nodded slightly. "Young sure you're the earliest again. Hee, a foolish bird flies first." Shirley chuckled, sincerely clasped his fists in greeting to Jiang Ye. He then hurriedly passed through the door, heading straight for the spacious outer courtyard. This kid indeed practices diligently. Jiang Ye watched as the young man's figure swiftly disappeared behind the wall. The youth's vitality somewhat inspired him. After drinking the nourishing blood soup at noon, I will continue to practice the fist, striving for a breakthrough in Mingjin today. Jiang Ye's fingers hidden in his sleeves tightened slightly. After a night of accumulation and half a day of adjustment, I should be able to attempt breaking through the barrier of Mingjin again today. The threshold of Mingjin had already been within reach last night. About half a stick of incense later, other disciples began to arrive one after another. In the courtyard, one could already hear some chaotic footsteps and murmurs. Jiang Ye as always kept his head slightly lowered, merely glancing at the young faces entering through the door with his peripheral vision. Suddenly his sparse brows moved slightly. Lin Xiaohe, who had just started learning martial arts, walked in slowly with her head down. To Jiang Ye's surprise, there were several dark purple bruises on the girl's fair cheeks. It didn't look like she had fallen. The direction and location of the bruises seemed more like injuries inflicted by someone's fist. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes, but he quickly returned to indifference. As a gatekeeper, he had no interest or position to ask further. He merely glanced, and then averted his gaze as if he had seen nothing. However, the other few disciples entering did not share his discretion. They naturally noticed that something was off with Lin Zai's face. "Hey, junior sister Xiaohe." A round-faced boy was the first to speak, quickly walking up and staring wide-eyed, asking, "What happened to your face? It looks quite scary." Another disciple also stopped, tilting his head to scrutinize her closely. "Who did this?" The voice of the third disciple was even louder than the first two, filled with youthful righteousness and indignation. "Who has the guts to bully our Martial Institute's new junior sister like this? Tell your senior brothers, and we will seek justice for you." The concerned voices and questions surrounded Lin Xiaohe at the door, who had been trying to slip in quickly with her head down. Seeing everyone caring for her so much, Lin Xiaohe with red eyes finally expressed the grievances she had been holding back for a long time. "It was the Wolf Gang. My family runs a small food stall on Chongqing Street to make a living. The people from the Wolf Gang come every few days claiming to collect so-called street money and protection fees. They came again yesterday to demand money, and after I argued with them a bit, they started hitting me. They didn't even regard my status as a disciple of the Qingshi Martial Institute." Upon hearing it was the Wolf Gang, the originally indignant disciples of the outer courtyard instantly changed their expressions. The Wolf Gang had quite the notorious reputation in Anchi County. They occupied the western part of the city, controlling several chaotic streets with followers who were daring and ruthless outlaws. These outer courtyard disciples mostly came from less affluent backgrounds, and some even lived on streets controlled by the Wolf Gang, well aware of how difficult and fierce these people were. Hot-bloodedness arises quickly but fades even faster. Considering the reality, the boys' courage swiftly diminished, leaving only awkward silence and avoidance in their gazes. Jiang Ye, with his half-closed eyes, revealed a cold smile. Having been through much, he understood the situation from just a few words. In a place like Anchi County, wanting to do some small business on the street often meant paying protection money to the local bullies. This was basically an unspoken rule for the lower class and part of survival costs. Such protection fees could never be waived just by verbal reasoning. They relied on one's own hard strength or a sufficiently intimidating backing. Lin Xiaohe merely thought that since she donned the identity of a Qingshi Martial Institute disciple, her status had changed, giving her the leverage to negotiate or even exempt herself from these fees. Thus, she faced retaliation from the Wolf Gang. In truth, gangs were not entirely unafraid of martial arts school. What they feared to provoke were the formal disciples who had already entered the inner courtyard. As for the outer courtyard's mixed bag of apprentices with uncertain futures, the Martial Institute's stance was generally to refrain from causing trouble outside in the name of the Qingshi Martial Institute. With many outer courtyard disciples, their qualities and abilities varied. If everyone could easily act in the name of disciple of Lu Qingshi, it would inevitably lead to catastrophic troubles and even bring unwarranted disasters to the Martial Institute. As the surroundings suddenly fell silent, Lin Xiaohe's sense of grievance deepened. She understood now. These so-called senior brothers from the outer courtyard were not reliable at all. She lifted her hand to wipe away the tears from her eyes and walked into the courtyard. Since practicing the 5-animal fist last night, Jiang Ye's mind had calmed and his senses had significantly improved. He still kept his eyes half-closed, leaning against the door frame, able to faintly hear the conversations within the courtyard. Senior brother, sure, now it's up to you. This was Lin Xiaohe's voice, filled with the threat of tears. After a brief silence, Shirley's response was somewhat muffled, yet exceptionally firm. Junior sister Lin, don't worry. Tonight I will escort you home. If they dare to come again, I won't let them bully you. Senior brother, sure, I will definitely repay you. This was Lin Xiaohe's excited voice through her tears. This young man is going to be taken advantage of. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. He could see that Shirley's diligent practice was close to mastering the fist technique. At this critical juncture, if he went to help Lin Xiaohe confront the situation, risking injury and missing the golden opportunity for practice, it could lead to a setback in breaking through for 2 months. That would truly ruin his life. The tolerance for mistakes among the lower class is far lower than one might imagine. Moreover, from Jiang Ye's perspective, Lin Xiaohe did not seem like someone who would be grateful. However, these thoughts only flashed through Jiang Ye's mind. He had no intention of dissuading Shirley. Letting go of the urge to help others and respecting others' destinies was the reason he had survived in this world until 70. Not a single soul this morning seemed truly intent on mastering martial arts. After dismissing a gaunt, famine-stricken vagrant, Jiang Ye leaned against the gatepost and sighed softly. Yet his vexation swiftly dissolved, replaced by eager anticipation. Zhuangxue decoction. At the mere thought of those 3 characters, his spirit surged anew. Time slipped away quietly, while from within the martial academy wafted the rich, earthy fragrance of herbs and marrow simmered for hours in slow-burning broth. Zhuangxue decoction is ready. The faint medicinal aroma instantly sharpened Jiang Ye's senses, but he did not rush forward. Instead, he paused, calculating the precise moment in silence. After roughly half an incense sticks burned, the fragrance crested, then gradually softened, fading like mist at dawn. The timing should be just right. He reasoned that the inner courtyard disciples would have already finished their portions. Only then did he rise slowly and make his way toward the inner kitchen. The inner courtyard was quieter than its outer counterpart, and far more spacious. A dozen or so inner courtyard disciples gathered loosely across the training ground and covered corridors. Some exchanged insights from their morning boxing drills, the others stretched sinews and joints with practiced ease. Most arresting of all were the core disciples, especially Lu Yi, clad in black training robes, standing beneath the ancient plum tree on the eastern edge of the courtyard as she calmly concluded her form. Her aura was aloof and frigid. No disciple dared approach her. In stark contrast, Su Yin and Zhang Su, scions of wealthy families, drew lively clusters of peers around them. Su Yin wore a fresh goose-yellow combat outfit today, her skin luminous as new-fallen snow. Laughing lightly with 2 fellow female disciples, her eyes crinkled with mirth, her gaze both radiant and captivating, drawing furtive glances from several young male disciples nearby. Zhang Su stood tall in sumptuous brocade martial attire, arms crossed, chin slightly lifted, listening to flatterers who hovered close, nodding now and then with detached, haughty grace. His gaze flickered discreetly toward Lu Yi, standing apart. Another figure occupied the center of the courtyard, a broad-shouldered, round-faced disciple named Zhao Gang, one of the inner courtyard's most senior trainees. Ordinarily, once disciples attained the hidden Qi realm, they would consider leaving the academy. either to forge independent paths or seek fortune beyond its walls. Yet Zhao Gang remained patiently awaiting the breakthrough into the transformed Qi realm. Renowned for his integrity and generosity, he willingly guided younger disciples struggling with foundational techniques, earning universal respect as the Academy's gentle elder brother. At that moment he was patiently demonstrating a subtle force application technique to a newly promoted inner courtyard disciple. "Oh, Elder Jiang," a bright surprised voice chimed, "Su Yan's." Almost simultaneously Zhao Gang turned, his kind open face breaking into a warm smile as he nodded respectfully. "Elder Jiang, it's rare to see you in the inner courtyard during daylight hours." The other disciples glanced idly, recognized only the gatekeeper, an old man, and casually withdrew. Jiang Ye halted, offering a slight courteous nod towards Su Yan and Zhao Gang. "The master instructed me to collect a bowl of medicinal decoction for bodily regulation." Su Yan instantly understood, her lips curving into a radiant smile. "Ah, I see. Please go ahead, Elder Jiang." Zhao Gang too nodded warmly indeed. In such biting cold, a man of your years ought to replenish vital energy. Both knew Master Lu Qingshi held special regard for this elderly gatekeeper, so they interpreted his presence as routine compassion, never suspecting deeper purpose. After brief pleasantries, Jiang Ye departed without delay, heading straight for the small herbal kitchen. As he pushed open the door, steam and pungent medicinal fragrance billowed forth. Seated directly before the entrance, a full-figured matron bent slightly forward, wielding a large palm leaf fan to regulate the fire beneath the cauldron with steady rhythmic strokes. The room sweltered, beads of delicate sweat glistened upon her brow. This was Huang Xiyu, the wife of Master Lu Qingshi. Hearing the door creak open, Huang Xiyu paused her fanning, yet did not turn immediately. Jiang Ye stepped softly to the stove's side, bowed slightly toward her back, and spoke with quiet reverence, "Madam." Only then did Huang Xiyu lift her head, as if just becoming aware of his presence. She appeared 40-odd, her face refined skin porcelain pale, but fine lines etched at her eyes, and the subtle upward curve of her lips betrayed decades of meticulous calculation and unyielding discipline. Her gaze swept over Jiang Ye, assessing him with cool scrutiny, then settled into a faint puzzled smile. "Elder Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Ye exhaled inwardly. He knew full well if Master Lu had authorized this decoction yesterday, he certainly would have informed Huang Xiyu. Yet her feigned surprise revealed only one truth: she resented this unnecessary expense. This lady, spoken of kindly as thrifty and capable, managing the Academy's affairs with flawless precision, was in less charitable terms stingy beyond measure. Every coin weighed heavily in her ledger, especially when spent on those she deemed unworthy. In Huang Xiyu's eyes, Jiang Ye was merely a frail, aging gatekeeper, contributing nothing to the Academy. To serve him, Zhuangxue decoction was no different from pouring it on a barren earth. Though her reluctance was plain, Jiang Ye knew this decoction was indispensable. Only with it could he continue refining his fists and break through to the manifest Qi realm. He opened his mouth, searching for words to appease this shrewd woman, when firm footsteps interrupted. "Ah, I knew you'd play this part again." Lu Qingshi entered, casting a wry, affectionate glance at his wife. "I promised Elder Jiang this Zhuangxue decoction. Did you forget again?" "Humph." Seeing her husband, Huang Xiyu let out a soft, disgruntled huff, and reluctantly handed Jiang Ye his "Master." Jiang Ye accepted the bowl, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. "Elder Jiang, drink it while hot," Lu Qingshi murmured, gently waving aside further thanks. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Madam." With quiet dignity, Jiang Ye offered his gratitude, and drank the entire bowl in measured, unhurried sips. Warm liquid, bitter, faintly metallic, slid down his throat. Instantly a profound golden warmth bloomed deep within his chest and abdomen, steadily replenishing the exhaustion wrought by last night's grueling practice. "Now I may resume training." A flash of sharp resolve gleamed in Jiang Ye's eyes, an intensity surpassing even his own expectations. The efficacy of Zhuangxue decoction exceeded all anticipation. "Impressive, Elder Jiang. I feared your constitution might falter under such potent nourishment, so I came to observe." Lu Qingshi had watched closely, observing Jiang Ye's steady breath, calm countenance, no sign of imbalance. Nodding approvingly, he added, "From now on, one bowl daily. Come at the appointed hour. Should Madam withhold it, come straight to me." "Thank you, Master, for your care." Warmth spread through Jiang Ye's heart. In a world grown cold and indifferent, such steadfast loyalty was a rare, priceless treasure. Noticing Huang Xiyu's deepening scowl, Jiang Ye wisely offered another polite bow and retreated swiftly from the kitchen. "You've sheltered him for decades. Now you lavish him with this precious decoction. How generous you are. A venerable elder in the household is a true treasure." Lu Qingshi approached his wife, voice low and tender. "Xiyu, do not forget, had Elder Jiang not saved my life long ago, I would have been dust and bone. Where then would our love have blossomed? Where this Academy? Where our shared prosperity? Measured against that debt, what is a single bowl of decoction?" Hearing her husband's gentle reminder, Huang Xiyu's expression softened, though she still pouted, retorting with mock indignation, "Humph. You get to be the noble one. While the medicine's potency lingers, I'll practice briefly. Back at the gate, Jiang Ye felt the radiant warmth coursing through his veins, and immediately assumed the tiger form stance. As the final move bird form gracefully descended like a feather, Jiang Ye slowly stood up, closed his eyes, and gently exhaled a breath from his chest. The breath lingered endlessly like a fine line that, after being exhaled into the cold winter air, transformed into a straight plume of white smoke that took a long time to dissipate. Mastering Martial Arts 5 Animal Fist Beginner 87100. The fist technique is nearly complete. A hint of joy flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes. The effects of the blood-enhancing soup have almost been absorbed. Jiang Ye made a swift decision in his heart. It's time to stop. He understood that haste makes waste. Cultivation is akin to drawing a bow. It must be done with moderation. He'll practice again in the evening. Jiang Ye gradually relaxed his muscles, sat down, and slightly closed his eyes, entering a state of rest. Since he began practicing martial arts, Jiang Ye felt that time had sped up and become more fulfilling. The time for the academy to close was fast approaching. Jiang Ye opened his eyes at an opportune moment, watching as the disciples of the martial academy departed one by one. "Uncle Jiang, I'm leaving." A cheerful voice rang out, filled with laughter. Su Yan strolled over, dressed in her usual light-colored dress, topped with a fox fur cloak, which made her look even more charming. She deliberately paused, waved at Jiang Ye, and smiled sincerely, showing no airs of a young lady. "Miss Su, please take care." Jiang Ye slightly bent his body, and a faint smile appeared on his aged face. This girl had always been very polite to him, the old gatekeeper. Watching Su Yan's figure fade away, Jiang Ye pondered who else had not yet left. At that moment, another voice, accompanied by slightly dragging footsteps, came from within the gate. "Senior brother Shirley, thank you so much today." The voice was gentle, laced with deliberate affection. It was Lin Xiaohe. She walked half a step behind Shirley, her head lowered, her voice soft, yet clear enough for Jiang Ye at the door to hear. Jiang Ye looked up, his murky gaze calmly sweeping over. Shirley walked ahead, his expression more serious. Lin Xiaohe quickened her pace, almost walking alongside him, lifting her slightly bruised face, her eyes wide open, glistening with just the right amount of moisture, showing a grateful expression. "Senior brother, it's good to have you around. Without you, I really wouldn't know what to do." Although Jiang Ye felt this statement was somewhat tea-like, Shirley stopped in his tracks, glanced at her, and seeing the tears in her eyes, his serious expression relaxed somewhat. He sighed and said in a low but firm voice, "Junior sister Lin, don't be afraid. Since I promised you, I will naturally do my utmost." He did not utter grandiose words, but the simple promise carried more weight. I believe in senior brother Shirley." Lin Xiaohe nodded vigorously, finally revealing a smile, though the smile carried a hint of fading bruises, making her look somewhat pitiful. As the two spoke, they reached the entrance. When Shirley saw Jiang Ye, the warmth on his face immediately vanished, returning to his usual serious demeanor. He bowed respectfully to Jiang Ye. "Uncle Jiang, we're leaving." No need for a word of greeting, Lin Xiao. He glanced at Jiang Ye carelessly, showing no intention of acknowledging him. Shirley seemed to notice Lin Xiaohe's rudeness, his brows slightly furrowing. But in the end, he said nothing, merely nodded again to Jiang Ye, then walked out of the martial academy's gate with Jiang Ye averted his gaze, his face still showing little expression, only shaking his head slightly, before closing the martial academy's gate as usual. After nightfall, Jiang Ye prepared to knock on the door of Mingjing. Having been the gatekeeper for many years, he understood that knocking on the door was a very dangerous endeavor. The so-called knocking on the door involves using one's will as a hammer and the accumulated qi and blood at its peak as firewood to violently knock on a certain arcane point within the body. This gathers the scattered power of qi and blood into one, condensing and sublimating it, resulting in a qualitative change that produces strength. If successful, it is as if one leaps through the dragon gate, entering the ranks of true warriors capable of emitting power beyond the body with the strength to shatter rocks. However, if one fails, there could be a reverse flow of qi and blood, injuring the meridians, requiring a long time of adjustment to recover. Although Jiang Ye was confident in his comprehension, the frailty of his aged body still caused him a twinge of worry. "I will definitely succeed." Jiang Ye suppressed the irritation rising within him, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his eyes. He began to practice the 5 animal fist, honing his qi and blood for the final push. Tiger form was powerful and poised, the spine arched like a great dragon. Deer form was light and graceful, the qi and blood flowing like living water. Bear form was steady and solid, the strength grounding his feet firmly. Mastering martial arts 5 animal fist, minor achievement 3500. At the instant Jiang Ye's fist technique broke through to minor achievement, the qi and blood within him surged like a torrential river breaking through that dam. Crack! A tiny yet clear sound emanated from the deepest part of his dantian. Immediately after, a stream of condensed and pure power surged forth from the shattered barrier. Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. In the dark gatehouse, 2 points of brilliance flashed like lightning cutting through the night sky. He slowly raised his frail hand, his 5 fingers slightly closing together. With a sudden punch thrown out, the air in front seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, producing a sound like a firecracker explosion. Jiang Ye retracted his fist, standing quietly. On his aged face those knife-like wrinkles seemed to have relaxed. A blend of exhilaration and a hint of disbelief slowly spread from the corners of his mouth, growing wider and wider, until it transformed into laughter that had been suppressed for decades. Ha! Striking like a painting, exerting force like thunder. Ming Jin achieved. Name Jiang Ye lifespan 70-80 fate ascending to divinity effect 1, exceptional comprehension, mastered martial arts, 5 animal fist minor achievement, 3500 my lifespan has increased. Jiang Ye's heart swelled with joy. This time breaking through the 5 animal fist to minor achievement not only allowed him to successfully knock on the door of Ming Jin, but also extended his lifespan. Does this not imply that even if his strength has not reached the true Qi realm his lifespan could exceed a century? Who wouldn't want to extend their life? The extreme excitement after the breakthrough dispelled all fatigue and drowsiness, sending his spirits soaring to their peak. After pushing open the door, Jiang Ye strode into the courtyard. The cold winter wind blew against him sharp as a knife, yet it made him feel exceptionally awake and invigorated. He needed this cold wind to cool down his excited heart to prove that the scene before him was not an illusion. However, as he took a deep breath, a faint yet familiar cold fragrance wafted to his nose with the wind. The scent was crisp and cold, reminiscent of plum blossoms after snow, mixed with the moistness of a bath and the unique warmth of a woman's skin. Jiang Ye paused slightly, instinctively looking back. Under the clear moonlight, a graceful figure was slowly walking towards him from another corridor leading to the inner courtyard. It was Lu Yi. She seemed to have just bathed, dressed in a loose moon-white garment, her long black hair, not completely tied up, damply cascading over her shoulders, the ends glistening with droplets, shimmering slightly in the moonlight. Having shed the cold hardness of her training during the day, she now possessed less sharpness and more of the softness and languor associated with a woman after bathing. Although she wore loose clothing, her graceful curves were still visible. This little girl has really grown up. Jiang Ye silently sighed in his heart. Lu Yi sensed someone watching her from a distance and slowed her steps, turning her head towards that direction. Their eyes met. Beneath the moonlight, Jiang Ye's usually aged and haggard face filled with wrinkles appeared, especially his eyes, which were usually murky and yellow under the moonlight, surprisingly became very clear. This did not seem like the complexion and gaze of a 70-year-old man. Lu Yi's cold eyes narrowed slightly, and on her typically expressionless face evident confusion and puzzlement appeared. She halted, turned to face Jiang Ye, and carefully scrutinized him twice. After years of not speaking to the old gatekeeper, she unexpectedly broke the silence, her tone still icy, but with a hint of curiosity. Uncle Jiang. She paused, seemingly considering her words. Your complexion tonight looks exceptionally good. She would never have imagined that the old gatekeeper, whom she had always regarded as ordinary, had just completed a stunning turnaround. At the age of 70, knocking on the door of Ming Jin overnight. Jiang Ye felt a chill in his heart, and slightly bowed, saying, "Thank you for your concern, miss. Perhaps it was the blood-enhancing soup gifted by the owner at noon that warmed my body, allowing me to sleep better at night, which is why my complexion looks better." He attributed all the changes to a bowl of medicinal soup, which was a reasonable explanation. So that's how it. After Lu Yi heard this, she paused again, her confusion not completely fading, but seemingly unable to find a more reasonable explanation. In the end, she merely nodded, said nothing more, and turned to continue towards the inner courtyard where she lived. This little girl is quite perceptive. Jiang Ye murmured to himself. This reminded him. With Ming Jin newly achieved and qi and blood surging, there would naturally be external manifestations, but he needed to stabilize his realm quickly and learn to better control his breath. The sky was not yet fully bright, and the martial arts academy lay in a tranquil shade of blue-gray. Jiang Ye had already risen with a refreshed spirit, pushing open the small door of his room. The morning wind carried a hint of chill and freshness, and he took a deep breath. After practicing the Ming Jin technique last night, his aging body, like an old tree sprouting new buds, regained its vitality. Jiang Ye glanced down. Even the vigor of a man had returned. However, at my age, even if I regain my vigor, it might be of no use now. Suddenly a face appeared in his mind. Cold as snow, with features like a painting, especially those eyes as pure as ice lotus. It was Lu Yi, who had puzzled him with her change in expression after bathing last night. The image came quite sudden. Not. What was I thinking? Jiang Ye rarely experienced his old face turning red. He immediately took a few deep breaths of the cold air, as if the biting chill poured over him like cold water, suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Once his mood calmed down slightly, Jiang Ye shook his head helplessly. Indeed, possessing power awakens. He recalled a saying he had heard somewhere. Now reflecting on it, it felt very fitting and carried a hint of martial arts profundity. When a person is in dire straits, they only wish to survive after ensuring their basic needs. Distracting thoughts arise. Once the blood energy is full and the muscles and bones revive, the long-dormant instincts also begin to awaken and become restless. However, after enduring 70 years of trials and tribulations along with the insights gained from his first contact with martial arts, he quickly suppressed the sudden surge of emotions. It's still early, rather than letting my mind wander, I might as well practice for a while longer. His gaze sharpened, and he resolved not to dwell on it further. The morning chill was a perfect time to stretch his muscles and consolidate his realm. He began practicing the 5-animal fist in the open space beside the door. Tiger crouching, deer galloping, bear leaning, monkey climbing, bird soaring. The movements were slow yet steady, each breath harmonizing with the crisp morning air. After about the duration of an incense stick, Jiang Ye gradually ceased his movements, letting his arms hang naturally, his breath steady, with only a thin sheen of warm sweat on his forehead. He felt a slight stir in his heart and glanced at the system panel. Mastery of martial arts, 5-animal fist, minor success, 57500. The progress is good. With proper nurturing, I should be able to break through to the dark strength soon. Jiang Ye's eyes held a hint of satisfaction. By now the sky had brightened, and it was time for him to take up his duties as the old gatekeeper. After a while, footsteps grew louder from outside, approaching quickly. To Jiang Ye's surprise, the first person to arrive at the martial arts academy today was not the diligent Shirley, but a tall, thin outer court disciple. The disciple with the surname Sun glanced briefly at Jiang Ye sitting at the door, showing no intention of greeting, and continued straight into the martial arts hall. As time passed, the martial arts academy grew busier, filled with the shouts and footsteps of young disciples. Even Lin Xiaohe had arrived. Her head was lowered, walking much faster than usual, and the bruises on her face had faded somewhat. Jiang Ye's gaze lingered on her slightly flustered figure before quickly moving away. It seems that Shi may have encountered trouble. However, he had no intention of inquiring. After all, he was merely only a hint of weary understanding flashed in his old eyes. At noon, he followed his usual routine to the Huang Zia's mood today was better than yesterday, as she no longer made things difficult for Jiang Ye, and her speed in ladling soup had increased. When she saw Jiang Ye's vibrant complexion, a look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes as she said, "Old Jiang, this medicinal soup works so well." This blood-boosting soup she occasionally drank a bowl of, but had never felt any effect. "Thank you, madam. I suppose it's because this old body of mine is too weak and depleted. Oh, as soon as the soup entered my belly, I felt extraordinarily beneficial." Jiang Ye accepted the soup and bowed slightly. Huang Xiu nodded, thoughtfully, not doubting his words. Gulp. Jiang Ye picked up the bowl and returned to his usual spot, turning his back and drinking it in small quick sips. As the soup entered his belly, warmth spread through him. He could clearly feel that today's bowl of soup seemed easier to absorb than yesterday's, resonating faintly with the newly awakened Mingjin within him, enhancing its nourishing efficiency. This was perhaps the benefit brought by the improvement in bodily functions after a breakthrough. After setting down the empty bowl, he thanked Huang Xiu again and slowly exited the small kitchen. As he passed by the outer court, the whispers of sympathy and even a hint of glee from the outer court disciples fell clearly in his ears. Why hasn't Shirley come today? I heard that Shirley tried to play the hero to escort Lin Shimmy home yesterday. He probably had a dispute with the Wild Wolf. Tisk, the Wild Wolf gang is ruthless. I hope he hasn't been hurt too badly. He practices so diligently, his fist technique is almost at the entry level. If he gets injured at this time, that would be such a pity. That's why beauty brings disaster. Jiang Ye's gaze inadvertently fell on Lin Xiaohe among the discussed. He saw the little girl solemnly practicing her fist forms, looking very focused, as if everything around her had the world's warmth and coldness. Shirley stood up for her, and now was missing with his life, uncertain, yet she could still continue practicing her punches so calmly, as if it had nothing to do with her. Jiang Ye was not surprised by this indifference. He sneered inwardly, but showed no expression on his face as he directly walked past the outer court. He had intended to practice the 5-animal fist while the medicinal effects were still digesting, but unexpectedly encountered a brother and sister wanting to learn martial arts. Old sir, sorry to disturb you. My younger brother wants to apprentice and learn the art. Could you help introduce him to the home master? The sister, she was tall and appeared to be in her 20s, wearing a clean but faded plain long dress. Although dressed simply, her demeanor exuded a competence and resilience distinct from an ordinary village girl. Her younger brother behind her seemed more reserved, his delicate face revealing some tension. This boy should be about 16 or 17 years old. Jiang Ye's gaze was sharp as he looked at the youth. Seeing Jiang Ye's gaze sweep over the sister, seemed to remember something, pulling out a faded wallet from her bosom, holding it with both hands, and presenting it to Jiang Ye, her voice much softer. Old sir, we have money for tuition. Jiang Ye's gaze lingered on the wallet for a moment, then swept over the tense faces of the siblings before slowly nodding, his tone still calm. Come and I'll take you to see the hall master, as for whether you can stay. He glanced at the head-down youth. It also depends on whether your brother has the aptitude for martial arts. After speaking, he turned and let the siblings follow him. Master, this young man wishes to learn martial arts. Jiang Ye led the brother and sister into the inner courtyard training ground. Lu Qingshi was correcting a disciple's force application in the collapsed mountain fist when he heard those words, and slowly turned around. The disciples practicing boxing within the courtyard paid no heed upon hearing the voice. They cast only a cursory glance before returning their focus to their forms. Such scenes had long ceased to stir surprise among them. What are your names? Lu Qingshi's gaze swept lightly over the two siblings, his tone calm and measured. I, the younger brother, meeting a martial cultivator of Lu Qingshi's imposing aura for the first time, trembled inwardly. Under that steady mountain-like gaze his face paled instantly, his throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, leaving him stammering, unable to utter a full sentence. Yet the elder sister steadied her nerves, stepped forward one pace, and bowed slightly. Though tense, her voice rang clear. Master, my name is Hu Li, and this is my younger brother, Hu Tian. Surnamed Hu. Lu Qingshi murmured thoughtfully. Are you from Hu family village outside the city? Hu Li's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, master. We are indeed from Hu family village. Having confirmed their origins, Lu Qingshi gave a slight nod, then shifted his gaze toward Hu Tian, whose face remained pale, whose posture betrayed profound tension, and spoke with solemn gravity. To cultivate martial arts, one must first undergo bone examination, to assess innate aptitude. Should your constitution prove unsuitable, I shall not accept your tuition fee, nor waste your precious years. He showed no impatience at Hu Tian's timidity, instead stepping forward 2 paces and extending his broad calloused hands. Relax, do not stiffen. His voice resonated low and deep. Then with practiced precision his fingers pressed swiftly yet deliberately upon key skeletal points, the scapulae, spine, and forearms. Hu Tian's body locked rigid, fine beads of sweat glistened upon his brow, and pain threatened to force a cry from his lips. Yet when Hu Li shook her head ever so slightly, he clenched his teeth and endured. Beside him Hu Li tightened her fists until her fingernails nearly pierced her palms. Jiang Ye stood silently apart, head bowed, as though his sole duty were to guide them here. Yet from the corner of his eye he absorbed every motion Lu Qingshi made, and every involuntary reaction rippling through Hu Tian's frame beneath those probing fingers. This child possesses exceptional bone constitution. A quiet shock stirred within Jiang Ye's heart. Upon Lu Qingshi's resolute countenance he glimpsed the faintest trace of a smile, rarely seen, almost imperceptible. After a moment Lu Qingshi withdrew his hands, but furrows of rare hesitation appeared between his brow. He did not declare judgment immediately. Instead he crouched low, firmly cradling Hu Tian's knees and ankles in both hands, and began examining him anew, varying pressure with subtle shifts, verifying something unseen. Only after several moments did he rise slowly, silent, his gaze fixed upon the flustered siblings. Hu Li's heart hammered violently, her voice trembled with barely contained anxiety. Master, is my brother? Lu Qingshi looked at her, then at Hu Tian, whose pallor now warred with raw terror and desperate hope, and smiled. Superior bone constitution. Those 4 words struck like thunderclaps. Hu Li's eyes widened in disbelief. She could scarcely trust her own. Hu Tian jerked his head upward, his ashen face flooding with crimson euphoria, his lips quivered, speech utterly failing him. Master, do you mean he may truly cultivate martial arts? Hu Li suppressed the surge rising in her chest, yet her voice still trembled as she asked again, soft, reverent, trembling with fragile hope. Indeed, Lu Qingshi affirmed with a slow nod, his eyes glinting with quiet satisfaction. His aptitude is extraordinary. Sister, I can cultivate. Truly, I can cultivate. Hu Tian finally broke free from restraint. A long-suppressed elation erupted like a volcano. He leapt up, seized his sister's arm, and tears welled instantly in his eyes. Superior bone constitution. This boy actually possesses superior bone constitution. Within the martial academy, only senior sister Yi and senior brother Jiang Su bear such constitution. Another prodigy has emerged from our martial academy. Instantly disciples' gazes converged upon the spot, mingling envy, awe, jealousy, and curiosity in equal measure. On the path of martial cultivation, constitution and insight stand paramount. Insight determines the zenith one may attain, constitution sets the foundational threshold. Those blessed with superior constitution, given sufficient resources, proper guidance, and freedom from calamity, will inevitably break through to the veiled Qi realm. Even ascending to the transformed Qi realm remains well within reach. For a fleeting moment, even several core disciples of the inner courtyard turned their attention this way. Superior bone constitution. Su Yan's exquisite eyes shimmered faintly as she reflected, I shall observe first, assess whether this youth warrants investment. For a young lady of noble lineage, cultivating martial prowess was but one facet of duty. Networking potential talents for her family formed an inseparable part of her calling. Humph, some rustic lad from backwater hills, yet fortune smiles upon him. Jiang Su watched Hu Tian's radiant joy with a sullen expression, coldness flickering in his gaze. Superior bone constitution, a fine vessel indeed. A little honey may tame him. Why not recruit him as a loyal hound? Like Su Yan, he hailed from wealth and privilege, yet his thoughts ran more blunt, more ruthless. Another prodigy arrives at the martial academy, though none can say how far he'll go. Zhao Gang's expression remained placid and untroubled, his heart undisturbed. As a veteran of the academy, he had witnessed countless prodigies, yet few ever matured into true masters. Lu Yi's response proved coldest of all. Her snow lotus eyes swept once, detached and different, before withdrawing entirely. Constitution serves as the threshold to the martial Tao. Seeing Hu Tian's beaming face, Lu Qingshi resumed his customary composure and delivered a timely dose of sobering truth. Yet how far one walks depends ultimately upon character and perseverance. Without unwavering focus and endurance of hardship, even peerless aptitude yields naught but barren achievement. These words struck Hu Tian's heart like temple bells at dawn. His jubilant expression faltered, but only for an instant. Resolve hardened anew across his features, and he nodded fiercely. Your instruction, master. I shall engrave it upon my soul. Hu Li quickly mastered her elation, drew a deep breath, and with solemn reverence extended her worn-faded. Master, this is our tuition fee. Lu Qingshi accepted the pouch, without weighing it, merely glancing briefly at the scattered silver coins within. He withdrew a portion and returned the rest. I shall accept 1 month's tuition. Should you master the fundamentals of the fist technique and break through to the manifest Qi realm, no further payment will be required. Such policies, designed to nurture and incentivize exceptional talent, were standard practice within the martial academy. Yes, master. I swear diligent cultivation, to honor your trust. Hu Tian drew a deep, steadying breath, transmuting exultation into ironclad resolve, and clenched his fists tightly. Let us go. Lu Qingshi gave a slight nod and strode toward the outer courtyard. Until you grasp the fundamentals of the fist art, you shall hone your foundation there. First, I shall impart the essential principles of the collapse mountain fist. It was tradition for new disciples the master himself would personally instruct the foundational essence on their first day. Hu Li hurriedly ushered her brother after him, her face alight with irrepressible excitement and anticipation. Jiang Ye followed at a measured pace, his gaze lingering upon Hu Tian's trembling spine, his own eyes utterly still devoid of ripple or reflection. Superior bone constitution. To the martial academy, he was a rare find, a promising sapling. To Jiang Ye, however, no matter how exceptional the talent, it dimmed utterly before his transcendent insight. Hu Tian's arrival in the outer courtyard struck like a boulder dropped into still water, sending concentric ripples cascading outward, stirring hidden currents beneath the surface. Countless eyes, open or concealed, now fixated upon him, admiration, envy, resentment, fury, bitterness, all swirling across youthful faces. Within the outer courtyard, over 70% of aspirants fail to master even the basics of fist technique within 2 months, and depart their dreams of martial cultivation shattered forever. Hu Tian, blessed with superior constitution, had already begun forging distance from them the moment he raised his fists to train. Beneath the same roof, breathing the same air, enduring the same sun and rain, yet destined for futures separated by heaven and earth. How many could face such stark disparity with equanimity? Some sighed, others seethed, some gnashed their teeth, while others simply bowed and licked. Foremost among them, swiftest to act, most conspicuous in demeanor, was Lin Xiaohua. After Lu Qingshi finished instructing Hu Tian on the collapse mountain fist essentials, he departed. Lin Xiaohua, light as a sparrow, glided effortlessly to Hu Tian's side. Junior brother Hu, you're truly remarkable. Her voice rang clear and bright, eyes brimming with undisguised adoration as she tilted her head up to gaze at the still nervous Hu Tian. Master taught you only 2 or 3 times, and already your stance bears the authentic form. No wonder you possess superior bone constitution. Her volume was perfectly calibrated, not loud, yet carrying clearly to nearby listeners. Even Jiang Ye, standing near the veranda, caught every word. That little girl proves rather intriguing. Jiang Ye gave a faint wry shake of his head. This girl. Hu Li stood at the edge of the training ground, watching her brother, Hu Tian, surrounded by others. A trace of seriousness flickered in her eyes. She was not an ignorant young lady. After the death of her parents, she had been living a hard life in the village with her brother long, since having seen through the warmth and coldness of human relationships. She understood that where there are many people, there exists a world of intrigue. Although the martial academy teaches martial arts and pursues the martial way, the interpersonal entanglements within it are likely far more complex than she imagined. The sudden excessive warmth shown by this fellow disciple towards her brother with a bright smile, yet a keen and scrutinizing gaze, was familiar to her. Her brother Hu Tian, being innocent, might easily become lost amidst such sudden elevation and warm welcome, and even be exploited. She said nothing but quietly observed and listened. She noted every seemingly innocent praise from Lin Xiaohua, every casual physical contact. Her brother was her only concern, her only hope. She remained particularly vigilant towards anything or anyone that could endanger him or lead him astray. However, with so many people in the martial academy, she felt it was not appropriate to speak freely. I will talk to him when. Hu Li thought for a moment and instructed Hu Tian. Little Tian, focus on practicing martial arts at the academy. I will head back first, come home early tonight. Okay. Hu Tian nodded. His eyes were filled with determination as he said, don't worry, sister. I will definitely practice diligently and make a name for myself soon, and I will ensure you live a good life, free from suffering. Hu Li looked at the innocence in her brother's eyes, her heart softened, and the pressure born from vigilance eased a bit. She reached out to straighten the crooked part of Hu Tian's clothing, her movements gentle, her voice calm. Sister understood, but practicing martial arts is not something that can be mastered in a day or two. Don't rush, and do not easily trust others' words, or you might lose yourself. Steady progress one step at a time is far better than anything else. Her words carried a hint of implication, her gaze landing on Lin Xiaohe, who was smiling at her from a distance. Hu Tian seemed to understand but nodded obediently. I will remember, sister. Hu Li did not say more, casting a deep glance at her brother before stealing a glance at Lin Xiaohe. She turned and walked briskly towards the gate of the martial academy. Thank you for the introduction today, old man. I will be leaving now. As she passed by the gatekeeper, Hu Li nodded slightly to Jiang Ye, who was seated there. Jiang Ye slightly raised his eyelids, his aged eyes resting on her face for a moment before he nodded slightly, and Hu Li's figure quickly disappeared at the end of the long street. Junior brother, your sister treats you very well. After Hu Li left the martial academy, Lin Xiaohe let out a quiet sigh of relief. For some reason, that sister's gaze had always made her feel uneasy, as if her hidden calculations had been silently seen through. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. Yes, my sister is the closest person to me. Hu Tian nodded, his innocent mind unaware of Lin Zaihe's emotional shifts. He was just about to immerse himself in contemplating the boxing techniques taught by the academy master when a faint breeze carrying the scent of soapberry drifted by. Lin Xiaohe took a small step closer, the distance between them far exceeding that of ordinary fellow disciples. Junior brother, you have beads of sweat on your forehead, let me wipe them for you, she said with a bright smile, taking out a clean white handkerchief from her sleeve. Before Hu Tian could react, the soft fabric warmed by her body and scented pressed directly onto the sweat on his forehead. Senior sister, this. Aside from his sister, Hu Tian had never had such intimate contact. His fair face instantly flushed red like a boiled shrimp, with his ears and neck also turning crimson as he stood there blushing and at a loss. The sudden intimate gesture left the nearby external disciples practicing their punches dumbfounded, their stances frozen in midair, exchanging glances. No way. In broad daylight, everyone is practicing punches. Tisk, Lin Xiaohe has some skill. Just a few days ago she was still clinging to Shirley. And now she's after the new junior brother. Who would have thought that this cute girl with 2 little braids, still bearing some baby fat, would have such cunning in her heart? No wonder people often say that women mature earlier than men. In this cold world, seeking favor is so straightforwardly displayed in this small external academy. However, Lin Xiaohe seemed oblivious to the gazes directed at her, still smiling radiantly, gently wiping with the handkerchief, her fingers occasionally brushing against the boy's warm skin. Her voice was sweet. Junior brother need not feel embarrassed. It is natural for fellow disciples to care for one another. Since you are new here, feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. Hu Tian felt dizzy, a strange fragrance wafting in his nose, his heart pounding like a drum, his mind blank, nearly forgetting the boxing techniques he had just learned. The academy is about to close. Jiang Ye still quietly watched everyone leave under the eaves as you. Junior brother, my family's baked pancakes are really delicious. Would you like to join me for a taste? Lin Xiaohe followed behind Hu Tian as they exited, her voice sweet with a hint of urgency. Although Hu Tian's face showed some inclination, he still shook his head and said, I'm sorry, senior sister, I promised my sister to return home early. Alright then. Lin Xiaohe pouted reluctantly, her expression a mix of charm and disappointment. Next time I will personally make pancakes for you. Sure. Absolutely. Hu Tian nodded, smiled, and was about to turn. Junior Hu, please wait a moment. A clear yet condescending voice came from behind. Hu Tian turned around to see a young man dressed in brocade martial attire with a refined appearance and an air of nobility slowly approaching. He was followed by 4 or 5 imposing internal disciples. Junior brother, this is senior brother Jiang Su from the inner academy. I didn't expect him to come looking for you. Lin Xiaohe squinted her eyes and quickly lowered her voice to Hu Tian, her tone filled with awe and a hint of barely concealed excitement. It is said he is the second young master of the Jiang family in the county city. Hearing this, Hu Tian's heart jolted. He did not know what the Jiang family meant in Anqi County, but the aura emanating from this person and the way the surrounding disciples respected him instinctively made him feel a sense of constraint and pressure. He quickly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, Jiang. Senior brother Jiang, so you are looking for me. He was unsure of the other person's intentions. Huh. Jiang Su laughed heartily, appearing very cheerful and enthusiastic on the surface. However, he did not stop his steps, walking directly up to Hu Tian, casually draping his arm over the boy's slender shoulder. Junior Hu, today is your first day in the martial academy, making a remarkable impression. As your senior brother, I must celebrate this with you. He slightly turned his head to look at Hu Tian, his tone carrying a hint of condescending generosity. You must be from outside the city, right? You probably are not familiar with the situation in the county. Come, senior brother will take you to broaden your horizons. Hu Tian looked troubled. Senior brother Jiang, I promised my sister to return home early. Oh, it's just a small matter, taking you out for a meal won't take much time. I will arrange for a carriage to take you home later. Jiang Su had his arm around Hu Tian's shoulder and continued walking forward. You see, Junior, whose senior brother Jiang has high standards, it is rare for him to personally invite someone. Today is your opportunity. Following senior brother Jiang will allow you to see many interesting things. Senior brother Jiang is always very considerate. The internal disciples behind Jiang Su joined in the encouragement. This. Hu Tian said it was difficult, but his body obediently followed Jiang Su and the others forward. Throughout, neither Jiang Su nor his companions paid Lin Xiaohe a single glance. Although there was only a wall separating the inner and outer academies, it felt like a chasm. Disciples like Lin Xiaohe from the outer academy simply did not enter their eyes. Watching them gradually walk away, Lin Xiaohe could not help but clench her small fist. The eagerness in her eyes did not fade, instead it grew stronger. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye, who observed all of this, merely shook his head slightly. A trace of faint pity and mockery flashed in his aged eyes. Deep night. Jiang Ye slowly assumed the martial stance on the empty ground before the gatehouse. After breaking through to the bright Qi realm, his vital energy and blood began to stir. His comprehension of the five-animal fist deepened steadily. Within the subtle interplay of intent, he could now perceive the profound spirit underlying the postures of those five creatures. This time he settled into the tiger form stance. His mind sank deeply into it, not merely mimicking the outward ferocity of a tiger hunting, but penetrating far beyond mere appearance. In a daze he beheld a vast snow-blanketed wilderness. A great tiger paced slowly across it. It moved with languid slowness, its shoulders slack, its eyes half-lidded, appearing listless and unwell, utterly unlike the majestic sovereign of beasts imagined in legend. Every line of its body seemed riddled with openings, vulnerable and exposed. Yet a scent, the faint, unmistakable trace of prey, drifted on the wind toward its nostrils. In that instant its relaxed muscles snapped taut, its drooping eyelids flew open, and its tiger eyes blazed forth a chilling, life-devouring light. The illusion of lethargy, sluggishness, and infirmity shattered in an instant, replaced by a savage aura coiled to its absolute apex, surging skyward with terrifying force. An ancient adage echoed: the eagle stands as if asleep, the tiger walks as if ill. A revelation, primordial, thunderous, split the fog of his consciousness like lightning detonating within his spiritual sea. Apparent exhaustion is not decline. It is the inward gathering of divine brilliance. The outward looseness conceals profound intent. Motionless it resembles deadwood, yet when it moves, like spring thunder cracking the heavens, like subterranean fire erupting, the spirit, intent, chi, and strength fuse into one unstoppable torrent. You possess transcendent insight, piercing illusion to grasp essence. Thus you have awakened the true meaning of the tiger form. The tiger walks as if ill. Jiang Ye. Host Jiang Ye. Lifespan 7080. Destiny sigil: the ascendant ladder effect. Transcendent insight. Martial arts mastered. 5-animal fist. Minor accomplishment 101500. True principles comprehended. The tiger walks as if ill. Ugh. Jiang Ye let out a low groan, and his tiger form stance shifted subtly. The moment that arcane principle fused with his spirit, he sensed a wondrous transformation unfolding within it. The vital energy and blood, previously exuberant after his breakthrough into the bright Qi realm, now felt constrained and drawn inward by an invisible force, gradually condensing and gathering. No longer surging outward unrestrained, they seeped deep into the interstices of muscle, permeated the marrow of bone, and concealed themselves within the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. An unprecedented sense of ease emanated from his very bones. His heartbeat slowed, his breath grew long. The tiger walks as if ill. Qi gathered into the marrow, the edge hidden in clumsiness. Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes. His aged gaze now burned with the fierce, piercing intensity of a tiger's. He slowly clenched his fist. No preparatory tension, no bulging sinew, just a light, effortless forward strike. Boom. A low, resonant explosion echoed inside the gatehouse, like muffled thunder. Crack. On the thick wall, built of blue bricks and gray mortar 3 meters from Jiang Ye, spiderweb-like fissure bricks splintered at the fracture points. Is this the power of the tiger form's true principle? The tiger walks as if ill. Jiang Ye's pupils contracted sharply. Though he had anticipated something extraordinary, witnessing it firsthand still quickened his pulse. At a distance of 3 Qi, his fist force remained coherent, unscattered, capable of shattering stone. Struck against living flesh, even iron-hard bodies would suffer shattered bones and torn sinews. He had guarded Qingshi Martial Academy for 20 years, observing countless bright Qi disciples unleash their power, always emphasizing overwhelming force and weight. Never had he seen such terrifyingly contained, yet explosive energy capable of striking across empty space. I want to. Jiang Ye moistened his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming with sharp light. Find a live target. To truly test it. Clutching a blade stirs the killer's heart. Suddenly Jiang Ye felt his fingers itch. This world grows ever more unstable. Such opportunity will soon arise. The next morning, Jiang Ye rose early as always. As usual, he practiced the 5-animal fist several times in the open space before the gate, then unlocked the academy's main entrance. The morning breeze was cool and refreshing, the streets lay hushed and still. He sat upon a small stool by the gate, rolled up his sleeves, and half closed his eyes. Once again the drowsy, unremarkable gatekeeper. The first to arrive at dawn, still not sure lay, was a round-faced stout disciple. Jiang Ye vaguely recalled his surname was Feng, a nondescript outer academy student otherwise unremarkable. Feng walked swiftly, head bowed, as usual, toward the gate. But as he passed the gatehouse and glanced idly inside, a tiger! His shrill cry pierced the tranquil morning air. Feng froze mid-step as if seeing a ghost by daylight. His face paled instantly, and he involuntarily staggered backward. He saw only an old hunched man seated at the gate, slack-fleshed, spiritless, seemingly on the verge of death. Yet in that split second their gazes met, he suddenly perceived, coiled in shadow, a white-browed slip, but only for an instant. Then the vision vanished. Before him stood Jiang Ye, the gatekeeper, white-haired, deeply wrinkled, lifting his dim, bewildered eyes as if startled by the sudden outcry. What just? Feng shook his head sharply, blinked hard, and looked again. Where was the tiger? Only an ordinary old man remained. A wave of absurdity and acute embarrassment flushed his cheeks. Had he truly overtrained himself into delusion, this early in the morning? To mistake the gatekeeper for a tiger? If word spread, his peers would never let him live it down. He furtively scanned the surroundings. Thankfully it was still too early, no one else had witnessed his humiliation. Too ashamed to meet Jiang Ye's gaze, he hastily lowered his head, mumbled something unintelligible, and hurried through the gate, like a fleeing fugitive, vanishing into the martial hall. Frightened by my tiger form's true principle, Jiang Ye watched the disciples' flustered retreat, thoughtful. Ordinary people would dismiss it as illusion, visual distortion, or unsettled spirit. So long as he remained still to all eyes, he would remain merely Jiang Ye, the unassuming gatekeeper. Morning sunlight brightened and the academy regained its customary bustle and vitality. Students streamed onto the training grounds, their shouts rising once more. Then came the sound of galloping hooves and voices drawing near, stopping at the academy gate. Senior brother Zhang, you shall be my elder brother henceforth. Last night truly broadened my horizons. Hu Tian descended from the carriage. His face still bore the flush of sleepless excitement, his eyes on Zhang Su followed closely behind. Today he wore dark red martial attire embroidered with gold trim, radiating aristocratic authority. His retinue, inner academy attendants, stood behind him, each wearing knowing, self-satisfied smiles. Overnight Hu Tian and Zhang Su's relationship had transformed utterly. Hu Tian walked half a step behind Zhang Su. Respectful, yet intimate, his gaze brimming with undisguised admiration and gratitude, a stark contrast to the nervous, awkward country boy of yesterday. Haha, Hushidi, I will treat you like my own brother from now on. Zhang Su wore a modest and proper smile, intentionally revealing warmth and favor in his words. He would occasionally reach out to gently pat Hu Tian's slender shoulder, and would also kindly say things like, practice diligently, and feel free to come to me if you have difficulties. Each gentle pat, and every piece of advice made Hu Tian nod in gratitude. The look he wore indicated he had already regarded this newly arrived, talented disciple as his own possession, a newly recruited junior. Witnessing this scene, the other disciples had varied expressions. Some envied Hu Tian for quickly joining the core disciples of the inner court, while others looked down on such sycophantic behavior. Walking towards the martial academy, Su Yin naturally noticed the bustling scene in front of the gate. She did not stop her steps, but her eyes turned towards the excited Hu Tian and the composed Zhang Su. A trace of barely perceptible pity flashed in her eyes. Has he already been taken under Zhang Zu's wing? It seems there's no need for me to engage with him. She silently sighed as the initial thought of connecting with and observing him due to his gifted roots instant. Someone like Hu Tian, who was so quickly subdued by Zhang Zu's favor and favoritism, had already lost his independent value. The Su family would no longer invest time and resources in him. She chose not to look back, directly passing by several outer court disciples who were whispering to each other, nodding at Jiang Ye at the gate, displaying her usual smile. Good morning, Uncle Jiang. After greeting him, she briskly walked towards the inner court, quickly disappearing behind the screen wall, not pausing for even a second due to the commotion at the gate. Zhang Zu's arrogant gaze swept past Su Yan's graceful, yet resolute, departing figure, a smug and mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Still wanting to fight me for people. Zhang Su scoffed internally. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at Hu Tian, who was blushing from receiving attention, the smile on his face deepening. A promising, loyal dog had successfully been collared, which greatly pleased him. Jiang Ye by the door merely nodded slightly when Su Yin greeted him. He observed the scene of Su Yin decisively abandoning Hu Tian and Zhang Zu's smug expression without any ripple of emotion in his heart. The youth's dependency and the aristocratic disciple's manipulation were just a brushstroke of varying intensity in the daily canvas of the martial academy. In his world, only the increasingly formidable power within him felt real. Hushidi, you finally— As soon as Hu Tian stepped into the outer court, Lin Ziahe's excited and intimate voice chirped like a little bird, I've been waiting for you for a long time, let's practice together. As she approached, her steps were light and her face bore an appropriately warm smile. Sure, senior sister Xiaoa. Hu Tian readily agreed, a smile appearing on his face completely unlike the shy and reserved demeanor he had yesterday. After experiencing Zhang Su's opening of the eyes last night, witnessing the prosperity of the county town at night, and Zhang Shixiang's magnificence, Hu Tian's mindset underwent a subtle yet rapid change. He no longer blushed or fumbled awkwardly at the appearance of the girl. Instead, he displayed a slight nonchalance with a touch of frivolity. While practicing punches with Lin Xiaohe during the correction of movements, his fingers accidentally brushed against her arm, and his shoulder also unintentionally bumped against hers. When she turned around, he casually supported her waist. Today's interactions were even more direct, bold, and hinting at exploration compared to yesterday. This caught Lin Xiaohe, who had taken the initiative to get closer, somewhat off guard. She hadn't expected that in just one night this rural boy would become so elusive. She subtly withdrew her hand. "Hu Shidi, it seems you've grown quite a bit in just a short time." Lin Xiaohe lifted her head to glance at him, her smile, still as sweet as ever, but a trace of subtle scrutiny and wariness flickered in her eyes. She sensed that the Hu Tian before her after a night of baptism seemed unlike the simple and honest Shirley from before, who was easy to manipulate and control. "Wasn't it what senior sister taught me yesterday?" Hu Tian chuckled, not feeling embarrassed by her withdrawing hand. Instead, he became even more proactive, casually resting his arm on Lin Xiaohe's delicate shoulder, gently, saying, "Senior sister said that there's no need to be shy between fellow disciples, and we should take care of each other. This is what I did according to senior sister's words." His tone carried a playful hint, and his affectionate gestures had already exceeded the usual boundaries of fellow disciples. Yes, senior sister is right." Facing Hu Tian's increasingly bold and somewhat roguelike behavior, Lin Xiaohe felt a mix of emotions. The joy was that her relationship with this genius, Shidi, had rapidly become closer for some reason, increasing her chances of boarding this promising ship. The worry was that although Hu Tian appeared quite immature, he was not as naive and simple as Shirley, making him harder to control. If this continued, when he became more capable and experienced, all her flattering efforts might not receive the corresponding rewards, and there was even the possibility of being easily discarded after losing his value. Her face still wore a smile, but her body slightly stiffened before quickly relaxing again, allowing that pair of hands carrying youthful warmth to gently rest on her shoulder while her thoughts began to race. Noon. Jiang Ye finished the last spoonful of soup in his bowl. The familiar warmth spread through his chest and abdomen, nourishing his muscles and blood, but he frowned slightly. As his strength increased, he found that the nourishing effect of the blood-enhancing soup was diminishing. He silently calculated in his mind. If he needed to sustain more than 2 hours of deep cultivation every day with exceptional understanding, without harming his body, he would need to drink at least 3 bowls of blood-enhancing soup. This conclusion made his heart sink slightly. What should he do? While he was drinking 1 bowl of blood-enhancing soup, Huang Xiu had already started complaining. If he proposed to drink 3 bowls, wouldn't the other party be ready to fight him? Although Lu Qingshi might agree, however, it was unreasonable for a 7-year-old gatekeeper to suddenly consume such a large quantity of medicine to nourish his body, which could easily raise suspicions. The ascension to God was his trump card, and he could never let others know. Until he had enough self-defense capability, all abnormalities had to be carefully concealed. Buying supplements with his own money. The thought crossed Jiang Ye's mind, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have declined the wages back then. Back in the day after Lu Qingshi settled in Anqi County, he insisted on giving the gatekeeper Jiang Ye a wage as a reward and care. But at that time Jiang Ye was already disheartened, feeling that having a meal and a roof over his head in the martial arts school was enough. What would a lonely old man need money for? So he continuously declined. Looking back now, he realized he had been short-sighted. In this world, without money it was truly difficult to get by. It seems I need to figure out a way to make some money. Jiang Ye slightly closed his eyes. In this turbulent world, to rise above others, merely enduring hardships was not enough. One must learn to take from others. Making money follows the same principle. Merely enduring hardships wouldn't earn enough for buying supplements. One could only take from others. Killing and looting for gold, repairing bridges and roads without corpses. This has been the case since ancient times. Who should I eat first? Jiang Ye was pondering when a pair of relatively slow yet stubborn and resolute footsteps approached from afar, stopping at the entrance of the martial academy. Jiang Ye raised his head to look in that direction. The person who arrived was none other than Shirley, who had gone missing 2 days ago. However, at this moment the youth looked. His face was a patchwork of bruises, his eyes were so swollen he could barely open them, and there was a split wound at the corner of his mouth along with a dried blood scab on his chin. Uncle Jiang. Shirley kept his head bowed. His voice was so small it might have been carried off by the wind. He did not want others, especially that taciturn elder who seemed to see through the world, to witness the bruised, battered face he now wore. Yet ingrained manners and respect for his elders made him halt his faltering steps and give a slight kowtow to Jiang Ye at the door. He forced a smile across his swollen, distorted face, a smile uglier than tears. Even Jiang Ye, who had seen life's every cold and warmth, could not help, but sigh softly. Sure, you are so badly hurt. Do you still insist on training? Jiang Ye's voice remained low, even a touch slower than usual. He did not ask how Shirley had been wounded. Shirley trembled slightly. He pulled at the split corner of his mouth and tried to look indifferent, but pain escaped him in a soft gasp. He lowered his eyes to his mud-streaked shoes, and in a voice thin but resolute said, "It's only skin deep. Won't affect my practice of the forms." He dared not meet Jiang Ye's eyes, fearing pity or doubt in those ancient perceptive orbs. Jiang Ye said nothing more, only studied him in silence for several seconds. He could sense the stubbornness and unwillingness to yield hidden beneath the young man's words. At last Jiang Ye nodded slightly, lowered his gaze again, waved a hand, and his tone returned to its usual calm. "Go. Do not overdo it." Shirley replied once, then bowed his head and trudged into the training yard step by step. Jiang Ye's gaze followed the staggered but determined figure until he disappeared behind the screen wall. When Shirley stepped into the outer yard, it was as if a great stone had been cast into still water, stirring a sudden vast ripple across the surface. My heavens! Junior brother Shirley is here. How could he be so badly hurt? So it really was a clash with those people are brutal and cruel. The outer yard erupted with noise, astonishment, pity, alarm rising and falling in waves. Shirley felt many eyes upon him, some direct, some purposely averted. Among them Lin Xiaohe and Hu Tian stood together, their arms almost brushing, discussing a form of the fist. His gaze followed theirs and fell upon them with the rest of the crowd. Seeing Lin Xiaohe and Hu Tian pressed nearly together, his body, never bowed even by pain, shuddered violently as if struck by an invisible hammer. In that instant his wounds split open again. But Lin Xiaohe frowned at the sight of Shirley's bruised face, as if encountering a calamity. Her expression shifted quickly. After whispering to Hu Tian, she hurried toward him. "Lin." Shirley tugged at the laceration at his mouth. His hoarse throat managed only one syllable. "Senior brother." Lin Xiaohe's sharp voice cut him off, raised and edged with a need to distance herself, in a tone of accusation. "Shirley, you really ruined my family these past days. Do you know that?" Shirley's eyes widened and froze. "You went and picked a fight with the Yilang Bang and injured several of them." Lin Xiaohe spoke quickly, her finger almost pointing at his chest before she recoiled, as if touched by filth. "You beat them up to your heart's content, then ran away. You left a mess behind. They turned to my house demanding medical fees and remedies at the gate. They nearly emptied out what little we had. Do you know what my parents have endured these past 2 days? Each word a blade." Shirley trembled, not from his wounds, but from a chill deeper than any blow. He stared fixedly at the face before him. Only days ago it had smiled so sweetly at him, now it offered evasion, blame, and cruelty. Damn! Lin Xiaohe, how could she? Wasn't she the one who begged Shirley for help with tears in her eyes? Shirley stood up for her and fought the Yilang Bang, came back wounded, and now he is the villain. Such a turnabout. The way she throws him away is astonishing. The world's like this. Good people cannot prosper. The onlookers were stunned, not daring to believe their ears. They all remembered how Lin Xiaohe had clung to Shirley, how she had pleaded so pitifully for his aid. Many had seen and heard it themselves. Now her inversion of the truth and betrayal chilled everyone. Scorn, anger, and disbelief fell upon, yet these whispers remained low. Eyes glanced past Lin Xiaohe to Hu Tian, who watched coldly. They remembered his superior innate roots and the shadow of Jiang Su nearby, and swallowed the trash talk that rose to their tongues. Self-preservation is human. Everyone feared offending that woman. You. Something clogged Shirley's throat. He made a choking sound. His eyes reddened as he fixed Lin Xiaohe with a desperate, terrified stare, trying to speak, but finding no words. Lin Xiaohe recoiled at his despairing, horrified look, then was instantly filled with a stronger anger and She sneered, her voice sharper and more cutting. "Junior brother Shirley, please stay away from me and do not speak to me. I'm afraid Hu Tian will misunderstand." Having said that, she turned away as if shaking off something filthy, her face softening immediately. She flitted back to Hu Tian like a bird returning to its nest, unconsciously leaning against him. Shirley watched her retreating figure and let out a low, bitter laugh. There was no anger in it, only boundless desolation and self-mockery. "So you are Shirley." Hu Tian spoke suddenly, affectingly aloof and condescending. He took the hand Lin Xiaohe offered with an air of claiming possession, glancing disdainfully at the ruined figure of Shirley. "Did you hear what senior sister Lin said? Keep your distance from her, or else." He cocked his chin. "I will not be merciful." After last night's initiation under Jiang Su, Hu Tian had already separated himself from the struggling, ordinary, outer yard disciples. Hearing Lin Xiaohe claim Shirley had inferior roots, he abandoned the courtesy owed to a fellow brother and addressed him by name with brazen arrogance. He had forgotten that he and Shirley both came from the same hard country background. The world turned strange, and only one knows it's cold. Shirley said nothing more and would not look again at the pair. He slowly turned and walked toward the most remote corner of the training yard. His lonely silhouette resembled a wounded beast abandoned by wolves on a barren plain, walking toward a dead end. Outside the door, Jiang Ye heard it all and shook his head slightly, letting out a soft sigh. The wind at the entrance grew colder. As evening fell, the sky had darkened considerably. It was time for the martial arts academy to close. Jiang Ye remained seated in the shadows at the entrance, leaning against the cold doorpost, his eyes slightly squinted as he watched the disciples leave one by one. "Who shitty would you like to come to my house for some baked pancakes today?" Lin Xiao's voice was softer than usual as she followed Hu Tian out of the martial arts academy's gate. "Sure." Hu Tian paused, smiling at Lin Xiao, ready to agree. A clear voice from behind interrupted him, tinged with arrogance. "Who shitty?" Zhang Su swaggered out with a few disciples from the inner court. Without glancing at Lin Xiaoha standing nearby, he smiled at Hu Tian, not allowing for refusal. "Let's go, senior brother. Will take you to Drunken Immortal Pavilion for a visit." "Thank you, senior brother." Hu Tian immediately responded. He didn't even have time to give Lin Xiaoha a comforting or dismissive glance before turning and leaving, walking naturally alongside Zhang Su, as if he had always belonged to that circle. "If I had a little more time, I might also have a chance to enter this circle." Lin Xiaoha stood there watching the crowd gradually fade away, her face revealing a hopeful expression. If she could establish some connection with this circle, then the Wolf Gang would think twice before brazenly coming to With a shift in thoughts, the slight dissatisfaction in her heart caused by Hu Tian's easy abandonment was quickly replaced by a stronger emotion, resentment towards Shirley and a sense of relief amidst the chill. She resented his recklessness and impulsiveness, which not only failed to solve the problem, but also created greater troubles, nearly costing her the meager family fortune she had painstakingly accumulated. Fortunately, she had acted decisively, completely severing ties with him and handling everything very cleanly. What was there in a person like Shirley besides bluntness? In this world, that was the least valuable trait. I was truly blind back then. Lin Xiaoha gazed toward the dark training ground of the martial arts academy, letting out a cold laugh before she turned and walked into the increasingly thick night. Watching Lin Xiaoha's figure fade farther away, Jiang Ye slowly stood up and murmured to himself, "There's still one person who hasn't come out." In the silent outer courtyard, the ground was strewn with equipment. In the farthest corner, a figure was performing the starting stance of the collapsed mountain fist at a painfully slow pace, trembling slightly. It was Shirley. The bruises on his face stood out even more in the dim light, his lips pressed tightly together, and the usual firmness in his eyes had been replaced by confusion and a hint of daze. His fists were clenched, but it seemed there was no place to exert his strength. He appeared unsteady and lost, not practicing martial arts, but rather punishing himself. Jiang Ye's footsteps were light, yet they echoed clearly in the silence. Shirley seemed to awaken from a dream, suddenly turning around. Upon seeing Jiang Ye, panic and embarrassment flashed across his face, and he quickly retracted his awkward fist formation. He forced a smile, but it was unnatural due to his injuries. "I'm sorry, Uncle Jiang. I lost track of time while practicing. I'll tidy up and leave right away." His voice was hoarse. Without waiting for Jiang Ye to respond, he hurriedly turned around, bowing his head, as he clumsily began to gather the stones, wooden stakes, and other items from the ground. Jiang Ye said nothing, merely sighed, and began to help clean up the ground. "Uncle Jiang, I probably won't come back to practice anymore." Shirley hesitated for a moment after tidying everything up, and suddenly Jiang Ye looked deeply at Shirley, his voice low as he began. "You've only been at the martial arts academy for less than 2 months. Your fist techniques should be nearing proficiency, right? Why would you think of giving up at such a critical moment?" Shirley seemed to be struck at a sensitive point by this question, his body slightly trembling. "I have average talent." His voice was low, carrying a tone of self-denial. "Even if I reach the novice level in fist techniques, I probably won't achieve much." He took a deep breath as if trying to expel all the pent-up frustration from his chest, but it got stuck in his throat. Hu Tian shitty. He had only just arrived a few days ago. The academy master personally guided him, and the senior brothers in the inner court were all eager to befriend him. Lin Shimmy. Lin Shimmy. The moment he mentioned her name, his voice twisted, filled with uncontrollable pain and humiliation. "She can easily approach and be attentive. And what about me? I practiced desperately to stand out for her, and in the end, I'm left with nothing but injuries." He choked on his words, unable to speak, gritting his teeth tightly, as the veins in his forehead throbbed bloodshot, eyes stubbornly raised, refusing to let tears fall. Jiang Ye listened quietly, his eyes betraying no surprise. Lin Xiao's cold betrayal, along with Hu Tian's arrival, had delivered a significant blow to Shirley. "I'm sorry, Uncle Jiang, I've said too much." Shirley turned his head away, his voice trembling as he attempted to leave. "Sure, kid." Jiang Ye's voice was not loud, but it seemed an invisible thread held Shirley's steps. He looked at the young man before him, battered and in poor spirits, and slowly said, "I've heard the academy master mention several times that innate talent is a gift from heaven. But whether one can steadily hold that bowl of rice, whether one can eat their fill, and whether it's sweet or bitter once it reaches the mouth. Sometimes it's not just about looking at heaven's face. The flowing water doesn't rush ahead, it's about being continuous." Upon hearing this, Shirley's body trembled and the dullness in his eyes suddenly brightened. "The flowing water doesn't rush ahead. Uncle Jiang, do you think I still have a chance?" His gaze was intense and urgent, like a drowning person clinging to a piece of floating wood, fixating on the elder's face. Jiang Ye did not answer his question immediately. Watching the boy's burning gaze, his expression remained neutral. Everyone has their own path. How could he know what would happen if Shirley continued on? Perhaps after enduring hardship to enter, he would only become an ordinary martial artist struggling amidst chaos. But there was no need to voice that. Some fires are easily ignited. Shirley did not ask for a definite answer. He stood there, his chest heaving, repeatedly mumbling those 8 words. The flowing water doesn't rush ahead. It's about being continuous. Continuous. With each repetition, a spark of light appeared in his eyes, and the defeated spine seemed to emanate a strength from deep within, slowly rising. After a moment, he suddenly took a step back, facing Jiang Ye, and with a thud, he knelt down, his forehead striking the cold ground heavily. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, for enlightening me. This kindness Shirley will never forget in his lifetime. Shirley's voice was hoarse, but resolute, like a heavy hammer falling. After saying this, he did not linger, standing up directly and striding toward the door. Jiang Ye watched as the figure gradually faded into the night, returning to its former uprightness, and smiled lightly. It seems the first person to arrive at the Martial Arts Academy tomorrow will be him again. Late at night, the narrow door of the guardhouse was opened a crack, and a shadow silently slipped out before quickly closing the door again. The shadow stood for a moment in the shade under the eaves, then slowly lifted its head. A black cloth covered its face, revealing a pair of eyes. It was none other than Jiang Ye. On this dark, windy night, it was time to go devour people to make money. Jiang Ye rotated his neck and hands, the joints emitting a few soft cracks. The strength within his body began to circulate from the marrow, and organs akin to a hibernating beast being awakened. The dull, clumsy doorkeeper, who could fall apart at any moment, had vanished. In the shadows stood a fierce old tiger, concealing all signs of its age, hiding its claws and murderous intent, preparing to hunt. He chose not to exit through the door. His gaze swept over the courtyard wall, about the height of a man, eventually resting behind a half-dead bamboo in the corner. Jiang Ye lightly stepped down, leaping up like a nimble deer, followed by a graceful roll as he vaulted over the Martial Academy's wall, landing soundlessly. This seemingly simple action seamlessly integrated the agility and swiftness of the deer form, the dexterity of the monkey form, and the elegance of the bird form from the 5-animal fist, executed with ease. Jiang Ye stood in a darker spot outside the wall, glancing back at the high wall of the Martial Academy, its outline barely discernible in the night. He turned around, gazing into the distance. That was the western area of the city, occupied by the Wild Wolf Gang, the very place where he would conduct his hunting tonight. As for why he chose to target the Wild Wolf Gang, it had nothing to do with any notions of justice or standing up for Lin. It was purely because the disciples of the Martial Academy had been discussing the Wild Wolf Gang the most thoroughly over the past few days. The whispers of those young disciples pieced together a complete intelligence in Jiang Ye's mind. The leader of the Wild Wolf Gang was said to have reached the realm of dark strength, known for his ruthless and cunning nature, rarely making personal appearances. He had 4 hall masters under him, each guarding a territory, all at the level of bright strength, making them quite powerful in Anchi County. Jiang Ye's target for tonight was the hall master closest to the Martial Academy, Su Tao, who was in charge of the Chang. According to the gossip of those talkative disciples, there was a gambling den on Changxing Street that was thriving, making a fortune, and was one of the main sources of income for the Wild Wolf Gang. Hall master Su Tao usually presided over the gambling den, residing in a small courtyard behind it. The information was ample, and the distance was just right. For an old hunter who needed money yet had to remain hidden, there was no better initial target than this. Jiang Ye's footsteps were light, yet they echoed clearly in the silence. A cold smile crept onto Jiang Ye's lips beneath the black cloth mask. Changxing Street. Hiding in the shadows, Jiang Ye saw the distant gambling den ablaze with lights, and his eyes brightened. Like a lurking fierce tiger, he slowly approached the gambling den from the shadows. In the courtyard behind the gambling den, the lights were bright. Master Su, the trap is set very tightly this time. The gambling fool Yang will definitely suffer a loss. A member of the Wild Wolf Gang, clad in gray, and with keen eyes, bent down to report to the tall man sitting in a grand chair. The gray-clad gang member's attitude was exceedingly submissive. After tonight, his wife and daughter will all belong to us. The person he referred to as Master Su was indeed Su Tao, the hall master of the Wild Wolf Gang. This man was as robust as a bear, with a face full of flesh, a dark red scar slashing diagonally from his left temple to his brow, making him appear even more ferocious. His clothes were wide open, revealing a hairy chest, and in his hand, he held 2 glistening iron balls. Upon hearing this, he grinned widely, revealing his golden yellow teeth. That gambling fool Yang's yellow-faced wife looks nauseating. Just toss her to the brothel and sell her. He paused for a moment, a lewd expression flashing in his eyes, and the scar on his face twisted. But his daughter? I happened to see her a few days ago. Tis the little girl is quite charming, fresh enough to squeeze out water. He leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice with a nauseating excitement. Let her come to me first. After I personally enlighten her, it won't be too late to sell her to the brothel. The gray-clad gang member immediately understood a lewd smile spreading across his face as he nodded repeatedly. Hey, to receive Master Zu's personal enlightenment, that's the little girl's fortune from her previous life. Others would want it, but can't get it. Get the job done, and naturally you won't miss out on your rewards. Su Tao leaned back in his chair, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, as if he had already tasted that sweetness. Thank you, Master Su. Thank you, Master Su, for your support. The gray-clad gang member was ecstatic, repeatedly bowing in gratitude before cautiously retreating from the room, gently closing the door. The room returned to silence, only the sound of the iron balls rubbing in Su Tao's hand could be heard. Su Tao squinted, the pale and thin face of a girl emerging clearly in his mind, the evil fire burning fiercely within him, making him feel a wave of heat. Damn it, that little girl has stirred up my temper. Su Tao spat, casually tossing the iron balls onto the table, which produced a muffled sound. He patted his thigh, preparing to stand up. Looks like tonight, I need to find Chuyer in the Yihong courtyard to relieve my craving. Just as this thought arose, he had not fully risen from his chair. Click. The door opened slightly without making a sound. The night wind seeped through the small gap, causing the lamp on the table to flicker, the light and shadow dancing. You brat. Su Tao instinctively frowned, thinking it was that gray-clad underling returning. His tone carried a hint of impatience as he looked towards the door. But in the next moment, the warrior's innate sense of danger surged through him like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head. Su Tao's hair stood on end, a chilling sensation running down his spine. Not good. His robust body immediately tensed, the earlier laziness and lewdness vanished, replaced by a focused vigilance and ferocity. His right hand lightly touched the short dagger at his waist, stepping back, with his left foot lowering his center of gravity, fully prepared to face the threat. Who is it? His chest heaved dramatically, a low growl threatening to burst from his throat. The figure hiding in the door's shadow moved. There was no warning. A thick darkness suddenly coalesced, transforming into a shadow carrying a foul wind lunging forward. In Su Tao's suddenly narrowing eyes, what pounced was not a human figure, but a blurry large white tiger with fierce eyes. With bared fangs and a foul wind assaulting him, the wrath of the king of the mountains and the pressure of death surged towards him as if it were about to swallow him whole. A tiger. Su Tao's heart jolted violently, his scalp nearly exploding. Even though his blade had tasted blood for many years, such a sudden and terrifying scene still caused a momentary illusion. But it was only for a moment. Years of combat experience quickly brought him back to reality. Where did this tiger come from? Clearly, it was an attacker shrouded in black cloth. The terrifying illusion that had just appeared was caused by the overwhelming momentum and psychological pressure accompanying the attack. That brief moment of daze determined a person's life or death. The tiger-like figure had already closed in to less than 3 feet from him. You're seeking death. Su Tao's eyes widened with rage as the bright strength he had cultivated erupted violently in peril. Blood and chi surged, muscles bulging, his right hand gripping the dagger transformed into a venomous snake streaking through the air with a piercing shriek aiming straight for the heart of the intruder. The thrust was both fast and accurate. Faced with such a cunning, fierce, and ferocious thrust, the attacker surprisingly executed an unexpected maneuver. The forward momentum of the attack suddenly changed in an instant. Like a nimble monkey twisting its body, or like willow catkins floating in the air, the assailant's flexible body slightly tilted within the narrow space. Hiss! The poisoned dagger lightly grazed the attacker's chest, only tearing the clothing without injuring the skin. A hair's breadth difference was the distance between life and death. The assailant awaited this moment. The coiled left fist erupted like a claw hidden beneath the relaxed fur of a sickly tiger. There was no howling wind, no thunderous crack of bones. When the fist was thrown, the air seemed to tighten. Bang! A soundless but solid thud exploded in Su Tao's ears. The last thing he saw was the calm eyes above the black cloth. Then an infinite darkness and indescribable pain swallowed all his consciousness. Su Tao's huge head, covered in flesh and scars, resembled a ripe watermelon struck directly by a hammer, suddenly caving in under an irresistible force, deforming, and then, puff! Red and white mixed with shattered bones exploding tragically under the dim light. The headless, hulking body stood for a brief moment before crashing to the ground, like a mountain collapsing, producing a dull sound that shook the earth, raising clouds of dust. The room was filled with the stench of blood. Jiang Ye slowly withdrew his hand. There was some warm liquid on his fingers. He glanced down calmly. Perhaps due to living in a chaotic world and being accustomed to bloodshed, Jiang Ye felt surprisingly calm during his first. He shook his hand, causing a few drops of still warm blood to fall silently to the ground, blooming into small blood-red flowers. His gaze quickly shifted to the interior of the room as he began to search carefully, his goal being money. He bent down, feeling around on the sturdy yet headless corpse. Jiang Ye moved quickly, avoiding the bloodstains, and soon retrieved a heavy pouch of coins and a palm-sized porcelain medicine bottle from the leather pouch and hidden pocket at the corpse's waist. The pouch felt heavy in his hand, clinking with the sound of silver coins inside. Jiang Ye's attention was immediately drawn to the jade porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottle felt warm in his hand, with 3 simple characters etched on its surface. blood replenishing pill. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed slightly. He had never consumed this pill, but he had heard of it in the martial academy. The favored disciples in the inner court, especially those of noble birth like Zhang Su and Su Yin, commonly used this type of pill to assist their cultivation and quickly replenish their energy. Its effectiveness far surpassed the bowl of blood-fortifying soup he received daily, which was already diluted. He removed the bottle's cap. Suddenly, a rich medicinal fragrance, several times more potent than the blood-fortifying soup, wafted out, and just a single breath made the vital energy in his chest and abdomen stir, slightly invigorating his spirit. Indeed, it is a fine item. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. For someone like him, who urgently needed vitality, this pill was like a timely gift. He tilted the bottle, glancing at the dim light, revealing 4 dark red pills the size of longan fruit inside. Only 4 left. Jiang Ye muttered to himself in a low voice, quickly screwing the cap back on and hiding it in his clothing. He then opened the pouch, finding dozens of pieces of silver. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed slightly. The gambling den on Chongqing Street raked in gold daily. How could Su Tao, the master of this place, only have so little money on him? He must have hidden most of the money elsewhere. After casting a cold glance at the corpse on the ground, he turned around and began to search the room. Jiang Ye's eyes scanned the walls, floor, and furniture like a hawk, his fingers occasionally tapping and pressing on suspicious spots. As an old man who had lived for over 70 years, he knew where those who preferred to stay in the shadows liked to hide their value. After a moment, he placed his fingers on the end of the bed against the wall, noticing a slight difference in the sturdy bedboard. One plank sounded hollow, and the dust in the gap was uneven. Is there a secret compartment here? Jiang Ye applied slight pressure with his fingers. Crack. A very faint sound. The secret compartment was opened. Jiang Ye reached out, his fingers touching the cold, smooth paper. There were 5 pieces of high-quality, durable silver notes, clearly visible under the light, with a red official seal, and the words 1,000 liang in black. 5,000 liang. Even with Jiang Ye's calm demeanor, holding these light, yet substantial silver notes made a look of overwhelming joy appear on his face. He knew that a commoner's monthly expenses amounted to just 1 liang of silver. 5,000 liang could be used to purchase blood-replenishing pills, or even better cultivation materials, laying a solid resource foundation for his future breakthroughs into higher realms. The resource bottleneck that had troubled him for several days was finally forced open on this blood-soaked night. Indeed, killing and arson bring wealth. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. It was not safe to linger here. After organizing the silver notes, he tucked them away along with the 4 blood-replenishing pills. Before leaving, Jiang Ye quickly scanned the room again, ensuring he hadn't overlooked anything of value, and that he left no traces that could expose his identity. As silently as he had come, he blended into the night like he had never existed. Upon returning to the Martial Academy's gatehouse, Jiang Ye did not go to sleep immediately. He took out 1 blood-replenishing pill and slowly swallowed it. Boom. A wave of heat surged through his body after the pill entered, faster and fiercer than the blood-fortifying soup. As the medicinal energy circulated within him, Jiang Ye began to execute his fist stance. This time he assumed the monkey form stance. Tonight he had used the nimbleness of the monkey form to evade Su Tao's deadly strike. Thus he had a deeper understanding of the monkey form in the 5 animal frolics. With a thought, it was as if he had left the cramped little room and entered a dense, shadowy old forest. Vines hung down like curtains, trees shaded the sun, and the light was dim. In this conscious forest he saw a group of monkeys. They were not playing around, but engaged in an almost mysterious exchange and mimicry. An old monkey squatted on a high branch, sometimes stretching out like an old man sitting there, and at times curling up like a stubborn stone. Its facial muscles and bones could slightly shift with changes in emotion and environment, altering its expression between majesty, kindness, confusion, and vigilance. The younger monkeys nearby were also striving to imitate these changes, twisting their necks, contracting their cheekbones, and elongating their jaws, as if their flesh and bones were just a pliable mass of dough. As the ancient saying goes, monkeys understand all orifices, their forms shift with thoughts. A sudden insight from the ancient barbaric era slithered into his consciousness. Like a spirit snake, the monkey is not merely skilled at climbing, it embodies the pinnacle of spirituality, connecting all body apertures, mastering the subtle control of muscles and bones. With intent, forms shift, with thoughts, appearances change. Though lacking the miraculous ability to undergo a complete transformation, one can still employ marvelous techniques to change one's face. You possess exceptional insight, transitioning from form to spirit, grasping the true essence of the monkey form. The ever-changing spirit monkey. Host Jiang Ye. Lifespan 7080. Fate ascending to the divine steps. Effect 1. Extraordinary insight. Mastered martial arts. 5 animal frolics. Minor accomplishment 187500. Grasp true meaning. Tiger walks as if ill spirit monkey changes form. Jiang Ye let out a muffled grunt as a faint yet dense crackling sound akin to rain hitting banana leaves echoed from within his body. This was not due to broken bones, rather it was the awakening and pulling of all 206 bones and numerous tendons and fascia simultaneously by a mysterious force. He could distinctly feel that his control over his body had reached an unprecedented level. A strange sensation of looseness and control spread through him. His face and body seemed to transform into an unfinished clay figure gradually shaped by his inner. Without the need for disguise or bone-shrinking techniques, merely a slight movement of his mind would trigger subtle changes in the energy and bones of corresponding areas, producing a different aura or facial shape. Jiang Ye focused his attention on his face, retracting his chin, slightly relaxing his mouth, while the muscles near his cheekbones slowly lifted. He could distinctly feel the subtle changes in the flesh of his face. Is this still me? Jiang Ye stood before the bronze mirror, slightly dazed. He noticed that his current appearance had already shown some visibly different traits compared to before, lacking the aged, rigid look, and instead carrying an indescribable sense of unfamiliarity. Even Lu Qingshi, the one who understood him best, might not recognize him. Spirit monkey changes form existing in the heart. Altering features confusing the senses. Jiang Ye couldn't help but laugh. The true meaning of the monkey form's spirit monkey changes form might lack offensive power, but for Jiang Ye its practicality could surpass that of the tiger form. This meant he now possessed countless different identities. Tonight's gains were substantial. The morning sun had yet to pierce through the clouds. Jiang Ye had already risen from the front room. He quietly sensed the flow of qi and blood within his body, his brows twitching slightly as a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. The effect of the blood-replenishing pill still lingered slightly after a night, nourishing his muscles and bones slowly. The heat generated by the pill had dissipated, yet a gentle warmth remained within his marrow and organs. Taking advantage of the remaining effect of the pill, Jiang Ye decided to move his muscles and bones. He pushed open the small door and stepped into the cold, brisk morning. In the fog-covered clearing at the door, he began to practice the 5-animal boxing. After about half an hour, the sky brightened, and the morning mist had already dissipated. Jiang Ye gradually ceased his movements, letting his arms fall naturally. The flow of his qi was extraordinarily smooth, devoid of the intense heat usually felt after strenuous exercise. Instead, a layer of gentle energy radiated beneath his skin, a sign of abundant qi and the full absorption of the pill's power. Martial Arts Mastery 5-Animal Boxing Minor Achievement 213500. After glancing at the system panel, Jiang Ye nodded slightly. At this rate, in a few days, he would be able to knock on the door of the dark strength. Looking up at the sky, it was time for him to take on the role of the gatekeeper. Jiang Labo, good morning. A spirited voice shattered the tranquility of the morning. As expected, the first to arrive at the martial academy today was Shirley. The bruises on the boy's face were still quite evident, especially on his cheekbones, with the purplish red near the corners of his mouth not completely faded. Yet his eyes had regained their brilliance, no longer shrouded in the lifeless and confused state of yesterday, replaced instead by a resilient vigor. Clearly, after kneeling last night, he had etched Jiang Ye's words in his heart and found his own path. Jiang Ye opened his eyes and saw hope return to the young face. He nodded slightly, a calm voice escaping his, just a response. Shirley did not mind the old man's attitude, breaking into a smile despite the pain tugging at the corners of his mouth, which made him gasp, but the smile remained. He clasped his fists again towards Jiang Ye before eagerly turning to enter the courtyard. Jiang Ye withdrew his gaze and sat back down on the small stool, his eyes slightly closing. As more and more disciples arrived at the martial academy, discussions filled with excitement and fear rippled in the morning. Have you heard? Something big happened last night. Su Tao of the Wild Wolf Gang, the hall master at the gambling house on Chongqing Street, was killed. What? Su Tao, the one who had mastered bright strength and had a notorious reputation. Is that true? Absolutely true. My cousin works at the court and saw it with his own eyes this morning. The gambling house's backyard has been sealed off. I heard he died. In a truly horrible way. Who had the audacity? He was the hall master of the Wild Wolf Gang. Not just audacious. According to my cousin, the place was hardly disturbed. It was as if Su Tao was dispatched with a single strike. One strike. Su Tao is a veritable master of bright strength. What kind of level would it take to defeat him in one blow? At least a dark strength expert. Moreover, someone formidable. Good riddance. Su Tao has bullied and extorted for so long, he deserved this retribution. I suspect it was another gang that did it to seize territory. I heard the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang has declared that he will spare no effort to capture the murderer, demanding blood for blood. It seems the streets will become chaotic again in the coming days. We should be cautious on our way home. Various discussions ensued, some filled with fear, others with curiosity, some secretly relieved, while others were worried, weaving a fine web of emotions in the morning air of the martial academy. Jiang Ye did not lift his gaze, appearing drowsy, yet he scoffed internally. As he had predicted for a gang leader like Su Tao, who walked the knife's edge and had countless enemies, most would immediately think of vendettas, black retribution, and gang conflicts. Who could have imagined that the one who took Su Tao's life was the old gatekeeper before him? As the outer courtyard disciples arrived one after another, they showed surprise upon seeing Shirley diligently practicing his boxing. Shirley shitty. He actually came so early today. And he's practicing so hard. Just yesterday he was publicly humiliated by Lin Xiaohua. I thought he would be downcast. Turns out we underestimated him. We previously thought his aptitude was average, only capable of hard training, but his willpower is unexpectedly resilient. In the whispers of the crowd, the usual disdain was replaced by surprise and a hint of admiration. To be able to stand up quickly after such a blow and channel all his emotions into nearly self-torturous training, such willpower was indeed worthy of respect. With mid to low aptitude, no matter how hard one struggles, it is merely futile. What accomplishments can one achieve? Lin Xiaohua, who had just arrived in the outer courtyard, naturally spotted Shirley. Her gaze lingered on the battered but focused figure, her brows knitting slightly before she scoffed, a flicker of annoyance and disdain flashing in her eyes, as if she had seen something unpleasant that couldn't be shaken off. However, when her gaze turned towards the door, a smile immediately graced her face. A rosy-faced Hu Tian, steps light and buoyant, was walking over, accompanied by inner courtyard senior brother Jiang Su, chatting and laughing. Hu Tian had changed into a new outfit today, a fragrant pouch hanging at his waist, his demeanor markedly different from before. Lin Xiaohua's eyes brightened instantly, her smile growing radiant. She approached him like a cheerful lark that had spotted its target, her steps light, her voice sweet. Hu Shidi. Zhang Xixiang. Good morning. You look great today. Jiang Su ignored Lin Xiaohua's greeting, turning his head to say something to Hu Tian instead, making Hu Tian nod repeatedly. Then, without lingering, he maintained his usual arrogance and composure, walking straight through the outer courtyard towards the inner courtyard, leaving Lin Xiaohua's enthusiasm and smile behind. Lin Xiaohua's smile stiffened slightly, but it was only for a moment before returning to normal, as if she hadn't. Soon she redirected all her attention to Hu Tian. Don't worry, Zhang Xixiao. I will double my efforts to master the collapse mountain fist quickly. We will train together then. Hu Tian raised his voice slightly. Once Zhang Ze's figure disappeared from view, he turned to Lin Xiaohua, his expression shifting from nervousness to ease, accompanied by a hint of smug laughter. Xiaohua Shiji, you're also up early. His tone was casual, his gaze pausing on Lin Xiaohua's face for a moment, showcasing a sense of superiority that came from being recognized by the upper circles when facing lower-tier admirers. Lin Xiaohua seemed oblivious to any difference in his tone, smilingly continuing the conversation. It's just to see you, Hu Shidi, and train together. Hu Tian animatedly recounted, occasionally gesturing, while Lin Xiaohua responded with gasps of wonder. Hu Tian animatedly recounted, occasionally gesturing, while Lin Xiaohua responded with gasps of wonder and charming laughter, her adoring gaze revolving around Hu Tian as if he were the brightest star in the martial academy. Meanwhile, Shirley, practicing his boxing alone in the corner, remained oblivious to it all. His thoughts were solely focused on his training. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had gone by. In the morning, Jiang Ye slowly retracted. Martial Arts Mastery 5, Animal Boxing Minor Achievement 467500. It seems I can knock on the door of dark strength tonight. Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled slightly, a hint of excitement visible. With the nourishment of the blood replenishing pill, he had refined his qi and blood adequately over the past few days, waiting for tonight, when his fist technique would reach perfection, and he would be able to enter the realm of dark strength. During the day, I should rest well and conserve my energy. Jiang Ye returned to his position as the gatekeeper, gathering his strength. Yet while the tree desires tranquility, the wind does not cease. Around noon, a woman's crisp exclamation suddenly broke the usual quiet of the martial academy from the direction of the outer courtyard. Hu Tian Shidi has mastered his fist technique. The voice belonged to Lin Xiaohua, who did not hide her joy and deliberately raised her voice, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Then came the envious remarks from the outer courtyard disciples. What? Hu Tian Shidi? He's only been here a few days. Counting the days. Less than 7 days, right? My goodness. 7 days to master the collapse mountain fist. Is this what top-tier aptitude looks like? Comparing people leads to death, comparing goods leads to rejection. I've been practicing for nearly a month, and I haven't even touched the threshold. So there's no point in comparison. Competing with such a genius is just asking for trouble. The voices reached near the door. Even Jiang Ye, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them, revealing a hint of surprise. This Hu kid's speed in mastering the fist technique is even faster than Yi's back then. Jiang Ye recalled Lu Yi, who also had top-tier aptitude, and had taken 7 to 8 days to master the fist technique. It seemed Hu Tian indeed possessed some potential. Of course, this astonishing talent, which would seem incredible to ordinary people, was merely a flicker of firefly light in the face of Jiang Ye's unparalleled understanding of fist techniques. The outer courtyard's training ground was now in an uproar. Hu Shidi is indeed a genius among geniuses. Lin Xiaohua surrounded Hu Tian with delight like the moon surrounded by stars. The excitement on his face was overflowing. It was as if the one mastering the fist technique was her. While she spoke flattering words, she secretly cast sidelong glances at Shirley, who had been silently practicing. However, to her disappointment, Shirley seemed oblivious, still diligently honing the framework of the collapsed mountain fist, sweat dripping from his forehead, his focus as solid as iron, completely unresponsive to Hu Tian's breakthrough and the surrounding commotion, as if he dwelled in another world. A flicker of frustration and disappointment flashed in Lin Zaihua's eyes as she coldly snorted, her voice not loud, but just enough to reach the ears of those nearby. Humph, he must know the gap between him and Hu Tian's is too vast, accepting his fate and solely focusing on sweating away that little bit of effort. Before long, news of Hu Tian mastering his fist technique reached the inner courtyard, drawing Lu Qingshi's attention, prompting him to come to the outer courtyard. Seeing Hu Tian, who had a flushed face and was brimming with excitement, Lu Qingshi's eyes revealed a hint of approval, and he nodded slightly. Not bad, mastering it within 7 days. Your talent is even better than I imagined. In the past decade, among the new disciples of the martial academy, your talent is considered top tier. He paused, his expression becoming serious. Hu Tian, from today on you are officially my disciple Lu Qingshi and may study in the inner courtyard. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation in the future, feel free to ask me. As he spoke, he took out a small blue and white porcelain bottle from his bosom and handed it to him. This blood replenishing pill is your reward, which can help stabilize your foundation and allow for a quicker breakthrough. Thank you, master. Hu Tian excitedly accepted the pill. He had seen Jiang Su take a blood replenishing pill before and knew that it was quite expensive, costing 20 taels of silver per bottle. This was not just a pill, but also a symbol of status and importance. In front of everyone's eyes, Hu Tian stood tall, following Lu Qingshi as he strode confidently into the inner courtyard, a higher level of cultivation. The expressions on the faces of the outer courtyard disciples were complex as they watched Hu Tian's retreating figure. Though they had anticipated this day, they never expected it to arrive so swiftly. Lin Xiaohua felt both joyful that her potential stock had risen significantly, providing her with support in the inner courtyard. Worrying that Hu Tian's rapid progress would inevitably elevate his standards, and if she couldn't catch up quickly. Just as the stir caused by Hu Tian had yet to fully settle. Shirlei Shidi has also mastered his fist technique. An outer courtyard disciple exclaimed in surprise. The news spread like the second stone thrown into the lake, creating ripples different from the first. There was no uproar or excitement, but rather an anticipated quiet mixed with complex emotions. After all, Shirlei had been training for nearly 2 months, only a step away from the threshold. His diligence was evident. His journey to mastery resembled that of a marathon finally reaching the finish line. While admirable, it lacked the shock of a genius leap. Him taking nearly 2 months to master just the basics compared to Hu Tian's genius, it's simply worlds apart. Lin Xiaohua frowned tightly as she looked at Shirlei's determined figure. Her cold smile was laced with evident disdain, but upon closer inspection beneath that disdain lay a hint of bitterness and unease she herself was unwilling to admit. Though Shirlei progressed slowly, he finally crossed this hurdle. Once he knocked open the door to bright strength, he would officially become a martial artist, marking the beginning of his distinction from ordinary people. The inner courtyard disciples naturally heard the commotion from outside. What a good day is it today? Our martial academy is thriving. 2 outer courtyard disciples have mastered their fist techniques in a single day. Hey, although they entered on the same day, these two are not comparable. Hu Tian is a genius. As for Shirlei, I heard his aptitude is just average, and he has struggled for nearly 2 months. I do have some impression of Shirlei. He trains incredibly hard, but regrettably his aptitude is limited. I fear that knocking on the door to bright strength will be his peak. Being able to reach bright strength is already a solid foundation in this world, a notch above the common folk. The inner courtyard disciples began to discuss with interest. What a coincidence. Lu Qingshi, who was guiding Hu Tian to adapt to the inner courtyard's training rhythm, stood up, a smile on his face. As he prepared to exit, he saw Shirlei walking in. Shirlei's face bore no sign of overwhelming joy after his breakthrough, remaining steadfast and quiet. The rigorous training of recent days, coupled with the scars on his body, made him appear more mature and composed than his peers. He approached Lu Qingshi respectfully, bowing, Master Lu, I Shirlei have mastered the collapse mountain fist. I'm not bad, I had been paying attention to you. Lu Qingshi regarded him with both scrutiny and approval. He nodded slightly solemnly, stating, though your aptitude is average, your determination and willpower surpass that of many. The path of martial arts values both aptitude and determination. With diligent practice you may achieve great. He then similarly took out a blue and white porcelain bottle, handing it to Shirlei. Since you have mastered your technique, you are now my official disciple. This blood replenishing pill is for you. I hope you can solidify your foundation, cultivate your chi, and knock on the door to bright strength soon. Thank you, master. Shirlei accepted it, his tone steady and his gratitude heartfelt. Meanwhile, Hu Tian, initially elated, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon seeing Lu Qingshi bestow the same precious pill to Shirlei, who had average aptitude. Shirlei is of ordinary talent. Even if he has mastered the technique, it's nothing special. He doesn't deserve such a valuable pill. Shirlei Shidi, I look forward to your guidance in the future. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Zhao Gang, often praised as the kind-hearted one in the inner courtyard, approached with a hearty smile. Compared to the dazzling yet slightly arrogant Hu Tian, he preferred interacting with diligent and humble individuals like Shirlei. The news of Zhang Ze's failure in the secret knock was like a thunderclap, quickly spreading throughout the martial academy, both inside and out. Initially, it was just the suppressed commotion and whispers among the core disciples of the inner academy. However, this astonishing news spread rapidly, as if it had grown wings fueled by various embellished speculations and unabashed discussions. Have you heard? Senior brother Jiang Su failed in the secret knock. What a... That's impossible. Senior brother Jiang is of superior bone quality, comes from a wealthy family, and consumes pills like candy. Shouldn't breaking through the secret knock be quite simple for him? Absolutely true. I saw him being supported by two others as he came out of the headmaster's study, his face pale, and his breath weak, clearly a result of failing the secret knock and injuring his vitality. Hiss. Is it possible for even someone with superior bone quality to fail? It seems the headmaster's words bone quality is not everything and character determines fate are not mere empty words. Haha, I say failure is actually the norm. That guy Jiang Su, relying on his family background and bone quality, has become insufferably arrogant. He spends his days gathering friends to indulge in banquets, thinking about how to win people's hearts and put on airs. It's likely he hasn't dedicated much time to truly honing his vitality and comprehending the art of energy transformation. The voices of the inner disciples were not loud, but the almost unabashed schadenfreude and sarcasm pierced through the doors and windows like tiny needles, embedding themselves in the hearts of every informed individual. Jiang Su, who was usually arrogant and overbearing, had offended many, and now that he had fallen, most simply looked on with cold eyes, with some even secretly delighted. Inside the study, the atmosphere was heavy. Lu Qingshi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while Jiang Su sat on the ground, his spirit waning. After a moment, he slowly turned his head to look at the pale-faced disciple before him, whose forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and finally sighed. Jiang Su, your bone quality is superior, and your family has sufficient resources to support your cultivation. Such conditions are coveted by ordinary people. Lu Qingshi's voice was not loud, but it carried a weight. However, your mind is scattered, and you have not been able to fully focus on the martial path. Socializing at banquets and entanglements with others have invisibly drained your vitality and worn down your... In the secret knock, the foremost importance lies in pure intention and transparent energy. Your reserves have not yet met the requirements, and your spirit is too restless. Forcing a breakthrough will result in failure. This is not an accident. Jiang Su sat cross-legged on the cold ground, his arms tightly clenched into fists, his teeth gritted, the sound of friction audible. He lowered his head, his disheveled hair covering most of his face, but the fierce anger and resentment swirling in his eyes were like a volcano ready to erupt. For such a talent to fail in the secret knock before the eyes of many, this was a brutal shredding of his sense of superiority, right in front of everyone, trampling it underfoot. In fact, he had vaguely sensed before the knock that his reserves might still be just a fraction short. But today, with Hu Tian and Shi Lei both successfully entering the basics of their martial arts, the entire academy felt a sense of today is a lucky day. Coupled with his inner arrogance and impatience for success, he had taken a chance and forcefully attempted the knock. The result was a most ruthless slap of reality. Seeing him like this, Lu Qingshi felt a mix of emotions. He shook his head slightly, his tone softening, carrying a hint of consolation. Fortunately, your foundation is intact. It's just your vitality that has been severely harmed. With your bone quality and family background, after returning, take good care of your body, replenish your vitality, calm your mind, and cultivate for a period of time to dispel distractions. In the future, there may still be a chance for another attempt at the knock. After saying this, he said no more. As Jiang Su, whose steps were unsteady and whose entire being exuded a sense of dejection, cautiously moved out of the study. The two disciples, one on the left and one on the right, almost supported the unsteady Jiang Su as he carefully made his way out of the study. From all directions, various gazes were cast upon him. Among these gazes were unabashed curiosity, suppressed snickering, a few complex expressions of sympathy, and more stark schadenfreude. Senior brother Jiang Su, are you all right? Hu Tian had hurried over at some point, his expression filled with concern. However, what greeted him was Zhang Ze's sudden turn, a cold and dark gaze filled with resentment and disdain. In Zhang Ze's twisted heart at this moment, if it weren't for Hu Tian and Shi Lei bringing him good news today, which had made him uneasy and misjudged the situation, how could he have hastily attempted the knock and ended up in such a disgraceful state? These two, including the annoying Shi Lei, had become part of his failure and disgrace, quietly resented by him. Hu Tian was taken aback by this sudden cold reception and stood there somewhat at a loss, assuming it was just Zhang Ze's extremely bad mood and not thinking too deeply. Ah, damn it. Feeling the eyes of the surrounding disciples on him, Jiang Su felt an immense humiliation. What crushed him the most was the glimpse of Lu Yi out of the corner of his eye. The woman he cared about the most, her usually serene face, seemed to reveal a hint of contempt. Meanwhile, standing next to Lu Yi, Su Yin was looking at him with an amused expression, her beautiful eyes not hiding her schadenfreude. This almost drove Jiang Su insane. Haven't you eaten? Move faster. He suddenly turned his head, growling in a low, tense voice at the two disciples supporting him, veins popping on his forehead. The two followers trembled in fright, no longer daring to be slow, using all their strength to half-drag, half-support Jiang Su as they hurriedly fled the inner academy. Sitting on a small stool outside the door, Jiang Ye had pieced together the general situation from the faint commotion and snippets of conversation coming from the inner academy. Yet when he saw Zhang Ze's bloodless face and spirit seemingly drained relying on others to walk, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Superior bone quality failing the knock. Expected, I suppose. A hint of mockery flashed in Jiang Ye's. At this moment, he was unaware that Zhang Ze's ensuing madness would unexpectedly shatter his 70-year-long status of being a virgin. Anxi County, the Zhang family compound in the eastern part of the city. Inside a brightly lit study. Swear you have deeply disappointed me. A middle-aged man stood behind a massive Zitenwood desk, his back straight, clad in a dark purple brocade robe. Lean of frame and stern of countenance, his gaze cut like sharpened steel across Zhang Su's ashen face. He was Jiang Ye, patriarch of the Zhang family, and Zhang Su's father. Faced with his father's rebuke, Zhang Su, who outwardly prided himself on arrogance and disdain, now lowered his head in silence, breath held tight, too terrified even to protest. Think of your elder brother. Jiang Ye took a step forward, his voice grew colder still. His innate talent is merely above average, far inferior to yours. Yet his will is unyielding. He endures solitude, bears hardship without complaint, and broke through the veil of hidden momentum in a single flawless attempt, never once demanding my intervention or concern. And what of you? His eyes sharp as an eagle's locked onto Zhang Su's. You possess superior natural aptitude, every advantage bestowed upon you. I placed immense hope in you, invested far greater resources. How then do you repay me? Your voice suddenly rose thick with suppressed fury, as though volcanic pressure long contained had at last found its fissure. Ordinarily I tolerated your gatherings with friends, your indulgence in taverns and pleasures of sight and sound. I dismissed it all as youthful recklessness, mere excess. But you, on the matter of breaking through the veil of hidden momentum, the very foundation of your martial path and the cornerstone of your future, you treated it with such contempt. So fragile, so utterly shattered. Failure. The final 3 words erupted in a near growl, each syllable landing like a heavy lash upon Zhang Su's already ruined pride. An overwhelming weight pressed down upon him, mountainous, suffocating, causing his frail body to tremble and his already weak chi to spiral into chaos. Zhang Su's face paled to an alarming hue, beads of cold sweat glistened densely upon his brow. His lips parted, but no sound emerged. He bowed his head so deeply it seemed he wished to bury it within his own chest. Crushing shame and paternal pressure made even breathing an arduous trial. After a long, heavy silence, Jiang Ye gazed upon his son's bowed head. His eyes filled with layered sorrow, disappointment, frustration at his son's wasted potential, yet also pity and weary resignation. He sighed deeply, the sound hollow and oppressive in the vast, empty study. Enough. I have spoken all that needed saying. Jiang Ye's tone softened slightly, but his authority remained unshaken. For now your foremost duty is rest and recovery, to restore your vital essence. The Zhang family lacks neither herbs nor medicine. I shall have the finest tonics delivered to you. Once your blood and chi stabilize and your mind calms, another attempt at breaking through the veil awaits. But listen well, Sewer. Opportunity does not linger eternally. His gaze sharpened anew as he fixed it. This time, do not fail me again. Do you understand? Like a drowning man seizing driftwood, Zhang Su jerked his head up, meeting his father's stern gaze, and cried out, voice raw with resolve. Father, I swear it. From this day forth I shall cleanse my heart and refocus every ounce of energy, every thought upon the martial path. I shall devote myself to rigorous cultivation, and succeed in breaking through the veil next time. Should I falter again, I shall have no face left to stand before you. Hearing this oath, bloodbound in its gravity, Jiang Ye's icy expression finally thawed, his anger subsiding just enough. He nodded faintly, may your deeds match your words. Then his tone shifted, his gaze turning inward, profound and searching. By the way, how stands your relationship with Lu Qingshi's daughter at the Wuyuan Academy? Any tangible progress? Father, Shishi. Zhang Su's face blanched anew, his eyes darted away, tongue stumbling, while fresh beads of cold sweat broke across his forehead. He knew not how to answer. At the Wuyuan Academy, Lu Yi had always treated him with distant reserve. That face, pure and serene as a snow lotus, had never once revealed to him even the faintest trace of special regard. Every calculated advance, every subtle overture vanished without ripple, like clay sinking soundlessly into deep water. Observing his son's flustered, stammering silence, Zhang Ye already grasped 7 or 8 parts of the truth. The fleeting softness on his face hardened once more, of frustration, sharp and bitter, flared anew in his eyes. When I sent you to Qingshe Martial Academy, I warned you repeatedly. Jiang Ye's voice regained its suppressed wrath. Cultivating martial skill is but one facet, not the most vital. What matters most is forging ties among peers, and winning over Lu Qingshi's daughter. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, but deepening its weight. Sewer, open your eyes and see. This world grows ever more unstable. Famine ravages province after province, refugees swarm like locusts, demons and devils alike rise from the shadows. Before long, even Anxi County may descend into chaos. Securing Lu Qingshi, a master of the transcendent momentum realm, through Lu Yi, is vital to our family survival. Jiang Su hesitated, brows furrowing. Father, times are indeed turbulent. Peasants starve and riot across the land. But can such rabble, mere bandits, truly breach Anxi's city walls? The Zhou dynasty, now in its twilight, witnessed peasant uprisings erupting everywhere. Yet most rebels engaged only in petty plunder, desperate for sustenance, earning them the scornful title of bandits. Jiang Su refused to believe such peasants could storm a walled city. Do you take me for one who speaks in idle alarm? Jiang, he snorted coldly, a flicker of urgency and gravity flashing in his eyes. Just yesterday, Lushan County sealed its gates and declared martial law. Chaos reigns within its walls. What can mere roving bandits incite such upheaval in Lushan County? Jiang Su snapped his head up, disbelief stark upon his face. Lushan County lay adjacent to Anxi. Should unrest spread, wealthy families like theirs would be the first marked. Alone, such peasants possess no such power. Jiang He's expression turned grim, so dark it seemed moisture might drip from his features. Leaning close to his son, voice hushed to a whisper. Rumors suggest the Seven Slaughter sect may cast its shadow over Lushan's turmoil. What the Seven Slaughter sect? At those three words, Jiang Su's heart lurched violently. Across the Zhou realm, the name Seven Slaughter sect struck terror into men's hearts, so fearsome it could silence crying infants. Originating in the preceding dynasty, it stood as the paramount demonic sect, stealthy, ruthless, devoted to the doctrine that slaughter itself was the path to enlightenment. It was annihilated by the founding emperor's personal army, driven underground, seemingly eradicated. Yet after the emperor's death, remnants of the sect, like rats in sewer tunnels, began slowly regenerating their strength in darkness, enduring to this very day. The sect's infamy stemmed from the unspeakable cruelty of its followers, beyond mortal comprehension. One rumored initiation requirement demanded 1,000 human lives spilled by the aspirant's own hand. Thus, every adherent was a butcher of men. Throughout the Zhou dynasty's centuries, nearly every cataclysmic massacre, cities razed, clans exterminated, bore the sect's hidden signature. Seeing his son's pallor deepen and limbs tremble, Jiang He's heart sank, but he masked it, shaking his head with forced composure. Still, this rumor may not be wholly reliable. The sect's stronghold and core forces remain entrenched in the northern provinces, rarely venturing southward. Perhaps someone merely invokes its name to intimidate, bluffing, nothing more. Jiang Su's complexion eased slightly, but the terror in his eyes remained undimmed. Regardless, the rumor has taken root, and the situation deteriorates with startling speed. Jiang He spoke with unwavering finality. Whether the Seven Slaughter sect's return is real or fabricated, the sealing of Lushan's gates is undeniable. The tide of unrest spreading outward is equally certain. Can Anxi truly remain untouched? No one dares guarantee it. When the nest falls, no egg remains whole. How then can the Jiang family, rooted here, rest easy? His gaze pierced Jiang Su's. Now you comprehend why securing Lu Qingshi's favor is so critical. I understand, father. Jiang Su swallowed hard, suppressing the creeping chill and panic, then nodded, firm and resolute. I will find a way, no matter what it takes, to draw near Lu Yi. Sewer. Jiang He abruptly cut him off, his tone shifting, laden with an unsettling ambiguity. In matters of love and courtship, outcomes are not always governed by mutual consent or natural progression. In extraordinary times, extraordinary means may be warranted. He paused, as if recalling distant memories, his voice drifting almost dreamlike. When I pursued your mother, she rejected me outright, treated me as if I were heir. So I employed a modest measure of cunning and strategy. See how we stand now, honoring each other at table, bound in deep affection and harmony. Jiang Su stared blankly for a moment. Then, as if lightning cleaved fog, realization struck. His eyes blazed, a light with sudden understanding fused with something darker, more feverish, his voice trembling with excitement. Father, you mean, I may force her compliance? Reflect upon it carefully, alone. Jiang He refused to let him utter that vile phrase, turning away and waving dismissively, his back rigid, his tone snapping back to its usual severity and distance, as though those veiled, perilous words had never been spoken. That's right. It must be a forceful approach. Jiang Su stood there watching his father's departing figure, his chest heaving with emotion. Such thoughts spread like poisonous vines, quickly entangling his reason. Since his father had spoken to this extent, it was not just about doing it, but about doing it decisively. Otherwise, in his father's eyes, he was a son who had failed in the trial of knocking on the door and couldn't handle even minor matters. How would he compete for family power against that steady and successful elder brother in the future? He forced himself to remain calm, casting aside the shame of failure and the fear of chaos, fully immersing himself in this treacherous and dirty plan. Jiang Zu's gaze was no longer filled with panic, replaced instead by a near-manic calculation. The biggest challenge of this plan was how to create an opportunity to be alone with Lu Yi. He understood the woman's character. She was cold and aloof, always looking down on him, so it was impossible to invite her personally. Direct action. There were many eyes and ears inside and outside the martial arts academy, and Lu Qingshi was a master of transformation. Any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. What to do? Jiang Su began to think rapidly. His thoughts were focused on martial arts, perhaps a bit restless, but when it came to the world of pleasure and understanding human hearts, he was exceptionally gifted. His furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Hu Tian. Yes, that kid Hu Tian. A bold idea emerged. Recently he had just taken in the little brother, Hu Tian. Oh, wasn't he the perfect pawn? Let Hu Tian use the excuse of entering martial arts to express gratitude to his master, and host a banquet to thank Lu Yi. With a flicker of thought, a cold smile crept on his Jiang Ze's lips. I've already fed that poor kid so many bones, it's time for him to wag his tail and serve me. However, the smile quickly faded. He understood Lu Yi. While she appeared cold on the surface, her mind was sharp and her guard was strong. Even if Hu Tian stepped forward with the excuse of congratulating a fellow disciple, she might not agree to meet alone. Rushing into an invitation might instead alarm the snake. What if Hu Tian also invited Su Yin at the same time? Jiang Su furrowed his brows again, his fingers involuntarily tapping on the table. Although Lu Yi and Su Yin had different personalities, they were among the few who could exchange a few words in the martial arts academy, and their relationship was decent. If Su Yin accompanied her, Lu Yi's guard would be greatly reduced, increasing the chances of her accepting the invitation. With this thought, an even more insane and greedy idea surged into his mind like a poisonous snake, making it hard for him to breathe. Killing two birds with one stone. Since he was going to act, why not simply take down Su Yin as well? Once this thought emerged, it spread uncontrollably like wildfires. Jiang Su felt a surge of extreme excitement, and a shiver coursing through him, an abnormal flush appearing on his pale cheeks, while his eyes revealed raw desire and ferocity. Yes, let's do it. Killing two birds with one stone. As long as everything is arranged properly, both of them. He seemed to envision the thrilling scene, swallowing hard as his throat moved. In his view, although this plan was bold, it had a chance of success. The key was secrecy, speed, and post-event control. He knew that in the Zhou kingdom, regardless of how noble a woman's background or exceptional her talent, preserving her reputation was the heaviest shackles upon them. Once the rice was cooked, there was no turning back. Even if they harbored deep resentment for the sake of family honor and their own reputation, most would have to swallow their anger and accept reality. To cover up the scandal, they might even end up controlled by him. This was why he dared to be so bold, and it was also one of the cruelest rules for women in this world. Hu Tian is the bait. The location must be safe enough to avoid unnecessary onlookers. The lakeside pavilion would be perfect. The drugs must be fully prepared to ensure they have no means of resistance. Let's use that forbidden drug Botice intoxication. As for how to appease them afterward, how to negotiate, how to maximize the benefits. Jiang Su was completely immersed in his ruthless calculations, various schemes continuously surging in his mind. The gloom brought by the failure in knocking on the door seemed to dissipate, entirely replaced by the excitement of the impending dangerous hunt. He felt as if he could not only regain his position in his father's heart, but also capture those two in one fell. Ha ha ha. The more Jiang Su thought, the more excited he became, quickly calling over a trusted aide to send him to the martial arts academy to discuss some matters with Hu Tian. Isn't that Jiang Ze's sycophant Jiang Wang? What is he doing here? Jiang Ye, who was resting at the entrance, narrowed his eyes. He saw a man in black training clothes looking rather unfriendly rushing towards the martial arts academy. This person was Jiang Wang, Jiang Ze's trusted aide, and a capable master of profound strength. Jiang Wang appeared hurried, not even glancing at Jiang Ye, and walked quickly into the martial arts academy. Inside the academy, in the most secluded corner. Brother Hu Tian, young Master Jiang. There's a matter not big nor small that I'd like to ask for your help with. Jiang Wang lowered his voice and spoke softly to Hu Tian. Having been with Jiang Su for a few days, Hu Tian was already familiar with Jiang Wang. Upon hearing this, he straightened his chest and wore a warm, yet somewhat flattered smile. Brother Jiang Wang. What are you talking about? You're being too formal. Just tell me what you need, as long as I can do it, I will. Great. You truly are someone young master values. Jiang Wang praised, glancing around before lowering his voice further, leaning closer to Hu Tian and saying, Hey, race the thing. Young master, due to some inadvertent mistakes, may have unintentionally offended senior sister Lu Yi and senior sister Su Yin with his words. This has been troubling young master. It has become a knot in his heart. He has always wanted to find a suitable opportunity to apologize to the two senior sisters face-to-face at the banquet to clear up the misunderstanding so they can meet again in the martial arts academy in the future. However, you know young master's temperament. If he were to invite them directly, he fears that the two senior sisters might not give face, and it would become awkward. Well, it just so happens that you are entering martial arts today, which is a happy occasion. Young master thought, could you use the excuse of expressing gratitude to your master and celebrating your entry to invite both senior sisters to the lakeside pavilion for a small gathering? At that time young master will coincidentally appear, personally apologize, and clarify the situation. Seeing Hu Tian listening earnestly, Zhang Wang patted his shoulder, his tone growing more sincere. Rest assured, your task is to bring the two senior sisters to the lakeside pavilion. As long as they arrive, young master will handle the rest, and you won't have to worry at all. If this succeeds, young master will remember your kindness, and our brotherhood will be something unspoken. Hu Tian understood and nodded repeatedly, saying, I see now. I always thought young master Zhang and senior sister Su Yin seemed a bit incompatible. Turns out there was a misunderstanding. I will definitely find a way to invite both senior sisters over. If it had been before, he would not have dared to speak to core disciples like Lu Yi and Su Yin. However, today, after entering martial arts, he felt full of confidence, as if he had also stepped into the ranks of core disciples, able to talk to them on equal terms. Great. Young Master Zhang truly did not misjudge brother Hu Tian. No wonder young master has always regarded you as a brother. Zhang Wang nodded slightly upon seeing Hu Tian's confidence, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a neatly folded silver note, pushing it into Hu Tian's hand without hesitation. Hu Tian's peripheral vision caught the number 100 on the silver note, and his heart skipped a beat, but he suppressed his excitement and pretended to refuse. Brother Zhang Wang. What is this for? I'm doing this for young Master Zhang, it's only right. I can't accept this money, oh please take it back. Hey brother Hu Tian. Zhang Wang pressed the silver note firmly into Hu Tian's palm, chuckling. It's precisely because of your close relationship with young master, and that you are one of us, that you cannot work for free. This little amount is just young master's congratulatory gift for your entry into martial arts, so you must accept it. Upon hearing this, Hu Tian felt a warmth in his heart, realizing he had not followed the wrong brother, and accepted the silver note without further pretense. After about a cup of tea's time, Hu Tian glanced over at Lu Yi and Su Yin, who had finally stopped practicing not far away, took a deep breath, and forced himself to appear calm as he approached them, slightly cupping his fists, trying to sound steady. Hu Tian, greetings to the two senior sisters. Lu Yi merely cast him a faint glance upon hearing his voice, showing no intention to speak. On the other hand, Su Yin, whose personality was always delicate, showed a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes as she saw Hu Tian approach to speak. A gentle smile blossomed on her face, her voice clear. What's up, brother, Hu Tian? Is there something? Hu Tian steadied himself, following the words Zhang Wang had instructed him, speaking clearly. Senior sister, I am fortunate to join the Martial Arts Academy today, and my successful entry into martial arts relies entirely on Senior Lu's guidance. I am grateful, but have no means to repay, therefore I was thinking to host a modest banquet to express my thanks. I wish to invite both senior sisters to grace me with their presence. Oh. Su Yin raised her finely arched brows, her smile unwavering, but her tone carried a hint of teasing. Since it's to express gratitude to Senior Lu, shouldn't you invite Senior Lu instead? Why come to invite us both? Hu Tian had prepared for this and quickly replied, Senior Lu holds a lofty position with numerous responsibilities, I dare not disturb her easily. Thus I thought to invite her beloved daughter, senior sister, Yi, to convey my respect on her behalf. However, if I were to invite senior sister Yi alone, it would be inappropriate for a lone man and woman, and could lead to gossip that would harm her reputation. Therefore I also wish to invite senior sister Su Yin along, as it would be better to have company and more appropriate. His words, though somewhat stammering, were considerate and respectful. Su Yin found his awkwardness amusing, and said, So I was just an afterthought, huh? No. Senior sister, that's not what I meant. Hu Tian replied awkwardly. Su Yin looked at his inexperienced yet earnest expression, and her guard lowered a bit. Had it been earlier, she would not have bothered with someone like Hu Tian, who was just a follower of Zhang Su. However, Hu Tian had displayed potential by mastering martial arts in just 7 days. As long as he didn't falter, he would surely become a core disciple of the Martial Arts Academy. In fact, he could achieve even more beyond the academy. Though she held no deep intentions, forming a good relationship and maintaining face was beneficial rather than harmful. As a young lady from a wealthy family, she always had more things to consider. Since you have invited so sincerely, it would be impolite for me to decline your kindness. Su Yin said, turning her gaze to Lu Yi, softly asking, Yi, what do you think? Shall we go out for a meal? It has been a long time since we last ate out together. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's gaze shifted slightly. Her eyes had not lingered on Hu Tian for long, but were focused on Su Yin, and she nodded slightly. It seems it has indeed been a while since we had a meal outside together. Seeing the two agree, a flicker of joy appeared on Hu Tian's anxious face as he exclaimed, Thank you, senior sister. As night fell, it was time to close the academy. Most of the disciples had left, and Jiang Ye opened his drowsy eyes, revealing a glint of excitement. Tonight, I can knock on the door to profound strength. At this moment, Jiang Laob, a strong and respectful voice, called out. Shirley hurried over from the courtyard, still showing signs of sweat from his daytime practice, but his gaze was brighter and more determined than ever. Jiang Ye nodded slightly, acknowledging him. Shirley did not leave after greeting him as usual, but stopped in front. The young man cautiously retrieved a small, blue porcelain vial from his pocket, which was the blood-replenishing pill Lu Qingshi had given him today. After uncorking it, Shirley did not hesitate, directly pouring out 2 dark red pills, placing them in his palm, and offering them to Jiang Ye. His movements were clumsy, but his eyes were very serious as he looked at Jiang Ye. Jiang Lao, this pill. I heard it can replenish energy and strengthen bones. You are getting old and need nourishment. Please accept this. Jiang Ye recognized the pill at a glance, and his heart first went still before a complex emotion surged within him. For a disciple like Shirley, who came from a poor background and worked hard for his achievements, the value of these 2 blood-replenishing pills was extraordinary. Yet this child was willing to offer them to him, an old gatekeeper on the brink of death. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly, pushing the pills back. What use do I have for these as an old man? You are at a crucial time, refining your blood and preparing to knock on the door to profound strength. These pills are vital for you. Quickly put them away and don't waste them. Sure, Xiaozai, at my age a bit of revitalizing soup is sufficient. If I take more, I might just become weak from overcompensation. When he heard the term weak from overcompensation, Shirley paused, looking into the old man's eyes, which though aged were calm and resolute, and he seemed to understand a little more. After a moment of silence, he stopped insisting, took the 2 pills back into the vial, sealed it tightly, and stored it close. Then he took half a step back, sincerely bowed to Jiang Ye, and turned to leave, striding into the deepening night. Jiang Ye watched his departing figure, standing still for a moment. Outside the academy, Lin Xiaohe had not left as early as the other disciples. She deliberately stayed until the end, frequently glancing toward the moon gate leading to the inner courtyard. She was waiting for Hu Tian. Today Hu Tian formally entered the inner courtyard. His status had changed, and her sense of crisis grew like creeping vines. She had to seize the time to advance their relationship, ideally solidifying something. Then she saw a scene that made her heart suddenly constrict. Hu Tian wore a look of respectful adoration she had never seen before, trailing closely behind 2 figures as they exited the inner courtyard. Those 2 were the brightest jewels of the martial arts academy. Lu Yi, cold as snow, and Su Yin, gentle and radiant. Upon seeing the 2, a hint of inferiority flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Fortunately, she had a thick skin. After a moment of surprise, she quickly displayed a radiant smile and addressed the 3, senior sister Lu Yi, senior sister Su Yin, Hu Tian. Before she could finish her words, Hu Tian abruptly turned around, as if pricked by a needle, and his expression changed instantly. He almost jumped to her side in one bound, regardless of anything else, pulling her to another corner with such force that Lin Xiaohe nearly stumbled. Lin Xiaohe, why are you still here? Hu Tian's voice was low but filled with dissatisfaction and annoyance. His brows furrowed, his eyes filled with reproach, as if she were an unwanted trouble. Lin Xiaohe was taken aback by his sudden harsh attitude. Her smile froze like a flower meeting sudden frost. She looked at Hu Tian, somewhat at a loss, her voice unconsciously becoming timid and filled with grievance. Hu Tian, I was waiting for you. Didn't you say you wanted to try the pancakes I made? My mother specially prepared the best flour and sesame today. What pancakes? I'm not interested. Hu Tian interrupted her impatiently, his eyes darting to Lu Yi and Su Yin, who were looking over, his tone growing even colder and quicker. Lin Xiaohe, listen well, stay away from me in the future. I'm afraid the senior sisters will misunderstand. After hearing this, Lin Xiaohe felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her entire being stiffened. The smile she had tried to maintain faded, leaving only a pale, incredulous shock. This sentence felt eerily familiar. Why did it sound so familiar? So piercing. In a flash, she suddenly, in front of the onlookers, she had spoken nearly the same cold and harsh words to Shirley, who was covered in injuries and had a vacant gaze, hastily distancing himself. But how did it change so quickly? This phrase became a poisoned boomerang, stabbing back at her in a more vicious and humiliating way. Retribution. Reincarnation. Or is this world inherently so absurd and cruel? Lin Xiaohe stood there dazed, watching Hu Tian turn away without a hint of longing, her smile instantly returning as she jogged back to Lu Yi and Su Yin, explaining something in a low voice, her attitude both humble and warm. The 2 slender figures did not even cast her a glance, as if she were an inconspicuous speck of dust by the roadside floating away. Hu Tian followed closely behind, like the most loyal dog. Jiang Lao, we're leaving now, you should. As Su Yin reached the door, she as usual offered a gentle smile to Jiang Ye, greeting him warmly. This was her nature. She was polite and considerate, making others feel like they were basking in spring. Old Jiang. Lu Yi nodded slightly, her cold gaze lingering on Jiang Ye for a moment, acknowledging him. Her character was such that she spoke little, but she still showed a degree of respect for the elderly man who had guarded them for decades. Seeing that the 2 most eye-catching senior sisters of the inner courtyard had greeted Jiang Ye, Hu Tian, who followed behind, did not dare to be negligent, quickly forcing a smile and politely cupping his hands. Old Jiang. Soon the figures of the 3 quickly blended into the night outside the door. Something's not right. Zhang Ze's sycophant Zhang Wang came to the martial arts academy this afternoon, and tonight Hu Tian is inviting them to dinner. Jiang Ye gazed at the 3 blurred figures, a hint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Based on his 70 years of experience, this matter was very suspicious. If Hu Tian had only invited Su Yin, Jiang Ye would not have intervened, but with Lu Yi added, the situation Lu Qingshi had not treated him poorly, providing protection for 20 years of rare stability in chaotic times. These were all real kindness. As for Lu Yi, though she was cold in nature, he had watched her grow up. Regardless of his position, he could not stand by and watch Lu Yi come to harm. Jiang Ye was about to turn around to close the two pitch-black doors when a disheveled figure stumbled out from the shadows of the... It was Lin Xiaohe. Jiang Ye's movements paused slightly as his aged eyes swept over her face, which appeared particularly pale under the dim light. Tears had yet to dry, and her eyes were filled with confusion. All the cleverness, scheming, and deliberately constructed smiles had vanished in this moment, leaving only bewilderment and pain after being harshly struck by reality. Almost forgot this snobbish girl hasn't left yet, Jiang Ye thought with a hint of understanding. Jiang Laobois. As Lin Xiaohe approached, her voice trembled uncontrollably, faint as a mosquito's buzz. This was probably the first time since entering the martial academy that she looked directly at this elderly gatekeeper and took the initiative to greet him. She raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes once filled with ambition and scheming, now deeply filled with regret. Her once youthful countenance appeared extremely fragile amidst the tears. Jiang Laobois, do you know which way Shi Lei Shixiang usually goes? She asked, nearly choking on her words, each syllable laced with a tentative, humble hope. Jiang Ye glanced at her and guessed that this snobbish girl had surely been rejected by Hu Tian and was now attempting to find Shi Lei for a second chance. Not sure, Jiang Ye replied calmly. He didn't even spare Lin Xiaohe a second glance. After saying those 3 words, he turned around to close the door. Bang! The heavy doors of the martial academy slammed shut behind him with a loud thud. The dull sound was particularly loud in the night, nailing down the last shred of hope in Lin Zaihe's heart. Outside, Lin Xiaohe stood dazed, staring at the tightly closed doors in front of her. Her lips moved slightly, but no sound emerged. In the end, she left like a powerless puppet, stumbling away. Inside, Jiang Ye stood for a moment listening, and he waited until Lin Xiaohe staggered away before he stopped pretending. His eyes suddenly opened wide, the light in them sharp and fierce, no longer showing any signs of aging. His heart stirred slightly as the true essence of the spiritual ape in his sea of consciousness swiftly flowed through his body like mercury. The 206 bones in his body seemed to be simultaneously manipulated by an invisible, yet dexterous hand, producing a faint, dense, crackling sound reminiscent of rain on banana leaves. This was not a fracture, but the most delicate adjustment and reshaping. The hunchbacked spine, which had been bent for decades, seemed to be infused with molten iron, slowly straightening segment by segment. His once slack shoulders retracted, and his entire posture suddenly became upright, gaining a significant height. The changes in his face were even more pronounced. The muscles on his cheekbones lifted slightly, smoothing out the wrinkles on his face. Although the underlying signs of aging were still apparent, the overall contours had completely transformed. From initially being amiable and rounded, he had become angular, with his eyes growing deeper, naturally exuding an unshakable ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the person standing there was no longer the harmless old man who seemed as if he could be blown over by a gust of wind. Instead, he was a tall, lean figure with cold, sharp eyes radiating an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled. Now Jiang Ye could easily be mistaken for a notorious bandit. The spiritual ape transformed, existing within the heart. A new appearance could emerge in an instant. Jiang Ye slightly moved the joints of his newly formed body. He did not hesitate, not even glancing at the mirror. With a light push of his foot, he leaped over the walls of the martial academy, like a graceful swallow, following the direction where Hu Tian and the others had left. At Jinghu Lake in the south of Anxi County, the lake's surface was broad, reflecting the stars above and the lights along the shore like a mirror. In the center of the lake stood several exquisite pavilions with flying eaves and ornate brackets brightly illuminated, connected to the shore by winding corridors or elegant boats, a favorite gathering spot for the rich and influential of the city. Hu Shidi is quite generous. This place isn't cheap, Su Yan remarked lightly as she stepped onto a delicate boat leading to one of the private water pavilions. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, she had naturally visited this place many times and knew that the costs were... Hu Tian's heart raced, yet his face was filled with a humble and understanding smile as he prepared to say, "Senior sister Su Yan, you're joking. You and senior sister Yi are both esteemed individuals, and it is already a great honor to have you both here for the feast. I cannot be negligent. Oh, I must choose the best place in Anxi County to be worthy of both senior sisters. You certainly know how to speak well." Su Yan merely smiled faintly at this. Lu Yi remained indifferent, showing no reaction to the surrounding scenery or Hu Tian's flattery, silently drifting with the boat to the center of the lake. Before long, the small boat docked beside the water pavilion marked Ting Yuxian. The 3 of them ascended the stairs together, arriving at a delicately decorated private room that exuded a faint sandalwood scent. Before long, the small boat docked beside the water pavilion marked Ting Yuxian. The 3 of them ascended the stairs together, arriving at a delicately decorated private room that exuded a faint... Before serving the dishes, allow me to toast you both with tea instead of wine to thank you for gracing us with your presence. Seeing them settled, Hu Tian eagerly poured each of them a cup of clear tea from the celadone teapot on the table. The amber-colored tea swayed gently in the jade cups, releasing a light fragrance. Zhang Wang had previously instructed him to simply bring the two of them to the private room at the heart of the lake and offer them a cup of tea. Once that was done, his task would be complete, and Zhang Su would appear soon after, allowing him to make an excuse to leave. Seeing that the cup only contained tea and not alcohol, Su Yan's guard lessened a bit. She slightly parted her cherry lips and took a small sip. Lu Yi merely raised the teacup with her fingertips out of courtesy, lightly tasting a small sip. As both of them drank a sip of tea, Hu Tian sighed in relief. He had completed what Zhang Wang had asked of him. Zhang Su Shixiang should be arriving soon. Just as this thought flashed through Hu Tian's mind, there was a knock at the door. Su Yan and Lu Yi assumed it was a waitress coming to serve the dishes and paid no attention. However, the one who entered was Zhang Su, his pale face carrying an air of forced excitement and suppressed exhilaration. Zhang Su, what are you doing here? Su Yan and Lu Yi's expressions darkened simultaneously, cold light flashing in their eyes. Two piercing gazes like solid ice instantly pinned Hu Tian, whose complexion had suddenly changed. They had not heard Hu Tian mention inviting Zhang Su. Had they known, they would never have set foot in this place. The situation is... Hu Tian felt as if his blood was freezing under the two chilling gazes. Especially Lu Yi's eyes seemed to carry a hint of murderous intent, making him feel uneasy. He swallowed hard and was about to explain. Today Hu Tian Shidi entered the basics of boxing and joined the inner academy. This calls for a grand celebration. As his closest senior brother, I naturally had to come and celebrate. Zhang Su interrupted Hu Tian and subtly gestured to him. Hu Tian immediately understood, realizing Zhang Su was hinting that he could leave. Senior sister Zhang Su Shixiang, I am feeling a sharp pain in my stomach. I need to excuse myself for a moment. Please excuse me. He quickly found an excuse, not daring to meet the cold eyes of Lu Yi and Su Yan, and hurriedly left. As soon as Hu Tian burst out the door, Zhang Wang, who had been waiting outside, caught him and chuckled. Hu Tian, you did great. Come, brother, will take you to have some fun elsewhere. The rest will be handled by the young master. Without waiting for Hu Tian to respond, he dragged the unsettled Hu Tian onto another small boat and quickly paddled towards the shore. Inside the private room, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. Su Yan's face was like frost, staring at Zhang Su, who sat at the table with an air of leisure and even a hint of pride, and coldly said, Zhang Su, if you want to treat us to a meal, you can just say so. Why go through so much effort making such a grand detour using a newly initiated junior brother? Don't you find this behavior embarrassing? Lu Yi remained silent, but the coldness in her eyes was 10 times more intense than Su Yan's sarcastic remarks, as if she could freeze the air. Her hands resting on her knees were already taut. Both of them were exceptionally sharp-witted. With Zhang Ze's sudden appearance and Hu Tian's hurried escape, plus the previous events being highly suspicious, they quickly realized this was a trap set by Zhang Su. Alas, senior sisters, you've misunderstood me. I truly only came to celebrate. Hu Tian Shidi, Zhang Su sighed, spreading his hands in a helpless and wronged manner. Is that so? Su Yan scoffed, suddenly standing up, her dress fluttering in the wind. In that case, we will take our leave. I hope you and Hu Tian Shidi enjoy your meal. As she spoke, she and Lu Yi stood up simultaneously, ready to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Su dropped the pretense and didn't bother to maintain the facade. The feigned helplessness and grievance on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a lewd, triumphant, and maniacal grin. I advise both senior sisters not to be in such a hurry to leave. Otherwise, when the drug starts to take effect, you might lose control halfway and show embarrassing behavior. If by chance an unsuspecting passerby sees, and some unspeakable rumors spread, then both senior sisters' reputations would be ruined in an instant. Drug effect. Su Yan and Lu Yi's expressions changed when they heard this. In a flash, they suddenly recalled the cup of clear tea Hu Tian had just served them. A faint, previously overlooked abnormal heat suddenly ignited upon hearing his words, spreading quietly in her lower abdomen, like sparks falling into a haystack. You dare to drug the tea? Su Yan exclaimed in shock and anger, her voice rising. You seek death. Lu Yi's reaction was even more direct. A cold light flashed in her clear eyes, filled with killing intent. As soon as she sensed she had been drugged, her body moved. Her right hand formed a blade, stabbing towards Zhang Ze's heart with the fury of a storm, aiming to kill him on the spot, without holding back. But as her fingers moved, she felt something was amiss. The energy that had once flowed smoothly within her body was now restrained, as if bound by invisible spider silk, making it difficult to operate. An even hotter, more numbing sensation accompanied her forced activation of energy, suddenly spreading throughout her body. The force behind her strike toward Zhang Su dissipated significantly, its speed drastically reduced, becoming soft and powerless. Zhang Su had already anticipated this. Instead of being startled, he rejoiced, easily evading her strike, with a slight sidestep, laughing heartily. Shiji, you should save your strength for later, when we have fun together. Warriors below the transformation level cannot resist the effects of the beautiful woman's drunkenness drug. The more you struggle, the faster the effects will take hold. Indeed, after Lu Yi's attack missed, 2 striking blushes immediately appeared on her fair cheeks, and her breathing grew hurried, while the originally cold beauty in her eyes showed a hint of dazedness. Jiangsu, you've gone mad. Su Yin felt the heat within her rising, rapidly spreading like wildfire, leaving her feeling weak and her heart racing. She braced herself against the table, her nails nearly digging into the wood, and shouted fiercely, "Do you realize the consequences of attacking both me and Yi at the same time? Do you think your Zhang family can cover for you? Can your father protect your life?" She never expected Jiangsu to be so brazen, foolish, and insane. This was no ordinary lust, it was a madness. To provoke both the Su family and Lu Qingshi, he was simply courting death. Su Yin Shiji, you guessed right, I've truly gone mad. Zhang Ze's face revealed a frenzied smile, and the pallor of his face was tinged with a sickly flush. He suddenly stood up, striding towards Lu Yi, who appeared slightly unsteady, but still fixed him with a cold gaze, his eyes filled with a nauseating possessiveness and a thrill of revenge. "Do you still want to suppress the drug's effects?" "Don't dream," he exclaimed. "Once the effects of the beautiful woman's drunkenness take hold, even the most chaste woman will become a shameless harlot. Honestly, I have longed for this day for too long. Especially you, Lu Yi." He stared intently at Lu Yi's face, now flushed from the drug, and anger, his voice hoarse with excitement. "You always act like an ice-cold saint looking down on me. Today I will tear off your facade of false purity. I want to see how you, the ice-cold saint, will become a desperate, craving wretch once the drug fully takes effect." "Huh? Jiangsu, if you dare to touch me." Lu Yi bit her own tongue, the sharp pain briefly restoring some clarity. Her voice was as sharp as a blade forged in a millennia of ice, every word carrying an unwavering resolve. "I swear I will do everything in my power to tear you limb from limb afterward. I will end my own life." Her icy, killing intent and determination in that vow momentarily halted Zhang Ze's frantic steps, a flicker of instinctive fear crossing his face. Lu Yi's gaze left him with no doubt that she would follow through with her words. But the next moment, that fear transformed into a furious rage. How could he be intimidated by a woman who was about to become his plaything? "Kill me. End your life." Zhang Ze's face twisted, and he roared madly, "Today, I will touch you. To die beneath the peony flowers is to be a ghost in style. Once I've had my fill of you, let's see how you—" Before he could finish his sentence, the tightly shut wooden door of the private room was suddenly flung open with a violent force. The cold lake wind laden with moisture rushed in, instantly extinguishing half the candles in the room, making the flames flicker unpredictably. "Who? Which fool dares to ruin my good?" Jiangsu roared angrily, turning his head, but his words cut off abruptly, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat. At the doorway, a figure stood tall like a spear, shrouded in the dimming light formed by the intertwining moonlight and water light. It was an elderly man with a lean, hard face and white hair. Without any superfluous words, without any unnecessary actions, the old man's body moved slightly, as if he merely took a small step forward. But that step exceeded Zhang Ze's ability to perceive. A blurred figure flew past, followed by a bony fist that seemed capable of splitting mountains, crashing into his chest. Bang! A muffled sound. He didn't even have time to feel pain before an irresistible, overwhelming force struck him, visibly indenting his chest. His body flew back like a kite with a broken string, his feet leaving the ground, until he crashed heavily against the wall of the private room. Boom! The hard wooden wall crumbled, as if it were paper under the tremendous impact. Amidst the scattering wood chips, Zhang Ze's figure flew out, tracing a miserable arc before splashing into the icy, dark waters of the lake, with a loud thud, immediately being engulfed by the rolling waves, leaving no sound behind. Did he wear inner armor? The white-haired elder gazed at the cold lake water, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could feel that the strength of the punch just now had been partially blocked by a layer of soft armor. Otherwise, that punch alone could have shattered Zhang Ze's chest, creating a large hole. While he pondered, two alluring scents wafted toward him. Jiang Ye stood in the private room, his remaining sanity flickering like a candle in a raging wind constant. He struggled to resist the absurd and shocking scene before him, along with the primal impulse surging uncontrolled. Having lived for 70 years witnessing the chaos of the world and the pain of life and death, he had seen it all. But this scene before him, he had truly never seen anything like it. Lu Yi and Su Yin staggered as if they were about to fall at any moment. The unusual flush on their faces had spread to their necks, their eyes becoming hazy, devoid of their usual cold composure and gentle grace, leaving only the appearance brought forth by the effects of botice intoxication. The breaths of the two women were no longer steady, resembling that of someone drunk, becoming blurred and indistinct under the dim light. Even though Jiang Ye prided himself on having a heart as strong as iron, he could not help but feel parched, his throat involuntarily rolling as he forced down the sudden surge of heat. He had never seen Lu Yi, the woman he had known since childhood, who was forever ice-cold and pure, display such a starkly different expression, enough to make any normal man's blood rush. Su Yan's usually gentle smile had transformed into a captivating and alluring grin. Kill me." At that moment, as Jiang Ye's heart and mind were in turmoil, Lu Yi seemed to muster the last bit of clarity, squeezing out 4 words from her nearly lost consciousness. Her voice was faint and intermittent, yet carried a heart-stirring resolve. This was a desperate cry for maintaining the last vestiges of dignity and purity beneath extreme humiliation and pain. Those words were like a bucket of cold water. Though they could not fully cool the surrounding heated air, they suddenly made Jiang Ye's chaotic thoughts clear. Kill Lu Yi. That is absolutely out of the question. He could not bring himself to do it. Then should he just knock them out? With his current strength, it would be easy to do. But immediately that thought was dismissed. Although he did not understand medicine, he knew the dangers of drugs like bottlenecks. If he forcibly subdued them without proper release, the violent potency of the drug would have nowhere to go, ultimately harming himself, scorching his meridians, and burning his internal organs. A lighter approach would damage his martial foundation, and in severe cases it could endanger his life. Regardless of the outcome, it would be contrary to his initial intention of saving them, leaving him restless for the rest of his life. What should he do? Sweat began to bead on Jiang Ye's forehead. He realized he seemed to be pushed into a hair-raising dilemma. The only remaining method seemed to be using Yang to nourish Yin, guiding the drug's potency, using his body to save them. But he was a 70-year-old man. This was inappropriate, wasn't it? Jiang Ye's face flushed with shame. What kind of situation is this? Within his heart a battle raged, his rational mind telling him this was the only way to preserve their lives and foundations. He stood frozen in place, experiencing for the first time what it meant to be embarrassingly awkward, caught between a rock and a hard place. Yet reality afforded him no more time. The effects of bottlenecks intoxication had peaked, drowning the last bits of reason in Lu Yi and Su Yan. The last flicker of clarity in their eyes vanished. An unconscious, sweetly enticing sound escaped Su Yan's throat. In the next moment, those two alluring scents which had long since been restrained could no longer be controlled. Like moths drawn to a flame or entwining vines, they rushed towards Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was caught off guard, or rather a flicker of hesitation in his heart prevented him from dodging in time. Bang! A soft sound. His frail body was struck directly, causing all three of them to lose their balance and fall backward onto the soft carpet of the private room. Jiang Ye lay on the floor, squinting his eyes, secretly sighing. He stood up and checked their condition. Lu Yi didn't drink much tea, and the drug hasn't penetrated deeply. After knocking her out, using ice water should appropriately detoxify her. Jiang Ye quickly made a decision. As for Su Yan, the drug had already seeped into her bones and blood. Jiang Ye sighed again, his eyes filled with helplessness. About an hour later, the secluded private room returned to silence, the breeze from the lake outside rustling through the broken walls with a faint sound. Jiang Ye straightened his old back and struggled to stand up. He shook his head. A complex emotion flickered in Jiang Ye's aged eyes. He had never expected that in his 70 years of solitude he would experience such unexpected fortune. Who could have imagined that the most radiant jewel within the martial academy was actually, if even a whisper of this matter were to leak, not to mention in Anxi County, the entire history of romantic tales and legends within the Zhou Kingdom would surely dedicate a page to him, the old gatekeeper. Recalling the events that had just transpired, aside from satisfaction, a trace of fear lingered in Jiang Ye's eye. Fortunately, the 5 animals fist he practiced was a form of health-preserving martial art. Otherwise his old bones might have met their end here today. This battle was indeed perilous. Both of them are martial artists with vigorous chi and blood, their physiques far surpassing ordinary women. They could wake up at any moment. Jiang Ye forced himself to calm down, quickly analyzing the current situation, his brows tightly knitted. When they wake up facing this scene, facing me. He could hardly imagine what would happen when Lu Yi's ice-cold gaze returned to clarity, when Su Yan's gentle smile turned to shock and indignation. How should he conduct himself? Explain, apologize, or silently endure the possible overwhelming wrath and murderous intent? I cannot stay here. Almost instantly he made the decision to temporarily retreat. But it was not about fleeing. For the safety of the two, he certainly would not go far, just hiding nearby. If anyone dared to approach, he would strike immediately. Jiang Ye bent down, moving as gently as possible to help the unconscious Lu Yi and Su Yan dress properly. Afterward, he carefully inspected the damaged door and wall hole, straining to listen for any sounds around, confirming multiple times that no outsiders would approach this secluded waterside pavilion in the near future. With everything arranged, he took one last look at the 2 beautiful women nestled and sleeping on the carpet. His gaze lingered for a moment on Lu Yi's face, which even in sleep could not hide her exquisite features, his eyes filled with a complex and inscrutable expression. An inexplicable, somewhat absurd thought flashed through his mind. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Inside the quiet private room, a sound filled with discomfort and pain broke the silence. Lu Yi slowly lifted her eyelids, as if shedding a heavy burden, her long eyelashes fluttering. When she first woke up, a hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, quickly replaced by the sight before her. Beside her was Su Yan, still sleeping with a furrowed brow, and the floor was in disarray. She stared blankly, her mind a blank slate, as if her memories had been forcefully severed. But in the next moment, those previous images flashed through her mind like lightning. Hu Tian's hypocritical invitation, and that cup of tea. Zhang Ze's face twisted with malicious glee. The burning sensation within her, the loss of strength, the collapse of her rationality. Then a figure with white hair burst in like a divine weapon, punching Zhang Su into the lake. Then came the complete loss of control for both herself and Su Yan. In the end, all she remembered was being doused with icy water, which diminished the heat within her. What made her feel even more ashamed was, in her memories, it seemed they were the ones taking the initiative while that old man with white hair was entirely passive throughout the ordeal. What a shameful and humiliating situation this was. If only she could wish it all away as a nightmare. After waking from the dream, everything would come to an end. She remained the cool and self-possessed Lu Yi, the unattainable pearl of the martial academy, the pride of her father. But a sharp pain reminded her. This was not a dream. This was real. The memories in her mind were extremely chaotic. She did not know if her most precious possession had already been lost. At the thought of this, Lu Yi, who had always been as resolute as iron, pushing through fractures and breaks during training, without shedding a single tear, suddenly felt a torrent of despair, anger, humiliation, and endless sorrow crashing through the last dam in her heart. She reached the peak of her restraint, finally unable to hold back her tears. They flowed out like a flood breaking through a dam. She curled up her body, her shoulders, shaking violently, sobbing, as if she were trying to let all the pain, all the grievances, and all the resentment flow out with her tears. The crying startled the still slumbering Su Yan. When Su Yan opened her eyes, they were filled with What came into view was Lu Yi on the verge of collapse from crying. Still in a daze, her head felt heavy, and the fragmented images from last night flashed through her mind, unable to piece them together. Just as she wanted to move her body, a sharp pain pierced through all her confusion and hope like a cold knife. Su Yan's body stiffened, her eyes wide open. In that moment, all the fragments of memories were pieced together, revealing a scene equally unbearable and filled with shame and despair as Lu Yi's. She had lost. The Su family's young lady, meticulously raised by her family, adored by countless people, who once had beautiful dreams of her future husband, the one who always maintained a gentle and poised smile while being inwardly proud. Just not long ago, she had lost her most precious possession. Wow. Tears welled up in Su Yan's eyes. A sense of immense absurdity, a devastating blow, and endless fear and confusion about the future engulfed her like a cold tide. The two who cried out loud became two. Lu Yi's cries expressed collapse, venting, and the despair of destruction. Su Yan's cries began suppressed, but later turned into equally heart-wrenching sobs. Two girls, usually as cold as snow or gentle as flowers, at this moment resembled two abandoned souls in the wilderness, enduring the cruelest of harms. They exchanged glances in silence, only broken tears flowing down their pale cheeks. It was unknown how long they had cried. Lu Yi's cries gradually diminished, turning into intermittent sobs. She raised her tear-stained jade hand to wipe her swollen eyes, her once cold eyes like stars now filled with bloodshot vessels. In the next moment, she unexpectedly transformed her hand into a palm, gathering strength, intending to strike her own head. Fortunately, Su Yan noticed Lu Yi's movement, immediately leaping over to pin Lu Yi's hand down, exclaiming, "How could you think of suicide?" Lu Yi was held down, struggling briefly, but due to exhaustion of both physical and mental strength, she could not break free. Her face pale, her eyes hollow as she shook her head, seeming to cry. Without crying, her voice very low as if in a dream, yet laced with a heart-wrenching despair, "My innocence is already lost. What meaning is there in living?" Upon hearing this, Su Yan was slightly taken aback. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to extract a bit of rationality from the immense sorrow and shame. She raised her hand to wipe her tears, and looked at Lu Yi, speaking each word clearly. "Listen to me. This matter is not our fault. It was Zhang Su, that beast, who designed the trap. We are the victims." Her voice gradually stabilized, her thoughts becoming clearer, as if she was persuading Lu Yi, while also convincing herself. "If we were to abandon our lives because of the scheming of a villain and a moment's humiliation, I think that is not worthwhile. Especially such a beast as Zhang Su. Even if he died, if he knew we would commit suicide because of this, he would probably laugh in the underworld. Why should we use our lives to fulfill his wickedness? Furthermore," Su Yan's gaze swept the room, her tone quieted. "This matter is known to heaven and earth. As long as we do not speak of it, no one else will ever know. It does not constitute any real damage to our reputation." She paused for a moment, as if having made a certain determination, her tone, even carrying a hint of defiance, a youthful stubbornness. "At worst, we simply won't marry in the future. In this world, a woman need not depend on a man to survive." Su Yan, as a young lady of a wealthy family, thought quickly, and her words were very coherent. In just a few words, she not only persuaded Lu Yi, but also herself. After all, when she had cried out just now, she had also thought of simply dying to end it all. Lu Yi's once resolute will to die began to waver slightly under Su Yan's clear and powerful words, beginning to fade. The strength she had gathered in her palm dissipated slowly like a deflated balloon. Yet the heaviest and hardest, to speak of stone in her heart, still pressed down on her, making it hard to breathe. She hesitated for a long time, then very laboriously, with a barely audible voice, uttered a few words that, That person. Lu Yi hesitated, but Su Yan already understood who she was referring to. That old man with white hair who had punched Jiang Su into pieces like a divine weapon was also the most pivotal person in their unbearable memories. He was also the one they were most reluctant to mention at this moment. Su Yan's gaze grew deep and calm as she carefully recalled that fleeting glimpse from last night. That person absolutely has strength above the dark strength level, possibly even higher. Within and outside Anshi County, my father has almost noted all the named dark strength masters, and I have heard of their names or seen their portraits, yet that person, with an aged appearance, possesses such fierce skills, I have no recollection. She pondered, slowly analyzing. I believe he is likely a passing expert, or someone hiding in Anshi County. He is certainly no ordinary individual. Moreover, if he truly harbored ill intentions towards us with his strength and the previous circumstances, we would have no chance of standing here, speaking calmly now. Her gaze fell upon herself, and Lu Yi. He seems to have taken no advantage of our vulnerability. More like, we. So. Su Yan took a deep breath and reached a conclusion, her eyes carrying a hint of rational clarity. I believe that person crossed paths with us, and his actions were likely just to uphold justice. In the aftermath, he quietly left without leaving any signs of threat or extortion. For him to disclose this matter would bring him no benefit and could instead cause him trouble. He probably would not speak of this matter. After hearing these words, Lu Yi let out a soft sigh in her heart and put down her hand that sought to end her life. She fully agreed with Su Yan's advice and deductions, because in her unbearable memories that white-haired old man seemed more like someone forced upon them. We must live well. Su Yan grasped Lu Yi's icy hand and said softly, did you not say before that your ambition in this life is to reach the peak of martial arts and become the first female martial sage of the Zhou Kingdom? Upon hearing this, a gleam returned to Lu Yi's tear-filled eyes. Yes, her path in martial arts had just begun. Oh, how could it end here? In the next moment, the figure of that white-haired old man inexplicably reappeared in her mind. Though vague, it carried a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Who could you be? Outside the listening rain pavilion in the lake's heart, a hunched figure quietly lurked in the shadow of the nearby water pavilion's eaves. Jiang Ye retracted the true essence of the spirit ape's transformations, reverting back to that ordinary old man, with only his eyes sharp and clear in the dimness. He waited for about an hour. Watching as all the candles in the room extinguished, he listened to the heart-wrenching sobs gradually transform into suppressed weeping, ultimately fading into silence. He had rescued them from Zhang Ze's clutches, but what transpired afterward pushed him into an even more complicated. Finally, after an agonizingly long wait, the door cracked open slightly. Two slender figures supporting each other stepped out quietly with a hint of startled panic, like frightened birds. It was Lu Yi and Su Yan. Lu Yi's complexion remained as pale as paper, her eyes rimmed with red, but the look in her eyes was no longer shattered and confused, instead becoming cold and vigilant. Su Yan was not faring much better. The traces of tears on her face had yet to fade. The once gentle and bright smile had vanished, replaced by a forced composure and deep fatigue. She tightly clutched Lu Yi's arm, constantly scanning their surroundings, wary of any movement. Finally out, Jiang Ye sighed in relief as the tension in his heart eased a little. His greatest concern was Lu Yi's cold yet strong, proud, and aloof nature. This girl had always been different from others, rarely expressing emotions, as if nothing could disturb the icy lake deep within her heart, valuing her own innocence immensely. Jiang Ye was very worried that after experiencing such a massive change, she might take irreversible actions out of despair. Su Yan, from a prestigious family, had been strictly educated and naturally placed great importance on dignity and chastity. The cries heard earlier in the room confirmed this point. The two individuals were still relatively stable emotionally, showing no signs of suicidal intent. Thus Jiang Ye felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Then I should return to meditate on my dark energy now. Jiang Ye slowly withdrew his gaze. At this moment, Lu Yi and Su Yan were in a highly sensitive and vulnerable state of mind akin to startled deer. Even the slightest additional attention or following would be sharply sensed by them. Moreover, with Lu Yi's dark energy prowess within Anshi County, few could pose a threat to her aside from the masters of transformation. He took one last deep look at the two slender figures, a complex emotion surfacing in his aged gaze. Then, without lingering, he seemed to merge into the pitch-black night, silently slipping away from the eaves after a few undulating movements, leaving the listening rain pavilion. Hiss! I'm dying. How could it hurt so much? Su Yan frowned, biting her lower lip tightly, about to draw blood from her efforts. With every step she took, the fiery pain intensified, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. It even made her feel her legs growing weak. She quietly glanced at Lu Yi beside her. Though she still maintained an upright posture and her expression remained stern, her pale lips were tightly pressed together, making every step she took a struggle. The other person's condition was not much better. One was in front and the other behind. Although they didn't support each other, they maintained a tacit distance, as if drawing closer would reveal their current plight and vulnerability to one another. After about a stick of incense's worth of time, they finally managed to stagger out of the listening rain pavilion, stepping onto the small path leading to the mirror lake. Moi. Lu Yi, walking ahead, suddenly stopped, her gaze sharp as she looked towards the lakeshore. Over there. It seems someone is there. Upon hearing this, Su Yin forced herself to focus and followed Lu Yi's line. Indeed, not far from the water's edge on a rocky shore, a figure lay motionless on the ground, half of their body still floating in the shallow water. After exchanging glances, they walked over together. As they approached and clearly saw the face of the collapsed figure, both their bodies seemed to cease blood circulation. Immediately after, a surge of furious rage and deep-seated hatred erupted like molten lava. For the figure collapsed on the shore was none other than Jiang Su. At this moment, he showed none of the usual arrogance and disdain of the second young master of the Jiang family. His mouth was smeared with dark red blood mixed with dirt and sand. With every weak breath he took, causing blood froth to spill from his lips. At his chest, his clothing, along with the metal inner armor barely visible beneath, had caved deeply, his sternum shattered. His complexion was as pale as paper, his breath faint as a thread, resembling someone on the brink of death. Clearly, when he was struck by the white-haired elder's fist into the lake, he did not die immediately due to the protection of his close-fitting armor, but desperately swam to the lakeshore, driven by the instinct to survive. Good, 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 Lu Yi exclaimed thrice, her voice as cold as the polar wind. She was pushed to the peak of her anger, instead laughing. That smile held no warmth, only the delight of revenge against her enemy. This beast still has a breath left. Truly, heaven has eyes. In a fit of rage, her right hand quickly formed a fist ready to strike Jiang Ze's caved-in temple fiercely. If that punch connected, it would be impossible for him to survive, even if he were in peak condition, let alone in his current severely injured state. Wait, Yi. Don't rush to kill him yet. At the critical moment, Su Yin suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Yi's poised wrist. Her voice was equally cold yet layered with a suppressed intensity, almost cruelly calm. What do you mean? Lu Yi's fist halted, and she slightly turned her head to look at Su Yin, her eyes filled with confusion and impatience amidst her anger. Killing him outright would be too lenient. Su Yin released her grip, her gaze piercing into Jiang Ze's pitiful body like an ice pick, her voice deep and clear, carrying a chilling undertone. There is a way to deal with such a beast, a way that would make living worse than dying. After pausing for a moment, a complex light of reason and hatred flashed in her eyes as she continued to analyze. Moreover, have you considered? If he were to die here without any explanation, still in this grievously injured state, the Jiang family would surely bite back, claiming we harmed Jiang Su. Thus, before this beast is completely dead, we should take him to the Jiang family and demand an explanation. Of course, we'll have to dodge many details emphasizing how Jiang Su plotted to frame us. After hearing this, Lu Yi's boiling murderous intent slightly subsided. Su Yan's words made sense. After all, Jiang Ze's identity was special, and his death would not go unnoticed. She looked at Su Yin coldly, asking, "Then tell me what method can make this beast suffer more while still alive than dead?" Dealing with such a beast is simple. Su Yan's gaze instantly sharpened, revealing a ferocity Lu Yi had never seen before, almost savage. She said nothing more, stepping forward, channeling her strength, and stomped down hard on him. This kick was swift and fierce. It could crush a stone, let alone a fragile body. Crack! It sounded as if something had shattered. From this moment on, Jiang Su was no longer a man. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yi was momentarily stunned, as if she were seeing a different side of the usually gentle and affable eldest daughter of the Su family. Huh. The intense pain even stirred the unconscious Jiang Su back to awareness. Severely injured and on the brink of death, he lacked the strength to open his eyes, only instinctively emitting a pitiful plea for mercy, please. Meanwhile, inside the gatehouse of the Martial Institute, Jiang Ye removed his outer garment, soaked with dew and the scent of the lake, and changed into another equally old but clean outfit, then sat cross-legged on the hard bed. After a whole night of intense exertion, the vital energy and bright power within him had not diminished. On the contrary, under certain external stimuli and the extreme refinement of his emotions, it became increasingly dense and pure. Now is the time to meditate on dark energy. His mind cleared of distractions as he assumed the stance of the five-animal fist. The energy within him had reached a boiling point, launching a final effortless assault on that invisible, yet soft bang. Like a fire dragon coursing through his body, Jiang Ye's skin became unbearably hot, his breathing rapid, and the air he exhaled felt like scalding steam. The bright energy surged outward while the dark energy sank within. This was the process of Jiang Ye's energy, permeating his entire body and sinking into his marrow. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. The redness on Jiang Ye's skin gradually dissipated, and his breathing began to stabilize. When he opened his eyes again, it was no longer the previous overflowing brilliance, but a depth that had been refined to the utmost. Dark energy achieved. So this is in Jin. Jiang Ye carefully felt the two utterly distinct currents within him. It no longer resembled the Ming Jin manifest force stage where blood and chi surge and strength bristles proudly within muscle and skin. Instead it flowed like spilled mercury, like iron sinking into a deep pool, every ounce of power buried far within the bone marrow. At the faint stir of his thought, that power quietly sprouted from his marrow, silent and visible, yet carrying a heart-stopping needle-like penetration. He then raised his right hand, fingers splayed. With only the slightest modulation of intent, there was no clatter of tendon and bone, no obvious bulging under the skin. His palm hollowed slightly inward, and the air seemed to ripple in a tiny imperceptible way. His hand came down lightly, as if casually patting the already yellowed, darkened wood of the old table. There was a soft thud. Where his palm had landed, no wood grain split or fractured, it appeared merely touched. Yet when Jiang Ye withdrew his hand, taking that spot, as the center, a circle roughly a foot in radius on the tabletop, though outwardly intact, had been shattered from within by the ingene hidden force. It had been reduced to the finest wood dust. Not bad, Jiang Ye murmured, nodding faintly, his aged face softened into a satisfied smile. Compared to the blatant ferocity of Ming Jin, and Jin's greatest virtue is its ability to pierce. The force condenses into a needle, heavy and blunt like a hammer. It can slip through garments, leather, and ordinary metal armor, reaching into the body to inflict internal wounds, as if striking through a mountain. If I had broken through ingene sooner, that protective inner armor on Jiang Su would have been nothing but decoration. A cold light flashed across Jiang Ye's eyes. With his current armor penetrating ingene, the earlier punch would not have needed to smash through a wall to send him flying. The punch could have passed straight through the inner armor and struck Jiang Su's heart and lungs. To the eye, the body might seem unscathed, yet inside be a rotting pulp. Not merely one life would be lost. Had there been two, both would have perished on the spot. I wonder if that brat is really dead. The thought of Jiang Su sent another chill through Jiang Ye's gaze. That man was venomous in mind and base in method. To have dared such a filthy act against Lu Yi had crossed Jiang Ye's last line. If that punch failed to end him and left him clinging to life. Jiang Ye's gaunt fingers rubbed unconsciously at his sleeve, his eyes darkening further. Then I shall have to make another arduous trip myself to see him off, and make sure he dies utterly. Toward enemies, especially loathsome, treacherous vermin like Jiang Su, Jiang Ye never left loose ends. Anxi County, east of the city, the Zhang family estate. The hall was brightly lit, yet the light could not dispel the chill and oppression that filled the space. On the left, Lu Qingshi, head of the Qingshi Martial Institute, stood with hands behind his back, his face as inscrutable as still water. Beside him stood the Su family head, Su Chun, whose features were now threaded with a lethal severity devoid of his usual amiability. Behind them, Lu Yi and Su Yan stood shoulder to shoulder. The girls were pale, but their eyes burned with a cold, vindictive fury as they fixed their stares ahead. On the right, Zhang family head Zhang, he stood alone before the main seat, his countenance so sour it seemed to drip. Between the two parties lay a gravely wounded, dying man, none other than Jiang Su. Earlier, Su Yan and Lu Yi had consulted one another, swallowing shame and pain as they selectively disclosed the events to their elders. They concealed the involvement of the white-haired elder and the subsequent sordid chaos, focusing instead on how Jiang Su had set a trap and administered a drug, and how they had detected and fought back. Even so, Lu Qingshi and Su Chun were enraged. Had Jiang Su not been so gravely wounded, no longer able to be a man, Lu Qingshi would have liked nothing more than to smash him to pulp with a single fist. Thus they had come at once, bearing the damning evidence to demand justice. Zhang He meanwhile knit his brows into a deep furrow and grew exceedingly sullen. In truth, the moment he saw his gravely wounded son dragged in, Zhang He realized that his son had likely botched. He felt both embarrassed and enraged, ashamed that his worthless son had ruined matters, enraged that Jiang Su had been hurt so badly. After all, he was still his son. Hallmaster Lu Su family head, do not slander. My son Jiang Su has always acted with honor. How could he scheme to violate your daughter? Zhang He's voice hardened. You took law into your own hands and left my son like this. You truly do not regard the Zhang family. I seriously suspect the truth is that your daughter attempted to seduce my son, and fearing exposure inflicted this grievous injury on him. He knew he could not admit fault now. He had to strike back immediately, because at this point the dispute would inevitably become. Seeing Zhang He sink to such shameless counterattack, murderous intent flared openly across Lu Yi and the others' faces. They had now witnessed how like father like son truly could be. Only Lu Qingshi's expression remained calm. He fixed Jiang He with an icy gaze and said in a low voice, "It seems you will not be satisfied until you hear your son confess with his own mouth." With that, Lu Qingshi stepped forward to lift the prostrate Jiang Su. "What are you doing?" Zhang He's face changed as he tried to intervene. Lu Qingshi's eyes shifted, his cold stare fell upon Zhang He like an avalanche. "You?" Zhang He suddenly froze. The Zhang household did have a Hua gene force transforming practitioner in its employ, but that man was unruly and not present at the residence. If Lu Qingshi were to act Zhang, he would have little recourse. While Zhang He hesitated, Lu Qingshi had already hauled Jiang Su upright. In a motion as swift as lightning, he extended a finger and pressed an acupoint on Jiang Su's back. Immediately Jiang Su convulsed like a dying dog, as if briefly returned from the brink. His head shook, and he recovered a flicker of consciousness. Allowing him no time to respond, Lu Qingshi's voice rang with authority. Jiang Su, tonight, did you drug and attempt to assault Lu Yi and Su Yin? Jiang Su felt as if his insides were aflame, his life hanging by a thread. His mind was hazy, drowning in pain, terror, and an overwhelming compulsion that he could not resist. His lips trembled, and he muttered broken and dreamlike, I wanted to, but it failed. Spare me. Having uttered the words, his voice dwindled as if he had expended his last strength and might expire at any moment. Jiang He glared at his son in sullen silence, words failing him. Jiang He. Su Chen's hair rose with indignation as he barked. Your son has confessed. What else do you have to say? After a pause, Jiang He forced a brittle smile and addressed Lu Qingshi. Hallmaster Lu, well played. Then turning his cold gaze to the half-dead Jiang Su, he said sharply, those who err must own it and accept punishment. Since my son erred first, it is only fitting he be severely punished. I shall say no more. He shifted tack, sweeping his eyes over Lu Yi and Su Yin and adopting a softer tone. Your daughters were alert and foiled this fiend. Their innocence remains intact. A blessing amid misfortune. The Zhang family will make amends to assuage your anger. For each of your beloved daughters, we offer 20,000 taels of silver as consolation and apology. How does that sound? If you still find that compensation insufficient. He paused, then looked at Jiang Su with a colder stare and said calmly, then take my son away. Kill or mutilate him as you see fit. At his words, those present shifted, a flash of surprise crossing many faces. Jiang He proved himself every bit the ruthless head of the Zhang family. Lu Qingshi exchanged a look with Su Chun. Seeing his assent, he relaxed his grip, and as if discarding refuse, dropped Jiang Su to the floor, saying in a grave voice, so be it. Their agreement stemmed mainly from the belief that their daughter's purity had been preserved, and that Jiang Su was ruined. No longer a man in the fullest sense, effectively as good as dead. There was no purpose in executing him further. Jiang He acted with dispatch. He ordered silver vouchers produced, and then saw the guests out. As their figures crossed the threshold of the Zhang mansion, his eyes narrowed to slits, cold and venomous as a viper. Suddenly Lu Qingshi's voice thundered, by my command, effective immediately, Jiang Su is expelled from the Qingshi Martial Institute and stripped of his status. From this moment on, he has no connection to the institute, and shall never set foot within its gates again. Lu Qingshi's icy proclamation crashed into Jiang He's ears like a clap of thunder. A room inside the Zhang family residence. The air was heavy with the pungent scent of medicinal herbs, and a faint. On the bed lay Jiang Su. His face was ashen, eyes tightly shut. His chest was wrapped in thick white cloth. Faint bloodstains seeping through his lower body was likewise covered, hiding wounds too grievous to behold. His breathing was barely perceptible. Were it not for the slightest rise and fall of his chest, he might have been taken. An elderly man with graying hair and a lean, austere face slowly sat up at the bedside and withdrew the final slender silver needle from an acupoint atop Jiang Zu's head. His movements were steady, his fingers unshaken, yet the lines between his brows betrayed the exhaustion of a night spent in frantic ministrations. This man was the famed healer of Anqi City, renowned for his deft hands, Wang Qingshui. He had been summoned in haste by the Zhang household steward in the dead of night. Despite the generous reward confronted with the horrifying injuries Jiang Su bore, he had marshaled every ounce of his skill and labored without respite until now. Wang Qingshui dabbed the sweat from his temple with a clean white cloth, thoroughly cleansed his hands, and then turned. Jiang He stood in the shadow at the foot of the bed, his complexion grim. He fixed his gaze on Wang Qingshui, as if he could squeeze from every minute expression the answer to his son's fate. Beside Jiang He stood a young man in a pale cyan brocade robe. He was slightly taller than Jiang Su and bore a faint resemblance. Broad brows, a straight nose, less of Jiang Zu's reckless bravado, and more of a composed sobriety. He was the Zhang family's eldest son, Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao wore a stern expression as he watched his unconscious brother and their father. Dr. Wang. Jiang He's voice rang in the quiet room, hoarse with strain. My son. How grievous are his injuries? Wang Qingshui met Jiang He's look heavy with desperate hope and exhaled inwardly. After a moment's hesitation and careful choice of words, Wang Qingshui spoke cautiously, Lord Jiang, your son. His injuries are indeed severe. He explained he suffered a massive blunt impact to the chest, fractured ribs, internal organ contusions with bleeding, and the added danger of drowning and asphyxiation. He paused to read Jiang He's expression, then continued, fortunately the treatment was timely. I have used the golden needle acupoint method to stabilize his pulse and dispel the fluid in his lungs, accompanied by my secret medicinal poultices and decoctions taken and applied. His pulse, though weak, has begun to steady. With the Zhang family's resources, you will doubtless have no lack of restorative herbs. With a period of quiet convalescence, his life should be spared. Wang Qingshui's gaze involuntarily swept to the thick covering over Jiang Zu's lower body. He continued, the injuries below are grievous. I fear in the future he may not be able to. Though his words were gentle, the meaning was plain to any astute listener. Jiang Su was ruined. He would no longer be a man in the way he once was. An explosive roar tore from Zhang Tao before Wang Qingshui could finish speaking. Damn them. Zhang Tao's face was contorted with rage, veins standing out on his brow. He stepped forward, fists clenched until the knuckles creaked, as if he would beat his fury out upon the air, a fierce display of fraternal devotion. That Lu Qingshi and Su Chan are damned. How could they allow their daughter to behave so to maim my brother like that? They show no regard for the Zhang family. I will never forgive them. His voice thundered with wrath. Whether every word was pure outrage or mixed with deeper sentiment was unclear. Jiang Ye offered no immediate reply to his eldest's bellow. He remained where he stood, immobile, as iron, a somber gloom settling over his features. Only Zhang Tao's heavy breathing and Zhang Ze's faint respirations filled the room. The suffocating silence lingered for a long while. Jiang He drew a long, weary breath and patted Zhang Tao's shoulder. From now on, the Zhang family will rely on you. Having said this, he seemed unable to bear another moment in that room. With visible discomfort, he turned and left. The next day before dawn, Jiang Ye was already awake in the Martial Academy's gatehouse. He stood at the window, his old eyes fixed on the pale light edging the horizon. Recalling the night's outrageous events left him in a dazed, dreamlike haze. Especially when involuntary images of Lu Yi's usually austere, snow-like face, last night flushed with color, or Su Yan's always-gentle smiling eyes, and that tender little mouth flashed through his mind. He cleared his throat awkwardly and reflexively drew his slightly stiffened legs together. His aged face warmed with an absurd, shamefaced embarrassment. People are such creatures. Before an experience, one might live 70 years in austere seclusion and feel no torment, yet after tasting it once the senses are forever altered. After last night's single encounter, having savored that taste, he found his decrepit body increasingly beyond his control. This truly has cost me my life, he murmured. He muttered and shook his head to chase away inappropriate fancy. The cold dawn air filled his lungs and brought a clarity of mind. He would not indulge further. On the courtyard before the gate, he assumed his stance, calmed his spirit, and set about practicing the 5 animals' fist that had been carved into his bones. Tiger, crouch, deer, dash, bear, press, ape, climb, bird, soar. Each movement flowed with consummate grace, his intent sank into the logic of the forms, and his chi and blood followed in kind. Only in the purity of bodily control and the circulation of force could he briefly forget the chaotic thoughts and restless cravings within him. After roughly half an hour, Jiang Ye eased his posture and halted. His aura felt round and full, that the power gained from last night's unlocking of hidden gene was abundant, and his mastery of it grew increasingly precise. Host Jiang Ye. Lifespan 85. Power dark gene initial stage. Fate rank Dangshin Changjia effect 1, exceptional comprehension. Martial skill 5 animals fist greatly accomplished 861,000. True meanings grasped tiger stride like illness, nimble ape 1,000 transformations. Seeing the system panel, a trace of satisfaction shone in his eyes. Last night the unlocking of dark gene had succeeded, the fist form had advanced, and in consequence he had been granted 5 additional years of life. My power still needs consolidation, the nourishment of chi and blood must not stop, he thought as his internal energies settled. After the academy closes today, I will go buy supplies. The 4 restorative blood pills he had seized from Su Tao of the Wolf Gang were already taken. To keep his cultivation from lagging, he would need to spend the 5,000 taels of silver on a larger purchase. At dawn, Jiang Ye opened the academy gate and resumed his watchman duties. Unexpectedly, the first person to arrive was not Shirley, but Lin Xiaoa. The girl seemed to have come at a brisk pace, beads of sweat dotted her forehead and cheeks. She carried an oiled paper parcel that radiated warmth through the paper. The aroma of baked dough and sesame drifted from within, as if the flatbread had just come from the oven. Good morning, old Jiang. Approaching the gate, Lin Xiaoa for once greeted Jiang Ye. She did not as usual hurry into the academy. Instead, she stood shyly at the entrance and kept glancing down the main street, fingers unconsciously twisting the paper parcel. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. His years had made him shrewd. He knew immediately what Lin Xiaoa was up to. She was waiting for Shirley. One could only say that the girl's nerve was certainly thick in its own charming way. Uncle Jiang, when does senior brother Shirley usually come? Lin Xiaoa hesitated for a moment at the door before walking over to Jiang Ye and asking. Jiang Ye could hardly be bothered to open his eyes, appearing drowsy and lethargic. Lin Xiaoa felt a bit embarrassed and returned to her original position, her fingers tightening around the string of the oil paper bag. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait too long. The sound of steady footsteps broke the morning's tranquility. Shirley was still jogging over, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Good morning, senior brother Shirley. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened instantly, her smile becoming radiant as she approached him with lively steps. Junior sister Lin. Shirley's steps unconsciously came to a halt as he looked at the girl blocking his path, his brows slightly furrowing, but he quickly returned to a state of calm. His gaze swept past the smile piled upon her face and the hot oil paper bag she held, showing neither surprise nor any ripple of emotion. Senior brother Shirley, I made sesame pancakes early this morning. They're really fragrant. Please give it a try. Lin Xiaoa eagerly handed over the oil paper bag, her eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of barely perceptible hope. However, Shirley did not take the oil paper bag. He simply waved his hand and said in a calm tone, "Thank you for your kindness, junior sister Lin, but I've already had breakfast, so I can't eat anymore. You should keep it for yourself." After saying this, he did not look at Lin Ziahe's suddenly stiffened smile or the shock rising in her eyes. He simply sidestepped and walked past her. As he passed by the door, he paused to respectfully bow to the still drowsy Jiang Ye before turning around and leisurely stepping into the Martial Academy's entrance. Lin Ziahe's outstretched hand froze in midair, the warmth from the oil paper bag rising as it obscured the color from her face. She stood there dazed, watching Shirley's retreating figure as if all her strength had drained away. Her slightly baby-faced cheeks had lost the forced smile, leaving only bitterness. She had not slept a wink after being publicly rejected by Hu Tian last night. It dawned on her that only the honest and simple Shirley was someone she could control. Thus she had personally made the pancakes early, hoping to warm Shirley's cold disposition. She had envisioned various possibilities. She had imagined Shirley getting angry and scolding her, mocking her coldly, or being devastated. She even secretly wished that Shirley would angrily berate her, as that would at least show he still cared. But she never expected such a calm rejection and indifferent distance. This complete tranquility made her more anxious and uncomfortable than any intense reaction could. Thus this indicated that Shirley likely would not forgive her. This sure kid indeed has a bit of character. Jiang Ye, who appeared to be dozing, yet had actually observed everything, nodded slightly. As for Lin Xiaohe, whose face was filled with bitterness and looked pitiful, Jiang Ye couldn't be bothered to glance at her again. This little girl had brought this upon herself. The morning sun grew brighter, and more people were arriving at the Martial Academy. Moi. Jiang Ye's half-closed eyes slightly moved as his gaze passed through the crowd and landed on the far end of the long street. A beautifully adorned carriage marked with the Su family's insignia slowly approached the Martial Academy and eventually came to a stop at its entrance. Su Yan actually came to practice martial arts today. Jiang Ye was startled. The previous night's great battle, though passive on his part, had left Su Yan thoroughly exhausted from the effects of the bowtie's intoxication. He hadn't expected that after such a heavy blow the other party would still come to practice martial arts the next day. He watched as the carriage curtain lifted, revealing a graceful figure elegantly leaping down. It was Su Yan. She had changed into a lake blue martial outfit today, perfectly accentuating the delicate curves of her figure. There was an unmistakable hint of a mature charm beyond her youthful innocence in her flowing eyes. Jiang Ye quickly lowered his head, not daring to look further. Since the experience of last night, as soon as he saw Su Yan in this attire, he would think of the grace hidden beneath her clothing. "Good morning, Uncle Jiang." Su Yan greeted Jiang Ye as usual. The familiar fragrance wafted over, and even Jiang Ye, who had intended to feign sleep, felt a rare blush rising to his face. He then slightly raised his head and greeted Su Yan. "Miss Su, you arrived quite early today." As Su Yan was about to step through the Martial Academy's entrance, her gaze met Jiang Ye's aged eyes, causing her heart to jolt. A strong sense of incongruity surged within her. The familiar fragrance wafted over, and even Jiang Ye, who had intended to feign sleep, felt a rare blush rising to his face. He then slightly raised his head and greeted Su Yan. "Miss Su, you arrived," but it was only for a moment. Su Yan quickly shook her head, forcing down the chaotic thoughts in her mind. "Am I going?" A faint blush appeared on Su Yan's gentle and radiant face as she pondered. What was she thinking? She actually connected this old gatekeeper with that white-haired elder. How absurd. The Jiang Ye before her was aging with a friendly demeanor. In contrast, that white-haired elder stood tall like a spear, exuding a fierce aura like a cold blade unsheathed his grim face, carrying a wild and fierce spirit with unfathomable strength beyond the dark essence. Regardless of age, posture, temperament, or strength, they were as different as clouds and mud, entirely unrelated. How could she have such an absurd association? It must have been the overwhelming shock from last night that left her mind unstable, leading to this ridiculous illusion. She steadied her mind, forced herself to calm down, glanced deeply at Jiang Ye, and then walked into the Martial Academy with a complex expression. Jiang Ye watched Su Yan's graceful figure disappear into the distance, his eyes slightly squinting, a complex emotion flashing in his aged gaze. He had no idea what Su Yan was thinking, otherwise he would surely marvel at how terrifying a woman's intuition could be. When all the disciples had gathered, Lu Qingshi rarely summoned both the inner courtyard and outer courtyard disciples together. He wasn't wearing his training attire today, but instead a solemn, deep green robe, his expression grave and imposing. Lu Qingshi did not immediately speak, and the brief silence only made the atmosphere more tense and oppressive. Every disciple could feel the invisible pressure emanating from a master of transformation. Finally, his deep and resonant voice boomed like thunder, echoing in the training ground of the inner courtyard, each word clear. "Jiang Su, with a wicked heart and vile character, has violated the Martial Academy's iron rules. Effective immediately, he is expelled from the Martial Academy. Forever banished from the sect. Jiang Su has been expelled from the Martial Academy." And this news struck like thunderclap, reverberating through the hearts of every disciple. In Jiang Su, born to wealth and privilege, endowed with superior innate talent, and long renowned within the inner academy for his arrogance and hauteur. Officially banished from the sect by the master himself. Permanently stricken from the roster. And after a fleeting hush of stunned silence, a deafening roar erupted, like a volcano bursting forth in furious chaotic eruption. SSS. Senior brother Jiang Su has been permanently cast out of the sect. In heavens above, what grave transgression could Jiang Su possibly have committed? The master spoke with such dire gravity. What extraordinary resolve the master possesses, to defy even the Jiang family without hesitation. And this is utter ruin. Reputation shattered beyond redemption. In shock, dread, speculation, exhilaration, and awe surged through the crowd like turbulent tides. All realized this was no ordinary punishment. It was the sternest judgment ever rendered by Master Lu Qingshi, the Martial Academy's unequivocal stance on the matter, and signaled an irrevocable rupture with the influential Jiang family. Disciples who had once been close to Jiang Su wore ashen faces, their eyes darting away in avoidance. And those who had long resented him now wore expressions of grim satisfaction. Zhao Gang, the Martial Academy's senior disciple, stood at the forefront of the assembly, his thick brows knotted tightly, his square jaw set in solemn contemplation. Knees gaze fixed upon the master upon the dais, his heart roiling with unrest. In that wretched Jiang Su. What crime could he possibly have committed? To provoke the master into severing ties with the Jiang family entirely. This was a strike of thunderous severity. And the master has always cherished loyalty and sentiment. Unless one trespasses upon his most sacred taboo, he would never act thus. He sensed dimly that beneath this surface upheaval lay something far more harrowing. And Lu Yi and Su Yin stood side by side at the front of the female disciples, calm, unruffled, as though they had foreseen this outcome all along. Their faces remained perfectly composed, utterly detached from the clamor swirling around them. At this moment, the most vivid, and most pallid, expression in the entire courtyard belonged not to Jiang Su's two henchmen, who stood devastated, as if mourning their own father's deaths, but to Hu Tian, standing silently at the rear of the crowd, his face shifting between ashen gray and sickly green. How could this happen? Nu Tian felt as though ice-cold water had been poured over him. His limbs frozen, his mind utterly blank. Just last night he had personally arranged Jiang Su's banquet, escorting Lu Yi and Su Yin there himself. And yet today Jiang Su stood exiled from the Martial Academy. Could it be? Could senior brother Jiang Su have fallen out with the two senior sisters? Escalated into open conflict, and he swallowed hard, his throat parched and dry. But even if negotiations collapsed and tempers flared, would that truly warrant expulsion from the sect? What catastrophe must have unfolded? A chill slithered up his spine. And suddenly he recalled passing through the academy gates this morning, two glacial piercing gazes fixing upon him. At the time he dismissed it as mere imagination. Now trembling, he stole a furtive glance toward where Lu Yi and Su Yin stood. Just as Lu Yi turned her gaze, their eyes meeting fleetingly. Her eyes held no warmth, only faint disdain and a trace of lethal intent. Nu Tian's heart plummeted, as if plunging into an abyss 10,000 zhang deep. It's over. I've truly incensed both senior sisters beyond redemption. In panic coiled around his chest like icy vines, tightening, suffocating, stealing his breath. Only now did he grasp, belatedly, that last night's events were far more perilous than Jiang Su had let on. And what am I to do now? Hu Tian's thoughts churned like storm-tossed seas. In having offended Lu Yi and Su Yin, could he possibly remain within the Martial Academy? And, by evening when the gates closed, the first person to depart the Martial Academy that day was not an outer academy disciple, but Hu Tian himself. Consumed by terror all day, he fled the moment the gates were sealed. Jiang Ye watched his retreating figure, a hurried, almost panicked flight, and narrowed his eyes, slightly inscrutable in thought. Disciples trickled away one by one until silence once again settled over the courtyard. Bang! Na soft resonant sound. Only after the final disciple had crossed the threshold did Jiang Ye slowly rise and draw shut the two massive heavy gates. As was his custom, Jiang Ye returned directly to the gatekeeper's lodge and changed into a gray robe, worn but well kept. Standing still within the room, he activated the Spirit 8,000 transformations technique. Within his body, his 206 bones and countless tendons and fascia emitted a faint, yet dense cascade of crisp rain-like snaps. In an instant, the frail, aged gatekeeper Jiang Ye vanished, replaced by a tall, slender elder with an unfamiliar face and unremarkable attire. He approached the bronze mirror in the corner and studied his new visage with quiet scrutiny, then gave a slight satisfied nod. Disguise will serve well. Having confirmed his disguise was flawless, he touched the 5,000-tael banknote concealed against his chest. And then, like a spirit deer dissolving into the night, Jiang Ye slipped silently from the Martial Academy. Anqi County, Eastern District. Jiang Ye halted before a shopfront. The establishment boasted a broad facade with two imposing lanterns suspended beneath its eaves, illuminating the black lacquered signboard emblazoned in bold golden characters Bao Yao Tang. The three characters were rendered in vigorous iron brush calligraphy, powerful, commanding, radiating an aura of formidable authority. He recalled Master Lu Qingshi once mentioning, casually, that Bao Yao Tang was the foremost apothecary in Anxi County, its herbal inventory exhaustive, its refined pills of exceptional quality, and its proprietor wielded considerable influence with connections even in the prefectural capital. Jiang Ye stepped quietly into the apothecary. Bright lamps bathed the interior in warm light. The air carried the subtle layered fragrance of mingled herbs. In behind the counter several apprentices sorted medicinal roots or polished brass mortars. A middle-aged man, around 40, fair-skinned, clad in indigo silk, set aside his ledger the moment he spotted the guest and approached with a genial smile. His gaze lingered briefly on Jiang Ye. Though plainly dressed, the elder carried himself with unwavering composure and upright bearing, prompting a subtle shift in the man's demeanor, his courtesy deepening instinctively. Esteemed elder, welcome to Bao Yao Tang. I am Cui Yang, master of this establishment. How may I assist you? Whatever we stock, I vow you shall leave satisfied. Cui Yang bowed respectfully, warm yet never obsequious. And Jiang Ye gave a slight deliberate nod, and cut straight to the matter. I wish to purchase blood-replenishing pills. Blood-replenishing pills. Cui Yang smile did not waver. Of course, we carry them. Ours are crafted with premium ingredients, their efficacy markedly superior to common variants. Though the price. In pausing just a beat, he raised 2 fingers, 21 taels per bottle. How many would you— And Jiang Ye's brow furrowed faintly, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Were these not 20 taels per bottle? Why the increase? Are you taking me for some ignorant old man, and inflating prices on the spot? And he had served at the Martial Academy for years. The standard price for blood-replenishing pills was 20 taels, rarely fluctuating beyond a few coins. Oh dear elder, you've mistaken me entirely. Cui Yang hastily clasped his hands in apology, his face creased with genuine dismay. Leaning forward slightly, he lowered his voice, tinged with weary caution. It is not I who raises prices, but circumstance itself. Costs have surged dramatically. You must have heard, the neighboring Lushan County has descended into chaos. It's under martial lockdown. And, with its gates sealed, supply routes for key herbs have been severed, prices soaring overnight. We raise our pill prices only under duress. At these words, Jiang Ye's expression shifted subtly. In Lushan County lay adjacent, no great distance from Anxi, yet it had succumbed to civil unrest and lockdown. And would Anxi County not soon suffer the same fate? Ni's thoughts drifted to the growing number of displaced refugees flooding into the city. A premonition stirred within Jiang Ye's heart. And the great calamity is coming. The Zhou kingdom has finally reached such a point. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly. Although there have been incidents of refugees and bandits causing trouble in the past, they were mostly limited to rural areas. Now that the turmoil has spread to the county town, it indicates that the situation has become very serious. Jiang Ye fell silent for a moment, his sharp gaze gradually softening, and his voice returned to its previous calmness. Since it is the pressure of the times, I cannot blame you. This blood-boosting pill. I will need 20 bottles first. He did not dwell on the price, directly stating the quantity. With chaos looming, resources to enhance his strength were more important than gold and silver. 20 bottles. Cui Yang's eyes immediately lit up, and his smile grew warmer. You are indeed straightforward, old man. Please wait a moment, I will fetch the best goods for you. He immediately turned around, personally instructing a nimble young assistant behind him to fetch the medicine. In a short while, the assistant came hurriedly holding a heavy red sandalwood medicine box. When the box was opened, it revealed deep red velvet inside with 20 thumb-thick white porcelain bottles arranged neatly, their surfaces smooth, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. Cui Yang personally took out one bottle and handed it to Jiang Ye, saying, Old man, please have a look. This batch of pills uses blood ginseng that is over 3 years old with a potency better than average goods. If stored properly, they can maintain their efficacy for a year. Jiang Ye took the porcelain bottle, opened the cork, and brought it to his nose to sniff. A rich and mellow medicinal fragrance wafted towards him, slightly sweet and bitter. Just inhaling a bit made the qi and blood in his chest and abdomen stir slightly. After a slight nod, he capped the porcelain bottle and placed it back in the box. He directly took out a folded silver note from his pocket and placed it on the counter. 1002. Cui Yang's pupils shrank slightly. After taking the silver note, he carefully checked the note number and seal, confirming there was no issue. His attitude became even more respectful. All right, old man, here are your pills, and I have also sealed your change and receipt. Taking the blood-boosting pill has its nuances, did his best to. He skillfully wrapped the medicine box and handed it to Jiang Ye while explaining some usage methods. Jiang Ye took the medicine box and casually tucked it into the broad folds of his robe before turning to leave. Old man, take care. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come back to the Baoyao Hall. Cui Yang said warmly from behind. Once Jiang Ye's grayish-brown figure completely blended into the night, his smile slowly faded, revealing a hint of contemplation in his eyes. This old man is at least a master of the dark strength realm. When did such a figure emerge in Anxi County? As long as one was a martial artist, they would have a need for pills. As the one in charge of the Baoyao Hall, he inevitably had to deal with such individuals. However, he found it quite surprising that he had no impression of this white-haired elder, a true dark strength master. The night fell like a curtain. Jiang Ye sat cross-legged beside the hard bed, sitting quietly for a long time, his breathing steady as a calm, ancient well. After a moment, he slowly reached into his robe, took out the warm white porcelain bottle, and poured out a blood-boosting pill, swallowing it in one go. The pill melted as it went down his throat, initially cool, then in an instant a fiery, yet gentle heat spread throughout his body. Not bad. Jiang Ye grunted softly, a glint of brightness flashing across his aged eyes. The potency of this batch of blood-boosting pills was even stronger than the ones he had seized from Su Tao before. He had no intention of wasting the pill's potency. As soon as that heat spread, surging within him, Jiang Ye moved, rising from the bedside, and slowly assumed the starting stance of the 5 animals' fist in the cramped doorway. Ever since learning about the internal strife in Lushan County and the city being sealed off, Jiang Ye felt a sense of urgency. This fire will ultimately reach Anqi County. Although he had lived steadily for decades under Lu Qingshi's protection, the turmoil affecting the county town was certainly not a trivial matter. Even Lu Qingshi, a master of the transformation realm, might find it difficult to ensure his own safety. Therefore, he must enhance his strength as much as possible before the chaos arrives. If I could break through to the transformation realm before the chaos arrives. A look of solemnity flashed in Jiang. Then no matter how great the chaos is, he would have confidence in his heart. 3 days passed quickly. In the early morning, the sky just began to brighten. In front of the martial arts academy, Jiang Ye slowly finished the last movement of the 5 animals' fistbird soaring. He stood still, his aura shifting from movement to stillness like a rushing stream flowing into a deep pond, suddenly calm. Only the slight fluttering of his clothing remained still, resonating with the lingering energy of his movements. Host Jiang Ye, lifespan 85, strength dark strength, midstage, fate ascending to divinity, effect 1, exceptional comprehension skills, mastered 5 animals fist, great achievement 501. 1000, true, intent, mastered tiger, walking like sickness, spirit monkey, changing 1,000 forms. He glanced at the system panel, a satisfied look flashing in his eyes. After 3 days of cultivation, his control over the energy had risen to another level. He was now in the midstage of dark strength. That girl Lu Yi had cultivated hard for several years with a solid foundation, and was also at the midstage of dark strength. Of course, this was only his apparent strength. He had comprehended 2 true intents of boxing. If it came to a real fight, Lu Yi would definitely not be his match. It's time to take a break. Jiang Ye exhaled a breath of stale air, and the qi and blood in his body gradually calmed down, like the sea water returning to tranquility after the tide recedes. Although he no longer lacked the nourishment of pills, this aging body was not made of steel. He understood very well that moderation is key. Once his breathing stabilized, the fine beads of sweat on his forehead were blown dry by the gentle morning breeze. Jiang Ye opened the door of the martial arts academy slowly and resumed his role as the gatekeeper. Hey, have you heard? It seems like there has been an internal strife in the neighboring Lushan County, and they have sealed off. I thought it was just a rumor. So something really happened. Then, well, it spread to our Anqi County. My home is right at the edge of the West City, not far from the refugee. It's hard to say. My mom said the prices of rice and flour in the city have already started to rise. In this tumultuous world, life is becoming increasingly difficult. Jiang Ye, sitting at the door, heard the worried discussions of the disciples, a serious expression flashing in his eyes. Even these naive martial arts-focused young disciples began discussing the changes in Lushan County, indicating that the news had already spread through the streets, and the severity of the situation was likely threefold worse than what he had heard from Cui Yang 3 days ago. A sense of panic began to spread among the disciples of the martial arts academy. However, in the afternoon, another shocking piece of news arrived within the academy. Hu Tian has successfully broken through to the Ming strength realm. Tisk Hu Tian, you are truly... After only half a month of martial arts training, you have successfully broken through to Ming strength. At this rate, Hu Tian might even break through to dark strength within a year. This exceptional talent is true. The disciples in the inner courtyard looked at Hu Tian with envy and jealousy, their praises never ceasing. Meanwhile, Hu Tian, at the center of the discussion, also wore a face full of joy, though it was not as exaggerated as when he first entered boxing. He had been worried about offending Lu Yi and Su Yin the past few days, and had not thought about anything else, only focusing on practicing his punches. Unexpectedly, he had seized this opportunity to successfully break through to Ming strength. Hu Tian. A deep and resonant voice came from behind, and the noise ceased abruptly. Lu Qingshi, who had seemingly come out of nowhere, stood with his hands behind his back in the corridor, looking at Hu Tian with a slight nod. A rare smile of appreciation appeared on his usually stern face. I thought it would take you a month to break through. Not bad, you are faster than I expected. He walked over slowly, took out the familiar green porcelain bottle from his sleeve, and handed it to Hu Tian. The bottle was smooth with a faint medicinal aroma, a brand new blood-boosting pill. This diligence I hope you will continue to maintain. Do not waste this talent. Thank you, master, for the gift. I will work harder on my punches. Hu Tian said excitedly as he received the blood-boosting pill from Lu Qingshi's hand. After encouraging Hu Tian a few more words, Lu Qingshi glanced at the diligent Shirley, practicing punches not far away, a trace of subtle satisfaction flashing in his eyes before turning and returning to the study. Once the master left, the atmosphere in the inner courtyard became even livelier. Several disciples who were closer to Hu Tian immediately surrounded him, their words laced with flattery. Hu Tian, no, we should call you Senior Hu now. Breaking through to Ming's strength, we can now stand on equal footing. Hu Tian, no, we should call you Senior Hu now. Breaking through to Ming's strength, we can now stand on equal footing. With a foundation only mediocre by the time he is ready to break through to Ming's strength, Senior Hu will probably already be preparing for dark strength. Someone lowered their voice, containing a touch of intentional mockery, glancing over at Shirley, who was practicing. Hearing the slightly flattering discussions from the surrounding disciples, Hu Tian couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth in a smug arc. On the other hand, Shirley seemed completely unaffected, as if he were in a different world than the surrounding disciples. The Academy's senior brother Zhao Gang initially wanted to come over and comfort him, but upon seeing this scene, an expression of admiration flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect Shiliai's character to be so resilient. He glanced again at the smug face of Hu Tian, not far away, inwardly thinking, given time, Shirley might not fall behind Hu Tian. Meanwhile, as Hu Tian's gaze swept over Shirley, who was practicing punches like a monk, he couldn't hide a hint of disdain in his eyes, coldly scoffing to himself. Mediocre talent, no matter how hard he practices, he will never see my heels. His expression of pride grew even more pronounced, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, the corner of his eye inadvertently caught sight of two figures in the distance on the corridor. Lu Yi and Su Yin stood side by side, one as cold as snow, the other as gentle as the moon. Clearly they were not. Hu Tian inexplicably felt a jolt in his heart. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him without warning. The pride that had just ignited the joy that was almost overflowing from his chest was inexplicably dulled by a sense. The pride remained on his lips, but had stiffened into an unnatural arc. The ecstasy of breaking through to Ming's strength suddenly felt diminished by a third. Finally, nearing the close of the academy, Hu Tian was the first to leave the martial arts academy. He was eager to return home and share his joy of breaking through to Ming's strength with his sister. As he passed through a secluded street corner, a dark figure suddenly emerged, as if it had grown out from the shadowy wall blocking his path. Brother Zhang Wang. Hu Tian abruptly halted, nearly stumbling. The person before him was Zhang Ze's confidant Zhang Wang. Zhang Wang sized up Hu Tian, and then familiarly patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Incredible, incredible. Young master indeed did not misjudge you. It has only been a few days, and you have broken through to Ming's strength. In the entire young generation of Anxi County, your talent is the first of its kind." Saying this, he slung his arm over Hu Tian's shoulder. "Come on, brother, Hu Tian, young master is eager to see you." Upon hearing this, Hu Tian's expression changed, revealing a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Although he did not know what had happened between brother Zhang Su and the two sisters that night, which led to his expulsion from the martial arts academy, it was clear that the two had completely fallen out. Moreover, he had offended the two sisters due to his role as a bridge. If he were to meet Zhang Su now, it would be even harder for him to establish himself in the academy in the future. "Brother Zhang Wang, do you know what brother Zhang Su did that night?" Hu Tian was about to ask. "Sigh." Zhang Wang sighed deeply, directly interrupting. "Brother Hu Tian, I also do not know the details of this matter. But you can ask the young master directly." Seeing Hu Tian still hesitating, Zhang Wang continued. "Brother Hu Tian, have you forgotten how the young master took care of you when you first entered the academy?" Saying this, Zhang Wang's gaze swept over Hu Tian's clothes. This outfit was the one Zhang Su had taken Hu Tian to buy back then. "All right, I will go see Zhang Su with you." After hesitating for a moment, Hu Tian finally decided to follow Zhang Wang. In Anxi County, east of the city, Zhang family mansion. Leave Qingshi Martial Academy. Nu Tian froze abruptly, his pupils contracting sharply as his expression shifted repeatedly. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme and master-disciple bonds are sacred and unyielding, abandoning one's sect is a grave transgression. Lighter cases invite universal disdain, heavier ones incur utter ostracism among fellow cultivators. And nowhere is it tolerated. It is nothing short of treason against the Tao. Instinctively, he wanted to shake his head in refusal, yet the memory of having offended Lu Yi and Su Yin clung like frost, leaving him perpetually unsettled within the academy walls. A flicker of inner conflict crossed Hu Tian's eyes before he lowered his voice. "Senior brother Zhang Su. This seems inappropriate." Zhang Su, observing the hesitation etched across Hu Tian's face, knew the matter was still negotiable. "And inappropriate." His voice, hoarse and unervingly soft, dripped like venom-laced nails. Each syllable hammered slowly, deliberately into the fissures of Hu Tian's wavering resolve. "My enmity with Qingshi Martial Academy is already sealed in blood, best left unspoken. And let us speak plainly of your standing here. And do you know what privileges a martial artist of your caliber would command at other academies?" Hu Tian blinked faintly and instinctively shook his head. "I'm not quite sure." Suppressing his pain, Jiang Su twisted his lips into a cold smile, and, at another academy, a disciple of your talent would long since have been taken as the master's private protege. Tuition waived entirely, an uninterrupted supply of refining pills, and status elevated far beyond ordinary students. He paused, his gaze clinging to Hu Tian's face like silken threads. And you? Have you ever received such preferential treatment at Qingshi Martial Academy? At those words, Hu Tian's expression darkened, and he recalled receiving a bottle of blood-replenishing pills from Master Lu Qingshi upon mastering his first fist technique. He had believed it a singular honor bestowed solely upon him. Yet Shirley, the disciple with merely mediocre root aptitude, had received the very same bottle upon completing the same milestone. And suddenly Hu Tian realized, despite his superior root aptitude, he had never truly been favored within the academy. A subtle flush of resentment rose to Hu Tian's cheeks. An unfamiliar emotion welled up from deep within, a silent subterranean current that swept away his fragile reverence and gratitude like brittle leaves caught in a flood. Jiang Su noted that flicker of discontent, registering it without comment. He did not press further. Instead, he sank weakly back onto his pillow, his tone softening. Warm, brotherly, disarmingly sincere, and, Brother Hu Tian, I do not ask you to betray gratitude or forget loyalty. I only feel it unjust for you. And he coughed twice. Fresh crimson bloomed through the bandages on his chest, stark and alarming. Hu Tian's breath caught. Unconsciously, he edged half a step forward. Jiang Su continued softly, in. You've heard of Jichuan Martial Academy, haven't you? My father maintains cordial ties with its master. Should you choose to leave Qingshi Martial Academy and join Jichuan, I guarantee your treatment will surpass anything Qingshi could offer, by far. Jichuan Martial Academy. Hu Tian's eyes lit up. And after days of training at the academy, he was no longer the ignorant country boy who knew nothing. He knew well that within Anxi County, Jichuan stood unrivaled in strength and renown. It even housed 2 cultivators of the transcendent fist realm. To enter Jichuan under Jiang Su's recommendation would indeed promise a far brighter future than remaining at Jiang Su stoked the flame once more, in. Brother Hu, I regard you as my own kin. Upon your enrollment at Jichuan, you'll receive not only the academy's full stipend, but also dedicated cultivation resources from my family, the Zhangs. At those words, Hu Tian could resist no longer. He nodded firmly. Senior Brother Zhang, I'll follow your guidance. And upon hearing this, Jiang Su, propped helplessly on his bed, finally allowed a chilling smile to spread across his face. His feud with Qingshi Martial Academy had reached a point of no return, and luring away a promising talent like Hu Tian would simultaneously weaken Qingshi and strengthen himself. A perfect Tobard Swithenestone stratagem. In Qingshi Martial Academy, the Su family, I will utterly destroy you both. In hatred blazed fiercely in Jiang Su's eyes. That night Lu Yi and Su Yin had been within his grasp, ripe fruit ready to be plucked, until a white-haired elder shattered all hope with a single fist. He assumed without question that the elder was a covert bodyguard secretly assigned by the Su family to protect Su Yin, and henceforth his sole objective became dismantling Qingshi Martial Academy and the Su family at any cost. The following dawn brought an unexpected visitor to the academy, Hu Tian. Could it be that having just broken through to the bright Qi realm yesterday, he seeks to train diligently? Jiang Ye lifted his aged eyelids slightly, watching Hu Tian approach at a light jog, his ancient eyes glinting with quiet curiosity. Hu Tian's face bore 3 parts trepidation, 3 parts inner struggle, and a trace of grim resolve. And he clearly had no intention of greeting Jiang Ye today. His stride was unusually swift. Within moments he had already crossed the academy's main gate. He had arrived early precisely to request an audience with Lu Qingshi, hoping to declare his intent to leave while the academy grounds remained quiet and empty before other disciples arrived. Yet inexplicably, as he stepped into the inner courtyard, the resolve he'd gathered the previous day began to ebb, leaving him suddenly tongue-tied, unable to utter a word. Thus he lingered, hesitating, until late afternoon, when at last he summoned his courage and stood before Master Lu Qingshi's study door. And enter. A deep, resonant voice echoed from within. Hu Tian drew a slow breath and stepped inside. And, Hu Tian, you seek clarification on a martial technique. Lu Qingshi raised his gaze slightly and asked gravely. In Master Lu, I. In meeting Lu Qingshi's steady gaze, Hu Tian's heart lurched. He nearly fled on the spot. But recalling the prestige awaiting him at Jichuan, and Jiang Su's unwavering faith in him, he forced the words out. I wish to leave Qingshi Martial Academy. The moment those words left his lips, he dropped his head, refusing to meet Lu Qingshi's eyes, and his entire body trembled, bracing for a furious strike. He had heard rumors of disciples dismissed without cause from other academies left crippled by their master's wrath. Silence settled over the room. And Lu Qingshi did not erupt in fury, as Hu Tian had feared. Ni's gaze held no sharpness, nor even disappointment. Why do you wish to leave? May I ask for your reason? And Lu Qingshi regarded Hu Tian with profound stillness. I believe this place may no longer suit me. Hu Tian swallowed hard, reciting the rehearsed excuse. Is that so? And Lu Qingshi gave a non-committal shake of his head and asked again, "Are you certain? Truly certain? You wish to depart Qingshi Martial Academy?" He suspected Jiang Su lay behind this sudden decision. In truth be told, a disciple of Hu Tian's caliber was precisely the kind he wished most to retain. Yet if the disciple's heart had already turned elsewhere, he would not chain him with force. And I, Nu Tian swallowed again, his voice trembling as he declared, "I am certain." Just then, a disciple's voice rang out from beyond the door in, "Hu Tian, your sister has brought food for you." "What? Why did sister come at this moment?" Hearing the voice from outside, Hu Tian's eyes grew even more panicked. He originally intended to leave the Qingshi Martial Academy and join the Ji Quan Martial Hall before informing his sister about it. Because he had previously mentioned Jiang Su to his sister, but she held strong prejudices against Jiang Su, repeatedly warning him not to get too close to such a wealthy young man with unclear intentions. Therefore, if Sister Hu Li found out that he followed Jiang Ze's suggestion to leave the Qingshi Martial Academy, she probably would not agree. "Just in time, your sister has come. Let her join us to discuss this matter." Lu Qingshi spoke calmly. He had met Hu Li several times and knew that to Hu Tian, she was like a motherly elder. After Lu Qingshi opened the door, he had a disciple bring Hu Li inside. Hu Li arrived very quickly. She had obviously been jogging all the way, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat, her breath not yet fully settled. Her eyes, bearing a resemblance to Hu Tian's, shone with the joy and anticipation of seeing her younger brother. In her hands was a package wrapped in several layers of coarse cloth. It was osmanthus cake she had specially purchased this morning from an old shop in the southern part of the city, the treat her brother loved most as a child, only eaten during festivals. But when she stepped into the study and saw Lu Qingshi's eyes calm like an ancient well, and then Hu Tian bowing his head, as if awaiting judgment, the joy in her eyes vanished instantly, like a candle extinguished by a cold wind. "Hall Master." She did not immediately ask about her brother, but first respectfully bowed to Lu Qingshi, shifting the package forward, her voice gentle, yet with a rustic simplicity. "I bought these cakes in the southern city. If you don't mind, please try some." After Lu Qingshi gently declined, he informed Hu Li of Hu Tian's desire to leave the martial academy. "What?" Hu Li suddenly dropped the package in her hands. "You want to leave the martial academy?" She almost shouted, staring at Hu Tian in disbelief, as if meeting this brother she had raised for the first time. "Sister, I have my reasons." Hu Tian lowered his voice, avoiding her gaze. "Did that so-called big brother Jiang Su say something to you again?" Hu Li looked at Hu Tian with a pained and stern expression, her voice severe. "I told you before, those who show kindness to you surely have ulterior motives. You are too naive, being used as a pawn without realizing it." She understood the wickedness of the world even more deeply than Hu Tian. Previously, when Hu Tian told her that Jiang Su, the second young master of the Jiang family, treated him like a true younger brother, she refused to believe it in 100 ways. Now to think he was trying to persuade her brother to abandon the martial academy and betray their sect. What kind of person could he be? "Hall Master, I am truly sorry. Please consider my brother's words as nonsense." Hu Li turned to apologize to Lu. "I am not speaking nonsense." Hu Tian suddenly raised his head and blurted out. He did not know why he became so agitated all of a sudden. Those words, long suppressed in his heart, finally broke through the fragile self-control of youth at this moment. "You always treat me like a child, thinking I understand nothing and must listen to you. But how much do you really know about my affairs in the martial academy? How much have you seen of senior brother Jiang Ze's kindness to me? The honorable second young master of the Jiang family deigns to show me the world and help me build connections. What is he after? My poverty, my rural origins." He spoke faster and faster, feeling justified. "I have spent half a month breaking through to Mingjin. Among the younger generation in Anxi County, how many can claim that? But what has this martial academy given me? 2 bottles of blood tonic pills. Even Shirley with his mediocre bone structure got 1 too. Is that considered preferential treatment? They are equating me with such people. The Jiquan Martial Hall has 2 Huajin warriors stationed. The hall master values me and is willing to accept me as a disciple, supplying me with pills monthly, promising an unlimited future. Should I throw away such a bright prospect just because of your warning not to be used as a pawn? Senior brother Jiang Su is my good elder brother. He would never harm me." Hu Tian took a deep breath, looked at Lu Qingshi, and said solemnly, "I have made up my mind. I will leave the Qingshi Martial Academy." "How dare you?" Hu Li almost shouted these 2 words. Her usually gentle face was now twisted with extreme anger and pain, her eyes reddened, but stubbornly refusing to shed tears. She stared fixedly at Hu Tian, enunciating each word. "If you dare to step out of this door today from now on, don't call me your sister." These words were heavy, so heavy that her own voice trembled uncontrollably at the end, because she knew better than Hu Tian the high cost of leaving the martial academy and changing allegiances. Seeing her sister's face full of righteous fury, Hu Tian felt a slight tightening in his heart, but then thought of the bright future awaiting him at Ji Quan Martial Hall, and Jiang Su's promises. His hesitation transformed into resolute determination. He knew his sister's words were surely spoken in anger. She would soon calm down. When he later broke through to Jin, even stepped into Hua Jin, becoming a prominent figure in Anxi County, how happy his sister would be. By then she would realize how mistaken she was to try to stop him today, and he would prove with success that he was right. Sister, just wait and see. Hu Tian seemed to already envision his future glory, smiling proudly at Hu Li before turning and leaving the study. Xiao Tianyu. Seeing Hu Tian truly leave, Hu Li's body trembled violently, a trace of sorrow appearing amidst her angry expression. At that moment, she even doubted whether her past decision to scrimp and save to send her brother to learn martial arts was the right one. I'll forget it, everyone has their own fate. Lu Qingshi sighed, softly comforting Hu Li with a few. At the same time he looked toward Hu Tian's retreating figure, a glimmer flickering in his eyes. So it's the Ji Quan martial. The news of Hu Tian leaving the martial academy spread like a drop of water thrown into boiling oil, instantly stirring up a storm. Is it true? Has Hu Tian gone mad, daring to leave the martial academy? I heard this kid already found a new place going to Ji Quan Martial Hall. 'Tis people always move upward while water flows downward. With that kid's talent he might get decent treatment at Ji Quan Martial Hall. That may be, but betraying one's sect is taboo everywhere. Master Lu is truly merciful, this doesn't cripple his leg. No matter what this kid's reputation is, some sneered, some sighed deeply, some watched coldly, while others secretly lamented. The talented youth who once made many envious with his 7-day introductory fist technique and half-month breakthrough to Ming Jin gradually transformed in the public eye from junior brother Hu Tian to simply that Hu Tian. A single character made all the difference. Shirley stood by the inner courtyard's training ground, silently reflecting for a long time after hearing a junior brother's hushed retelling. He did not look back at Hu Tian's vacant training spot, but slowly withdrew his gaze and resumed his stance. Sweat flowed down from his brow, forming a small dark patch on the ground. He said nothing. Beside the Martial Academy's main gate, Jiang Ye sat rigidly on a glossy small stool, absorbing the noisy chatter from the courtyard. His eyes narrowed slightly, an icy gleam flashing in his aged eyes. No wonder he ran so fast, he was in a hurry to flee. But the uproarious discussions did not last long. A disciple from the outer courtyard rushed in, panting heavily, his face pale. He pushed through the crowd, his voice trembling. Bad news. Outside the city gate. Many refugees have arrived. From Lushan County's refugees. They escaped here. The refugees from Lushan County have escaped. The disciples who had just been discussing Hu Tian's whereabouts were stunned. The noise suddenly ceased. They exchanged glances, and the glimmer of curiosity and speculation about others' futures in their eyes was abruptly replaced by a heavier emotion. Fear. Lushan County isn't that under lockdown. The refugees have escaped. Then, doesn't that mean? I just heard someone say that rice and flour prices have risen significantly. If refugees come, won't the prices skyrocket? How many people are at the city gate? Hundreds. Thousands. Will the government take action? Panic spread through the Martial Academy like an invisible plague. The previous discussions about Hu Tian Jiangsu and the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School now seemed trivial. Fortunately, this wave of panic did not last long. New information came back from the city gate. According to the reports from several disciples who were the first to arrive at the city gate to inquire, a significant number of refugees from Lushan County had arrived, around several hundred, bringing their families and looking quite disheveled. However, the most crucial information was that they had escaped before Lushan County was completely locked down. This meant that Lushan County had likely not been breached yet. The chaos had not yet spread. Meanwhile, some noticed that most of those who managed to escape before the lockdown were martial artists. There were disciples from local martial arts schools in Lushan County and martial artists who served as guards for wealthy families. They were agile and perceptive, rushing out with their families before the city gates were completely shut. There were disciples from local martial arts schools in Lushan County and martial artists who served as guards for wealthy families. They were agile and perceptive, rushing out with those martial artists who escaped before the lockdown. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes. It was foreseeable that once these people entered the city, Anxi County would definitely experience more tension and unrest. Just as Jiang Ye was pondering, a middle-aged man dressed in a light green outfit with a slim build and a gentle demeanor approached the entrance leisurely. Jiang Ye slowly stood up and slightly cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Master Zhou, you've come." This person was named Zhou Yue, the head of the Lingyuan Martial Academy, and had a decent relationship with Lu Qingshi, often visiting. Thus Jiang Ye was not unfamiliar with him. "Uncle Jiang, you still look as good as ever." Zhou Yu politely greeted Jiang Ye and then stepped into the martial academy. Jiang Ye stood outside the door, watching Zhou Yu's figure disappear behind the moon gate deep within the academy. His aged eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of contemplative light flickering within. Zhou Yu coming at this time must mean he has something important to discuss. Inside the academy's study, the fragrance of tea wafted. Lu Qingshi poured a cup of hot tea for Zhou Yue, and they sat across from each other. The sunset's afterglow filtered through the window, spreading a warm golden hue on the table, yet it couldn't dispel the heavy atmosphere lingering in the air. "What's going on? Aren't you teaching martial arts today? You have time to come here." Lu Qingshi lifted his teacup, a faint smile on his face, his tone as steady as ever. Zhou Yu first took a sip of tea, savoring it for a moment, and then looked up almost smiling as he gazed at his old friend, saying, "I heard that your martial academy has produced a traitor, so I came to offer my condolences." Lu Qingshi didn't refute this, but shook his head and smiled bitterly, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Good news travels slowly, bad news spreads like wildfire. This news has spread really fast. The Extreme Fist Martial Arts School has become increasingly unscrupulous over the years. They want to poach anyone with potential regardless of how it looks. Zhou Yu sighed lightly, then changed the subject, a look of scrutiny in his eyes. However, your disciple's issue is quite significant. He was easily swayed by small perks. His character and resolve are still lacking. Lu Qingshi did not respond. He lowered his gaze to the floating tea leaves in his cup, lost in thought. Zhou Yu noticed this and refrained from bringing it up again. He set down his cup, cleared his throat, and his expression gradually became serious. "Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's get to the main point." He looked at Lu Qingshi and said, "You should know about the group of martial artists who fled from Lushan County." Lu Qingshi nodded slightly. "The people who escaped this time are not simple." Zhou Yu lowered his voice, a hint of gravity in his tone. "The heads of 3 martial arts schools are all transformation-level martial artists, and several of their disciples are skilled in dark strength, not to mention the bright strength experts." He paused, his tone growing heavier. "Altogether, this forms a force that cannot be underestimated. I've heard that the county magistrate intends to accept them, allowing them to take root in Anxi County and strengthen the local martial force." Lu Qingshi frowned slightly, likely guessing what was to come next. Sure enough, Zhou Yu continued, "The martial arts gathering in 3 days will proceed as usual. And," he paused for emphasis, "we will allow those martial artists from Lushan County to participate as well." Even Lu Qingshi, who was usually as steady as a mountain and rarely showed his emotions, displayed an unmistakable shock at this moment. Under such circumstances, the martial arts gathering will still take place. In Anxi County, this gathering was an annual event that had continued for over a decade. Every year at this time, the 3 major martial arts schools in the county and several martial academies would gather at the demonstration arena in the north of the city, each sending their disciples to spar. At that time, not only was it a grand gathering for martial artists, but it was also the focal point of attention in the county. Disciples who performed well on the stage not only brought fame to their martial school, but also attracted more talent. They could even catch the eye of wealthy families in the city, such as the Su and Zhang families, gaining sponsorship and a bribe. Lu Qingshi initially thought that after the news of the turmoil in Lushan County spread, this year's martial arts gathering would most likely be cancelled. However, unexpectedly, not only would it proceed, but they would also allow the dragons crossing the river from Lushan County to participate. He could almost foresee the astonishing ferocity and determination that these outsiders struggling in a foreign land would unleash on stage. This is not good news. Lu Qingshi frowned and took a sip from his cup, but the tea had already cooled and the bitter taste rushed down his throat. Compared to disciples from martial academies, those from martial arts schools already had some disparity. Furthermore, with the dragons crossing the river from Lushan County, this year's martial arts gathering would likely be far more competitive than in previous years. Seeing his old friend's worried expression, Zhou Yu sighed as well. "I came here to share my thoughts with you. This martial arts gathering, we martial academies will likely be suppressed and beaten by those martial arts schools and outsiders." He stood up and walked to the window, his voice tinged with complexity. "The county magistrate has his own considerations. In chaotic times, more martial strength means more security. But we who teach martial arts feel uneasy seeing our disciples trampled by others." In the study, a brief silence. The news that the martial arts gathering would still be held in 3 days sent ripples through the martial academy. The first to stir were the disciples from the outer academy. These young disciples who were not qualified to participate were in fact the most agitated group. They gathered in small groups by the demonstration arena, whispering excitedly about the news they had gathered. "Have you heard? Have you heard? The martial artists who fled from Lushan County will also participate. That means there will be a good show to watch. I want to see how the martial arts of Lushan County differ from Aranchi County. I heard there's a disciple from a martial arts school over there who is already skilled in dark strength at just 17. Is it true? Who cares if it's true or not? Anyway, it's none of our business since we won't be on stage." "That's true. Hell, let's just enjoy the spectacle." Compared to the light-hearted atmosphere among the outer academy disciples, the mood in the inner academy was more complex. During training, several people gathered together, chatting under the corridor or beside the wooden dummies, naturally discussing the martial arts gathering 3 days later. Their expressions varied. Some were excited while others wore frowns. "The martial artists from Lushan County will also participate. Doesn't that mean we'll have a lot more opponents this year? But this is a good opportunity to see how strong the martial artists from Lushan County are." "You're quite optimistic. I've heard that among those who escaped there are 3 heads of martial arts schools with at least 20 or 30 disciples, a lot of bright strength experts, and several dark strength experts. So what if they have dark strength? We in the inner academy have our own dark strength seniors. I wonder which of our academy's disciples will be on stage this. As the inner academy disciples debated, they unconsciously turned their gazes toward Lu Yi, Su Yin, and Zhao Gang, the core disciples. By the column, Lu Yi stood with her hands behind her back, dressed in a plain white outfit, her garments gently swaying in the evening breeze. She remained as cold as snow, as if the surrounding voices of excitement and anxiety were separated from her by an invisible curtain of water. Yet her clear eyes gazed at the deepening twilight, lost in thought. Not far away on the stone steps, Su Yin practiced her punches with focus. She had reached the pinnacle of bright strength. Especially after her absurd battle with that white-haired old man a few nights ago, she felt that a certain blockage within her had been broken. She had a premonition that she would soon break through to dark strength. This is utterly absurd. Am I really relying on that kind of thing to spur myself to break through? The image of her intense battle with the white-haired old man flashed through Su Yan's mind, and a hint of red crept onto her fair ears. Their eyes met. Uncertain if it was her imagination, Su Yin seemed to see a faint glimmer of water in Lu Yi's cool snow-like eyes. Their eyes met. Uncertain if it was her imagination, Su Yin seemed to see a faint glimmer of water in Lu Yi's cool snow-like eyes. Could it be that Yi is also thinking about that matter? Su Yin had just flashed this thought in her mind when Lu Yi immediately averted her gaze. However, judging by the rise and fall of her chest, the young girl's emotions seemed rather unstable. On the demonstration arena, Zhao Gang was practicing with several junior disciples, each movement steady and robust. As the eldest senior brother of the martial school, he had always been the spiritual support for the inner academy disciples. At this moment his face still bore the usual honest smile, yet beneath it lay a weight that others could not perceive. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had gone by. The sky had yet to brighten, and an old man was already standing in the courtyard. Jiang Ye slowly assumed the stance of the 5-animal fist. His body suddenly sank, his back arched like a tiger ready to pounce. Then, as his feet moved, he leaped lightly akin to a spirit deer in a mountain stream, landing soundlessly. Following this, his shoulder moved slightly, and a bear-like punch struck the air, producing a dull thud. Various forces transformed and fused with one another. Jiang Ye remained still, his eyes slightly lifted, gazing at a piece of green stone beside him, half his height. This stone was leftover debris from when the gatehouse was built several years ago. It was heavy, weighing at least over 200 pounds, and had been left unbothered in the corner. Usually Jiang Ye would glance at it while cleaning, but he didn't pay much attention. At this moment, he looked at the stone, suddenly raising his right hand, fingers spreading, as if losing strength, gently pressing down on it. Bang! A very faint sound. The surface of the green stone remained motionless. Not even a crack appeared. However, if someone were to crouch down and closely observe, they would be astonished to find that tiny particles of powder were continuously falling from the bottom side of the stone, which was pressed against the ground. Jiang Ye retracted his palm and looked down at the seemingly intact, yet internally shattered green stone, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Host Jiang Ye, lifespan 70-85, strength dark strength, late stage fate, ascending to God, effect 1. Extraordinary comprehension, mastered martial art, 5-animal fist, great achievement, 808. 1000, mastered true, meaning tiger walks like illness, spirit ape changes unceasingly. One must admit the effect of extraordinary comprehension is truly terrifying. After 3 days of training, Jiang Ye's strength has already reached the late stage of dark strength. He was not far from transformation strength. This was merely a matter of the coming days. Old Jiang, aren't you going to watch the martial arts gathering? Lu Qingshi's voice interrupted Jiang Ye's thoughts. He had changed into a dignified dark robe, followed by disciples who were all geared up. Jiang Ye waved his hand, saying, I'm getting old. The young people fighting is too stimulating. I'd rather guard this door for some peace. He had accompanied them to watch the excitement several times before, and each time the one who stood out the most was the extreme fist martial arts school. Moreover, he had other matters to attend to today. Seeing Jiang Ye's refusal, Lu Qingshi did not press further, nodding slightly, as he led the large group toward the north of the city. The sound of footsteps, murmurs, and the rustling of garments gradually faded away, ultimately dispersed by the morning wind. Jiang Ye stood by the door, watching the group of young figures disappear at the end of the long street. Once the last breath faded away, he turned around and slowly returned to his room. When he pushed the door open again, the figure standing there was no longer that of an old gatekeeper. His stature had risen, back straightened, face gaunt and stern, with a fierce aura that warned others to keep their distance. He glanced at this unfamiliar body, flexed his fingers, confirming it was indeed correct. It's time to settle this. He silently left the martial academy, heading towards the Zhang family estate. Over the past few days, he had learned through the discussions among the disciples that Zhang Su was still alive. Since the other party was not dead, Jiang Ye must ensure that he dies today. As far as he knew, the Zhang family had a transformation-level martial artist as a protector whose whereabouts were uncertain and rarely appeared. But today was the day of the martial arts gathering, and the prominent martial artists in Anqi County would likely gather in the north of the city. That transformation-level protector would not miss such a grand event. Thus today was the best opportunity to assassinate Zhang Su. About half an hour later, Jiang Ye's figure appeared in a secluded alley outside the Zhang family residence. He did not recklessly climb the wall, but hid in the shadows, listening quietly. Then he heard a piece of news from a Zhang family servant that left him speechless. That scoundrel Zhang Su, clearly gravely injured, and just managing to stabilize his breath, was actually being helped by servants to go watch the martial arts gathering today. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ye had to take a detour to the north of the city to see if there was a suitable opportunity. Regardless, Zhang Su must die today. In the north of the city at the martial arts arena. This usually desolate place is now packed with people. A makeshift high platform stands majestically with a red carpet laid in front and flags fluttering in the breeze on either side. The area below the platform is crowded with a sea of people. There are disciples from various martial arts schools dressed in uniform attire, well-dressed wealthy gentry, ordinary citizens who have brought their families to watch, and foreign martial artists who have just escaped from Lushan County looking gaunt, but with sharp eyes. In front of the high platform, a row of richly upholstered grandmaster chairs is arranged. The county magistrate sits in the center, smiling and occasionally exchanging a few words with the people on either side, exuding authority and composure. Next to him sits the top figure in the martial arts community of Anxi County. Yan Sheng, the master of the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School, is tall and serious, reputed to have reached the pinnacle of his boxing skills. Jin Huang, the master of the Stormy Waves Martial Arts School, has a fierce appearance and sharp eyes radiating a powerful aura. Su Feng, the master of the Shattered Wind Martial Arts School, is slender but has a sharpness in his brow akin to a blade. The three seats are quite close and low whispers can be heard. They are the three giants of the martial arts community in Anxi County. Nearby are the positions of Lu Qingshi and Zhou Yue, masters of their respective martial arts academies. Lu Qingshi's expression is calm, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the three distant figures without a hint of turmoil, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. In the scattered seating area behind, local powerful representatives are present. Su Chan, the head of the Su family, wears a smile and engages in conversation with the seated guests, embodying the demeanor of a shrewd businessman. Jiang Ye, the head of the Zhang family, is also here, whispering to a person beside him, his expression calm, as if he is merely an ordinary wealthy attendee at the ceremony, devoid of the tension and deep-seated animosity that once existed with Lu Qingshi and Su Chun. In the viewing area on one side of the high platform, several servants carefully carry over a soft couch, placing a figure wrapped tightly in blankets, pale-faced, into the shadowy corner. The person is covered with a thick quilt, revealing only a sunken face and murky eyes which fixate intently on the direction of the Qing Stone Martial Arts Academy's disciples, expressing resentment as they move. It is none other than Zhang Su. At the edge of the crowd, a tall and stern figure calmly squeezes into the He is dressed plainly, seemingly just an old man here to watch the excitement. However, the eyes hidden in the crowd accurately lock onto the figure lying on the soft couch, like an eagle spotting its prey. Found you. Jiang Ye's aged lips curl into a slight upward arc, forming a cold smile. His gaze lingers on the pale paper-like face for a moment before sweeping over the servants. Look at that boy's weak aura. He can last at most an hour before needing to be carried back to rest. On the way back, the servants will move slowly with the soft couch, and there won't be any experts to protect him. That would be the best opportunity to strike. In an instant, a cold and ruthless hunting plan flashed through Jiang Ye's mind. At this moment, a stir suddenly arose on the high platform of the martial arts gathering. A lithe figure jumped onto the high platform, landing steadily at the center. It was a young man dressed in gray martial attire with dark skin and a faint scar above his brow, adding a touch of fierceness to his youthful face. He cupped his hands in salute to all directions, but his eyes remained fixed on the direction of the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School, declaring loudly, "I am He Jie from the Kaishan Martial Arts School. I have long heard that Anxi County harbors hidden talents, and I have also heard that your school has recently taken in a great disciple named Hu Tian, who has reached the initial stage of Mingjin in half a month, truly a young hero. Today I am fortunate to take the stage, and wonder if this brother Hu Tian dares to come up and spar with me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd below erupted. Kaishan Martial Arts School. Aren't they the ones who fled from Lushan County? Goodness, these foreign martial artists can no longer sit still, challenging the most prominent right away. Hu Tian. Is he the one who betrayed the Qing Stone Martial Arts Academy and joined the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School? Yes, that's him. The academy has been buzzing with this news, saying this kid has betrayed his own sect. This is getting interesting. A challenger from Lushan County confronting a traitor of the Martial Arts Academy. Regardless of who wins or loses, it will be a spectacle. That Hishan looks to be at the early stage of Mingjin, comparable in strength to Hu Tian, perfectly matched. It all depends on whether Hu Tian dares to accept. If he shrinks back, that would solidify the label of traitor, and the crowd buzzed, surging like a tide. Many eyes focused on the area of the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School, some filled with anticipation, some with mockery, and others unabashedly reveling in the spectacle. On the Grandmaster chair at the front of the high platform, Yan Sheng, the master of the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School, sat still, his expression calm, as if the discussions of traitors had nothing to do with him. But if someone were to look closely, they would notice a fleeting shadow of darkness deep in his eyes, like a venomous snake gliding beneath a deep pool. He instinctively wanted to turn and signal Hu Tian to stay steady and not act rashly. This kid has only been at the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School for 3 days, has not yet found his footing, and his identity is so sensitive. If he goes on stage now and wins, that's one thing, but if he loses, then it would not only be a loss of his own face, but also the face of the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School. However, his actions ultimately came a beat too late. What is there to be afraid of? A bright and excited youthful voice suddenly rang out from behind. Hu Tian leaped up from his seat, his face flushed, and eyes shining, looking like a young tiger that had finally found its prey. What young person doesn't want to make a name for themselves on the arena? Since leaving the Qingstone Martial Arts Academy and joining the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School, he has lived in oppression and frustration. After joining the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School, Master Yansheng did not immediately take him as a direct disciple, as Zhang Su claimed, but instead said he wanted to assess his temperament, giving him treatment slightly better than that of ordinary disciples. The gaze of his fellow disciples always bore a hint of scrutiny and disdain, and the whispers behind his back made him feel like a thorn in his side. He desperately needed a resounding victory to silence everyone, to prove that his choice was not wrong, and to make those who looked down on him reevaluate him. And at this moment, this arena, this opponent, this stage under the spotlight is simply a golden opportunity sent by the heavens. Seeing Hu Tian disregard his gaze and directly accept the challenge, Yansheng's brow flashed with annoyance, but he soon shook his head. Forget it, this kid is ultimately not a disciple I have personally trained. What does it matter if he's a martial artist from Lushan County? Let me Hu Tian meet you, Heaton. He strode confidently onto the high platform, his clothes billowing in the wind, each step taken with solid determination. In his mind, he could already envision himself defeating the dark-skinned youth, the thunderous applause from the crowd below, Master Yansheng's approving pat on his shoulder, and the gazes of those former peers who once looked down on him turning into envy. By then, who would still dare to call him a traitor of the Martial Arts Academy? On the high platform, Jiang Ye watched the approaching young man, a smile blooming on his dark face, containing both wild provocation and eager excitement. Brother Hu Tian, please. Please. The crowd below grew increasingly boisterous. Kill. With a loud shout, Hu Tian made the first move, forming his fist and ruthlessly striking towards Hishan's face. This punch was heavy and fast, accompanied by a fierce sound of air being sliced, almost possessing a force that could. Gasps arose from the audience. In just a few days, he had already grasped the signature technique of the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School, the breakthrough fist, showcasing a talent that truly warranted the title of genius. Good move. Facing the incoming heavy punch, Jiang did not dodge or evade, but similarly threw a punch, choosing to meet it head-on. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Both retreated 2 steps, simultaneously appearing evenly matched. However, the situation quickly changed. Jiang's boxing style carried a reckless bloodlust, repeatedly attempting to exchange injuries with Hu Tian. Is this guy insane? It's just sparring, yet he fights like it's for his life. Hu Tian's heart grew increasing. He usually practiced boxing with his fellow disciples in the academy, where the exchanges were light and controlled, having never experienced a life-or-death battle. Facing Jiang's reckless fighting style for the first time, his confidence from earlier faded, revealing a hint of panic. No way. If this keeps up, I might die. After a few more moves, Hu Tian began to feel a sense of retreat, and his punching momentum showed signs of hesitation. In a battle where both sides were evenly matched, the first to show weakness would reveal a fatal flaw. Jiang keenly sensed Hu Tian's uncertainty, deliberately leaving an opening, and braced himself against Hu Tian's punch with his left shoulder. With a muffled thud, he remained unfazed, instead using the force from the punch to twist his body, sharply slipping in like an eel, and in an instant he was behind Hu Tian. Not good. Hu Tian's heart raced, sensing that something was amiss. But it was too late. From behind, Jiang concentrated all his strength into his right fist, and then struck down like a heavy hammer, smashing into Hu Tian's spine. Crack! A crisp sound that made one's teeth ache rang out, and Hu Tian's entire body felt as though its bones were being pulled away, his forward momentum abruptly freezing, then collapsing onto the platform like a pile of mud. He didn't even have time to let out a complete scream, only managing to emit a few sounds like a beast on the brink of death. After a moment of silence, a piercing scream finally broke free from his throat, heart-wrenching and nerve-wracking. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically, and even some timid individuals couldn't help but close their eyes. For everyone, the spine is a critical vulnerability. If severely injured here, it would be a devastating blow. The shift happened so quickly that the crowd only began to realize what had transpired. No way. This is too brutal. Is that martial artist from Lushan County insane, fighting with such reckless abandon? That punch was heavy enough. It's possible Hu Tian's spine has been broken. Hiss. If Hu Tian's spine is broken, then this genius would be finished. Gasps, shocked intakes of breath, and incredulous murmurs surged like a tide. The masters of the martial arts schools at the front of the high platform watched the scene before them, each with varied expressions. At this moment, the one with the most complex expression was none other than Yin Sheng of the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School and Lu Qingshi of the Qing Stone Martial Arts Academy. This idiot. Yin Sheng's eyes twitched sharply, and he leaped onto the high platform. He pressed down on the howling Hu Tian, placing his palm on his back to gently probe the injury. After a moment, Yin Sheng glared at He Jie, his voice low and somber. Your blow was too ruthless. In a sparring match, you directly broke his spine. He Jie, who had braced against Hu Tian's punch, now looked pale as well. Facing Yin Sheng's inquiry, he slightly lowered his head, avoiding Yin Sheng's nearly murderous gaze, and spoke weakly, but without much fear. I couldn't hold back my strength in the moment. Couldn't hold back. I think you are. Yin Sheng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. A deep voice interrupted him. A middle-aged man dressed in gray martial attire with a square face and a tall stature stepped onto the stage, standing beside He Shan, and said loudly, in martial arts gatherings, fists and feet have no eyes. I have heard that in past martial arts gatherings many disciples have been injured because they couldn't hold back. As the master of the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School, you should know this better than I do. We can't treat it differently just because it's our own disciple who was injured, or we would break the rules, right? This person is none other than Shi Kaishan, the master of the Kaishan Martial Arts School, a formidable Hua Jin martial artist. He wore a smile, but his tone concealed sharpness, refusing to back down. The atmosphere on the stage suddenly became tense. Enough! A commanding voice came from below. The county magistrate sat in the grandmaster chair, his face calm, but his gaze held an irresistible authority, sweeping over the individuals on the stage. He slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but clear enough for everyone to hear. Yin Sheng, first let your disciple be treated. We will discuss the rest later. Yin Sheng took a deep breath, suppressing his surging anger, and waved his hand. Several disciples from the Extreme Fist Martial Arts School stepped onto the platform, carefully carrying the limp and continuously screaming, Hu Tian down. Two doctors waiting below immediately approached, and after a brief examination, one of them with a grave expression walked to Yin Sheng's side and spoke in a low voice. Master Yin, your disciple's spine is severely injured. He is now in life-threatening danger and requires a great healing pill to stabilize his condition. Yin Sheng's brows immediately furrowed, and his gaze toward Hu Tian turned colder. This idiot didn't listen to my orders and rashly accepted the challenge. Now he is severely injured, and I have to clean up the mess. One must know that the great healing pill is extremely expensive, requiring 3,000 taels of silver for just one. He pointed to Zhang Su in the corner not far away and said to the doctor. He introduced the person, go get the great healing pill from him. The two doctors exchanged glances and sighed, helplessly carrying the howling Hu Tian to Zhang Zu's soft couch, but before they could speak. Go, hurry back, I need to rest now. Zhang Su glanced disdainfully at the limp and wailing Hu Tian, as if he had seen some garbage, signaling the servants to quickly carry him back to the Zhang residence. A martial artist with a broken spine is worth less to him than a stray dog by the roadside. Ah, big brother, help me. Hu Tian lay on the stretcher, his consciousness fading, but the instinct to survive still drove him to reach out toward the swiftly departing couch, releasing a tragic plea. What a bunch of rubbish, you think you can be my brother? Zhang Zu's curses faintly reached Hu Tian's ears as his life hung by a thread. How could this happen? Hu Tian's voice grew more tragic and desperate. Meanwhile, with Zhang Zu's departure, an inconspicuous old man in the crowd also vanished. Hu Tian, lying limply on the stretcher, emitted desperate gasps akin to a fish out of water. He exerted the last ounce of his strength, desperately trying to open his eyes and see the receding figure. The figure that once patted his shoulder and said, I regard you as my dear brother. Yet all that met his gaze was Zhang Zu's soft couch, tightly wrapped and growing more distant, increasingly blurred, until it completely vanished at the edge of the crowd. At this moment, he truly understood how foolish it was to trust Zhang Su and to leave the martial academy. The words of his sister Huli flashed through his mind, and an endless remorse marred Hu Tian's pained expression. But it was all too late. That Hu Tian is truly finished. His spine is broken, not to mention martial arts, it's uncertain if he can even stand and walk again. Such a wasted talent, having reached the threshold of Mingjing in just half a month. Who wouldn't envy that? And what's the outcome? He brought this upon himself. Deservedly so. Trusting someone like Zhang Su, abandoning his master. Did he not think of the consequences at that moment? Now he's in dire straits. With no value left to exploit, how could Zhang Su still care for him? Not far away, the disciples of Qing Stone Martial Academy gathered, their discussions muted. Among the crowd, Lin Zihe's expression was the most complex. She was a witness to Hu Tian's brief glory over the past half-month. From his nervousness upon entering the martial academy, to the astonishment of being brought into Zhang Zu's circle, to the spiritedness when mastering boxing techniques, to the pride at the threshold of Mingjing, and now to this pitiful state, lying on a stretcher like a dead dog. She had seen him rise to great heights, host guests, and then witness his downfall. Nothing could be more poignant. Thinking back to Hu Tian's near-derogatory rejection of her, the complexity in Lin Zihe's eyes finally morphed into a hint of satisfaction as she coldly chuckled within. Deservedly so. She then shifted her gaze, no longer wanting to look at the figure she had once tried so hard to associate with, but now deemed worthless. Her eyes drifted over the crowd to settle on the distant silent figure of Shirley, and she softly murmured to herself, "Indeed, senior brother Shirley is the one most suited for me." At this moment, although Shirley's expression remained relatively calm, he couldn't help but sigh lightly at the sight of Hu Tian's miserable state. In martial arts, it's not about rushing ahead, but about being unyielding. He gained a deeper understanding of this phrase. On the Grandmaster's chair, Yin Sheng's expression had darkened to the point of being almost dripping with water. He watched Zhang Ze's soft couch disappear into the crowd without a backward glance, and he felt an increasing number of strange gazes directed at him. Ultimately, he could only darken his face and spend money to purchase a great return pill, ordering someone to administer it to the dying Hu Tian. 3,000 taels of silver, just consider it a purchase of a cover for shame. 2 doctors efficiently administered the pill to Hu Tian and checked his injuries before finally relaxing and standing up to say to Yin Sheng, "Master Yin, your disciple's life is temporarily saved. However, he still needs to recuperate well. It would be best to send him back to the martial academy for 100 days of rest supplemented with medicinal soups." "Send him back to the martial academy?" Yin Sheng interrupted coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. "This kid has nothing to do with our extreme fist martial academy from now on." He didn't even glance at the feeble figure on the stretcher and turned to leave, leaving behind an extremely cold voice. "Send him wherever you want, but he cannot return to our martial academy." The 2 doctors exchanged helpless glances before finally sighing. They looked down at the pale, unconscious young man on the stretcher. Once a renowned genius, he had now become a burden that everyone avoided. The competition among warriors truly is brutal. A bunch of useless fools can't even walk steadily. Zhang Su was jolted awake by a bump in the soft couch, anger rising within him as he lazily opened his eyes to scold. "I was just about to fall asleep. Oh, why did you stop?" "Young master, there's an old man blocking our way up ahead." A low voice from the servant came. "Old man." Zhang Su frowned without opening his eyes. "Damn it, daring to block my path. Zhang Wang, clear that old fool out of the way." "Yes, young master." Zhang Wang, following behind the soft couch, immediately stepped forward at the command. He raised his eyes and saw that the obstacle was an unremarkable tall and thin old man whose body appeared slack and as if he were gravely ill. "You old fool, if you're sick, go home and lie down. Are you looking for death blocking the way?" Zhang Wang revealed a cruel smile, lifting his leg and delivering a fierce kick towards the old man's knee. This kick was exceptionally ruthless, filled with power. If it landed, the old man wouldn't be able to stand for months. In the next instant, the seemingly frail old man suddenly erupted, swiftly closing the distance to Zhang Wang, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and lightly landed a punch on Zhang Wang's chest. "You?" Zhang Wang's sneer froze on his face. That punch seemed powerless, yet it struck him like an exceptionally soft steel needle, instantly piercing through flesh and bone, turning his organs into a pulp in an instant. The force did not diminish and blasted out through his back. Bang! A dull thud echoed as a bloody hole exploded in Zhang Wang's back. Crimson blood shot out like an arrow, splattering onto Zhang Ze's face on the soft couch behind him. "My!" As the warm, viscous blood dripped onto his face, Zhang Su naturally felt it, instinctively opening his eyes. What met his gaze was a pair of merciless aged eyes. "You are?" Zhang Ze's pupils dilated sharply. Memories of that night at the lakeside surged back. Of the punch that nearly killed him, the terrifying figure of the white-haired elder, suddenly overlapping with the gaze of this unfamiliar old man. Without giving him a chance to speak, Jiang Ye's fist had already struck his head. Bang! Another light sound. Zhang Ze's head did not explode like a watermelon. Instead, it collapsed like a candle struck by a heavy hammer, disintegrating into countless tiny blood mist and bone fragments in an instant. Zhang Su could no longer comprehend what was happening. In the blink of an eye, having killed 2 men, Jiang Ye's mind remained as calm as ever. He did not spare a glance at the corpses and directly withdrew. After a moment of silence, "He killed someone." The servants of the Zhang family finally erupted into horrified screams. About half an hour later, Jiang Ye's figure quietly returned to the martial academy. He changed his clothes, washed away the last trace of blood with the prepared clean water, and transformed back into the old gatekeeper. To his surprise, not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the end of the long street. The disciples of the martial academy returned in 2s and 3s much earlier than the usual end time of the martial gathering. Did today's martial gathering end so early? A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. However, he quickly guessed the reason from the disciples' discussions. "Have you heard? Something major happened with the Zhang family." "How could we not have heard?" Zhang Su was killed on the street. His head was gone. Not only Zhang Su, but his confidant Zhang Wang also died with a big hole in his back, his organs all ruined. So tragic. I heard from those at the scene that blood splattered everywhere, and they couldn't even find Zhang Ze's head. The county magistrate has ordered a citywide lockdown, searching every household for the murderer. I heard that the head of the Zhang family nearly fainted on the spot and had to be carried away. Jiang Ye, that old fox, got his comeuppance this time. Deservedly so. Who told him to raise such a beast of a son? The discussions among the disciples were mostly ones of schadenfreude. Citywide lockdown and searching for the murderer. A hint of disdainful amusement flickered in Jiang Ye's aged eyes. Who could have imagined that the murderer would be a feeble old gatekeeper? Before long, Lu Qingshi also returned, followed by disciples carrying a stretcher on which lay the limp Hu Tian. Seeing this scene, although Jiang Ye felt some confusion, he did not inquire further. Soon he learned the details from the disciples' discussions. It turned out that after the two doctors saved Hu Tian's life with the Great Return pill, they were unsure where to send him for recuperation, and in the end, they could only seek Lu Qingshi's help to ask if he knew where Hu Tian lived. Lu Qingshi was indeed kind. He had already sent someone to notify Hu Tian's sister to come and take him home. Not long after Hu Tian's sister Hu Li arrived. This should have been Jiang Ye's third time seeing her. Previously, Hu Li, though simply dressed, had bright and resilient eyes. But at this moment her face was pale, devoid of any color, as if all the bones had been drawn from her steps, unsteady, nearly stumbling several times. Her gaze was fixed on the stretcher, on the motionless figure atop it, her lips quivering violently, yet no sound. Finally she collapsed in front of the stretcher. "Little Tian. My little Tian." Her cry was heart-wrenching, as if it would expel her very innards. The surrounding disciples gradually quieted down, watching this scene with complex expressions. Jiang Ye let out a slight sigh, as if he saw the moment Hu Li first brought Hu Tian to seek martial arts. One could only say that the path of martial arts is fraught with missteps leading to further missteps. Hu Li stood at the entrance of the martial academy, unsure of how long she had been crying, nearly exhausting her tears, her voice now hoarse. At last she slowly lifted her head, wiping away the tears on her face with her sleeve. She attempted to rise, wanting to lift the stretcher by herself and carry her brother home. However, her frail body was unable to bear the weight of an adult man. As soon as the stretcher left the ground, it fell heavily back down. She swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance, her pitiful appearance difficult to behold. At that moment a figure swiftly approached, silently squatting down to assist her in lifting the other end of the stretcher. "I will help you." It was none other than Shirley. "Thank you." Hu Li's voice was hoarse, and she could only nod repeatedly, her eyes reddening once more. Lu Qingshi stepped forward slowly, handing her a bag of silver coins. Hu Li looked at the bag of silver, feeling immensely ashamed. Her brother had betrayed the martial academy, yet Lu Qingshi still extended a helping hand in her time of need. Hu Li adamantly refused to accept the silver. "The world is harsh, please take it." Lu Qingshi sighed softly, glancing at the limp Hu Tian, and said gently, "In the future you will need to buy a lot of medicinal soup." Upon hearing this, Hu Li was momentarily taken aback. She looked down at her brother lying on the stretcher, then raised her head to meet Lu Qingshi's calm, yet weary face. After a prolonged silence, Hu Li ignored Lu Qingshi's persuasion and resolutely knelt down, bowing her head several times in thanks, promising to repay the money. Only then did she accept the bag of silver. In the end, with Shirley's assistance, she carried Hu Tian back home. An isolated courtyard in Anxi County. County Magistrate Gao, he sat on a stone bench, his expression fluctuating. Occasionally he glanced towards the tightly shut quiet room deep within the courtyard, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the stone table, producing a faint tap-tap sound. About half an hour later, bang! Suddenly a dull roar echoed from the direction of the quiet room, as if a fierce wind had arisen, or like thunder rolling underground. The surrounding flora trembled, and leaves fell in droves. After some time, calm returned. The door of the quiet room slowly opened, revealing a figure clad in black armor, robust in stature, who stepped inside. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, exuding a formidable aura, as if a ferocious beast had just awoken. Upon seeing the newcomer Gao, he immediately stood up, his face filled with respect, as he spoke. "General Wang, have you finished your training?" This man in black armor was none other than Wang Ling, the general who wielded military power in Anxi County. In the Zhou Kingdom, ordinary citizens believed the county magistrate was the ruler of the county. However, this situation had long since changed. The Zhou Kingdom comprised 9 provinces, and except for the capital province, the royal family had lost control over the other provinces. The current structure was a co-governance between the royal family and the sects. Within a county, the magistrate was merely a titular leader, while the true wielders of power were these generals appointed directly by the sects. The Tianqing sect behind Wang Ling was the paramount authority over the 18 counties of the capital city. Wang Ling walked leisurely to the stone table, sat down, and looked up at Gao He. "You hurried over, has something happened?" Gao He took a deep breath and replied, "General Wang, I just received an urgent report. A Lushan County has fallen." He paused, his voice involuntarily lowering. "It is said that the situation inside is unbearable to witness. Only a fraction of the population has survived, likely less than 30%. Wang Ling raised an eyebrow, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he said, "The remnants of the 7-kill sect are so inhumane, they will surely face divine retribution. General Wang, the most pressing issue now is that with Lushan County's fall, we are likely the next target. I don't know if you have already." Gao He voiced his deepest fears. Rest assured I had already sent a request for help to the sect a few days ago. The reply stated that reinforcements are on the way. Calculating the time, they should arrive in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, Gao He's face finally relaxed a bit, and he let out a long sigh saying, good. Since the Tianqing sect has dispatched reinforcements, I can rest easy now. By the way, Wang Ling's tone shifted, his gaze falling on Gao He's face with a hint of seriousness. There's one more matter you must pay attention to. Please speak, General Wang. Gao He responded solemnly. I have also received an urgent report that the reason the remnants of the Seven Kill sect were able to smoothly invade Lushan County was due to internal collusion. Internal collusion. A look of shock crossed Gao He's face, and he immediately said with a serious tone, General Wang, rest assured I will conduct a thorough investigation and ensure that Anqi County does not repeat its mistakes. Do as you see fit. General Wang nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. The next morning before dawn, the news of Lushan County's fall spread through Anqi County like wildfire. 10 households were left empty. Blood and rain. A scene too horrific to bear. Each word felt like a dull knife cutting deep into everyone's hearts. Within the martial academy, the once boisterous training grounds fell silent. The outer disciples, lacking the mood to practice their punches, gathered together, speaking in hushed tones with tense expressions. The inner disciples also lost their former spirit, each frowning, their eyes flickering as if calamity were imminent. An unprecedented sense of oppression enveloped everyone's heart. In the afternoon, Lu Qingshi summoned all disciples and spoke just a few words. From today onward, the martial academy will be closed. All disciples return home and be cautious. The disciples dispersed one after another, and the martial academy gradually emptied. By nightfall, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged in the doorroom without lighting a lamp. Suddenly a faint fragrance, soon after the faintest sound of footsteps, came from outside the door. Old Jiang. A cool female voice rang out from outside. It was Lu Yi. My father sent me to invite you. There is an urgent matter to discuss. The girl's crisp voice sounded once more. Did the master summon me? Hearing the voice outside, a strange glimmer flashed in Jiang Ye's aged eyes. He asked no further questions, slowly stood up, pushed open the wooden door, and followed Lu Yi to the study. The study was dimly lit. Lu Qingshi sat behind the desk, a serious expression on his face, a weighty aura lingering between his brows. Beside him sat a beautiful woman, Lu Qingshi's wife Huang Xiyu. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Ye for a moment before retracting, saying nothing. Master, Madam. Jiang Ye slightly bowed as he entered the room, greeting the two. Old Jiang, sit down. Lu Qingshi raised his hand, slightly indicating for him to take a seat on the nearby chair. Once Jiang Ye was settled, Lu Qingshi took a deep breath and spoke with a grave expression. I called you here so late because there's something serious to discuss. He paused, his gaze resting on Jiang Ye's face. This morning you must have heard about the siege of Lushan County, right? Jiang Ye nodded slightly. I heard some discussions among the martial academy disciples. Lu Qingshi continued. According to the information I've received, the rumors circulating within the city are likely true, and even more terrifying than that. Lu Qingshi's expression grew even graver as he added. The head of the Su family, Su Chun, came to discuss this with me this afternoon. He intends to relocate his entire family to the capital before the chaos spreads to Anqi County. The capital is under the protection of the Tianqing sect, so even in turmoil, it shouldn't be affected. I've thought long and hard about this. In the end, I decided to go to the capital with the Su family. After saying this, a hint of reluctant sorrow flashed across Lu Qingshi's serious face. He had established roots in Anqi County for 20 years, founding the Qingshi Martial Academy, and suddenly leaving filled him with immense reluctance. However, for the future of Lu Yi and the safety of his wife, he had no choice but to go. Otherwise, when chaos descends, even he, a martial artist of the transformation level, would struggle to protect himself, let alone others. Going to the capital? Jiang Ye's aged eyes flashed with shock. No wonder Lu Qingshi had summoned him so late at night. This was indeed a significant matter. At the same time, he felt a touch of gratitude. Lu Qingshi clearly intended to take him along to the capital, not wanting to leave him behind. Master, I will follow your arrangements. Jiang Ye said, lowering his head slightly. All right, pack your things tomorrow, and we'll set off early the day after. Lu Qingshi said in a deep voice. Yes. Jiang Ye bowed again and exited the study. Back in the gatehouse, Jiang Ye sat on the hard bed, his expression complex. Having lived in Anqi County for decades, the sudden need to leave left him feeling somewhat reluctant. He looked out the window. The moonlight poured over the gate of the Martial Academy, spilling onto the bluestone path he had swept for 20 years. Sigh. Perhaps there will be a chance to return in the future. Jiang Ye sighed softly, shaking his head slightly to brush away the emotion. What does it matter if he feels reluctant? The threat of life and death was imminent. The journey to the capital would be long, and there was no guarantee of safety. One must understand that the dangers outside the city are no less than those within. Our refugees, bandits, and rogue factions are everywhere. The reason the residents of the county town do not flee upon hearing of the impending chaos is simply because the outside is even more dangerous, and they cannot escape. This is a world that devours the weak. Ordinary people without strength can hardly take a step. Before going to the capital, I must achieve the transformation level. A bit more strength means a bit more confidence. Jiang Ye thought silently, his expression grave. He reached into his bosom and took out a blood-replenishing pill, swallowing it slowly. As the hot medicinal power spread within him, he began practicing the 5 animal fists. Tiger crouching, deer galloping, bear leaning, ape climbing, bird soaring. Each move flowed freely. After an unknown amount of time, the hot medicinal energy within Jiang Ye gradually began to calm. A strange change appeared between the clearly defined bright and dark energies. They were no longer two opposing forces, but rather two great rivers slowly merging at a specific confluence. Hard and soft harmonized, Jiang Ye's movements became increasingly swift and light. The 5 forms of the tiger, bear, ape, deer, and bird gradually fused together. The ferocity of the tiger contained the thickness of the bear. The thickness of the bear concealed the agility of the ape. The agility of the ape carried a hint of the lightness of the deer, and the lightness of the deer ultimately converged into the elegance of the bird. Now's the moment. Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. A series of thunderous cracks echoed from his body, reverberating like muffled thunder in the confined gatehouse. The thunder grew quieter. Inside him, the bright and dark energies finally merged completely. A brand new force flowed through his body like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Jiang Ye felt his body unusually light and agile at this moment. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. The moonlight shone down on the courtyard, silent and still. He bent down and picked up a withered yellow leaf from the ground. The leaf was dry and curled, crumbling at a mere touch, devoid of any weight. He gently pinched it between 2 fingers, his mind shifting slightly, and the new force silently infused into the leaf. Then he flicked it with his fingers. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound broke the silence of the night. That withered leaf, which would crumble at a touch, shot forth like a dart crafted from fine iron, tracing a trajectory almost impossible for the eye to catch, and struck fiercely into a bluestone 10 steps away. Jiang Ye stood in the courtyard, the exhilaration brought by his recent breakthrough still coursing through his body. Yet he did not return to his room to rest. At this moment his mind was clear and his blood was flowing smoothly. It was the perfect time to comprehend the martial arts. Before, as he was on the verge of breaking through to the next level of the 5 animal fist, he faintly felt that his understanding of the true essence of the deer form had deepened. Jiang Ye gently closed his eyes. In a daze, he seemed to no longer be in the small courtyard, but in a deep, secluded forest. The moonlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. In the distance, the sound of trickling water could be heard, while nearby the chirping of insects filled the air. He saw an old deer drinking by the creek, its ears constantly twitching to catch every sound in the wind. Its nostrils flared, discerning every breath of air. Suddenly, a faint sound of a dry twig snapping. The old deer's ears perked up instantly. Yet its body remained completely still. It did not flee, nor did it run, and it did not even turn its head. It stood there quietly, as if it had become a stone sculpture, a shadow that blended with the forest. All sensation. Before long, a foraging wolf appeared. The wolf's nose was almost touching the ground, yet as it passed by the old deer it seemed completely oblivious. It was as if what stood there was not a living deer, but merely a stone. Jiang Ye's heart trembled. A profound realization from ancient times flowed into his consciousness like a stream. The deer is not merely swift, it is the epitome of vigilance, attuned to heaven and earth, melding with all things. In its movement it cannot be hindered by thorns, in its stillness it remains unnoticed by lurking tigers and wolves. With the body moving as the mind desires, and the mind shifting with the surroundings, it neither contends nor disturbs, living in harmony with the world. Your comprehension is extraordinary, grasping the true essence of the deer form from the physical to the spiritual, startling the deer without a trace. Jiang Ye's body still stood in the courtyard. However, the aura around him was visibly fading. He could distinctly feel that he was establishing a strange connection with the surrounding environment. He tried to take a step forward. There was no sound of footsteps. As he placed his foot down, it felt as if he were stepping on cotton, light beyond belief. Most astonishingly, although he was moving, the sensation of merging with heaven and earth did not fade. It felt as if the world was moving instead of him. He took another step, then 2, then 3. His speed increasing, yet the silent nature remained unbroken. Suddenly he exerted force, his body accelerating once more like a gust of night wind sweeping through the entire courtyard. Several yards flew by in an instant, but strangely there was still no sound. Even as he passed by the old locust tree, the leaves on the tree did not stir. Jiang Ye halted, turning to gaze at the unmoving old locust tree, shock evident in his aged eyes. What a startling deer without a trace. It is no exaggeration to say that in his current state, even if he were to crouch by a window to spy on someone bathing, they would not notice him. The true essence of the tiger form granted him the power of slaughter. The true essence of the monkey form gave him the ability to change, while the true essence of the deer form bestowed upon him the power of survival. Whether tracking, stealthing, or spying, the true essence of the deer form would become his most reliable support. With a thought, his aura re-emerged. Host Jiang Ye. Lifespan 7095. Strength transformation of Qi, early stage. Fate ascending to divinity effect 1. Extraordinary comprehension. Martial arts mastered 5 animal fist perfect. True essence mastered tiger's path, like a sickness, spiritual apes, 1,000 transformations, startling deer, without a trace. Glancing at the system, Jiang Ye nodded slightly. After breaking through to transformation of qi, he added another 10 years to his lifespan. Meanwhile, in Anxi County within the Zhang family's mansion Zhang, he lay on the bed, his face dark, unable to fall asleep. Thinking of his second son Zhang Zu's tragic death on the street, and with no news of the murderer, his fury burned within him like a raging fire, unquenchable. He believed this matter must be related to Lu Qingshi and Su Chun, and he couldn't help but grind his teeth, saying, "Swear, I will definitely avenge you." Suddenly there was a soft click. Zhang He instantly went rigid. He opened his eyes wide and instinctively looked. The door had opened at some point, and a shadow stepped into the room unhurriedly. He walked leisurely, as if taking a stroll in his own backyard, without any hint of stealth. Moonlight streamed in from behind him, casting an eerie and blurry outline of his figure. What terrified Zhang He even more was that in the shadow's hand, like a chick being carried, was a person. The person's limbs hung limply, clearly in a state of unconsciousness. It was none other than his eldest son Zhang Tao. Tower. Zhang He's hair stood on end, his eyes wide open, instinctively about to let out a furious roar. But the shadow's speed was as swift as a ghost. Zhang He couldn't even see how he moved, only feeling a blur before a cold, dry hand clamped over his mouth, like an iron grip stifling the scream that was about to escape his throat. He struggled desperately, but that hand was incredibly strong, rendering him immobile. He could only widen his eyes, staring fixedly at the face so close before him. It was an old man in his 60s with half-white hair and a gaunt face, but what was most chilling was the long scar. The scar on his left brow bone slashed diagonally across his face, extending down to his chin, resembling a centipede coiling on his face, looking terrifying. At this moment, those murky yet coldly gleaming eyes gazed down at him with a smile that was neither a smile. "Zhang family head, please calm down and do not shout." The old man spoke ominously, "Otherwise I will have to send you on your way together with your son immediately." After speaking, he slowly released the hand over Zhang He's mouth. Huh. Zhang He gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. But he did not shout. As the head of the Zhang family for many years, even in such a bizarre and terrifying situation, he managed to suppress the overwhelming fear threatening to burst from his chest, forcing himself to calm down. He forcibly steadied his emotions and said in a deep voice, "Who are you, and why have you come at this late hour taking my son?" "Who I am is not important." The old man grinned, the scar on his face writhing along with the smile, becoming even more sinister. "I have come at this late hour because I need a small favor from the Zhang family head." "What favor?" Zhang He replied in a deep voice. The old man leaned in closer, his voice lowered. "Tomorrow night, I need the Zhang family head to help open the city gate of the eastern city." "What? Open the city gate?" Upon hearing this, Zhang He's heart jolted as if he had realized something, his voice trembling slightly. "You are from the Seven Killers sect." The old man's expression turned playful as he spoke. "You could say that." Zhang He felt an unprecedented chill running from his feet to the top of his head. The Seven Killers sect, the terrifying demonic sect that made people tremble at its name, had now come to his door. After taking a deep breath, his expression stiffened as he said, "Senior, you think too highly of me. I am merely an insignificant merchant." "An insignificant merchant? Zhang family head, you are too humble." The half-white-haired old man chuckled sinisterly. "I have long inquired, who in Anxi County does not know of the Zhang family's power? Moreover, even if the Zhang family head does not wish to help, it is a pity for your son." At this, he flicked his wrist, sending a sinister force into Zhang Tao's body. The unconscious Zhang Tao trembled all over, suddenly opening his eyes, letting out a muffled whimper. He had awakened, but could not make any sound. He looked at Zhang He, tears welling up in his eyes, a silent plea of despair. "Tower." Zhang He saw clearly that Zhang Tao's mouth had been crushed. No wonder he could not make a sound. At this moment, apart from shock and anger, his face was also filled with unspeakable fear. He could not comprehend why he was so unfortunate. Yesterday, his second son Zhang Su had been tragically killed on the street, and today the people from the Seven Killers sect had come looking for him, asking him to be an insider. He fell into a fear and despair he had never experienced before. To agree would mean aiding the Seven Killers sect in breaching the city, a heinous crime that the Tianqing sect could never tolerate. The consequences could mean extermination of his entire clan. However, if he did not act as an insider, it was likely that both he and his son would not survive the night. Known for his deep cunning, Zhang, he felt as though he had fallen into hell at this moment, not knowing how to choose. "Zhang family head, I do not have much time, so I can only give you 10 breaths to consider." The old man smiled ominously like a death knell. 10987. Zhang He seemed to age 10 years in an instant, his back hunching as he croaked, "I agree. The Zhang family head is indeed a clever man." The old man's centipede-like scar writhed with his grin, grotesque and satisfied. He casually tossed Zhang Tao to the ground. Zhang Tao collapsed onto the floor, convulsing silently like a dying stray dog. "Tower." Zhang He felt his heart seize and instinctively tried to rush forward. "You? What have you given Tao?" Jiang Ye's eyes seemed about to burst with blood. He fixed the old man with a stare full of fury, dread, and the despair of a man at the brink of, "You? What have you given Tao?" Jiang Ye's eyes seemed about to burst with blood. He fixed the old man with a stare full of fury, dread, and the despair of a man at the brink of collapse. He wanted to lunge, but his legs felt filled with lead, and would not move. "Rest assured, Master Jiang," the old man said with a sinister smile. "I only fed your son a single poisonous pill. As long as you cooperate properly tomorrow night, and take care of what must be done, I will naturally provide the antidote." He paused, leaned close, until his gaunt face nearly brushed Jiang Ye's cheek, and hissed coldly, "But if you show the slightest disobedience, then prepare to collect your son's corpse. Oh, and when this poison flares, it will perforate the intestines and rot the belly. 7 days and 7 nights of living agony before death comes. Your son's mouth will be ruined, he won't even be able to cry out, only suffer in silence." When he finished speaking, he rose, looked with satisfaction at Jiang Ye's ashen face, and then like a phantom faded into the darkness beyond the door. Jiang Ye sat stunned in the room for a long moment, then drew a deep breath, forcing down his fear, and hoisted up the hopeless, desperate-looking Zhang Tao. At the same time, a wave of fury rose within him. Worthless. All of them worthless. Especially that Huajin martial artist Huang Tong, whom the Zhang family had lavished tens of thousands of taels on each year. He had boasted that his presence would make the Zhang household as solid as a fortress. Yet the men of the Qixia sect had walked into the estate, as if through their own backyard, and that old fool had not stirred at all. That worthless man, they'll have him gone by tomorrow. The thought flashed through Jiang Ye's mind when behind him a chilling, owl-like chuckle suddenly sounded. Every hair on Jiang Ye's skin rose. He swung round. The white-haired old man who had just left was now standing in the center of the room again. The same sinister smile clung to his face, but this time, he held an object in his hand, a human head. Crimson blood dripped from the severed neck. The old man tossed the head without care, it rolled to Jiang Ye's feet, and lay there staring up at him. Bending over in the pale strip of moonlight that filtered through the window, he now saw the face clearly. It was Huang Tong. For 7 or 8 years the Zhang family had kept a Huajin martial artist. This was the veteran Huang Tong, famed for his travels and worldly knowledge. Now his eyes were wide and unblinking, his face frozen in death, lips parted, as if he had wanted to shout something at the last moment, but could not. The wound at the neck still bled, soaking the floor and the soles of Jiang Ye's shoes. This is... The words choked in Jiang Ye's throat. His eyes bulged, pupils shrinking, he stood like a man struck by lightning, dumb and breathless. That was a Huajin martial artist, a well-known master in Anqi County. And yet his head had been removed and tossed at Jiang Ye's feet, like a discarded melon. The old man bent close, whispered into Jiang Ye's ear, and laughed, revealing a few yellow teeth. "When I stepped out just now, I happened upon this old fellow skulking about. I thought he'd be trouble if left alone," he said. "So I tidied him up." He straightened and clapped his hands as if describing some trivial chore. Then he turned and slipped away silently as before. Jiang Ye remained frozen, unable to move. The Huajin martial artist was dead, just like that. His feet felt as if frozen. Now a chill rose to his head, and his blood seemed to congeal. The next morning Jiang Ye rose early as usual. He did not practice, he packed only a few things, and stood outside the gate of the martial academy, watching every blade of grass and tree. After a while he walked to the academy gate, opened it with practiced hands, then sat on the small stool by the doorway, staring at the empty street, and lost in thought. Unlike the solitary old man, Jiang Ye, Lu Yi and her family had much more luggage. Boxes and sacks of varying sizes filled half the room. Clothes, books, daily necessities, and training implements. Packing had been an arduous task. Mother and daughter toiled from dawn until afternoon. Lu Qingshi had even fetched a carriage to wait at the academy gate. They would stay at the Su residence tonight, and leave Anqi County at first light. Lu Qingshi stood before the academy gate, and threw one last look at the school he had founded. The sunset painted the eaves with a warm golden red. On the training ground the wooden dummies still stood silently, as if waiting for disciples to return tomorrow. He knew, however, that there would be none. Every heart was heavy. "Get in the carriage." Lu Qingshi inhaled, tamped down the tumult in his chest, and spoke with an outward calm that belied his feelings. Yet his hand at his side tightened into a small fist. His wife Huang Xiu looked back once at the Qingshi Academy, her eyes reddened, and she could not hold back her sobs. Lu Yi showed no overt emotion, but the redness in her beautiful eyes betrayed the sorrow welling within. Jiang Ye, aside from a faint flicker in his eyes, revealed no expression. Inside the carriage the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Lu Qingshi watched the street slide past, and trying to break the suffocating silence spoke gently. "When I was young, I had a friend. I've heard he does well in the Tianqing sect. When we reach the prefectural city, they'll call on him. With Yi's innate constitution, she should be able to enter the team." Huang Zia's eyes brightened, and some of the sadness drained from her face. In Yunling Prefecture the Tianqing sect was like the heavens themselves. Even a woman unversed in martial ways understood that joining the Tianqing sect meant a future of brilliant. Lu Yi stirred, and with a cool stubbornness said, "Father, can't I just stay and practice with you?" Lu Qingshi smiled wryly, and shook his head. If you train with me, you'll reach Huajin at best. In a small place like Anqi County, a Huajin martial artist is considered a figure of note. But in the prefectural city, a Huajin martial artist is nothing. He fixed his daughter with a look of grave expectation. With your talent, you have a real chance to surpass me. Break past Huajin, condense your qi into a dan, and enter the Baodan realm. Lu Yi was taken aback. Condense qi into a dan, she murmured. This was the first time she had heard her father speak of realms beyond Huajin. Jiang Ye, eyes closed as if half asleep, listened even more intently than Lu Yi. Lu Qingshi continued, the foundation of martial art is laid by external training that tempers blood and qi into strength. Ming Jin is fierce, dark Jin is soft. Huajin blends hardness and softness, answering the will. And above Huajin, one turns from the outside and beginning to cultivate qi within the body. When the qi within reaches a certain fullness, one may condense qi into a dan and step into the Baodan realm. At the thought, his face brightened with longing, and he sighed softly. This realm holds a certain profundity. Those who set foot in it suffer no illness, and can easily live for 2 jiazi, and with the right means may live even longer. However, Lu Qingshi's voice turned serious. To reach that realm is exceedingly difficult. The most crucial thing is the method of nurturing qi. That is a secret jealously guarded by imperial houses and sect lineages. Apart from joining a great sect or clan, there are almost no other ways to obtain a qi nurturing method. When I was young, I once sought such a method and was gravely injured, nearly lost my life. So if you wish to advance beyond Huajin and walk further on the path, you must enter the Tianqing sect. Lu Qingshi regarded Lu Yi with solemn eyes. She listened in quiet, a flash of resolve in her gaze. She nodded slightly. That one look said everything. Nurturing method. Jiang Ye murmured inwardly, as if half asleep. About half an hour later, the carriage drew up before a grand mansion. A vermilion gate studded with bright brass, above it a plaque bearing the 2 characters Su Fu. Su family head Su Chun awaited them at the gate, and beside him stood the graceful Su Yan. Master Lu, you must be weary from the journey. Su Chun greeted with a smile and a cupped hand. Please come in, food and lodgings are ready. Rest first. Lu Qingshi leapt down, exchanged a few words, and called the others to disembark. Old Jiang. Su Yan offered a polite greeting to Jiang Ye, a strange look flickering across her eyes. For some reason since that night, whenever she looked at Jiang Ye, she felt a peculiar dissonance. Miss Su, sorry for the intrusion. Jiang Ye bowed, his voice hoarse and humble. The same unremarkable gatekeeper as before. After supper, everyone went to bed early. The guest room in the Su residence was comfortable. The quilt bore a faint fragrance, a far cry from the hard plank bed at the academy gate. Jiang Ye sat cross-legged on the bed instead of lying down. Having grown used to the plank, he found it hard to sleep on a soft bed. He closed his eyes and breathed slowly, as if entering meditation. From afar came the occasional clack of a night watchman's clapper drifting through the night. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the darkness. The sound seemed to come from the eastern quarter of the city, laden with boundless killing intent. The windows trembled from its force. Heaven created all things to nourish man, yet man gives heaven no gratitude. A voice cried then, kill, 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 kill. Each kill rose higher than the last, like successive thunderclaps that froze the blood and tore at the soul. Jiang Ye shot his eyes open. Then came the shouts, the east gate has fallen. The Qixia sect has broken in. Everyone run. Piercing screams, terrified wails, chaotic footsteps, the clatter of swords, and the groan of collapsing houses surged like a flood, sweeping across the eastern city and swallowing the county. Not good. Jiang Ye moved to the window and looked toward the east. Great fires raged, smoke billowing, staining half the sky a terrifying dark red. The cries grew louder and more concentrated, surging toward the west and south like a tide. The Qixia sect has moved so quickly. A chill settled in Jiang Ye's eyes as the tragedy of Lushan County flashed through his mind. A rapid knocking sounded. Lu Qingshi lowered his voice urgently. Old Jiang, pack. Leave at once. Jiang Ye snatched up the bundle he had long since packed and rushed out. Outside, Lu Qingshi's face was ashen, his eyes grave and desperate. Behind him, Huang Xiyu was pale and trembling, holding Lu Yi's hand tightly. Lu Yi remained composed, yet her clear eyes shimmered with alarm and dread. The Su family is already gathering. Come with me. Lu Qingshi seized Jiang Ye's arm and hurried him toward the front yard of the Su residence. Su Qin stood in the center of the yard, his face stern as he directed family and servants. Several steward-like men dashed about, taking counts and issuing weapons. Su Yin stood beside her father in tight-fitting gear, a short sword at her waist. Her usually gentle smile had hardened into steely resolve. Master Lu. Su Qin hurried forward. There is no time to explain. Our Su family has a secret passage. We will set out now and escape Anqi County through it. The secret passage out of the city. Shock flickered in the eyes of Lu Qingshi and Jiang Ye simultaneously. The Su family truly lived up to their reputation as a local aristocracy, with deep foundations, even possessing a secret pathway for leaving the city. This could be considered a form of preparation made in advance, but I never expected it would actually come in handy now, he said, no more turning around to lead everyone through the corridor and across the courtyard, finally stopping in front of a simple woodshed. The woodshed appeared dilapidated, filled with neatly chopped firewood and various odds and ends indistinguishable from an ordinary farmer's woodshed. However, when several servants moved aside the wood, a dark hole appeared in the ground with stone steps winding down. Go! Su Chun commanded, and several servants quickly lit candles, entering first to clear the way. With the sounds of shouting and killing from the city growing louder and closer, the group did not dare to delay and quicken their pace into the secret passage. Jiang Ye followed Lu Qingshi into the deep passage. Upon entering, he caught a whiff of the smell of rot. However, the stone steps underfoot were quite even, and there were signs of reinforcement on the cave walls. Clearly, the Su family had put a lot of effort into constructing this tunnel. In the passage, no one spoke, only the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. After about half an hour, they finally caught a whiff of a fragrant scent of grass and wood wafting from the front. We're almost at the exit, someone whispered in surprise, and everyone felt a rush of energy, quickening their steps slightly. Half a stick of incense later, a sliver of moonlight shone into their eyes. Then everyone poured out in single file, finally stepping onto solid ground. The exit of the secret passage was actually on a concealed hillside outside the city. The hillside was overgrown with wild grass and shrubs, completely concealing the entrance. Unless one looked closely, it would be hard to discover. The night breeze rustled the leaves, bringing the freshness and freedom of the wilderness outside the city. But no one was in the mood to appreciate this freedom. Everyone instinctively turned back to look at the city of Anxi, where they had lived for decades. Then they all froze. The city was engulfed in flames. The fire illuminated half the sky in a fiery red, with thick smoke rolling up, obscuring the moon. The sound of wailing, desperate cries, the clash of swords, and the rumble of collapsing houses could be faintly heard even from a distance. At this moment, the entire county town resembled a massive Shura field. Almost all faces flashed with a hint of relief from surviving a catastrophe. Some people weakened in their legs, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. They had escaped from hell, but countless others in that city were still dying. Su Chun took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, and turned to the two people beside him, solemnly cupping his hands. Brother Guo, Brother Lu, after we leave the city, I will rely on the two of you to look after our safety on this journey. He stood next to two men. One was Lu Qingshi, his expression grave, brows tightly knitted. The other was a middle-aged man dressed in black with thick brows and big eyes. This man was robust with a steady aura, indeed Guo Wei, a martial artist who had served the Su family for many years. Rest assured, Su family master. Guo Wei bowed respectfully, his voice booming and resolute. I will do my utmost to protect everyone. It will be much easier once we are out of the city. Although the journey may not be peaceful, most of it consists of insignificant bandits posing no great threat. Lu Qingshi nodded slightly, his voice steady. Brother Su, do not worry, I will do my best. However, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Although the Su family had dismissed some servants before departing, there were still nearly 100 people escaping, including womenfolk, guards, and servants. With so many people gathered together, it was simply a conspicuous fat sheep. If they encountered common road bandits with their and Guo Wei's strength as martial artists, they would not be too fearful. But he was concerned about encountering members of the Seven Killers sect on the way. He had heard from martial artists fleeing from Lushan County that those beasts from the Seven Killers sect not only butcher cities, but also leave people lying in ambush outside the city to hunt down others very cunning. Once they faced such an encounter, it would surely be a tough battle. But worrying now was pointless, they could only take it one step at a time. Let's go. We need to reach Shihiku before dawn. Su Chen clapped his hands, putting away his emotions, and starting to issue orders. Several stewards immediately got busy counting heads, allocating tasks, and arranging the order of the group. A team of nearly 100 people must not be chaotic. Jiang Ye quietly retreated to the edge of the crowd, hunching over like an old tree unnoticed. The Su family's group hurried along under the cover of night. Without carts, the womenfolk who were not trained in martial arts initially gritted their teeth to keep up, but within half an hour they were exhausted, panting, and stumbling. Su Chun turned back to take a look, his expression changing slightly, but he still waved his hand to let everyone stop and rest for a moment. Lu Qingshi initially wanted to say that resting now was inappropriate, but seeing the weariness on the face of Madame Huang Xiu, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately swallowed back his words of advice. Only his brows knitted tighter. However, the break lasted no more than half a stick of incense. Not good. Lu Qingshi and Guo Wei suddenly sprang up, their gazes piercing like swords towards the direction of the flames. Their eyes were the sharpest, already catching sight of the shadows surging after the flames, a dark mass rushing toward them. Enemy attack. This roar thundered like a clap of thunder tearing through the silent night. Everyone trembled, following their gaze. In the distance, a short, hideous-looking man resembling a night demon was wildly running towards them, brandishing a bright torch overhead. As he ran, he raised his arms and shouted sharply, his voice piercing like an owl's cry. Ha ha ha, I knew there would definitely be fish that slipped through the net, and what a big fat sheep it is. You lot charge. Kill all these ungrateful dogs. Capture all the women for the brothers to enjoy. Behind him the dark mass of refugees surged forward like wild dogs, scenting blood, howling in excitement. These people wore tattered clothes, their faces gaunt, yet each bore a twisted, sinister smile, with flames of crazy greed burning in their eyes. They wielded various weapons, some rusty machetes, others wooden sticks, some stolen swords, and even half-bricks. There were as many as 300 to 400 of them. Kill, 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 kill. Annihilate these ungrateful dogs. Haha, we can't kill the women, or we need to keep them alive. I see so many beauties here. Let's have a wild night. The shouts of the refugees rose and fell. They harbored a natural hatred towards wealthy families like the Sioux family, having committed countless atrocities alongside the demons of the Seven Killers sect along the way. On the other side, it's over. It's over. How can there be people from the Seven Killers sect outside the city? Run. The Sioux family's group was thrown into chaos. They had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. The womenfolk turned pale, some screaming and huddling together, others collapsing to the ground, and a few even fainted on the spot, their eyes rolling back. The guards' hands trembled around their weapons. The relief they had felt from escaping the county town was now swallowed by overwhelming fear. Steady. Don't panic. At a crucial moment, Lu Qingshi stepped forward, releasing the full pressure of a martial artist like a mountain pressing down on the panicked crowd. Yes, don't panic. We have 2 martial artists to hold the line and so many guards. What is there to fear? They are just a bunch of bandits, not a significant threat. Su Qin suppressed his fear, stepping forward to stabilize the morale. The 2 loud shouts acted like calming pills, barely steadying the group. The guards gripped their weapons tightly, while the womenfolk supported each other. Although their faces remained pale, at least they did not collapse again. Brother Guo, we must capture the leader first. Lu Qingshi gave Guo Wei a glance. Good. Guo Wei nodded in response. He also knew that if they could take down the leader, the rest of the refugees would scatter like birds and beasts. When the fight breaks out, protect mother and old Jiang. Lu Qingshi lowered his voice and spoke to Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not respond, only nodding heavily. She shielded her mother behind her, her right hand resting on the short sword at her waist, her icy gaze fixed on the dark shadows approaching. But just as her gaze swept past her side, she suddenly paused. Where's old Jiang? Lu Yi furrowed her brows, about to look around. The battle had already begun. Seeking death. Lu Qingshi and Guo Wei attacked from both sides, charging towards the short, ugly man like arrows released from a bow. Both were martial artists, and with all their strength, their speed was astonishing, reaching the ugly man in the blink of an eye. Haha, you came just in time. Facing the siege of the 2 martial artists, the short man showed no fear at all, instead, revealing a sinister. He suddenly drew a gleaming curved knife from behind his waist. With a flick of his wrist, the knife arced like a real crescent moon, slicing towards Lu Qingshi. Whoosh. The knife light sliced through the air. This is knife momentum. Lu Qingshi's eyes narrowed, sensing the ferocity of the strike, choosing not to block it, heeding and sidestepping to evade. Clang. The empty swing of the curved knife actually carved a deep gash into the ground, sending fragments of stone flying and dust billowing. At this moment, Guo Wei had already rushed in from behind. His right fist clenched tightly, all his strength focused on the fist like a hammer, smashing towards the back of the ugly man's head. The ugly man, however, seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, lowering his head sharply and narrowly dodging the punch. At the same time, he slashed backward with his knife like a venomous snake, striking directly, slicing towards Guo Wei's neck. Guo Wei's expression changed drastically, and he used all his strength to dodge backward. Puff! A blood mark appeared on his neck, but fortunately the wound was not deep. If he had been even a moment slower, he might have lost his head. Both Lu Qingshi and Guo Wei realized how formidable this ugly man was. Their fighting style became more cautious. After a few more exchanges, the ugly man scornfully cursed, a couple of turtles hiding their heads. He sneered, deliberately exposing a flaw, leaving his chest wide open and unguarded in front of Guo Wei. A glint of light flashed in Guo Wei's eyes. Such an opportunity could not be missed. Die for me. He gathered all his strength into his right fist, striking down like a cannonball directly onto the ugly man's chest. This punch was heavy and fierce. Even a giant rock would be pulverized. However, when it struck the ugly man's chest, it felt like hitting a piece of mysterious iron. Clang. A light ringing sound. The ugly man actually withstood this punch with his body. Horizontal training. Guo Wei's pupils constricted sharply. A wave of bone-chilling coldness surged in his heart. He finally understood why this ugly man dared to be so arrogant. He had cultivated horizontal training techniques, and his physique was far stronger than ordinary martial artists. He instinctively wanted to withdraw his fist. Too late. The ugly man let out a ferocious laugh, and the curved knife in his hand fell like a crescent moon, the blade flashing. Puff! Blood splattered. Guo Wei's right arm that had thrown the punch was severed at the root, flying away with a spray of blood. Guo Wei shrieked as he staggered back, blood gushing from the severed arm, instantly staining half his body red. Die for me. The ugly man was about to pursue and strike again to claim Guo Wei's head. Mountain crumble. Lu Qingshi's heavy punch struck down on his back like a mountain. Ugh. The ugly man groaned, his body jolting violently. His back visibly caved in, and a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs spewed out from his mouth. In a life-and-death moment, taking advantage of the force of this punch, he propelled himself forward like a kite, with a broken string stumbling away several steps, and narrowly avoiding Lu Qingshi's follow-up punch. You've got some skill. I underestimated you. The ugly man turned back to glance coldly at Lu Qingshi, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a sneer. Let you live a little longer. With that he sprang away like a wild dog, swiftly disappearing into the night. Not good. The divine envoy has run away. We should run too. Quickly escape. Quickly escape. The refugees who were entangled with the Su family guards saw the ugly man flee in disarray, and their ranks instantly fell into chaos. Some screamed in panic, some dropped their weapons, and turned to flee, while others were killed by the guards in retaliation. In an instant, the 300 to 400 strong refugee group scattered like a flood breaching a dam. Lu Qingshi did not pursue. He hurried over to Guo Wei, supporting his bleeding body, tearing off his own clothing to tightly bind the severed arms wound. Guo Wei's face turned as pale as paper, his lips trembling as he stuttered, Thank you. The Su family members, still shaken, gathered around, some crying, some trembling, and some collapsed on the ground. Su Chen's face was ashen as he gazed towards the direction the ugly man had vanished, looking at the severely injured Guo Wei, his worry thick and palpable. Lu Yi still protected her mother, her gaze repeatedly scanning the crowd. The rarely seen frown on the girl's brow was deep. She had noticed that Jiang Ye had disappeared. How could he have vanished? Lu Yi felt a chill settle in her chest. A 70-year-old man had gone missing amid the turmoil. Could it be that Elder Jiang was? After hesitating for a long moment, Lu Yi drew a deep breath, and with heavy steps, went to Lu Qingshi's side. Lu Qingshi crouched beside Guo Wei, staunching his bleeding. Guo Wei's face was pale, he had slipped into a semi-conscious state. Father, Lu Yi said softly, her voice strained, Elder Jiang is missing. The hand Lu Qingshi was wrapping froze suddenly. What did you say? He snapped his head up, the eyes that were usually as steady as a mountain now betrayed turmoil and disbelief. Even a little while ago, when he had bled and fought that hideous man of the Qixia sect, and stood on the brink of death, his expression had not shifted so violently. Old Jiang, gone. He sprang to his feet, heedless of the blood still dripping from his hands, and plunged into the crowd. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept every face, every corner, every shadow that might hide someone. Elder Jiang is missing. Su Yan heard the news. She had just endured a bloody fight. Her gentle face still bore signs of disarray, hair loose at her temple, her garment stained with spots of blood. Startled by Lu Yi's words, she joined Lu Qingshi in searching in every direction. But the result was the same as Lu Yi's. No one. After repeated searches, they finally confirmed that Jiang Ye had indeed disappeared. Father, I'm sorry. I failed to protect Elder Jiang. Lu Yi's face was full of self-reproach. Lu Qingshi remained silent, shaking his head slightly. He knew the scene had been too chaotic, with hundreds of refugees surging. Lu Yi had already done remarkably well to keep his wife, Huang Xiyu, from harm. Sigh. Those refugees are like beasts at the scent of blood. Kill when they see someone, loot when they see some. Su Chen walked to the silent Lu Qingshi and said in a low voice. In that brief confusion, some of the Su family's servants were taken. Elder Jiang is old and slow. He may have been seized by those thieves by accident. At those words, Lu Qingshi's gaze hardened. With a sudden push of his feet, he became like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging in the direction the refugees had fled. Hey, brother Lu. Su Chen was stunned. He had meant to tell Lu Qingshi that the gatekeeper Jiang Ye was most likely doomed to accept the loss and not delay their journey. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingshi pursued the refugees without hesitation. This was not good. With Guo Wei having lost an arm and grievously wounded, the most capable fighter in their group was Lu Qingshi. He went after the refugees. Wasn't that reckless? What if they ran into more fiends of the Qixia sect? Su Chen shouted sharply, trying to call Lu Qingshi back. But Lu Qingshi was so fast that within a few breaths his figure blurred and vanished from sight. Have mercy. Spare me, brave man. A disheveled refugee cried out. A disordered, filthy refugee was hoisted by Lu Qingshi with one hand, his face a mask of desperation as he sobbed. I never saw a 70-year-old man at all. And besides, when we seize people, we only take women. The usually kind Lu Qingshi regarded the weeping man with an icy expression. Only cold, killing intent remained in his eyes. He brought a crushing palm down on the refugee's skull. With a dull, oppressive thud, the overwhelming force pulverized the man's body into a bloody ruin. Lu Qingshi, unsatisfied, continued to press forward. But after seizing a dozen fleeing refugees, the answers he drew from them were nearly identical. No one had seen that 70-year-old man, and no one had taken him. Have mercy. Oh. With a piercing wail, another refugee was smashed into ruin by Lu Qingshi. The pale cyan robe on Lu Qingshi was spattered crimson with blood, yet the fury in his heart had not lessened in the slightest. He stood in silence for a long while, guilt and pain etched across his face, murmuring in a low voice. Old Jiang, you once saved my life, and yet I. He longed to give chase again, but the last thread of reason told him he could not. If he abandoned their protection, Lu Yi, his wife, and the Su family's party would be endangered. A raw, unwilling roar escaped him as his guilt and pain transformed into fury. At the same time, under the cover of night, Jiang Ye moved deliberately toward the direction the Qisha sect fiend had. His figure flowed like a spirit deer threading the forest, a technique born of his recent insight into the deer form, leaving no trace. When the melee began, he had slipped away from the party amid the confusion. This was no sudden impulse. When Lu Qingshi suggested traveling to the prefectural city with the Su family, Jiang Ye had already arranged an escape route for himself. The reason was simple. Outwardly, he was only an ordinary old gatekeeper. He possessed Huajin refined force, but could not display it in public. He could not tell Lu Qingshi that after receiving the 5 Animals Fist manual from him, he had become a Huajin master within half a month. Such preposterous speed of cultivation defied explanation. And the secret to ascending the divine stage was his greatest means of survival in this chaotic age. He could not let anyone know. Thus, hiding in the turmoil and slipping into darkness was his best choice. In this way, he could lurk in the shadows, watching over Lu Qingshi's family from a distance, and choose whether to intervene according to the circumstances. Able to strike or withdraw, far more flexible than openly marching with the group. He had watched the recent battle unfold clearly from his concealment. That ugly man of the Qisha sect had been struck by Lu Qingshi and fled coughing blood. Jiang Ye understood that this quarry must not be allowed to escape. If the man returned to spread the alarm, more fiends of the Qisha sect would surely come. Moreover, this villain had committed many crimes, and likely carried much ill-gotten wealth. In such a chaotic age, silver and pills equate to power. One does not refuse resources delivered to one's door. On the wasteland there lay a sparse little copse of trees. A short, grotesque man, his face like an ogre's, stumbled into the wood, and sat amid the overgrown grass. Damn, I misjudged it. There was a real tough one among these fat sheep. He clenched his teeth, panting, as he spat another mouthful of blood. If he had not cultivated Hung Lian physical conditioning and developed a body far tougher than ordinary men, Lu Qingshi's punch would have snapped his spine. It's that damned He Lao's fault for not meeting me. If the two of us had joined forces, there'd be no fat sheep we couldn't take. The ugly man spat the words, that lecher is surely off somewhere hunting women again. They'll wait until I'm healed to find him. As for those fat sheep, they won't escape. The ugly man drew a jade porcelain vial from his bosom and tipped out a red pill. The air filled with a metallic, nauseating scent of blood. He brought the pill to his nose, inhaled deeply, and a look of intoxicated delight spread over his face. Even the pain seemed to ease with that breath. That's the scent. He opened his mouth and was about to swallow the pill. In the next instant, a slicing sound cleaved the air. Before he could turn, a gaunt fist crashed into the back of his. A dull thud. His head proved unusually resilient. The violent punch did not shatter it. Yet sometimes being so hardy means suffering worse torments. 2 bloodied eyes were blasted from their sockets by the force, rolling away with ruptured veins and shredded tendons staining the dead leaves and soil. The image was grotesque and chilling. A howl so inhuman it tore the night's silence rose from him. The ugly man clapped both hands to his empty sockets and, as if his bones had been pulled out, hurled himself forward, rolling madly on the ground. The blood pill he had not yet swallowed tumbled from his gaping mouth, stained with gore, and rolled into the grass. In that instant, beyond the unimaginable pain and rage, what filled him most was an overwhelming terror. And he had honed Hung Lian for years and possessed senses far keener than ordinary men. Even a Huajin master at the peak could not have crept within 3 zhang of his back without detection. He instinctively wanted to turn and see the face of his attacker. But he had no eyes left. He would never know what the one who killed him looked like. Oh, the head is that hard. Seeing the skull resist his blow, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Ye's aged eyes, and without hesitation, he unleashed 2 more punches. Thud, thud, 2 muffled detonations. The ugly man's impossibly tough skull could bear no more and finally burst open. The hideous body twitched a few times and then fell utterly still. After the killing, Jiang Ye methodically began to search the corpse. Oh, what's this? With a casual touch, Jiang Ye drew 2 secret manuals concealed within the man's chest. One was Shui Dao Blood Moon Blade, its strokes fierce and steeped in bloodly intent. The other was Jinggang Liani Shu Vajra Body Refining Technique, its characters ancient and weighty. A sudden gleam of interest flashed across Jiang Ye's aged eyes. The moonlight spilled over the tranquil mountain forest like water. Jiang Ye sat cross-legged on a piece of green stone, carefully opening the 2 manuals that still held warmth under the moonlight. He briefly scanned the pages, and the look of surprise in his aged eyes grew ever stronger. Both of these are entry-level manuals. The martial arts of the world are numerous, yet most do not qualify as entry-level. For instance, the martial artists in Anxi County who run training halls, including Lu Qingshi, practice and teach techniques that are all non-entry level. It's not that they do not wish to learn better skills, but rather that they lack the means. Entry-level martial arts have always been tightly controlled by the royal family and prominent sects. Such techniques are not easily passed down. It seems that those practicing dark arts have their ways. Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled brighter as he flipped through the manuals in his hands. No wonder so many martial artists are willing to fall into depravity and join the dark sect. The allure of entry-level martial arts is likely one reason. He casually opened Blood Moon Blade and studied it intently. This blade technique was exquisite, each move a deadly art. As he read, he silently practiced in his mind, as if the blade light had sliced through his consciousness 1,000 times. After a while he closed the manual and instinctively drew the gleaming curved blade from the waist of the ugly man. The blade was curved like the moon and as thin as a cicada's wing. Holding it in his hand gave an inexplicable sense of fittingness, as if he had trained with this blade for many years like an old friend. He stood up, took a deep breath, and with a twist of his wrist slashed. The blade light flashed, cutting through the night. A system panel appeared. Host Jiang Ye, lifespan 70-95, strength transformation stage, early fate, ascending to God, effect 1, exceptional understanding. Skills mastered 5, animal fist, perfect blood moon, blade, intro level 3500, understanding of true, meaning tiger walks like a sickly one, spirit ape changes stag, leaves no trace. Jiang Ye was stunned. He had heard Lu Qingshi say that entry-level martial arts are extremely profound and ordinary martial artists might practice for a year without making any progress. Yet he had grasped it after just a glance. This is what exceptional understanding is like. Jiang Ye became excited and began to wield the blade, slashing, chopping, flicking, hanging. The most basic moves of these blade techniques flowed effortlessly from his hands, as if he had immersed himself in this art for decades. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, whoosh, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, Jiang Ye turned his wrist sharply. The curved blade in his hand cascaded down like genuine moonlight, carrying an unstoppable sharpness, aiming for the already lifeless headless corpse on the ground. Puff! With a soft sound and a flash of blade light, the corpse was neatly sliced in two. Blood slowly flowed from the severed edges, staining the dry yellow leaves red. Good blade technique. Jiang Ye sheathed the blade and stood gazing at the still gleaming curved blade, unable to help but softly praise it. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Although his 5-animal fist was also exceptionally clever, it was ultimately a bare-handed combat technique. Learning an additional blade technique would provide him with more means for future battles. In these chaotic times, nothing brings more reassurance than having an extra trump card. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, sheathed the curved blade, and secured it close to his body. He then began to flip through another manual diamond body refining technique to see if he could also learn this skill. Soon Jiang Ye frowned. Diamond body refining technique is an extremely profound horizontal training technique that requires high standards for practitioners. Without sufficient physical strength, one cannot even begin to learn it. Moreover, each time one practices, they must apply a specially formulated secret medicine to their body to train the muscles and skin, otherwise it would be self-harm. Jiang Ye continued to read, his frown deepening. The manual detailed the method for concocting that secret medicine. However, the main ingredients required, snow sunflower, heavenly aster grass, and green water luo, are rare items seldom found in the market and can only be purchased at large pharmacies or black markets. Each ingredient costs at least 1,000 taels of silver. In short, this is a technique with an extremely high entry barrier. I can only think of a way to practice it after reaching the capital city. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly and tucked diamond body refining technique into his clothing. There is plenty of time ahead, no need to rush. He bent down again and began to search carefully on the corpse that had been sliced in two. This time he found a thick stack of silver notes, the smallest denomination being 1,000 taels. So much. Though he knew this man must have accumulated a fair amount of ill-gotten wealth, seeing the thick stack of silver notes in his hand still flashed a hint of astonishment in Jiang Ye's eyes. He counted, and the total amount of these silver notes was a staggering 200,000 taels. One can imagine how many people this beast has killed. Jiang Ye remained silent for a moment and tucked the heavy stack of silver notes into his clothing. He stood up, took one last look at the dismembered corpse on the ground, then turned and strode off in the direction of the Su family group. His figure quickly blended into the vast night, as if he had never appeared. There's movement over there. Just after Jiang Ye left the grove, his keen senses caught the faint sounds of fighting coming from the right rear. He was not interested in the conflicts of outsiders, and had no intention of turning back, ready to leave. Suddenly, "Hey Lao Wu, you beast, why don't you surrender?" A clear and slightly spirited voice rang out. "Haha. Little girl, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for capturing you, a true disciple of the Tianqing sect, and playing with you for 3 days and 3 nights. A sinister voice echoed. Jiang Ye, who had originally planned to leave, paused, slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his aged eyes. Hey Lao Wu. He had heard the ugly man from the 7 Kill sect mention this person. This person must also be a monster of the 7 Kill sect. If this person discovered the ugly man's disappearance, it would be a considerable threat to Lu Qingshi and the others. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment and quietly approached. He looked for a suitable opportunity to send this He Lao Wu to join his brother in hell. Jiang Ye's figure quietly hid behind the thick trunk of a great tree. Not to mention a person, even the most vigilant wild beast would find it hard to detect his presence. He slightly turned sideways, gazing in the direction of the sound. His eyes narrowed, and the scene before him gradually came into focus. Two figures, one chasing, and the other fleeing, were caught in a fierce battle in this wilderness. Among them, the chasing figure was a young girl dressed in light yellow tight clothing. Her features were exquisite and pretty, yet there was an aura of heroism and sharpness that belied her age. She seemed to be of a similar age to Lu Yi, but her figure. Jiang Ye's gaze focused slightly. The girl's physique was exceptionally well developed. The tight clothing outlined her graceful curves, her bosom, full, her waist slim like a willow, and the curves of her lower body were breathtaking. Clearly in her youth she nonetheless exuded a ripe aura like a peach on the verge of falling from the branch. She held a slender silver sword, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. Her swordsmanship was cunning and fierce. Each move not only unleashed lethal strikes, but also made her enchanting figure sway, creating dazzling arcs in the air. What startled Jiang Ye even more was her strength. When the girl attacked, her aura was astonishingly thick, surpassing his own and approaching that of Lu Qingshi. Evidently this girl was likely a martial artist who had mastered her skills. Is this the strength of a disciple from the Tianqing sect? Jiang Ye nodded inwardly. On the other hand, the fleeing figure was a man corpulent like a ball with dark skin, a face full of excess flesh, and hair so bushy that his features were almost unrecognizable. He wore a tattered blood-stained garment, escaping, while striking back, resembling a ferocious black wild boar, ugly yet fierce. Black Lao Wu fought, while fleeing, occasionally glancing at the girl's graceful form, with his small green bean's eyes leering as he sneered, You little girl really are hard to get. It seems you genuinely want to be caught by me, and have some fun for 3 days and nights. Impudent. The girl shouted angrily, her sword's momentum becoming even fiercer. Even at death's door you still utter such filthy words. I will definitely cut off your tongue to feed the dogs. The ensuing battle grew even fiercer as Black Lao Wu continued to curse, trying to provoke the girl to disrupt her state of mind. The girl, being a true disciple of a great sect, faced Black Lao Wu's verbal abuse with intensified cold light in her eyes, yet her offensive strategy remained completely undisturbed. After several dozen exchanges, PFF. It seemed Black Lao Wu finally revealed a flaw. His heavy black knife slowed just a fraction, unable to block in time, and the girl's long sword struck him twice, like a viper's fangs. The sword's tip punctured flesh, blood splattering. Still not dead. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of exhilaration flashed in the girl's eyes. She took a deep breath, pouring all her strength into the sword in her hand. The sword hummed, its cold light intensifying. She aimed to seize this opportunity and decisively end Black Lao Wu. Faced with this deadly strike, Black Lao Wu dared not show any hint of negligence. He too poured his inner strength into his heavy knife, its blade swirling with black light, meeting the silver sword thrusting toward him. Clang! A deafening clash echoed in the wilderness. Sparks flew everywhere. Black Lao Wu's heavy knife was actually pierced by the silver sword, creating a gap. The knife trembled, nearly breaking. Clearly in this clash, he found himself at an absolute disadvantage. Seeing this scene, a trace of unhidden ecstasy flashed in the girl's eyes. Single-handedly taking down this great menace, she considered it a significant achievement. At this moment, Black Lao Wu's face bore no trace of fear, instead a sinister cunning flashed across it. The girl furrowed her brows, instinctively sensing something amiss. In the next instant, a small black shadow suddenly darted out from Black Lao Wu's sleeve. The shadow moved like lightning, landing on the girl's right hand, holding the sword in the blink of an eye. Oh no, this is... The girl focused her gaze, her expression changing drastically. The small shadow was a pitch-black spider with strange patterns on its back. It was the infamous black-toothed spider known for its venom. She swiftly swung her left hand, intending to swat it dead. But it was still a step too late. Sizzle. After biting her pure white wrist, the black-toothed spider leapt away and vanished into the grass, leaving no trace. Not good. The girl glanced at the wound on her wrist, oozing black blood, her heart sinking to the depths. A tingling sensation akin to an electric shock rapidly spread from the wound, racing up her meridians. Immediately after, a searing pain intertwined with coldness struck her, freezing her entire arm. Snap! She found herself unable to even grip the sword. The long sword fell heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Seizing this opportunity, Black Lao Wu grinned and delivered a heavy punch to the girl's shoulder. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was particularly piercing in the silent night sky. The girl's body fell heavily to the ground like a kite, with a broken string spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood. She lay on the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and despair. She was so close to victory, just, you dare come alone to catch me without knowing my background. Black Lao Wu sneered, his face twisted with malice, his small green bean-like eyes constantly sizing up the girl's graceful figure, unable to resist licking his dry lips. The girl felt a chill run down her spine at that gaze, goosebumps rising all over her body. A terror more horrifying than death surged from her heart. If such an ugly beast were to touch her with even a finger, she would rather die 1,000 times, 10,000 times. You despicable and shameless beast, how dare you use poison to ambush me? If you have the guts, just kill me now. Kill you. I wouldn't dream of it. Black Lao Wu chuckled sinisterly after capturing you. I'll have 3 days and nights of fun. A true disciple of the Tianqing sect Tisk, I've never tasted such a flavor in my lifetime. Saying this, he directly removed his blood-stained clothing, revealing his corpulent body covered in excess flesh. This man was indeed a lecher. Despite his 2 sword wounds, he seemed intent on having his way in the wilderness. You beast. If you dare touch me. You. The girl despairingly realized that she didn't even have the strength. The venom of the black-toothed spider had already paralyzed most of her body in a short time. Black Lao Wu grinned as he leaned down, inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from the girl's body, taking a deep breath and savoring it, displaying an expression of intoxication. Good. She is indeed a virgin. I love virgins the most. Come, let me have a taste. As Black Lao Wu approached, the girl shed tears of despair, closing her eyes. It is well known that when a man is about to commit a heinous act, he is at his most relaxed. Black Lao Wu was about to lower his head. Whoosh! A sharp piercing sound suddenly broke the silence of the night. It was a flash of light from a knife. A blade as beautiful as moonlight cascading down, stunning, yet cold enough to chill the heart. It sliced through the darkness, tracing a perfect arc, precisely landing on Black Lao Wu's neck. A thin line of blood appeared. In the next moment, Black Lao Wu's grotesque head detached from his body. PFF. Blood gushed from the severed neck like a fountain, splattering the girl's face. The severed head rolled twice in the air before landing with a thud on the grass beside her. The girl, who had originally closed her eyes in anticipation of great terror, suddenly felt a few drops of warm liquid fall onto her face. She fought against her fear and despair, slowly opening her eyelids. Immediately after, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. What entered her field of vision was a scene that would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. She saw that the previously arrogant Black Lao Wu was now headless. His head lay beside her, his face still bearing the twisted smile from before death. The true instigator of all this was an old man, tall and thin, with graying hair and a stern face. He stood there holding a curved blade as crescent-shaped as the moon, with blood dripping from its tip. The girl's heart nearly stopped beating. Seeing that Black Lao Wu was dead, she breathed a sigh of relief, but the wariness in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. This old man who suddenly appeared in the wilderness was indeed hard to categorize as friend or foe. She was well aware of how alluring her body was to men. Within the Tianqing sect, the number of her admirers was countless. Even if the other party was just an old man appearing to be advanced in age. But what if he lost control? With the poison coursing through her veins, she remained in a perilous situation. The girl fixed her gaze on the old man in front of her, her heart racing. However, it seemed she was overthinking it. The old man merely cast her a glance before returning his attention to Black Lao Wu's headless corpse, deftly beginning to search the body. He showed no intention of touching her. Of course, he also had no intention of saving her. The poison control scripture. As Jiang Ye withdrew his hand from the embrace of the headless corpse, a thin booklet appeared at his fingertips. The cover bore 3 crooked characters written in a hasty script that exuded an eerie aura. He casually opened it, glancing over it in the moonlight, and an unusual light suddenly burst forth from his aged eyes. This was a manual detailing how to cultivate, tame, and control poisonous insects. From how to find insect eggs to how to feed them, establish a mental connection with the insects, and command them to attack enemies, it covered everything in meticulous detail. A good item. Jiang Ye couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Having hidden in the shadows, he had seen clearly that the reason that the Black Fifth could turn defeat into victory in life-and-death battles was precisely because of that spider. If he could cultivate a poisonous insect like that, it would be another means of self-preservation. How come these demons from the 7 Kills sect always have such good things? I'll study this poison control scripture in detail once I reach the capital city. Jiang Ye carefully tucked the manual into his bosom and continued to search the headless corpse. Soon he pulled out a stack of silver notes. After counting, it amounted to about 100,000 taels. It seems this beast didn't rob as much money as his brothers. He probably spent all his time on women. Jiang Ye said, shaking his head slightly as he tucked the 100,000 taels into his bosom. With 300,000 taels in hand, he considered it a considerable sum. Yet he knew that this amount of money would hardly withstand the expenses of the diamond body refinement technique and the poison control scripture. After confirming that there were no more items left on the headless corpse, he slowly stood up. Whoosh! Jiang Ye struck down again, cleaving the Black Fifth's headless corpse in half. He then turned to leave. At that moment, old sir, please, don't go. I am from the Tianqing sect, a true disciple of Tianyang Peak, Wen Yueyao. If the old sir can save me. Weak mosquito-like sounds came intermittently from behind. Jiang Ye turned to look, and was taken aback to see that the speaker was the young girl who had collapsed on the ground, poisoned. Wen Yueyao truly had no other options. Initially, she worried the old man might have ulterior motives, but it turned out her concerns were unfounded. She thought that after Jiang Ye had finished searching the Black Fifth's corpse, he would come to rescue her. However, for some reason, whether out of inconvenience or something else, the other party seemed to have no intention of helping at all. Wen Yueyao felt the toxins not only paralyzing her body, They were also beginning to invade her internal organs. If the old man refused to help her, she would soon become a corpse. All her pride, all her defenses, and all the arrogance of being a true disciple of the Tianqing sect had to be cast aside in the face of death. Thus she had no choice but to muster her last bit of strength to speak. Faced with the girl's plea, a flicker of hesitation flashed in Jiang Ye's aged eyes. His reasons for not saving her were twofold. First, because she was severely poisoned, he did not know the antidote. Acting rashly might not save her, and could even make things worse. Second, because human hearts are difficult to read, he worried about saving a thankless wolf. Miss, I do not know how to detoxify, and I fear I may be of no help, Jiang Ye said, shaking his head. Old sir, I have an antidote pill in my possession, you just need to take it out for me. And feed it to me. Wen Yuyao's voice trembled and was weak. She had to exert all her strength with every word. Oh, you have an antidote pill. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before slowly walking to Wen Yuyao's side. This girl daring to hunt down the demons of the Seven Kill sect alone should not be a bad person. Most importantly, she said there would be a generous reward. That is certainly worth considering. In an instant, Jiang Ye made his decision to help her. He extended his frail right hand, rummaged for a while, and pulled out a fragrant embroidered pouch. Inside were several vials of elixirs. Wen Yuyao's originally pale face suddenly flushed crimson. Clearly her body was paralyzed. But that withered hand. Which vial is the antidote? Jiang Ye did not notice the girl's slightly unusual reaction and opened the vials in his hand for her to identify. Old sir, the green pill is the antidote. Wen Yuyao's voice trembled as she said, please, help me. Take it. Jiang Ye acted quickly, prying open the girl's lips and pouring the antidote into her mouth. After swallowing the antidote, Wen Yuyao's body gradually improved. After about half a tea's worth of time, her paralyzed body began to regain sensation. Thank you, old sir, for saving my life, Yueyao. Wen Yueyao rose to salute Jiang Ye. Compared to Lu Yi's coldness and Su Yan's gentleness, her temperament was more brisk, carrying a hint of the heroism of a person from the Jianghu. No need. It's just a small effort. Jiang Ye repeatedly waved his hand, indicating that the girl need not be overly courteous. However, when Yueyao firmly performed a deep bow to Jiang Ye, then spoke, Old sir, what I said about a generous reward was not an empty promise. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to mention them. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to assist you. Upon hearing this, a hint of relief flashed in Jiang Ye's aged eyes, and he said softly, actually, I do have a request. I just wonder if it would be convenient for Miss Wen. Wen Yueyao smiled brightly, and said, Old sir, He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, my greatest wish in this life is to catch a glimpse of the qi nourishing technique to see if there is a chance to cultivate true qi and form pills. With his exceptional talent and understanding, achieving the great accomplishment of the transformation stage was just a matter of time. When that time came, he would need the qi nourishing technique to cultivate true qi. And since Wen Yueyao was a true disciple of the Tianqing sect, she must have many opportunities to access the qi nourishing technique. If he could obtain it through her, it would save him countless detours. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's desire to learn the qi nourishing technique, Wen Yueyao froze for a moment, then her expression showed difficulty as she softly said, Old sir, this qi nourishing technique is a core secret of our sect and cannot be transmitted outside. As she spoke, Wen Yueyao suddenly thought of something. However, I do have a way to help old sir obtain the qi nour. What method? Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. After hearing the first half of Wen Yao's sentence, his heart had already sunk. Now hearing there was a method, he instantly regained his spirit. Old sir, I don't know if you. Wen Yueyao began hesitating to finish her sentence. Jiang Ye understood that she wanted to probe his background, and he replied calmly, I am a lone wanderer, having lived in Anqi County for decades. Now that I have encountered disaster, I have fled the city to seek refuge. A lone wanderer. Then that makes things easier. Wen Yueyao sighed in relief, her face breaking into a smile as she said, Old sir, you can join our Tianqing sect, and then you can exchange your contributions to the sect for the qi nourishing technique. Me? Join the Tianqing sect? Miss, are you joking? Jiang Ye shook his head in disbelief. Such a large sect has strict age requirements for disciples. How could they possibly accept a 70-year-old man? Old sir, you misunderstood. Wen Yueyao giggled, causing her shoulder injury to twinge slightly, but her sincere and cheerful smile did not diminish at all. I am not saying you should become a disciple of the sect. You could come in as a steward, like one who oversees the medicine garden. An old man tending to herbs. Jiang Ye perked up. Isn't that right up my alley? Elder sir, if you find guarding the medicinal herb garden too idle a post, there are other duties available. Seeing the old man before her suddenly freeze, Wen Yueyao assumed he disdained such a leisurely assignment and was about to propose alternatives. No. Jiang Ye waved his hands vigorously. An uncommon smile softened his stern, weathered face, crinkling deep lines around his eyes. A leisurely post suits me perfectly. At my age, I'm best suited for just such work. Assign me anything more demanding, and these old bones simply won't hold up. Wen Yueyao exhaled in quiet relief, her expression brightening into a sincere smile. She continued, though this post yields only modest contribution points each month, rest assured, elder sir. Once you settle into the sect, I shall transfer some of my own points to you, so you may swiftly accumulate enough to exchange for a chi-nourishing art. Then this old man thanks you deeply, young lady. Jiang Ye beamed broadly and bowed respectfully with both hands clasped before his chest. Please, elder sir, do not speak so formally. Wen Yao's demeanor grew solemn. Compared to your life-saving intervention today, such trifles are utterly insignificant. Her words came from the heart, unvarnished, unfeigned. To her, Jiang Ye's aid transcended mere salvation. Had he not intervened in time, she would now be nothing but a plaything, brutally violated by the monstrous He Lao Wu. She dared not dwell on it further. Merely imagining that scene sent icy dread coursing through her limbs. Only now did she truly grasp the visceral meaning of the phrase better dead than alive. Gathering her composure, she withdrew a black iron token from her robes and handed it to Jiang Ye. The metal still held the faint warmth of her body, and with it a delicate virginal fragrance. By moonlight one could discern the elegant character when engraved upon its front, while its reverse bore 3 bold, forceful characters, Tianqing sect. Elder sir, I must attend to urgent matters, and will not return to the sect for several days, Wen Yao explained. This is my Disciplioff truth token. Please accept it for now. You may proceed first to Fu City. Upon reaching the Tianqing sect's mountain gate, present this token and attendants will arrange lodging for you. Once I return, I shall secure your appointment as a steward. Jiang Ye accepted the token. It felt weighty and dense in his palm, unmistakably forged from rare material. He examined it carefully, then tucked it securely into his inner robe. Very well. I shall follow your guidance, young lady, and take my leave now. He lifted his gaze to meet her, his voice low and steady. Take care on your journey. He was no meddler, nor did he inquire further about her errand. That this young woman, battered and bruised, still pressed forward with such resolve spoke volumes. Her mission must be grave indeed. Do take care yourself, elder sir. Wen Yao nodded lightly, her smile warm and unguarded. Until we meet again, at the Tianqing sect. Both were people of decisive action. No superfluous pleasantries, no lingering farewells. With mutual nods they turned and walked away, vanishing down separate paths. Jiang Ye headed toward the Su family caravan. He needed to rejoin them swiftly and protect Lu Qingshi's household in secret. Wen Yao, meanwhile, made for Anxi County. Inside Anxi County, within a secluded, forgotten dwelling, a figure clad in black robes stood motionless before the window, dark chi coiling like serpents around his silhouette. The shadows veiled his face, revealing only 2 fathomless eyes. In his palm rested a crystal orb the size of a fist, within which drifted a slender thread of crimson blood, slowly undulating as though hunting. After a long silence, the blood thread stilled, utterly inert. The robed figure shook his head, voice dry and calm almost to himself. The blood ritual is complete, yet still no response. Clearly the hidden vault lies elsewhere. Moments later, wind rustled beyond the walls. As if sensing its approach, the robed man concealed the orb. Almost instantly, a grizzled elder with streaked hair and a long jagged scar across his cheek slipped into the room like a breath of wind. His name was Bai Laosan, the very man who had infiltrated the Zhang residence by night and coerced Zhang He into treachery. Now blood stained his lips, his breath ragged and uneven, clearly wounded gravely. High Envoy, the Tianqing sect's brats arrived sooner than expected, Bai Laosan reported, bowing deferentially. Since they've come, we depart. The robed figure spoke indifferently. Depart. Bai Laosan jerked upright, disbelief flashing across his eyes. High Envoy, shall we not slaughter every last one of these whelps? With your strength. Before he could finish, a glacial gaze fell upon him. Not fierce, yet freezing his very marrow, halting his blood. Slaying minnows holds no meaning for me. The robed figure sneered, those abyssal eyes locking onto Bai Laosan. And since when did you earn the right to question my commands? Have you truly begun believing yourself a member of the Qisha sect? Bai Laosan, a killer without number, felt himself plunge into an arctic void. His hair stood rigid, a tremulous swallow escaped his throat. He dared not meet that gaze again, instinctively lowering his head. Only after a long taut silence did he dare lift his eyes, only to find the robed figure already gone. Inside the magistrate's residence, silence hung thick and suffocating, so heavy it seemed to drip from the rafters. Magistrate Gao, he sat uneasily on the guest seat, shifting constantly, as if seated upon thorns. His eyes darted covertly toward the young man seated upon the master's dais, each glance tightening his nerves further. The youth wore the azure emerald robes of the Tianqing sect, his features refined and striking, barely past 20. Yet his brow carried an unmistakable air of noble authority and haughty grace, commanding instant reverence. More astonishing still, he radiated heat like a smoldering furnace. Even at half a meter's distance, Gao, he felt the oppressive warmth emanating from him. This was none other than Zheng Feng, Disciplioff truth from the Tianyang peak of the Tianqing sect. With disciple Zheng here, Anxi County's unrest shall surely subside swiftly. Gao, he ventured, forcing a polite smile to break the stifling quiet. Zheng Feng merely glanced at him, cold, detached, and remained silent. At that moment 2 disciples in Tianqing sect robes strode into the hall. One dragged a man by the collar, tossing him onto the floor like a sack of grain. Senior Brother Jiang, we have uncovered why Anqi County's gates fell so swiftly. This man served as the traitor within. We found him packing to flee. We broke both his legs on the spot. The man sprawled on the floor was none other than Jiang Ye, the patriarch of the Jiang family. Haha. Stripped of all dignity, his hair matted and wild legs shattered, he gasped in agony. Nothing more than a dying cur. Jiang Ye, you were the traitor? Gao He stared incredulous at the broken figure before him. Voice trembled. Though he'd suspected an insider, never in his wildest thoughts had he imagined it would be the Jiangs, the venerable clan entrenched in Anqi County for generations, interwoven with every major house. Jiang He raised his head feebly, first toward Gao He, then toward the young man on the dais. His eyes filled not only with terror and venom, but also with a profound hollow sorrow. From the moment he agreed to betray his kin, he knew this day would come, only not so soon. Recalling his lifetime of cruelty, a chilling thought pierced his mind. Could this truly be retribution? Why else would the Qisha sect's demons bypass countless other powerful clans and choose him alone? Senior Brother Jiang, how shall we deal with this wretch? One disciple turned to Zheng Feng. Must that even be asked? Zheng Feng finally spoke and rose. In a single step, he stood before Jiang Ye. The searing aura erupted, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He raised his hand and struck downward effortlessly, silently. Boom. An incandescent shockwave detonated across the hall, scorching violet. Gao He staggered backward, nearly toppling over. The 2 disciples stood unmoved, only narrowing their eyes slightly. A shriek tore from Jiang Ye's throat, then his entire body ignited. Crimson flames erupted from every pore of his skin. He writhed violently on the floor, unable to use his shattered legs, twisting and convulsing like a worm caught in wildfire. His screams climbed higher, sharper, until abruptly they ceased. The fire died. All that remained was a charred, curled husk smoking faintly. The air reeked of burnt flesh. Gao He's eyelids twitched sharply. Seeing his former acquaintance reduced to literal cooked meat, he sighed inwardly, heavy with grim resignation. His family, Zheng Feng said, turning away, voice flat, as if assigning a mundane chore. None spared. Yes, sir. Gao He bowed deeply, sweat glistening on his temples. Disciply of truth, Zheng may rest assured. I shall see it done thoroughly. Not a single soul shall escape. That night the Jiang family ceased to exist in Anqi County. Not until dawn's first pale light did the county's chaos finally subside. As the clamor of battle and cries of agony faded, a new sound rose. Soft, unrelenting sobs. Though Tianqing sect disciples arrived in time, the night's carnage had shattered countless families, leaving untold souls orphaned, widowed, bereft forever of those they loved most. All those tears seemed to lament a world fractured by chaos, by ceaseless, cruel unrest. A lone figure stumbled breathlessly up to the gates of Qing Shi Martial Academy. It was Shirley. Last night he and his mother had crouched in their cellar, listening to screams, shouts, and pounding footsteps, enduring the horror hour after hour. Only when dawn's light crept in and silence settled did he dare emerge, his first destination the academy. I pray Master Lu and Elder Jiang are safe. He stared at the academy's massive gate, now collapsed in splinters, and his heart clenched. One was his martial mentor, the other the elder who had reignited his faith in the way of martial arts. Neither could afford to fall. He drew a steadying breath, stepped over the wreckage, and entered the disordered courtyard. Wooden training dummies lay toppled and scattered across the practice ground. Corridors were strewn with debris. Several chambered doors stood open, interiors ransacked, stripped bare. Thankfully no corpses met his gaze. A weight lifted from his chest. Then, Junior Brother Shi, a voice called from behind. He turned, to see Zhao Gang, the academy's senior disciple, staggering through the gate. Multiple wounds bled through his torn robes, none fatal, though his face was pale and drawn. Senior Brother Zhao, you're injured? Shirley rushed forward to support him. Just scratches, nothing serious. Zhao Gang grinned, a smile edged with raw relief. Surviving last night was miracle enough. Indeed, Shirley nodded firmly. Their eyes met, and in each other's gaze they saw the same quiet, overwhelming truth: to be alive. This is grace. Junior Brother Shi, Master, and the others. Zhao Gang paused, voice softening. They've departed for Fu City. For Fu City? Shirley blinked, startled. Master told me, if fate allows we'll meet again. Zhao Gang gazed into the distance, voice resolute. Once I break through to the transformation of Qi realm, I too shall go to Fu City. Shirley followed his gaze, and his own expression hardened with quiet determination. Senior Brother Zhao, we strive together. Meanwhile, in the wilds beyond the county, Jiang Ye at last caught up with the Su family caravan. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The mist on the desolate plain enveloped the distant mountains and the nearby dry grass in a veil of haze. Jiang Ye's figure appeared on a small hill, like a wisp of smoke blending into the fog. He hid behind an old locust tree, squinting slightly as he gazed at the winding path below. There the Su family's group was moving forward slowly. A night of rushing and skirmishes had left this originally nearly 100-strong group quite fatigued. The women supported each other, moving very slowly. The guards gripped their weapons, standing vigilant around them. Lu Qingshi walked at the front of the group, his back still very straight, yet the gloom surrounding him could not be concealed. He walked silently, not uttering a word. Huang Xiyu followed closely behind, supported by Lu Yi. Her complexion was still very pale, her eyes filled with fatigue and fear, but when she looked at her husband's figure, what dominated were concern and worry. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end she sighed and held her tongue. Lu Yi remained vigilant, her cold eyes surveying the surrounding desolation. On her delicate face, there were not many expressions, but a hint of unmasked self-reproach lingered between her brows. Su Yin walked within the group, her tough clothes stained with blood and dirt, yet she still strived to maintain her gentle and composed demeanor, occasionally encouraging the women around her. Guo Wei lay on a cart, his severed arm tightly bandaged. The bleeding had stopped, but his complexion remained as pale as paper, his eyes tightly closed, occasionally letting out a painful groan. The Su family servants cautiously attended to him, ready to change the medicine at any moment. Su Chun walked at the back of the group, counting the number of people with a serious expression. His eyes were filled with worry. During last night's battle, Guo Wei had lost an arm, and several clan members had been killed. There were still several days of travel ahead. Who knew what else they would encounter? Jiang Ye stood quietly on the hillside, watching Lu Qingshi in the mist, his back appearing very stiff. He could sense the pressure and guilt his counterpart was bearing. Sigh. After a deep breath, a complex emotion flickered in his old eyes. Within that complexity lay feelings of gratitude, guilt, and profound helplessness. He knew that remaining hidden was the wisest choice at that moment. In the shadows, he could continue to protect Lu Qingshi's family. More importantly, Lu Yi would definitely join the Tianqing sect in the future. And he, through his relationship with Wen Yuyao, had secured an opportunity to enter the Tianqing sect as the medicine elder. At that time, he could continue to protect the girl he had watched grow up in that sect. After careful consideration, Jiang Ye slowly suppressed the impulse within him, completely dispelling the thought of revealing himself. At that time, he could continue to protect the girl he had watched grow up in that sect. After careful consideration, Jiang Ye slowly they walked along the official road, and more figures appeared with merchant caravans and many common folk migrating from the county town to the capital to escape the calamity, just like them. As people gathered, the panic that had weighed on their hearts for days slowly dissipated. Not long after, a silhouette appeared on the horizon. "It's the capital," someone in the crowd exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the black shadow stretching across the heavens. It was a true giant city. The city walls soared over 10 zhang high, built from massive black stones. These gigantic black stones had been smoothed to a mirror-like shine after years of wind and rain erosion, reflecting a cold brilliance under the sunlight. From a distance, the entire city resembled an ancient giant beast lying in wait on the plain, silently overseeing the tiny people below. Every few zhang along the city wall stood a watchtower 3 stories high, with flying eaves and brackets and copper bells hanging from the eaves that jingled in the wind. The city gate stood open 5 zhang high, wide enough for 4 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. Above the gate hung a black stone plaque carved with 3 large characters, Yunling Prefecture. The characters were vigorous and powerful, each stroke seemingly hewn by knife and chisel, exuding an aura of dominance over the world. "We have finally arrived." In the crowd, some wept tears of joy, squatting down and holding their heads, their shoulders shaking. More people stared blankly at this giant city, tears of survival glistening in their eyes. Everyone knew that once they entered the city gate, they would be safe. Hiss. It's really big. Even Jiang Ye, hidden in the shadows, revealed a hint of shock as he gazed at the distant outline of the capital. To see the city was to see the sect. He could already imagine how powerful the Tianqing sect controlling this city would be. After a while of continued progress, the group finally reached the city gate. Many people were entering the city, forming several long lines that slowly moved forward. However, in such a crowd, no one dared to cause trouble, nor was there any loud commotion. Because every few zhang on either side of the city gate stood a soldier in black armor. Each soldier emitted a steady aura, their eyes shining brightly, clearly all martial artists with Mingjing strength. And at the center of the city gate was the captain responsible for identity verification, whose sharp eyes indicated he was likely a dark force expert. Faced with such a group of city gate officials, even the most arrogant troublemaker would instinctively fall into line. After about half an hour, the Su family finally passed through the heavy city gate and entered Yunling Prefecture. Upon entering the city, the noisy sounds greeted them, forming a stark contrast to the desolate scene outside the city. The streets were wide and flat, lined with shops. Wine banners fluttered, pedestrians jostled for space, and the sounds of shouting vendors, haggling, and children's laughter mixed together, creating quite a lively atmosphere. "Brother Lu, Brother Guo, you have worked hard on this journey." After taking a deep breath, Su Qin's fatigue dissipated significantly, and he regained his vitality. He bowed deeply to both Lu Qingshi and Guo Wei, his face full of gratitude. "Let's first go to my residence to rest before we make further plans. I have acquired a residence in the capital, though it is not large, it is more than sufficient to accommodate you all." Then we will follow Brother Seuss arrangements. Lu Qingshi nodded slightly, his face showing little expression, but the brows that had been furrowed for several days finally relaxed a bit. Guowei leaned against the cart, his expression still listless, but he forced a nod. His severed arm's injury had stabilized, but he was greatly depleted and would not recover in less than a few months. Su Chan was quite familiar with the capital, leading everyone through several streets until they reached a tidy three-entry residence in no time. The house was not large, but was clean and orderly enough to accommodate their group. Jiang Ye followed behind the group from a distance like an invisible shadow. He watched as Lu Qingshi's family followed Su Chan into the courtyard, waited a moment to confirm that there were no further issues, then quietly approached to memorize the residence's location. He watched the black lacquered door slowly close from the shadows at the alley's entrance, a hint of complex emotion flickering in his old eyes. Then he silently departed. I'll head to the Tianqing sect first. He reached out to touch the Xiantai token, which still bore a faint lingering fragrance. Jiang Ye did not hasten his journey, but paused to rest at a tea house in the eastern market of the prefectural city. Within the time it took to sip one cup of tea, he had gleaned a fair understanding of the Qingqing sect. The Qingqing sect stood atop Tianqing mountain east of the prefectural city. Its monumental gate sprawled across 100 li, its disciples numerous. Truly the most illustrious martial sanctuary across all 18 counties of Yunlin Prefecture. The sect was divided into outer and inner disciples. Entry into the outer disciples demanded stringent criteria. Candidates had to be under 16 years of age and possess middling to superior innate aptitude. Yet even so, youths and maidens flocked daily in hopes of fortune, packing the plaza before the mountain gate to overflowing. Admission into the outer disciples was merely the beginning. Each year a selection ceremony was held. Only those outer disciples who advanced most swiftly in cultivation were promoted to the inner disciples, the true Qingqing disciples. Within the inner disciples lay 6 peaks: Jinshin Peak, Qingmu Peak, Xianwater Peak, Tianyang Peak, and Huda Peak. At the center stood Juding Peak, the abode of the sect master and the very heart of the entire sect. Each peak emphasized distinct cultivation paths. Wen Yueyao was a direct disciple from Tianyang Peak. Truly awe-inspiring depth of heritage. Jiang Ye set down his teacup, a flicker of wonder flashing across his eyes. From these scattered fragments of information he had already glimpsed but a sliver of the Qingqing sect's vast submerged majesty. An excellent opportunity to broaden my horizons. Without further delay he paid for his tea and headed eastward. Yunlin Prefecture proved far vaster than he had imagined. He traversed 7 or 8 long avenues, and walked over 10 li, yet houses lined both sides without and bustling with ceaseless pedestrian flow. After another half-hour's journey the road gradually widened, foot traffic thinned, and instead appeared young disciples clad in uniform martial attire, weapons hanging at their waists. Some strolled in groups of 3 or 5 laughing and conversing, others hurried alone, faces taut with urgency. All moved unerringly toward the same destination. Jiang Ye followed the current of people, and his gaze narrowed slightly. In the distance loomed a towering mountain gate standing over 10 zhang high, supported by 2 massive white marble pillars thick enough to encircle with both arms. Cloud motifs and immortal cranes were carved upon the pillars with breathtaking lifelike precision. Upon the lintel 3 gilded characters gleamed brilliantly beneath the sun. Qingqing sect. The calligraphy flowed with ethereal grace, yet exuded an air of sovereign dominance that seemed to command heaven and earth itself. Beyond the gate stretched a broad stone staircase winding upward through verdant slopes all the way to the summit. Ancient trees soared on either side of the steps. Jiang Ye drew a deep breath and ascended with the crowd. After roughly the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the vista before him suddenly opened wide. Before him lay a vast plaza several hundred zhang in diameter, paved smoothly with bluish-gray flagstones. Around its perimeter rose towering pavilions and halls. Eaves, soaring brackets, interlocking beams, and rafters adorned with intricate carvings, radiating solemn antiquity and quiet grandeur. At the plaza's center snaked a long queue, serpentine and winding, comprising several hundred youths and maidens none older than their early 20s. Their attire varied widely. Some wore coarse hemp garments, sons and daughters of humble families. Others donned brocaded silks, scions of wealthy lineages. All stood obediently in line, stretching their necks toward the front. Jiang Ye learned from nearby chatter that they were all aspirants seeking entry into the sect. At the head of the queue stood 2 blackwood desks. Behind each desk sat a young disciple clad in Qingqing sect robes, sequentially assessing applicants' innate aptitude by palpation, pressing one hand upon the candidate's crown while gripping the wrist bone with the other, then declaring their potential after a moment's concentration. Those rated middling to superior burst into tears of joy and were led aside for registration. Those deemed middling to inferior or inferior departed dejectedly. With such throngs arriving daily to seek admission, how could this sect ever fail to flourish? Jiang Ye murmured inwardly, then slipped a hand into his pocket to feel the warm, heavy Xianiron token. He did not step forward rashly, but quietly joined the end of the line. The youths exchanged silent, bewildered looks, expressions shifting into faint amusement, yet no one dared voice a question aloud. The youths exchanged silent, bewildered looks, expressions shifting into faint amusement, yet no one dared voice a question aloud. This was the threshold of the Qingqing sect. Disorder was unthinkable. Just then, what ancient relic dares show up here for amusement? A clear, melodious voice rang out. A cold glint flashed across Jiang Ye's eyes. Many along the way had greeted him respectfully as elder uncle. Yet this was the first to address him outright, as, indeed, the very first. Jiang Ye turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. 5 or 6 paces ahead in the queue stood a young man and woman. The maiden wore a form-fitting ink-black gown. Its hem grazed her ankles, her waist cinched tightly, accentuating full bosom and slender curves with elegant precision. Her collar fell slightly open, revealing a slender porcelain-white neck and an exquisitely delicate clavicle, beneath which a subtle shadow hinted at deeper allure. Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet her eyes held a bewitching, almost unnerving charm. Eyelids tilted upward, lips painted deep crimson, a faint knowing smile playing upon them, as she regarded him with undisguised disdain and mockery. Beside her stood a youth of similar age. He wore a moon-white silk robe, its fabric shimmering like still water beneath sunlight, sleeves and collar embroidered with delicate silver cloud patterns, obviously of extraordinary value. His skin was pale, nearly translucent, his features refined, yet arrogance and entitlement radiated from his brow like an invisible aura. Now he draped an arm possessively around the maiden's waist, tilting his head slightly, as he surveyed Jiang Ye with open contempt. "Brother Hua, look, the old relic dares glare at me." The black-gowned maiden gripped the youth's arm, her voice syrupy. As she spoke, her smoldering gaze slid sideways toward Jiang Ye. The youth instantly sneered at him and snapped, "Old relic, dare you glare again?" Jiang Ye met his gaze, expression unchanging. "Old relic, you." Seeing Jiang Ye utterly unmoved by his threat, the youth flushed crimson and opened his mouth to roar. But from nearby, a Qingqing sect disciple overseeing order turned slightly, his presence enough to halt. The youth clenched his jaw, whispering fiercely to the maiden behind him, "Qinghuan, hold your temper. Once I enter the Qingqing sect, I'll deal with that relic. For now, we endure." She pursed her crimson lips, nodding reluctantly, voice still honeyed, "I obey, Brother Hua." Then with perfect synchrony they shot Jiang Ye one last venomous glare before turning away, out of sight, out of mind. Jiang Ye watched their retreating figures with detached indifference, his expression unchanged. Roughly half an hour later, the pair finally reached the front of the line for aptitude assessment. Qinghuan stepped forward gracefully, her slender waist swaying with hypnotic rhythm, drawing rapt stares from many youths behind her. She halted before the blackwood desk, extended her delicate wrist, and smiled with quiet confidence, clearly certain of her exceptional talent. The assessing disciple placed a hand upon her crown and grasped her wrist. At first his expression remained calm, until abruptly his fingers froze. Whoosh! He shot upright from his chair, toppling it backward without a second thought. His face, previously serene, was now contorted in shock, eyes bulging wide as if threatening to burst from their sockets. He stared fixedly at the maiden, gaze blazing with raw intensity, as though he might devour her whole, and gasped aloud, You are truly a pure in-body." That cry struck like thunder, freezing the entire plaza in stunned silence. The disciple beside him, who had been preparing to assess the youth, whirled about, shoved the boy aside, and rushed forward to re-examine the maiden, taking her pulse with reverent care. His movements were swift yet meticulous, as though handling a priceless artifact. After a moment, he lifted his head, eyes alight with fervor, voice trembling. It truly is the legendary pure in-body." The plaza erupted instantly. What is a pure in-body? I've never heard of it. Could this woman be some— If 2 Qingqing sect disciples react this strongly, it must be extraordinary. Murmurs swelled like waves. Hundreds of eyes converged upon the black-gowned maiden. Flustered by the sudden torrent of attention, Qinghuan parted her lips, slightly, momentarily speechless. Then from the crowd emerged a youth dressed in gray brocade. His countenance was gentle and scholarly, his bearing refined, a faint aura of classical erudition clinging to him like mist. He bowed respectfully to the 2 disciples and spoke calmly, "Senior brothers, I once read of the pure in-body in ancient texts. It is said that women born with this constitution possess exceptionally pure virgin in essence. If absorbed by a male cultivator below the core formation realm, it not only accelerates breakthroughs, but also purifies the body and refines tendons and bones. Does this account align with truth, senior brothers?" The 2 disciples glanced at him surprised, then nodded slowly, their tone warming with genuine admiration. "Remarkable. For one so young, your knowledge is uncommon indeed." Indeed, that single affirmation ignited pandemonium. Absorbing her virgin in essence grants breakthrough. Heavens, can such a constitution truly exist? This makes her the perfect furnace vessel. Countless gazes refocused upon the maiden, not with curiosity or envy now, but with searing hunger and rapacious desire. Young men's eyes reddened, their breathing grew ragged and heavy. They no longer saw a living person, but a celestial herb, a shortcut to transcendence. Qinghuan trembled faintly under that predatory scrutiny, her lovely face finally betraying alarm. Instinctively she edged closer to the youth beside her and clutched his sleeve. Ha! Her companion, however, stared at her with feverish adoration and burst into unrestrained laughter. My brilliant Qinghwan, you truly are the harbinger of my fortune. I love you beyond measure. Amid the crowd, Jiang Ye watched the ecstatic youth with quiet pity. Poor fool. Your Qinghwan will soon find the true body. Jiang Ye's gaze fell upon the black-clad girl, and a hint of barely perceptible astonishment flashed in his aged eyes, soon replaced by a knowing amusement. He never expected that this girl would possess such a unique constitution. What surprised him even more was that she was still a maiden with her true still intact. After all, based on his extensive experience in discerning people, just looking at the enchanting charm radiating from her features and the alluring aura she exuded in her every gesture, he thought she had long since. It seems the saying one cannot judge by appearances holds true. He cast another glance at the laughing youth beside him, his eyes now reflecting a bit more sympathy. Throughout history, treasures have always been claimed by the strong. The girl with the true body had now become an incredibly conspicuous treasure, one that a foolish boy like him, with merely dark energy strength, could scarcely hope to grasp. If one does not understand the underlying principle, suffering would be light compared to the potential loss of life. He withdrew his gaze, choosing not to look any longer. Over there, the two disciples from the Tianqing sect responsible for bone assessment had already suppressed their excitement, coldly glancing at the youth. One of them opened the register, and with a blank expression stated Li Jianghua, 18 years old, medium root bone, mid-stage dark energy. He paused for a moment, then closed the register, his voice devoid of any emotion. Did not meet the selection criteria of the Tianqing sect. You may leave. The boy's boisterous laughter abruptly ceased, as if his neck had been grasped. What? He exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide. I didn't pass. How could that be? Have you made a mistake? The two disciples ignored him, even too lazy to spare him another glance. The other turned towards the girl in the black dress, his expression instantly transforming into one of eagerness, his tone considerably gentler. Su Qinghwan, 18 years old, above average root bone, early stage dark energy, possesses the true body. He paused, then emphasized, congratulations, you have passed the selection and may enter the external sect of our Tianqing sect. Please follow me to register. I can join the Tianqing sect. The girl in the black dress, initially bewildered by her true body, suddenly erupted with joy, immediately preparing to step forward. Qinghwan. A pair of hands suddenly gripped her. Li Jianghua tugged at her, his face flushed, his voice tinged with desperation. Let's go. We're leaving. If the Tianqing sect won't accept me, we'll find another place. With my family background, I'm not afraid of finding a sect to take us in. Yet despite his pull, he could not budge her. Su Qinghwan stood firm, her delicate wrist reddened by his grip, yet she remained unmoving. She slightly turned her face away, her alluring eyes revealing a complex emotion, a struggle, but more resolute than anything. She showed a hint of hesitation, biting her lip, her voice low, yet clear. Brother Hua, I want to join the Tianqing. Li Jianghua's face suddenly drained of color. What are you saying? His voice trembled, his eyes wide. I am your fiancé. Do you really want to leave me behind and go in alone? Brother Hua, please listen to me. Su Qinghwan forced a smile, her voice softening. Please don't be anxious. I'll enter first, and once I'm settled inside, I'll find a way to bring you in, alright? When we're both in the Tianqing sect, wouldn't that be even better? Li Jianghua was momentarily stunned. The anger and disbelief on his face gradually shifted to a hint of hesitation. Looking at the familiar, yet somewhat strange face before him, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. As long as he could quickly marry Qinghwan, obtain her true break through his realm, and cleanse his body, wouldn't his aptitude significantly improve by then? At that time, coming to join the Tianqing sect would be as easy as pie. His eyes immediately sparkled. Great. Qinghwan, I'll listen to you. He nodded vigorously, releasing her hand, his gaze burning intensely. You go ahead. I'll wait for you. In a few days I'll come find you. He emphasized the words find you heavily. Su Qinghwan's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible disdain. Even she might not have noticed it, yet her face still wore a sweet smile as she nodded to him. Brother Hua, just wait for me with confidence. She withdrew her hand, turned, and followed the Tianqing sect disciple walking towards the mountain gate, without looking back. The flowing black skirt left an enchanting curve on the stone pavement as she gradually disappeared from sight. Li Jianghua stood still, watching her departing figure, his face filled with anticipation and ecstasy, completely oblivious to the countless gazes behind him filled with amusement and pity sweeping over him. Next, the one for bone assessment, please come up. As soon as the disciple from the Tianqing sect spoke, an elderly man, tall and thin, with half-white hair, stepped forward. He flashed a brief look of astonishment, then helplessly shook his head. Old man, our Tianqing sect does not accept. Before he could finish, Jiang Ye pulled out a token from his pocket and handed it to him. Young man, I come here for another matter. The true inheritance token. He suddenly stood up, his chair scraping back half a foot, the numbness and fatigue on his face swept away, replaced by an unmistakable shock. Though he did not let out a cry of surprise akin to that of discovering a true body, such a commotion was enough to attract the attention of those around. He held the token in his hands, trembling slightly, as he meticulously inspected it once more. Confirming its authenticity, the expression on his face instantly transformed. The previous impatience vanished in an instant, replaced by respect. "This is senior sister, when's true inheritance token. I wasn't aware that the esteemed elder was visiting, and I apologize for any previous disrespect. Please forgive me." Jiang Ye observed the disciple, whose attitude had shifted 180 degrees, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This disciple exuded a robust aura, clearly possessing the strength of transformation. Yet now, facing a token, he was so compliant. It seemed that when Yu Yao's status as a true inheritance disciple weighed much more than he had imagined. "Young man, there's no need for excessive formalities." Jiang Ye waved his hand slightly, his voice hoarse and calm. "Miss Wen asked me to stay here for the time being, and she will come find me once her matters are settled." "I see. Please wait, elder. I'll take you to the guest house at once." The disciple, not daring to be negligent, immediately called over another fellow disciple on duty, whispered a few instructions, and then personally led Jiang Ye towards the mountain gate. The crowd in line exchanged glances, suddenly coming to a realization. So that old man has connections. No wonder he dared to stand in line. Ew, I thought he was just an old fool. A true inheritance token. That's the symbol of an intersect true inheritance disciple. What kind of background does this old man have? What does his background matter? In any case, we can't afford to provoke him. The murmurs rose and fell, but among the crowd, only Li Jinghua's face was grim. He glared at Jiang Ye's receding figure, his teeth grinding with resentment and unwillingness. Damn it, this old man has connections too. He recalled his earlier display of arrogance and threats, having publicly called the old man this old thing, and now he felt his face burning, as if he had been slapped multiple times in front of everyone. Yet he quickly thought of his fiancée, Su Qinghuan, who had also entered the Tianqing sect, and was indeed the legendary True Yin body. As long as he could hastily marry her, obtain that maiden True Yin break through his realm, and cleanse his body, what was there to fear? With that thought, a smug smile reappeared on his face. 3 days later, Jiang Ye was studying the poison control manual he had obtained at the guest house of the Tianqing sect. Suddenly a crisp and pleasant voice called from outside, "Elder Jiang, are you there?" It was none other than Wen Yueyao. "Miss Wen, you've returned." Hearing the voice outside the door, Jiang Ye perked up instantly, swiftly stowing the manual of venom control into his robes before hurrying to open the door. There stood Wen Yueyao at the threshold, graceful and radiant. Her sweet oval face bore both martial poise and the faint weariness of travel. The wound on her shoulder had been dressed and appeared fully healed. "Yes, I've concluded the matter and returned at once. I thought Elder Master might grow anxious, so I came straight to you upon re-entering the sect." Wen Yueyao smiled warmly. "I'm honored by your concern, Miss Wen." Jiang Ye returned a gentle, respectful bow. "Let us go, Elder Master. I'll escort you first to Juding Peak to complete your formal induction." True to form, Wen Yueyao moved with decisive grace, leading Jiang Ye out of the guest quarters and deep into the inner sect grounds. As Jiang Ye followed her through a grove of rustling bamboo, the landscape shifted once more. No longer did he see pavilions or palaces, but 6 towering peaks, each soaring heavenward like colossal pillars, each radiating its own distinct aura. The leftmost peak gleamed with a pale golden hue under the sun, as though forged entirely from celestial. At its summit rose a majestic hall, gilded eaves, vermilion pillars. Its imposing grandeur pierced the air with an unmistakable sharpness. Jinshan Peak. The second peak immediately adjacent was draped in dense emerald pines and cypresses teeming with vitality. Cranes called softly from its mist-shrouded heights. Qingmu Peak. The third peak was most enigmatic, half of it vanished into swirling clouds veiled by some unseen force, its contours indistinct and elusive. At its base, a stone stele inscribed with Xianshui Peak shimmered faintly through the mist, a testament to profound mystery and depth. The fourth was Tianyang Peak, the origin of Wen Yueyao's cultivation. Its cliffs were jagged and steep, strewn with bizarre boulders. Fiery light flickered midslope, where massive alchemical cauldrons roared, their searing heat palpable even from afar. The fifth peak sprawled gently across the land, carpeted in rare blossoms and exotic herbs. Vibrant, fragrant, kaleidoscopic Huda Peak. At the center stood the sixth, by far the most august and solemn. It lacked the overt elemental signatures of the others, yet exuded an innate authority, the sovereign presence commanding all 5 surrounding peaks. Upon its summit rested a serene ancient hall, eaves soaring skyward, beams carved with intricate motifs, walls painted with ethereal murals, half hidden, half revealed within drifting clouds like a celestial abode. That was Juding Peak, the seat of the sect master, the very heart of the Tianqing sect. These 6 colossal peaks stood like silent, venerable titans, gazing down upon the world below. Jiang Ye stood motionless at the edge of the bamboo grove, silent for a long while. He had witnessed the bustling street life of Anxi County. He had beheld the imposing ramparts of Yunling Prefecture. But only now, gazing upon these 6 peaks piercing the heavens, wreathed in mist and graced by circling cranes, did he truly grasp the weight of a sect's enduring legacy. "Elder Master, this way, please." Wen Yueyao turned, catching him lost in reverie, and smiled faintly. She'd seen this look countless times, on every novice's face at their first glimpse of the inner sect, and no longer found it surprising. Indeed, the sheer majesty of those 6 peaks stirred the soul at first sight. Jiang Ye shook his head, lightly steadying his awe, then stepped forward with quiet resolve. Before long, Wen Yueyao guided him to the foot of Juding Peak. Along the path they passed numerous disciples. Each, regardless of age, greeted her with deference, "Senior Sister Wen." Wen Yueyao acknowledged each with a graceful nod, neither aloof nor overly familiar, her bearing effortlessly embodying the composure of a true disciple. Jiang Ye regarded her with renewed respect. Their pace was swift. Within half an incense sticks burning, they reached the mountain's midslope. Ahead the terrain opened wide, a vast smooth stone terrace cradling an ancient unadorned hall. Wen Yueyao raised a finger toward it. Jiang Ye followed her gaze. The lintel bore a dark lacquered plaque inscribed with 3 bold flowing characters, Situ Hall. The calligraphy was vigorous and masterful, each stroke coiled like dragon veins, sharp as iron strokes and resilient as silver hooks. They crossed the threshold. Inside, the hall's austerity conveyed solemn dignity without ostentation. Directly opposite the entrance stood a broad blackwood desk. Behind it sat a middle-aged man clad in soft green robes, perhaps 50 years old, his face lean and refined, a trim beard of 3 strands gracing his chin. His eyes remained closed as if in tranquil meditation. Foundation Establishment Realm. Jiang Ye's pupils contracted sharply. The man's passive aura alone dwarfed Lu Qingshi's, and beneath it hummed a subtle razor-edged intensity. Without doubt, this was a Foundation Establishment expert, a tier Jiang Ye had never before encountered face-to-face since entering the Tianqing sect. Clearly, such masters formed the backbone of the vast Tianqing sect. The man's eyes opened, as if sensing their presence, and recognizing Wen Yueyao, offered a courteous smile as he rose. "True disciple Wen, what brings you to my Situ Hall today? I hear you recently cleansed the demonic scourge in Anqi County, vanquishing that vile Black Lao Wu. Truly the younger generation inspires awe." Wen Yueyao smiled faintly, neither humble nor haughty, stepping aside with elegant precision to reveal Jiang Ye behind her. Her voice rang clear and crisp. "Elder Gongsun flatters me excessively. In truth, Black Lao Wu's defeat was no solitary feat. I owe much to Elder Master Zhang's timely aid." Elder Gongsun Hong's gaze settled upon Jiang Ye, and a flicker of genuine curiosity lit his eyes. He studied the tall, slender elder with silver-streaked hair, his aura seamless, impenetrable, defying even Gongsun's scrutiny. Likely the pinnacle of the chi-refining realm, and trained in aura-concealing arts. Gongsun Hong assessed swiftly in silence, then spread a warm, affable smile. "Elder Master Jiang embodies true righteousness. To join forces with our true disciple against demons, this is destiny indeed." Impatient by nature, Wen Yueyao cut short further pleasantries, stepping close to whisper discreetly into Gongsun's ear. Her voice dropped low. Jiang Ye caught only fragments: a life-saving debt, appointment as a sect steward, guardianship of the medicinal herb garden. Gongsun Hong nodded repeatedly, his expression turning earnest. Turning to Jiang Ye, he declared with resonant clarity, "With true disciple, Wen's personal vouch, all formalities are waived. I shall process your induction immediately. Age is no barrier. Men of Elder Master Zhang's noble virtue who champion justice for the people are precisely whom the Tianqing sect seeks above all." Jiang Ye blinked, mildly startled. Disciples' deference to Wen Yueyao was understandable, but even a Foundation Establishment elder treated her with such marked respect. The prestige of a true disciple truly knew no bounds. Gongsun Hong acted without delay, unrolling a silk scroll, dipping his brush in ink, and writing swiftly with confident strokes. Moments later he stamped the document and handed the still damp scroll to Wen Yueyao for review, then called out to the hall's entrance. "Enter." A disciple waiting outside promptly entered. Gongsun instructed, "Go to the treasury. Retrieve a new set of steward's robes." The disciple bowed and departed, returning shortly with a lacquered tray bearing a set of azure blue robes, soft-spun, finely stitched, with a simple, elegant character, "Steward," embroidered over the chest. Gongsun Hong then drew forth a black iron token from his drawer and presented it to Jiang Ye with both hands beaming. "Congratulations, Elder Master Jiang. From this moment onward you are an official steward of the Tianqing sect, entitled to 1,000 contribution points monthly." "Many thanks, Elder Gongsun." Jiang Ye accepted the token and examined it closely. It was palm-sized, lighter than Wen Yueyao's true disciple. The front bore the characters, "Steward." The reverse displayed the Tianqing sect's emblem. Clutching it in his weathered hand, a faint, quiet smile touched his aged lips. At last, he held an official position within the sect. "Elder Gongsun, I will take Mr. Jiang back to Tianyang Peak now." After exchanging pleasantries with Gongsun Hong, Wen Yueyao led Jiang Ye away from the administrative hall towards Tianyang Peak. About the time it takes to burn an incense stick later, as the two stepped onto Tianyang Peak, they felt a gentle, warm breeze blowing towards them. The temperature on this peak was noticeably higher than that of the other mountains. Jiang Ye looked up and saw that various sized cauldrons were arranged on the hillside. Many young disciples were sitting cross-legged beside the cauldron's, eyes closed in meditation, with beads of sweat faintly trickling down their faces, yet they were completely unaware of it. Miss Wen, why are there so many cauldrons on Tianyang Peak, and they are all burning with great flames? Jiang Ye asked, filled with confusion. Wen Yueyao followed his gaze, smiled slightly, and explained in a clear voice, Mr. Jiang, we cultivate fire-type true qi here on Tianyang Peak, and those cauldrons help the disciples nurture their true qi. Jiang Ye pondered, so we draw fire energy from those cauldrons to nurture true qi. It seemed that entering the golden core stage was even more profound than he had imagined. The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the entrance of the herb garden. At the entrance stood a simple wooden cabin, beside which was a stone tablet about half a person tall carved with the words, Tianyang Peak Herb Garden. Is Elder Qin in? Wen Yueyao softly called out towards the wooden cabin. As soon as she finished speaking, with a creaky sound the door of the cabin opened and a swaying figure stepped out. At that moment a middle-aged man wearing the elder's robe of the Tianqing sect appeared, his face unusually flushed, exuding a scorching aura. His steps were unsteady, and before he could stabilize himself a strong smell of alcohol rushed towards them, causing people to frown. After squinting to see who had arrived, he immediately smiled, saying, "Oh, it's Wen Zhen who has returned." He swayed as he approached, patting Wen Yueyao on the shoulder, smiling broadly. "I heard you took down that beast Black Old 5 in Anqi County this time. Good. Well done. Much better than that kid Zheng Feng who fought with by Lao San for half a day and ended up letting him escape. What a shame." Wen Yueyao frowned slightly, instinctively taking a step back to avoid the pungent smell of alcohol, but she couldn't flare up and could only softly say, "Elder Qin, you flatter me. In fact, I was able to eliminate Black Old 5 thanks to the assistance of Mr. Jiang here." She stepped aside to reveal Jiang Ye, then continued, "We came this time to ask Elder Qin for help. Mr. Jiang has now become a steward of our Tianqing sect, and we would like you to arrange a task for him to oversee the herb garden on Tianyang Peak." Upon hearing this, Qin Lai's gaze fell on Jiang Ye, and he laughed heartily, saying, "A trivial matter. Coincidentally, I need someone to oversee the herb garden with Tian Kuei grass." After saying that, he shouted loudly towards the herb garden, "Lu Ming, come out quickly." Shortly after, a figure swiftly ran out from the garden, agile and nimble. It was a slightly plump young man around 17 or 18 years old, with bright twinkling eyes showing a hint of... After glancing at Wen Yueyao, he looked at Jiang Ye, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes, but he quickly composed himself and respectfully clasped his fists in greeting. "Greetings, Elder Qin and Senior Sister Wen." Qin Lai waved his hand, pointing to Jiang Ye, and said, "Lu Ming, this is Steward Jiang, who just joined the sect. From now on, he will be your colleague responsible for overseeing the herb garden with Tian Kuei grass. Take him to familiarize him with the area and introduce him to the situation of the herb garden." "Yes." Lu Ming nodded vigorously, his face filled with a warm smile, cupping his hands and saying, "Steward Jiang, my name is Lu Ming. You can just call me Little Lu. Let's go, I'll take you to tour the herb garden right now." "All right then, I'll trouble you, little brother." Jiang Ye politely returned to Wen Yueyao originally planned to go along, but a disciple hurriedly ran up the mountain path and whispered a few words in front of her. She furrowed her brow slightly, then looked apologetically at Jiang Ye. "Mr. Jiang, the Peak Master has summoned me. I must go there first. You can go with Lu Ming to get familiar with the situation, and I will come back to see you later. Please go ahead, miss. The important matters come first." Jiang Ye waved his hand, indicating she should not worry. After a polite smile, Wen Yueyao immediately left with the disciple. "Steward Jiang, let's talk as we walk." Lu Ming was quite talkative and couldn't stop once he started. He led Jiang Ye northward, pointing out the places they passed, and explaining non-stop the terrain of our Tianyang Peak is quite special. There are very few suitable places for growing herbs, and there are only 4 herb gardens in total. He pointed with his finger to a patch of fiery red herbs to the east, whose leaves curled like flames. This patch grows qi-yang grass, the most common fire-type medicinal herb, and the pure yang pill that disciples use for daily cultivation is refined from it. He then pointed to the patch of vines climbing on the western cliff, dangling several fist-sized red fruits. That is yin, Xian fruit, very precious, and matures only once every 3 years. He pointed towards the slightly lower area to the south where heat was rising. Over there we grow di hua ginseng, which is even rarer, buried in the rock crevices, and must be dug out carefully. If you damage the roots, it won't be worth much. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye remained expressionless, but his heart suddenly heated up. This di hua ginseng and Tian Kuei grass were both key herbs needed for refining secret medicines in the diamond body refinement technique. Unexpectedly, there were 2 types of them right in this herb garden. It seemed he had to find a way to take advantage of this sect. There's a saying, isn't there? A chef doesn't steal, and he doesn't collect grains. Besides the herb garden, he learned a lot of information from this little plump boy. It turned out that the vast Tianqing sect had a true inheritance ranking, and among the thousands of disciples in the inner sect, only 10 could make the list. Wen Yueyao was the only disciple on this true inheritance list with the Qi transformation stage, while the rest were all at the golden core stage. And her place on the list was due to pure talent. Jiang Ye had always thought Wen Yueyao and Lu Yi were of similar ages, but that was not the case. Setting aside her overly mature body, when Yue Yao was actually a few years younger than Lu Yi. Hiss! What has this little girl been eating to grow up? Jiang Ye exclaimed in surprise internally. Here we are, Steward Jiang. This is the Tian Kuei grass herb garden that you will be responsible for overseeing in the future. Lu Ming led Jiang Ye to the northernmost part of the herb garden, which was quite distanced from the other 3 gardens where blood-red herbs were planted. Little brother, I'm new here, and I will trouble you to guide me. What should I pay attention to while overseeing the herb garden? Jiang Ye said, while subtly taking out several silver notes from his pocket and handing them to Lu Ming. Hey, Steward Jiang, what are you doing? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback upon seeing the silver notes, then repeatedly waved his hands, shaking his head like a rattle drum. You were introduced by senior sister, when I will definitely tell you everything. Please take it back. Jiang Ye chuckled as he pressed the silver notes into his hand, his aged voice carrying a hint of sincerity. Though I am old, I am still a newcomer in the sect, and I will need your help in the future. A gift from an elder I cannot refuse. Please don't push it away. Unable to refuse, Lu Ming had no choice but to respectfully accept the silver notes, and his smile grew increasingly warm. After putting the silver notes into his pocket, he cleared his throat and lowered his voice, saying, since Steward Jiang is so polite, then I will speak frankly with you. He leaned in a bit closer, his face becoming serious. The medicinal materials we grow on Tianyang Peak are quite potent, especially Tian Kuei grass. They easily attract a certain creature. Jiang Ye squinted slightly. Oh, what creature? Fire centipede. Lu Ming's tone carried some apprehension. This poisonous creature loves to burrow into Tian Kuei grass to absorb the yang energy from the leaves. Its venom is no ordinary kind, it is a rare fire poison. A single bite feels like being burned by fire, causing severe pain. Our herb garden suffers a lot of damage from them every year. Fire centipede. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. He had been studying the poison control classic in the guest house these past few. Toxins can generally be categorized into 5 types. They are scorpions, venomous snakes, centipedes, geckos, and toads. The fire centipede is the standout among centipede-type toxins. Originally, he planned to find a suitable venomous creature to raise after settling down. He never expected that there would be something ready-made in the herb garden. This truly was the right place to be. Jiang Zhisher, you must be extremely cautious of the fire centipede. Seeing Jiang Ye silent, Lu Ming thought he was frightened by the words fire centipede, so he quickly lowered his voice and said seriously, the fire centipede's nature is to hide during the day and come out at night, staying underground during the day and only being active at night. Moreover, unlike ordinary centipedes, it avoids humans. It is born with a violent nature and dares to bite. Previously, several disciples of our Tianyang Peak have suffered losses, bitten to the brink of death. In fact, some even couldn't be saved due to excessive poisoning. He sighed at this, looking rather helpless. The most troublesome part is that these creatures have very sharp senses, able to detect our presence from a distance. As soon as we approach, they instantly burrow underground, leaving us with no way to deal with them. Even Elder Qin personally intervened, previously trying to clear them from the herb garden, but ultimately accomplished little. He paused for a moment, speaking earnestly to Jiang Ye. So Jiang Zhisher, if you encounter a fire centipede eating medicinal herbs, don't think you must kill it. That's far too difficult. As long as you can drive them away and protect the herbs, that would be a success. Jiang Ye nodded as if in thought, appearing to be enlightened. So that's how it is. In truth, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Sensitive, you say? Jiang's specialty is hiding. These fire centipedes have met their match with him. By the way, little brother, Jiang Ye pondered for a moment and spoke, since poisonous insects will eat the herbs, the herb garden should have certain expectations from us regarding our harvest, right? Hee Jiang Zhisher, you've hit the nail on the head. Lu Ming's eyes brightened, grinning as he wore an expression that said, you understand, due to the damage caused by the poisonous insects, the herbs inevitably suffer some loss. Thus, the herb garden's requirement for us keepers is, at least 90 of the harvest must be preserved. He gave an example. For instance, in this Tian Kuei herb garden, you harvest once every 6 months, having planted a total of 1,000 plants. Then 6 months later, you must at least deliver 900 plants to qualify. Hearing this, Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. The minimum requirement is indeed 90. Within this, there is ample room for maneuvering. If he can protect all 1,000 plants, wouldn't that allow him to discreetly pocket 100 for himself? Lu Ming noticed the look on his face and smiled knowingly. Jiang Zhisher, it is just as you think. However, he quickly added a splash of cold water, but your Tian Kuei herb is more attractive to fire centipedes than other herbs, so even trying to preserve 90 will be quite labor-intensive. Jiang Ye's aged face also revealed a hint of a smile as he nodded slowly. The old man can only... The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the southern side of the Tian Kuei herb garden. A small wooden house was also built here, similar in layout to the one at the entrance, but more secluded. Jiang Zhisher, since fire centipedes are active at night, our watch will also focus on the night. This small wooden house will be your resting place at night, Lu Ming said, pushing open the door to the wooden house. The interior was small, but clean and tidy. A simple wooden bed was placed against the wall with a dry grass mat laid on top. In a corner, there were some rice flour pickles and dried meat, which should be the rations distributed by the sect to the herb garden's guards. Small as it was, it had all the essentials. Very good, this is quite a nice place. Jiang Ye nodded slightly after looking around, a hint of satisfaction showing in his. As a sect steward, he could apply for a cave dwelling anytime on Tianyang Peak. However, that cave dwelling could not compare to the comfort of this secluded little wooden house. As long as Jiang Zhisher is comfortable, that's fine. Lu Ming said with a smile, I usually stay in the wooden house next to the Qiyang herb garden, which is not far from here. If you need anything, feel free to come find me. Then perhaps I will trouble you, little brother, at that time. Jiang Ye politely clasped his hands. After chatting a bit more, Lu Ming took his leave. Jiang Ye stood at the door of the wooden house watching the blood-red herb field swaying gently in the breeze, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Tian Kuei herb fire centipedes 90 harvest. This place is truly getting more interesting. He turned and returned to the wooden house, closing the door. He sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, taking out the book The Art of Controlling Poison from his bosom, and began to study the content regarding fire centipedes. By nightfall, Jiang Ye opened the door and entered the herb garden. The moonlight cascaded like flowing water onto the blood-red Tian Kuei herbs. It's time to meet these beasts. He activated the deer form, true intent, walking through the herb garden, as if stepping on clouds, making not a single sound. His gaze was sharp as an eagle sweeping across the blood-red herb field below. Under the moonlight, the Tian Kuei herbs swayed gently, with dew droplets glistening on their leaves. Suddenly, a faint sound of movement was heard. It was the sound of soil being disturbed, very subtle. If he hadn't been fully focused, he truly wouldn't have heard it. Oh! Jiang Ye looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a centipede about half a foot long, its entire body of fiery red with a hard carapace that gleamed like metal, slowly crawling out of the ground. Its fiery red color matched that of the Tian Kuei herbs in the garden, providing it with an excellent camouflage. If it weren't for Jiang Ye's keen eyesight, he wouldn't have noticed it right away. Jiang Ye did not act immediately, but continued to observe its movements. After crawling out of the soil, its two pairs of jet-black compound eyes emitted a cold light in the darkness, alertly rotating and scanning the surroundings. After not sensing any other presence, it excitedly let out a cry and was about to bite into the leaves of the Tian Kuei herbs. Swish! A faint sound of cutting air. Two slender branches sharpened like wooden knives shot out from the darkness, firmly pinning the fire centipede's body and suspending it in midair. The one who acted was none other than Jiang Ye. Hiss! The fire centipede let out a shrill scream, its body writhing violently. Its compound eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ye, revealing a glimmer of human-like ferocity and fear. Its deep red jaws opened and closed incessantly, with the tips of its fangs glowing with a strange fluorescence, a sign of the fire poison accumulating within, eager to bite and crush this audacious foe before it. Jiang Ye watched the fire centipede struggling madly in his grasp, a hint of mockery flashing in his aged eyes. Though he had merely used two slender branches. However, as a refining Qi warrior, his internal strength was both soft and hard. Not a single feather could be added, nor could a fly land. How could this fire centipede escape from his palm? He held the fire centipede up, bringing it into the moonlight for a closer inspection. His gaze fell upon its abdomen. There he noticed a faint fire-red mark, shallow and almost imperceptible, like a remnant of dawn's first light. A hint of disappointment flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes. This poison pet could be raised in two ways. One was group raising, nurturing them regardless of quality to win by quantity. The other was careful raising, selecting the best quality from among the poisonous insects, dedicating all resources to it, cultivating a capable companion. Jiang Ye preferred the latter method of carefully raising poison pets. Therefore, he must choose a fire centipede of high quality. It is said that the best fire centipedes have fire marks as red as blood, deep enough to see the bone. Once cultivated as pets, they can assist their masters in defeating foes beyond their. It is said that the best fire centipedes have fire marks as red as blood, deep enough to see the bone. Once cultivated as pets, they can assist their masters in defeating foes beyond their level, possessing immense power. This one before him had a fire mark, so faint it was barely visible. Trash! Jiang Ye loosened his grip. Suddenly released, the fire centipede felt as if it had been granted amnesty. After a shriek in midair, it eagerly sought to burrow back into the soil to escape. In the next moment, swish! Accompanied by a sharp sound of cutting air, Jiang Ye twisted his wrist, and the branch in his hand traced a beautiful arc in the air, like a crescent moon falling, sweeping across the body of the fire centipede. With a crack, the half-foot-long body of the fire centipede was instantly split in two, falling to the ground. Its jet-black compound eyes still seemed to hold a shred of human-like disbelief, as if accusing the cunning of the human before it. Jiang Ye hated wasting anything, often finishing every grain of rice in his bowl. Moreover, with a poisonous insect like the fire centipede, he must maximize its utility. This low-quality fire centipede was just right for practicing the Blood Moon Blade. Blood Moon Blade Proficiency 5. The system's notification sounded. Indeed, killing such a moderately threatening poisonous insect raises my blade proficiency higher than mere practice. A hint of satisfaction crossed Jiang Ye's eyes. He was not idle in the lodging. Besides studying the art of controlling poison, he also diligently practiced the Martial Arts Mastery 5 Animals Fist Perfect Blood Moon Blade Beginner 458500. Jiang Ye glanced at the system panel, nodding slightly. Soon tonight I can reach small success in the Blood Moon Blade. Jiang Ye took out a blood-replenishing pill and swallowed it, then began searching for more fire centipedes. The moonlight sank in the west, casting a layer of cool silver gauze over the blood-red herb field. Jiang Ye's figure moved like a ghost through the grass, and the two slender branches in his hand caught who knows how many fire centipedes. This one won't do either. He looked down at the new catch he had just clamped. Its body was about a foot long, quite robust for a fire centipede. However, upon seeing what was inside the insect's belly, he felt no disappointment, but merely shook his head. The fire mark on its abdomen was still very faint, just slightly better than the previous trash. He raised the branch about to strike down. Swish! Just as the blade was about to descend, an unexpected change occurred. The body of the fire centipede actually split in two before the branch even touched it. The cut was neat and smooth, as if an invisible knife had severed it from the air. The fire centipede didn't even have time to let out a cry before its two halves fell to the ground with a thud, its dark compound eyes still filled with confusion, as if it would never understand what had happened. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ye's pupils constricted, cutting objects from a distance. This is the momentum of the... Have I comprehended the knife intent? After a brief moment of shock, a look of joy instantly appeared on Jiang Ye's aged face. The manual of the Blood Moon knife records that after achieving minor success in the knife technique, the practitioner has the opportunity to comprehend the knife intent. The extent of the opportunity depends on one's comprehension. Those with high comprehension may achieve enlightenment in a single moment, while those with lower comprehension may not grasp the essence even after 10 years of hard practice. That ugly man from the Seven Kills sect has trained with the knife his whole life, cutting down countless heads, yet he barely comprehended the knife intent. In contrast, Jiang Ye understood the knife intent after just a few days of practice. Indeed, extraordinary comprehension is like this. Jiang Ye glanced at the system panel. Mastered martial arts, 5 animal fist, perfect Blood Moon knife, minor success, 32,000. Indeed, the Blood Moon knife has reached minor success. Let me give the knife a try. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he set down the 2 small branches and turned back towards the wooden house. After a while, he emerged holding a gleaming, curved knife. The moment he grasped the knife, Jiang Ye felt a difference. Previously holding the knife felt convenient. Now it felt as if the knife were an extension of his arm, a part of his very... The blade was still the same knife, but to him it felt lighter and more agile, as if with a mere thought the blade's light would respond to his intent. Holding the knife, he re-entered the herb garden. Under the moonlight, the blood-red Tian Kue grass swayed gently. He walked slowly, his eyes scanning the ground, like an eagle searching for the fire centipede to test his knife technique. However, whether it was due to his previous strike scaring off the creatures, or simply bad luck today, after several turns he only found a few small things. The fire centipede that emerged from the ground did not even have time to eat the grass leaves before he caught it. Still not enough. He glanced at its abdomen, and the fire mark remained faint. Swish! The blade's light flashed. Before the fire centipede could resist, it was simultaneously sliced into 2 by the Blood Moon-like blade. The cut was smooth and even. Yet looking at the segmented corpse of the insect, Jiang Ye could only shake his head slightly. Such a creature did not even qualify to force him to use his full strength. Nothing could be tested. He looked up and scanned the area, his gaze landing on a small tree at the edge of the herb garden. The tree stood about a person's height with a straight trunk casting a faint shadow under the moonlight. Jiang Ye approached the tree and stopped about 3 feet away. Taking a deep breath, the chi and blood within him surged, merging the recently comprehended knife intent into the curved knife in his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly swung the knife. At that moment, the curved knife seemed no longer a knife, but a crescent moon rising from a sea of blood. Swish! A sharp sound of slicing through the air shattered the night silence. It felt as if there was an invisible ripple in the air surging towards that small tree in the direction of the knife's point. Bang! A loud noise. The small tree 3 feet away suddenly developed a smooth mirror-like cut in the center of its trunk. The upper half of the tree swayed slightly before crashing down with a thunderous sound, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Ye stood holding the knife, gazing at the fallen tree with a glint of brilliance in his eyes. Knife intent. This is knife intent. At a distance of 3 feet, even before the knife reached it, the tree had already fallen. He slowly sheathed the knife and looked down at the curved knife in his hand. Good knife. He murmured softly, unsure if he was referring to the knife technique or the knife intent he had just comprehended. Jiang Ye's chi and blood gradually calmed down, but he did not continue practicing the knife. Instead, he began searching for fire centipedes again in the herb garden. Uncertain if it was because it was past the fire centipede's feeding time, he wandered for a long time without finding a single trace of a fire centipede. There are still plenty of days ahead, so Jiang Ye did not expect to find a top-quality fire centipede all at once. After wandering in the herb garden for a while, he shook his head slightly and returned to the wooden house to prepare for sleep. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Jiang Ye woke up early as usual and was practicing the 5. Although the 5 animal fist was already perfected, practicing this health-preserving fist technique was always beneficial for his aging body. Mr. Jiang. Soon after, a melodious voice came from not far away. Jiang Ye looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wen Yuyao sprinting along the path of the herb garden. The girl had not applied any makeup today, her face bare, yet it accentuated her bright eyes and white teeth. Her hair fluttered in the wind with a few strands playfully brushing against her face, which she casually tucked behind her ear. This natural look, without makeup combined with her usual sweet smile, had its own charm. "Miss, when you're up so early." Jiang Ye paused his fist practice and greeted her with a polite smile. "Haha, as martial practitioners we naturally must rise early." When Yuyao stood in front of him laughing heartily, "Besides, Mr. Jiang, you also got up quite early." "I'm just old and can't sleep well." Jiang Ye chuckled and shook his head. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, when Yuyao's smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of apology, "Mr. Jiang, I must apologize for something." She bit her lips somewhat embarrassed and said, "I previously told you that once you join the sect I would transfer my contribution points to you, so you could quickly exchange for the chi cultivation method." She paused, a blush rising on her fair cheeks as she rarely missed a promise. "The Peak Master, in order to help me break through to the transformation stage and start cultivating chi, took the liberty to exchange all my contribution points for pills. So it may take me some time to gather enough contribution points to transfer to you." As she spoke, the girl awkwardly lowered her head, her face slightly flushed. Hearing this, Jiang Ye smiled faintly and waved his hand. "It's nothing, I've lived so long, I'm not in a hurry for this little time." His aura was impeccable, and due to the surprise attack that took down Black Old 5, when Yuyao had always thought Jiang Ye was a peak transformation stage warrior. She must be eager to cultivate the chi method. In fact, he was still at the early transformation stage. Jiang Ye estimated that with his speed, it would take about a month to reach the peak of the transformation stage. When Yuyao's some time was just right. "Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry, I will definitely gather the contribution points as soon as possible." Hearing Jiang Ye say it was no problem, when Yuyao breathed a sigh of relief, then solemnly promised Jiang Ye several times that she would quickly gather the sect's contribution points. Jiang Ye also took this opportunity to ask how many contribution points were needed to exchange for the chi cultivation method. The answer he received shocked him. Exchanging for a chi cultivation method actually required a full 30,000 contribution points. According to his position, earning 1,000 contribution points a month, he would need to save for 2.5 years without eating or drinking to accumulate enough points for the exchange. This is too exaggerated. Is the chi cultivation method really that precious? Jiang Ye sighed, lightly shaking his head. The chi cultivation method is the core of the sect. When Yuyao said seriously, each chi cultivation method represents a different path. "Mr. Jiang, you will understand in the future that these 30,000 contribution points are actually not expensive at all." After chatting for a while longer, when Yuyao hurriedly left, it seemed this true disciple was quite busy. Jiang Ye intended to take advantage of the morning's good spirit to practice the blood moon knife after finishing the 5-animal fist. But before he could turn around, he saw the little fat man, Lu Ming, approaching with 2 others smiling along the path of the herb garden. "Mr. Jiang," Lu Ming called from a distance. "These 2 are also colleagues guarding the herb garden. I heard a new steward has come to the Tian Kue grass herb garden, so I thought I'd bring them to meet you." As he spoke, the 3 had already come closer. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the 2. The first was a young man in his 20s, dressed in Tianqing sect attire with a square face and well-defined features, yet exuding an aura of gloom. "This is Brother Fong Ming, responsible for guarding the Yin Exine Fruit Herb Garden," Lu Ming introduced. Fong Ming slightly lifted his eyelids, glanced at Jiang Ye, and casually cupped his hands, his voice so dismissive it was barely audible. "Met you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Ye's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly in response. Lu Ming then pointed to the other person. This was a young woman also dressed in Tianqing sect disciple attire with an oval face. Her features were not stunning, but had a charm that grew on you the more you looked. She naturally radiated a sense of approachability, and when she smiled, her eyes curved into crescent moons. The loose Tianqing sect robe she wore seemed to billow on her, accentuating the curvy fullness of her chest. Clearly beneath that fabric lay a quite voluptuous figure. "This is Sister Chen Lily, responsible for guarding the Di Hua Shen herb garden." Chen Lily smiled brightly and stepped forward, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Ye, her voice crisp and pleasant. "Met you, Mr. Jiang. I have been in the herb garden for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a steward as old as you," she said, and suddenly laughed. "Seeing you is like seeing my grandfather, so comforting." Hearing this, Jiang Ye couldn't help but smile on his aged face, cupping his hands. "You too are being polite. I'm just here for the first time. Oh, I hope to receive your guidance in the future." He then stepped aside to invite the 3 inside. Although the wooden house was quite simple, the tea and food provided by the sect were sufficient, so he wasn't completely without hospitality. The 4 of them sat around the simple wooden table, eating and chatting. With a talkative person like Lu Ming around, the atmosphere wouldn't be too cold. He started talking non-stop, discussing the weather in the herb garden, the living habits of fire centipedes, and gossip about the true disciples from various peaks, chatting animatedly. Chun Lily was also an outspoken person. Once she got going, she spoke even more energetically than Lu Ming, often adding exaggerated gestures, her loose steward robe failing to conceal the ample curves in her chest. Jiang Ye sipped tea, listening with a smile, occasionally interjecting a few words. He noticed that the gloomy Fong Ming hardly spoke, but his gaze occasionally fell on Chun Lily. A crush, perhaps? Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. Meanwhile, he took the chance to learn more about the sect. As they chatted, the topic somehow shifted to yesterday's sensational news that shook the entire sect. Tsk our Tianqing sect was in an uproar yesterday. Lu Ming slapped his thigh, filled with envy and jealousy. That newly initiated girl, what was her name, Su Qingwan, truly possesses a true Yin body. Everyone must have heard about it, right? Chun Lily rolled her eyes at him. Of course, who in the sect hasn't heard? Do you know? Lu Ming built suspense, waiting for their gaze to focus on him before lowering his voice, feigning mystery. Jin Shin Peak, brother Jin Hai. The one ranked third on the true disciple list. Jin Hai. Chun Lily's eyes immediately lit up. That's a prominent figure. I heard he's only 25 this year, and is already at the pill condensation realm. Exactly, Lu Ming sighed. And I heard their wedding date has already been set for 3 months from now. He sighed dramatically, his expression filled with the longing of how great it would be if I could replace him. Chun Lily also sighed, saying something that nearly made Jiang Ye choke on his tea. What a pity. I truly hate being a girl not having that thing. Otherwise, cough cough. Jiang Ye's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, almost spilling the tea. He looked up at Chun Lily, only to see her speaking confidently, with not a hint of shyness on her face. No way, this girl is too bold. Jiang Ye's gaze subtly assessed her lower body. He saw her long fair legs tightly closed, not a single gap, and there was a faint fragrance about her. Clearly this girl was still a pure maiden. Meanwhile, Fong Ming could no longer remain seated. He frowned, looking at Chun Lily with a serious expression and a tone of disapproval. Lily, you are a girl. How can you say such lascivious things? After hearing this, Chun Lily rolled her eyes, dramatically exasperated. Brother Fong, I've told you so many times you should— She paused, tilting her chin slightly, her tone impatient. And what I say is none of your business. At these words, Fong Ming's expression changed dramatically. The atmosphere in the wooden house chilled slightly. Fortunately, Lu Ming, being perceptive, quickly broke the tension with a joke, changing the subject. Before long, the atmosphere warmed up again. Jiang Ye held his teacup, listening to their conversation, while silently digesting the information he just received. Jin Hai III on the true disciple list, a pill condensation realm powerhouse, set to marry Su Qingwan in 3 months. He put down his teacup and casually asked, I heard that the true Yin body is only effective for warriors below the pill condensation realm. Since Jin Hai is already at the pill condensation realm, what's his interest in Su Qingwan? Is he just coveting her beauty? Mr. Jiang, you don't know this, do you? Lu Ming shook his head, adopting a look of, you don't know what you're missing. The true Yin body's greatest benefit to Jin Hai is not breaking through, it's cleansing the body. I've heard that if a man fully absorbs the true Yin, the strength of his body will significantly increase. At this, Jiang Ye's aged eyes suddenly lit up. He had been wanting to practice the body refinement technique for days. However, due to the limitations of his aging body, he had been unable to enter the threshold. At this moment, a bold and dangerous thought began to sprout in Jiang Ye's mind like wild grass. Senior brother Jin really has patience setting the wedding 3 months from now. Lu Ming chuckled, a lecherous grin spreading across his face that begged to be excused. If it were me, I'd want to be the groom tonight. Waiting even one more day would be disrespectful to a true Yin constitution. Chun Lily rolled her eyes dramatically and struck back, without mercy, look at you. Otherwise, how could she be the third of the true transmission ranking while you remain an ordinary inner disciple? What she has is vision, what you have is lust. You're despicable. What's wrong with craving a body? Aren't men all like that? Lu Ming didn't take offense, he replied with a grin. Jiang Ye raised his teacup and took a sip, then asked casually, the wedding is set 3 months from now. But what if in the meantime someone else seizes Su Qinghuan's true Yin body? Before he finished, Lu Ming was already waving his hands, as if to dismiss the notion. Steward Jiang, you're new to the sect. You may not understand the weight a true transmission disciple carries. He lowered his voice and grew more serious. It's no exaggeration to say that a true transmission disciple's authority can outweigh an elder's. Senior brother Jin ranks near the top of the true transmission list, and his temperament is domineering and fierce, Lu Ming said. On Jinshan Peak, even elders stronger than him give him a wide berth. Few in the Tianqing sect dare provoke him. So if Su Qinghuan is in his grasp, others may sneer in private, but who would truly scheme against him? That would be suicidal. Jiang Ye nodded thoughtfully. A faint gleam crossed his ancient eyes, though his voice remained placid. I see. Who would dare? He would. Chun Lily snorted and burst into a teasing laugh, her eyes glittering as she looked at Jiang Ye, practically fluttering with mischief. Ha! Who would have thought, old Master Jiang, you still have the heart of a younger man. And you're interested in that true Yin girl as well. Jiang Ye's expression was calm. He shook his head slightly with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Miss Chen, you jest. I'm half buried in the earth already. What other thoughts could I possibly have? Chun Lily leaned in, a faint scent of perfume drifting from her. Her lips curved into a cunning smile. It's only human. Men only settle down once they're hung on the wall. You may be old in years, but your heart might still be young. Jiang Ye's face flushed at her brazen words. His hand trembled slightly as he lifted his teacup. He lowered his gaze and took a deliberate sip to hide his embarrassment, inwardly cursing that this gossipy young woman was difficult to fend off. Fang Ming's face grew darker at the sight, almost dripping with displeasure. He could not accept it. Chen Lili barely acknowledged him, yet she conversed animatedly with a newly arrived old man, leaning in close as she spoke. Senior Sister Chen. Unable to contain himself any longer, he snapped through clenched teeth, "Mind your manners." Chen Lili glanced at him as if looking at a petulant child, her eyes full of disdain. She could not be bothered to reply, and simply rolled her eyes. Fang Ming froze, twitching, struck speechless. The cottage chilled once more. Lu Ming looked at Fang Ming in exasperation, and inwardly regretted his choice. He had hoped to collect a few thousand taels from Jiang Ye and oblige to the hand that gave, had invited a few followers to enliven the occasion for the new steward. He had not expected Fang Ming to be such a mood killer, always clinging to Chen Lili, ready to adopt a sour expression at the slightest provocation. In the end, level-headed Jiang Ye smoothed things over with a few bland, inconsequential remarks, forcing the awkwardness to pass. But the mood had been spoiled. After a short while, the group stood and left. As Chen Lili departed, she waved at Jiang Ye, smiling sweetly. "Old Master Jiang, I'm staying in the cottage beside the Dihua Shun herb garden tonight. Come visit when you have time." That girl. Jiang Ye's usually composed face reddened. He returned her salute. "Farewell, Steward Jiang." Fang Ming snorted coldly and followed Chen Lili away. Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed. He had seen clearly the resentment in Fang Ming's gaze. There was no mistaking it. That damned sycophant had even managed to resent this old man. A chill flickered across Jiang Ye's eyes. He did not like to be hated. "Forgive me, Steward Jiang." Lu Ming lingered behind, face contrite, and lowered his voice. "Junior brother Fang. He has a fondness for senior sister Chen, who sometimes he loses his composure when he speaks or acts." Jiang Ye nodded slightly, and offered a warm, forgiving smile, as if untroubled. "Such youthful passions this old man understands." "You are magnanimous, Steward Jiang." Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and promised with a grin, "Don't worry, I won't bring him next time, won't dampen the mood." He saluted and left. Jiang Ye stood in the doorway of the cottage, watching the three figures recede, until his smile faded, and a stoic calm returned to his face. The malicious glint in Fang Ming's eyes had flitted through Jiang Ye's mind. He turned and closed the door behind him. 3 days passed swiftly. Jiang Ye kept himself occupied and found those days full. By day, he practiced the 5 beasts fist before the cottage, using the nurturing art to tend his qi and consolidate his foundational strength. That plump little Lu Ming dropped by from time to time, bringing news from within the sect. Jiang Ye didn't mind. He was glad to learn more about internal affairs from the chatterbox. At night, he took his curved blade and entered the blood-red Tiankue herb fields. He moved like a shadow fused with the dark, gliding soundlessly between the rows. Fire centipedes crawled from the soil. Before they could taste the leaves, he would seize them, inspect them, and cut them down. To his disappointment, after 3 nights and no fewer than 100 captured centipedes, not a single one bore the fiery mark on its belly that would meet his standards. "I've been here a few days now. Time to go down and see the innkeeper and the others." Having finished a set of 5 beasts fist, Jiang Ye calmed his qi and looked toward the foot of the mountain. One cannot be altogether indifferent. The family of Lu Qingshi was what troubled him most. Quick to act, Jiang Ye packed a few things and descended the mountain. Jiang Ye's pace was brisk. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he arrived at the outer gate. The grand mountain gate gleamed in the sunlight, still imposing as ever. To his surprise, he ran into an acquaintance at the gate, Su Qinghuan's former fiancé, Li Jianghua. This lad had insulted him not long ago. Jiang Ye did not hold grudges, so Li's taunts lodged easily in his memory. Now the young man's face was flushed with fury as he tried to force his way through the gate held back by 2 Tianqing sect guards. "Let me in. I am Su Qinghuan's fiancé." Li Jianghua's face was crimson and his voice hoarse as he strained against their hold, but he could not break free. The 2 guards exchanged a look of both pity and impatience. One sighed, and with a weary tone said, "We've told you many times Miss Su is no longer your fiancée. She is now betrothed to senior brother Jean of Jinshan Peak. The wedding has even been set. Let go of it." "You lie. Don't try to fool me," Li Jianghua shouted. "Qinghuan and I grew up together. How could she abandon me to become another man's fiancé?" He lifted his head and stared at the guards with hysterical conviction. "Do you know who I am?" The guards paused, puzzled. "Who are you?" The youth's bluster threw them off. "I am the legitimate eldest son of the Li family of Konglin County," Li Jianghua announced, each word deliberate, as if declaring some earth-shattering truth. The guards could not hold back their laughter. They had imagined a noble scion from the prefectural city, only to find a provincial upstart. Having gauged the lad's background, their tone turned icier. "If you continue to pester us, don't blame us for being rude. You dare." Enraged at being denied a glimpse of Su Qinghuan, Li Jianghua summoned his strength and tried to surge forward. But the 2 gate guards were latest-stage practitioners of hidden force. With a single simultaneous palm strike, they sent him flying. He crashed heavily to the ground. He collapsed, struggling to rise, but pain from the blows left his limbs numb, and he could not move. At that moment a figure emerged from the gate unhurried, and composed an elder in a Tianqing sect steward robe, salt and pepper hair tall, and lean, his face placid. "Greetings, steward." The two guards immediately smoothed their expressions and bowed with respect. Jiang Ye nodded faintly in response. He did not slow his step, nor did he glance at the crumpled youth on the ground, as if the boy were nothing more than a roadside stone. Li Jianghua's eyes widened. He recognized him. The very old man he had called an old relic in line, the one he'd promised to deal with after joining the sect. He had vowed to settle the score once he entered Tianqing's sect. He could not have imagined that only days later the reunion would be so humiliating. Now he lay sprawled on the ground, disgraced like a stray dog, unable even to enter the gate. And that old man had become a steward of the Tianqing sect, so much so that the gate attendants greeted him with worse still, the steward had not once regarded him. A vague, indescribable shame flooded Li Jianghua's body, and the anger of being barred surged up as well. Thump! A faint sound. Li Jianghua was so rage-struck that he fainted, his head striking the ground. As Jiang Ye continued down the mountain, he sensed a familiar aura. Two figures were climbing the steps below. The one in front wore a pale azure robe, his face was resolute, his spine straight, as a pine battered by wind, yet still standing tall. Following him was a young woman, slender, delicate features, and a chilly grace in her eyes like a snow lotus. She wore plain garments and walked with quick, light steps. Her clear eyes were taking in the grandeur of the mountain gate. Jiang Ye's pupils narrowed slightly. Lu Qingshi and Lu Yi, they had arrived. What a coincidence! Jiang Ye stood on the steps, gazing down at the two familiar figures below, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his aged eyes. There was a sense of comfort, a feeling of nostalgia, and a hint of indescribable guilt. Lu Qingshi seemed to sense something, looking up, his body slightly trembling, as a subtle hue of unusual color appeared in his eyes. On the steps above stood an old man clad in the robes of the Tianqing sect, his hair grizzled, and his tall, slender figure evoking a sense of an unsettling familiarity. Old Jiang. No, that's not right. He instinctively recalled the stooped figure who always sat by the door, then shook his head, slightly dismissing this unrealistic thought. The man before him was a deacon of the Tianqing sect, exuding a calm aura and extraordinary demeanor, starkly contrasting with the frail Jiang Ye. In terms of appearance, physique, and demeanor, there was not a single resemblance. Could it be that I miss old Jiang so much that I am imagining things? He chuckled softly, shaking his head again, choosing not to dwell on it, and continuing to ascend. Behind him, Lu Yi followed her father's gaze, and upon seeing the old man on the steps, her youthful body slightly trembled. She hadn't thought of Jiang Ye, but instead recalled the old man who had battled with her and Su Yan that night. This old man's tall and slender figure bore a striking resemblance to that one. However, their appearances were still somewhat different. The old man before her had a much more serene expression, unlike the other, who had a fierce countenance, clearly not someone to be trifled with, exuding power and aggression. What am I thinking? A glimmer of watery emotion flickered in the girl's cool eyes, and a faint blush surfaced on her fair cheek. Just the thought of that old man would bring forth those unsightly scenes like a tide, causing her heart to race and her body to flush. The father and daughter, each with their own thoughts, passed by Jiang Ye and continued their ascent up the mountain. Jiang Ye took a few steps down the mountain, then paused, turned, and activated the true essence of silent deer, his entire being blending into the mountain wind, as he leisurely followed behind the two. He watched as Lu Qingshi brought Lu Yi to the mountain gate. Lu Qingshi seemed to say something to the guarding disciple, whose expression turned serious as he hurried inside the mountain gate. Before long he emerged with a middle-aged man dressed in elder's robes, his demeanor cultured. The middle-aged man exuded a faint vapor-like aura, gentle and lingering, clearly a powerful figure at the Golden Core stage. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Qingshi's face lit up with a warm smile as he quickly approached. The two evidently knew each other for many years, instantly engaging in lively conversation, occasionally patting each other's shoulders, resembling old friends reunited. Soon the elder welcomed Lu Qingshi and Lu Yi into the mountain gate. Their figures gradually disappeared behind the towering gatehouse. From a distance, Jiang Ye quietly stood in the shadow of an ancient pine, watching the vanishing figures with a flicker of unusual color in his aged eyes. I didn't expect the owner to mention friends he knew before, and one of them would turn out to be an elder at the Golden Core stage. Jiang Ye nodded, slightly, a hint of comfort appearing in his gaze. With this connection, Lu Yi's acceptance into the Tianqing sect should be almost assured. He chose not to go in, instead finding an inconspicuous corner outside the mountain gate to wait quietly. About an hour later, Lu Qingshi's figure finally appeared at the mountain gate. He stepped out alone, his usually calm face now unable to conceal a joyful smile, and his pace was notably lighter than when he arrived. Jiang Ye watched from afar, understanding in his heart. Lu Yi must have joined the Tianqing sect. Lu Qingshi, in high spirits, briskly walked down the steps, clearly eager to return home to share the good news with his wife, Huang Shiyu. He was completely unaware that a shadow had been following him from behind, maintaining a distance of several dozen feet, accompanying him all the way. Jiang Ye trailed behind, observing the rare joy on that straight figure's face, a faint smile appearing on his aged face. The sky gradually darkened. Lu Qingshi's figure entered a narrow alley. Jiang Ye looked on from a distance, slightly taken aback. It was not in the direction of the Su family residence. He remembered that Lu Qingshi's family had previously been staying at the Su residence, but now Lu Qingshu entered a slightly smaller courtyard near the Su residence. The courtyard gate was simple but clean and tidy with no plaque hanging above it. Oh, have they moved? Jiang Ye nodded slightly. It seemed Lu Qingshu had bought a house for himself, moving out from the Su family. Given his temperament, he certainly wouldn't want to stay under someone else's roof for long. He slowly approached the courtyard, listening for a moment to confirm that Lu Qingshi's aura had entered the inner room. With a light push from his toes, he moved like a graceful swallow, silently leaping over the courtyard wall. His feet landed without stirring up a speck of dust. The true essence of silent deer had already blended into his instincts. Didn't you say that Xie Tang was a friend of yours when you were young? Why did you give him 50,000 liang of silver notes? A voice from inside the house belonged to Huang Xiyu, filled with a touch of heartache and confusion. Xiyu, you don't— Lu Qingshi's voice was steady but carried a hint of fatigue. I have a good relationship with Xie Tang, but some money must be paid regardless. He is now an elder of the Tianqing sect, and given his current standing, 50,000 liang is actually not much. Him accepting this money is already a favor to me. Sigh. Huang Xiyu sighed lightly, her voice containing many emotions. Although we have some savings, this courtyard cost quite a bit, and you've also bought so many pills for E. Qingshu, can we still manage? Lu Qingshi's voice was firm. We cannot hold her back. We will support her as much as we— I understand that. Huang Xiyu's voice trailed off. Madam, rest assured. Lu Qingshi's voice softened, carrying a soothing tone. I have already discussed it with Su Chun. He has opened a new trade route that needs people to guard along the way, and he promised to let me take charge. Huang Xiyu immediately expressed concern. Qingshu, won't that be dangerous? This capital city is not like Anqi County. There are masters of the transformation stage everywhere, and even golden core experts. Lu Qingshu calmly interrupted her. Don't worry, I received a letter from that kid Zhao Gang yesterday. He finally broke through to the transformation stage. Huang Xiyu's voice carried a touch of surprise. That big oaf finally advanced. Not just him. Lu Qingshi's voice also carried a hint of joy. He mentioned in the letter that he wants to bring Shirlei along to the capital to join me. With the two of them here, I will have some help. Huang Xia's voice was clearly much more relaxed. I have also met that kid Shirlei a few times. He is quite straightforward and reliable. With their assistance, it will indeed save a lot of trouble. The room was filled with Lu Qingshi's steady laughter tinged with some comfort. Outside, Jiang Ye quietly lit. Zhao Gang has broken through to the transformation stage. The senior brother of the martial academy had finally taken this step. And that kid Shirlei, who had once been awakened by his words, was also coming to the capital. Jiang Ye nodded slightly, revealing a smile of comfort. With these two fellows assisting Lu Qingshi's burden, before long the voices of the people inside the room grew quieter, eventually fading into silence. Lu Qingshu pushed the door open and stepped out, crossing the small courtyard and pushing open another room's door. Jiang Ye silently followed behind, like a shadow merging into the night, standing outside the half-open window. He casually glanced inside. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The room was not large, arranged neatly. Directly opposite the door, there was a spirit tablet being honored. The tablet, made of ebony, had a white base with an incense burner and fruits placed upon it. Smoke spiraled up from the burner, indicating that someone must have come to pay tribute regularly. But what shocked him the most was the inscription on the tablet. The spirit tablet of benefactor Jiang, whose given name is Ye. The characters were neatly and powerfully carved, each stroke deep, likely crafted by hand with great care. Jiang Ye stood by the window, motionless like a stone. His spirit tablet. Lu Qingshu had actually erected a spirit tablet for him. Inside the room, Lu Qingshu walked to the ancestral tablet and stood quietly for a moment. He picked up 3 incense sticks, lit them with the candle flame, and then solemnly inserted them into the incense burner. Old Jiang, his voice was deep and hoarse, filled with uncontrollable guilt and nostalgia. Are you doing well over there? He remained silent, as if waiting for a response that would never come. Today, Yi has successfully become a disciple of the outer sect of the Tianqing sect. He spoke slowly, as if chatting with an old friend across from him. That girl is quite capable. She will surely go further than I ever did. If you have spirit in the heavens, be happy for her. He continued. Zhao Gang has also broken through to the refinement stage, and soon he will bring Shirlei to the capital to seek my support. He paused for a moment, a hint of a bitter smile appearing on his lips. He mentioned in his letter that Shirlei misses you a lot. I don't even know how to reply. Old Jiang. His words suddenly choked in his throat, and his drooping hands trembled slightly. That night, I couldn't find you. I'm sorry for you. The curling smoke made his face sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. He stood there motionless like a stone statue, transforming all his guilt and self-blame into a silent stillness. Outside the window, Jiang Ye stood quietly looking at the rigid figure inside the room, the rising smoke, and the ancestral tablet, engraved with his own name. He opened his mouth, but could not produce any sound. Having lived for 70 years, he had witnessed many partings and deaths, and believed his heart to be as hard as iron. Yet at this moment, gazing at the cold tablet and the silent figure, he found his eyes unexpectedly moist. He had never thought that as a lonely person he would one day be so deeply missed by someone. Lu Guanju. He quietly called out in his heart, but in the end only a very soft sigh escaped his lips. He stood there motionless, even his breathing was silent. He stood quietly like a withered tree merging with the darkness, burying all his complex emotions deep. After an unknown period of time, Lu Qingshi finally moved. He bowed deeply to the tablet, then turned and left the room with heavy steps. Jiang Ye remained standing in place, staring at the closed door of the room for a long time. Lu Guanju, rest assured, as long as I am alive the Lu family will have peace for generations. Jiang Ye cast a deep glance at the room that held his ancestral tablet, then murmured softly to himself. He then left the residence quietly, just as he had arrived. Jiang Ye did not immediately return to the mountain. His mood was quite heavy as he wandered aimlessly along the streets of the capital. At night the lights were dim. Shops lined both sides of the street with the sounds of vendors shouting, bargaining, and children playing blending together, bringing the essence of human life to his face. He walked and stopped watching a bit of acrobatics, then stood in front of a noodle shop for a while before finally entering a beautifully decorated jade shop. The shop assistant approached, and upon seeing him in the Tianqing sect's servant robe his attitude became even more respectful. Jiang Ye didn't say much. After casually browsing he pointed at a completely green jade box, and asked, "How much is this?" "You have a keen eye, my lord. This is high-quality green jade with a delicate texture. Warm as jade, it is perfect for storing medicinal herbs." The assistant began to introduce it enthusiastically. Jiang Ye waved his hand, too lazy to listen to his rambling, paid the money, and tucked the jade box into his robes. He didn't buy this box to store medicinal herbs, but rather to keep fire centipedes. After leaving the jade shop, he wandered the streets for a while, suppressing the complex emotions in his heart before turning towards the direction of the Tianqing sect. When he returned to the mountain gate of the Tianqing sect, it was already completely dark. As he passed by the area where the outer sect disciples lived, he deliberately slowed his pace. He raised his eyes. There were many lights in the scattered houses. That girl, he should be living in one of those. His aging eyes flickered slightly. He wanted to go check on how well the girl was settling in, but then reconsidered. At this late hour, it would be inappropriate for an old man to sneak into the young female disciple's quarters. "Forget it, I'll check on her tomorrow morning." He shook his head, slightly suppressing that impulse. "I hope that girl can adapt well in the Tianqing sect." He murmured. Lu Yi had a cool and aloof personality, not good at interacting with others, unlike Su Yin, who was more diplomatic. The outer sect of the Tianqing sect had many disciples quite different from the previous Qingshi Martial Academy. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts. Jiang Ye was a bit worried that Yi's cold nature might cause her to suffer some small losses within the sect, so he would definitely keep an eye on her. The moon cast a silvery glow. Jiang Ye walked silently through the medicinal garden as usual. His figure resembled a ghost in the night, not even disturbing the insects chirping in the grass. This one is also trash. A fire centipede just emerged from the soil, was caught by two thin branches before it could crawl onto the nearest tianquai grass. Caught in an instant. Jiang Ye's techniques had become very skilled. He glanced at the shallow burn mark on the bug's abdomen, twisted his wrist, and with a swift slice the fire centipede was cut in half and fell to the ground. He was about to get up and continue searching for the next prey, when suddenly a hissing sound completely different from ordinary fire centipedes echoed from the soil, not far behind. My! Jiang Ye's senses were sharp, and he immediately turned around, his eyes narrowing slightly. He saw a fire centipede peeking out from beside a tianquai grass near the medicinal field. This fire centipede was only half a foot long, slightly smaller than its usual kind. Yet its body was a fiery red, glaring in the moonlight. What astonished Jiang Ye even more was the creature's boldness. After emerging from the soil, it showed no signs of caution, glancing around before swiftly climbing onto the nearest tianquai grass, like a red lightning bolt, opening its fierce mouth and starting to feast without hesitation. It was so engrossed in eating that its half-foot-long body swayed slightly, completely unaware that a thin figure had silently approached from behind. Good guts. Jiang Ye secretly admired as the two sharpened branches in his hand silently extended. Whoosh. A faint sound of slicing air. The fire centipede, deeply engrossed in its meal, seemed to sense something, and immediately stopped eating, arching its body as it prepared to escape to the ground. However, Jiang Ye was faster. Before it could jump off the grass stem, the two branches had already clamped it like an iron cage. Hiss. When captured, the fire centipede emitted a piercing scream, completely different from the futile struggles of others. It thrashed its body desperately, its many legs flailing in the air with such force that the branches Jiang Ye held trembled slightly. It opened its fierce mouth, aiming to bite down on Jiang Ye's fingers, displaying a fierce determination to fight to the death. Sensing the struggle's strength that was completely disproportionate to its size, a glint of joy flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. Good fellow. So compact and powerful. Its small size yet immense strength indicated it was certainly of high quality. He lifted the struggling bug to carefully examine its abdomen under the moonlight. At a glance, an uncontrollable ecstasy erupted in Jiang Ye's aging eyes. On the bug's abdomen was a burn mark crimson as blood glaring under the moonlight like a blazing sun. Good, good, good. Unable to contain himself, he murmured praises, thrice his aged face blossoming with the happiest smile he had worn in days. After enduring so many days and capturing over 100 worthless creatures, he finally caught a true treasure. This is an exquisite fire centipede. Just as he was about to examine this treasure closely, his gaze swept over the fire centipede's mouthparts, and his pupils suddenly contracted. In that fierce mouth were actually 2 pairs of deep red fangs. What is going on? Normally fire centipedes have only 1 pair of fangs. The treatise on poison clearly however, this one had an extra pair. The 4 poisonous fangs emitted a cold light under the moon resembling 4 sickles that had been poisoned. Could it be? Jiang Ye's heart trembled. A shocking thought exploded in his mind like thunder. Could this be a variant among fire centipedes? The treatise on poison recorded that among all poisonous insects there exist some extremely rare mutated individuals which can differ in size or possess unique talents referred to as variants. As for how variants come to be, the treatise on poison does not provide clear details. As he thought, the fire centipede, still struggling in his grasp, suddenly opened its fierce mouth with the 2 pairs of fangs aiming directly at his face. Hiss! A burst of fiery red poisonous mist erupted from its mouth. The mist carried a foul smell, and once it filled the air, it brought a scorching sensation. Jiang Ye swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the poisonous mist. Once the mist landed on the ground, the leaves of the tianquai grass instantly withered and turned black, releasing wisps of green smoke. He was both surprised and delighted at the little creature that was still wriggling in his hands, as if it wanted to devour him whole. A fire centipede that could spray poison. Such a capability had never been recorded for ordinary fire centipedes in the treatise on poison. A strange creature. It must be a rare species. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, as he placed the precious bug into the jade box he had prepared. His movements were incredibly gentle, as if he held not a venomous insect, but a priceless treasure. The moment the lid of the jade box closed, the fire centipede inside began to thrash violently, producing a series of loud thuds that made the box tremble slightly with its immense force. It was evident that it was unwilling to be confined, with its hissing audible through the jade walls, filled with rage at wanting to tear apart its prison. Jiang Ye patted the jade box, a smile spreading across his aged face. Little one, don't be anxious. Follow me from now on, and you'll be well fed and cared for. As soon as he finished speaking, there came an even louder crashing sound from within the jade box, as if the fire centipede understood human speech and was deeply insulted, using all its strength to express its anger and disdain. Oh, quite temperamental. Jiang Ye chuckled at the vibrations within the jade box. It seems there will be fun ahead. According to the records in the Poison Mastery Classic, cultivating venomous insects involves 3 steps. First, tame it, then use secret methods to bind it to the master, and only then can it be controlled to assist in battle. As for how to tame it, in the first step, the method is somewhat similar to taming a hawk. It is a tug-of-war that requires wearing down its ferocity first. Bang, bang, bang. The crashing sounds from within the jade box grew louder. Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, gripping the wrist holding the box and shaking it violently. After a good while, he finally stopped. The fire centipede inside the jade box seemed to have been dazed by the shaking, remaining still for a long time. Have you calmed down? Jiang Ye lifted the jade box, intending to check it. Bang, bang, bang. The fire centipede began to stir again, crashing against the jade box with even greater force than before. Jiang Ye did not indulge it, channeling his strength and shaking the jade box again, causing it to faint once more. After a brief calm, crashing sounds returned from within. Jiang Ye raised his hand and shook again. After half an hour of this tugging, the jade box finally settled down. Trying to play dead, are we? Jiang Ye coldly smiled as he opened the jade box. Inside, the fire centipede lay stiffly unmoving, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. Jiang Ye silently gazed at it, a trace of mockery flashing in his aged eyes. As expected, in the next moment, the seemingly motionless fire centipede suddenly sprang to life. It shot out like a crimson lightning bolt from the box, its menacing mouth with 2 pairs of fangs wide open, lunging at Jiang Ye's neck. Tisk tisk. Jiang Ye had been prepared. He let out a cold laugh as 2 sharpened twigs shot out with lightning speed, clamping down on the charging fire centipede like iron pincers. The creature thrashed wildly, emitting sharp hisses as its fangs snapped in midair, but it couldn't reach even a fraction of Jiang Ye. Still not giving up, Jiang Ye flicked his wrist, unleashing his strength and swinging it violently. The fire centipede was tossed like a noodle, tracing a crimson arc in the air. He swung it 3 times in a row, each swing accompanied by a burst of hidden strength, leaving the insect dazed, and its hissing growing weaker, reduced to feeble struggles. Only then did he return the limp fire centipede to the jade box. Hiss! This time the hissing from the fire centipede was noticeably weaker. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye closed the lid of the jade box again. This time he waited a long while, and there were no further crashing sounds from inside. Finally, calm down. I can't let you off so easily. Jiang Ye smiled slightly, holding the jade box as he wandered through the medicinal garden once more. Perhaps the earlier sounds had frightened away the other insects, as he found not a single trace of fire centipedes during it. He did not mind turning around and slowly returning to the wooden house, gently placing the jade box by the bedside before sitting cross-legged to rest his mind. The next morning, Jiang Ye woke up as usual and performed the 5 animal frolics in the open space at the door. Once his blood circulated smoothly, he stood still, turned, and walked back inside. He first wandered through the medicinal garden, selecting several of the healthiest Tian Kuei herbs and plucking a few thick leaves. The crimson leaves glowed faintly in the morning sunlight, just the kind of food the fire centipede adored. Returning to the wooden house, he took the jade box from the bedside and gently opened it. The small bug crimson as blood lay motionless in the corner, as if it had yet to recover from the tumultuous shaking of the previous night. However, Jiang Ye understood that this little fellow was clever. It was most likely pretending. He brought a leaf of Tian Kuei grass to the fire centipede's mouth, seemingly offering it food. Hiss! The previously limp fire centipede suddenly sprang to life. It shot out like a crimson lightning bolt, opening its menacing jaws with 2 pairs of fangs, and bit down hard on the Tian Kuei grass. However, just as its fangs were about to touch the leaf, 2 sharp twigs sprang out, firmly pinning its body. The fire centipede missed its target, snapping its fangs wildly in the air, but only biting at empty space. It thrashed its body in desperation, emitting angry and humiliated hisses, the sound extremely harsh, as if accusing the human before it of being despicable and treacherous. Jiang Ye remained calm, using the twigs to tease it, swirling the leaf around, as if playing with a dog. The leaf danced before it, but every time it opened its mouth to bite, the 2 annoying twigs deftly evaded. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fire centipede's cries grew more furious, its struggles more frantic, yet Jiang Ye's grip remained as steady as a rock. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the seemingly fragile twigs. He teased it like this for about half an hour. Finally, the fire centipede was exhausted. It stopped struggling, ceased hissing, and merely hung limply on the twigs, its fangs slightly parted, even the strength to close its mouth nearly gone. Its pitch-black compound eyes gazed at Jiang Ye, revealing a hint of despair devoid of life. Only then did Jiang Ye leisurely bring a leaf of Tian Kuei grass to its mouth. At that moment, the fire centipede no longer cared to bite him, eagerly devouring the leaf. Its gluttonous appearance bore no resemblance to the violent and fierce creature it had been before. Remember this for the future, Jiang Ye said, looking down at it with a calm tone. You can only eat if I give you food. He did not care whether this little fellow understood, and closed the jade box again. A weak hiss came from within the box, tinged with a sense of powerless grievance, but there were no further crashing sounds. Jiang Ye held the jade box close to his chest and pushed open the door of the wooden house. The morning sunlight bathed him as he looked down the mountain, a hint of softness flashing in his aged eyes. It's time to go down the mountain to check on Yi. He tidied up, briefly turned, and walked down the mountain path at a steady pace. Tianqing Sect Outer Disciples Martial Arts Arena. The sun gradually rose higher, and the expansive arena was filled with silhouettes. The outer disciples were divided into 3 formations according to their cultivation levels: Mingjin, Anjin, and Huajin, each gathering around the transmission elder for guidance. In the Anjin formation, a slender figure stood at the forefront of the crowd. Dressed in the standard attire of an outer disciple of Tianqing Sect, her understated colors could not conceal her cold demeanor. The young girl had delicate features, her skin almost translucent, and a pair of clear eyes focused intently on the transmission elder, her expression serious and calm. It was none other than Lu Yi. Numerous male disciples around her were secretly glancing at her. Some were sneaking looks, some adjusted their positions to get closer to the girl, while others deliberately spoke loudly about martial arts techniques, hoping to catch her attention. However, no matter how fervent the gazes were, the girl maintained a distant expression, as if an invisible ice wall separated her from the surrounding events. Several male disciples who wanted to strike up a conversation found themselves awkwardly repelled when they got within 3 steps of her by the aura of do not approach. In the distance by the edge of the martial arts arena there stood a tall, thin figure quietly. Dressed in simple garments with grizzled hair, he resembled an ancient tree merged with the old pine. His aura was restrained to the utmost, so much so that even passing disciples failed to sense his presence. Jiang Ye's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on that cold figure, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his aged eyes. Looks like she's adapting well. He observed Lu Yi as she attentively listened, nodding slightly. He had worried about her being ostracized in the outer sect due to her cold personality and reluctance to associate with others. But it seemed that her inherent chill had become a natural barrier, keeping those with ulterior motives at bay. His gaze slowly swept over the male disciples, who frequently looked back, and a hint of coldness flashed deep within his aged eyes. The youthful infatuation was quite expected. If these people could control their impulses, he wouldn't interfere too much. However, if anyone dared to foolishly pursue, he wouldn't hesitate to employ some means to make those foolish enough to approach understand that some people were not to be trifled with. He stood there quietly like an invisible shadow, silently observing for a long time. Only when he confirmed that the male disciples were merely watching from a distance, and that no one dared to harass her, did the coldness in his gaze lessen slightly. After watching for a while, seeing Lu Yi still focused on her studies without any unusual occurrences, he finally turned slowly and left quietly. Jiang Ye's days on the mountain were both solid and regular. Each morning, he practiced the 5 animal frolics in front of his wooden cabin, using the health-preserving techniques to nourish his qi and consolidate his foundation. After finishing his practice, he would pick several fresh tian kue grass leaves from the herb garden, beginning his daily pet training routine. Then he would descend the mountain, taking a distant look at the outer disciples' martial arts arena. Lu Yi still attended her classes on time, every day practicing alone, as ever, keeping all suitors at bay. Confirming she was well, he would sneak back to the herb garden, never appearing in front of others. In the afternoon, the chubby Lu Ming would occasionally visit, and Shin Lily sometimes came along. Jiang Ye enjoyed gathering the latest news about the sect from these 2 chatterboxes. The 3 of them chatting together was lively, alleviating some of his solitude. As for the evenings, he continued his routine of patrolling the herb garden, capturing fire centipedes to practice his sword techniques. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 15 days had passed. The sky had not yet brightened. As usual, Jiang Ye stood at the door of his wooden cabin, slowly practicing the 5 animal frolics. His movements were slower than usual, as if they were paused, yet each action carried a heaviness like an approaching storm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and the aura from his body erupted like a volcano suppressed for 1,000 years. Boom! He struck out with one palm. It appeared unremarkable, yet as the palm wind surged forth, it was as if a fierce gale had risen from the ground, crashing down upon the lush green grass before him. Puff! A muffled sound. The patch of grass nearly waist-high was reduced to powder by the force of that palm. Countless grass fragments exploded into the air, transforming into a cloud of green dust that fluttered down. On the ground, a shallow palm print remained about half an inch deep with smooth edges. The gale subsided, and the grass fragments settled. Jiang Ye slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the increasingly robust energy flowing through his meridians. Finally, I've broken through. He slowly opened his eyes. Midst Chuajin, his strength had risen to a new level. At this moment, a sharp eagle cry pierced the sky. In the distance on the cliff, a hawk took flight, startled by the commotion from his palm strike. With incredible speed, it flapped its wings, soaring high into the sky, leaving a small dark shadow between the azure sky and the white clouds. Jiang Ye looked up and saw the hawk soaring in the sky, a flash of enlightenment appearing in his aged eyes. In the 5 animal frolics, the bird form is the 5th and the hardest to comprehend. He had previously pondered day and night, always feeling that something was missing. Only upon seeing that hawk soaring in the heavens did he suddenly awaken. The martial arts manual states the bird form is the epitome of agility. It soars in the 9 heavens and lands on a single leaf. Without a light body, it cannot achieve this, and without a nimble mind, it cannot reach. I have always pursued the lightness of landing on a leaf, but I neglected the freedom of soaring in the 9 heavens. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in this realization. In a daze, he felt as if he no longer stood on this land, but had transformed into a hawk, freely soaring in the 9 heavens. The wind blew beneath his wings, gently lifting his body as white clouds floated by within reach. The flight of birds does not depend merely on the strength of their wings, but rather on the power of the wind. An ancient epiphany struck him, like lightning piercing through his consciousness. The bird does not merely strike with cunning, it masters the wind. Light as a feather, the will moves, and the wind follows, leveraging the situation to soar. Even without wings, one can float through the air, tread on walls, and glide like a swallow. You possess extraordinary comprehension, grasping the true essence of the bird form through the physical to the spiritual, mastering the wind and soaring to the heavens. Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. He remained standing there, yet his entire being felt entirely different. He looked down at his hands, then up at the now distant hawk in the sky, a smile slowly appearing on his lips. Mastering the wind and soaring to the heavens. Jiang Ye lightly leaped. He did not exert all his strength to push off, merely a slight movement of his mind caused his body to feel weightless, gently lifting off the ground. The height of this leap far exceeded what he could usually achieve, reaching a full 3 zhang. At the apex, yet with another thought, he surprisingly halted midair, as if an unseen hand was supporting him. His left foot stepped into the air, though there was nothing beneath him. It felt as if he was stepping on solid ground, and his body rose another few feet. Is this the ability to tread in midair? A hint of uncontrollable joy appeared in his eyes. This feeling was too marvelous, too incredible. He was clearly not standing on any solid object, yet he could still use the force to rise again, as if the entire sky had become his stage. Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, he turned in the air and glided toward the other side of the herb. With arms outstretched like a flying bird, he glided silently over a distance of several dozen zhang, lightly landing on a tian kue grass. The grass leaf surprisingly did not bend. He stood on the leaf, gently swaying with the breeze, yet steady, as if a little bird perched on a branch. What a mastery of wind and sky! Jiang Ye couldn't help but praise softly, his smile broadening until he finally burst into laughter. To fly. How many people long for such an ability? A martial artist practicing body techniques could only achieve lightness akin to a swallow. Even a strong practitioner in the dance stage only possessed true qi, allowing them to jump higher and land. They could leap several zhang with true qi, traverse cliffs as if on flat ground, and move as swiftly as ghosts, but they could never escape the constraints of the earth, unable to truly fly. Yet Jiang Ye, a 70-year-old gatekeeper and an ordinary elder in mid-stage Huajin, could fly. From this moment, he had a true card for survival. Though the city was vast, if he wished to leave, who could stop him? Who could chase him? The more he thought about it, the more delighted he became, laughing heartily. He did not attempt further. In the Tianxing sect, where many eyes and ears were present, if anyone saw him flying, wouldn't that be a problem? With a cheerful mood, Jiang Ye casually picked a few Tian Kuei grass leaves from the herb garden, opened the jade box he carried, intending to feed the fire centipede. After more than 10 days of training, the fire centipede had become clever. It did not rush out immediately, but instead scrutinized Jiang Ye with its large dark eyes. It was observing Jiang Ye's attitude. Jiang Ye held out the leaf at the box's opening, smiling slightly, as he said, "Go ahead and eat." After confirming that Jiang Ye was not teasing it, the fire centipede finally moved cautiously, poking its head forward, suddenly opening its menacing jaws with 2 pairs of fangs and biting down on the leaf, voraciously devouring it. It ate quickly, as if fearing that the leaf would disappear the next second. Jiang Ye watched its gluttonous display, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his aged eyes. This little fellow is almost ready. It's time to use secret methods to make it recognize its master. He nodded inwardly. A beast is still a beast. Poisonous creatures cannot be fully tamed through feeding. Even if subdued by force temporarily, one could never be sure when it might bite back. Thus it was imperative to use secret methods to make it recognize its master before commanding it to fight. The Taming Venomous Creatures Manual states that after taming a poisonous creature, one must feed it the heart-confusing grass, mixed with the owner's blood, for 7 consecutive days to establish a mental connection between human and creature. Only then would the poisonous creature truly obey its master, following them through life and death. Heart-confusing grass. Jiang Ye silently recalled this name. This herb was not rare and could be found in ordinary pharmacies. Coincidentally, he planned to descend the mountain today and buy some, while also visiting Lu Qingshi and the others. In the streets of the capital city, a figure leisurely emerged from the corner. Apothecary Jiren Tang. Dressed in plain gray attire with graying hair, he was inconspicuous among the crowd. It was Jiang Ye. This time he descended the mountain to avoid attracting attention, deliberately changing out of his Tianxing sect steward robes. He glanced down at the square jade box in his hand, which contained neatly arranged dozens of dark red medicinal herbs known as the heart-bewildering grass. These herbs were not rare and could be purchased at any ordinary apothecary, costing only 100 taels of silver. In the public's perception, the heart-bewildering grass was merely an ordinary heat-clearing and mood-soothing herb, with few knowing it was also a magical herb recorded in the Taming Poison Sutra that could make poisonous insects recognize their master. Quite cheap, he murmured to himself, tucking the jade box into his bosom before striding towards Lu Qingshi's. Bang! 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 Just as he was about to reach the entrance of Lu Qingshi's home, Jiang Ye heard a muffled sound of punches coming from inside. Oh! A glint of intrigue flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. The sound of punches, though muffled, was not heavy, indicating it was clearly not Lu Qingshi practicing. Jiang Ye lightly tapped the tips of his toes and leaped several feet high, landing silently on the eaves of the residence. Looking down, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his aged face. In the courtyard, the figure practicing punches drenched in sweat was none other than Shirley, who he hadn't seen in a while. The boy's punches were accompanied by sound and strength, clearly indicating he had successfully broken through to the Mingjin level. Moreover, his breath was remarkably refined, more solid than that of Hu Tian from before. Not bad, Jiang Ye nodded slightly. Although this boy sure was not gifted, his perseverance could lead to achievements in martial arts given time. However, as Jiang Ye watched, he noticed something was amiss. The boy was clenching his jaw tightly, while practicing, his eyes rimmed in red, as if suppressing a surge of anger. What is going on? Jiang Ye's nose twitched slightly, catching a peculiar scent. The air was thick with a strong medicinal fragrance and a faint hint of blood. Someone was injured. He furrowed his brow and swiftly dashed into the courtyard. Shirley, who was fervently practicing punches, was oblivious to this. Following the trail of the medicinal scent and blood, Jiang Ye stopped at the study's doorway. He raised his eyes, and his expression changed. Inside the room, Zhao Gang sat pale-faced on a chair, drinking medicinal soup, clearly having sustained serious. Beside him sat Lu Qingshi, visibly wounded, even more severely, breathing rapidly with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His wife Huang Xiu cried with tearful eyes, looking at Lu Qingshi with deep concern. She wanted to say something, but could only sob softly. The muffled sobs were heartbreaking. "Madam, it's all right, just a minor injury," Lu Qingshi said, gently reaching out to pat her hand in an attempt to comfort her. However, as soon as his voice came out, he frowned slightly, clearly feeling a twinge of pain, but he bore it without making. Lu Shi, I'm sorry, this is all my fault. Zhao Gang's voice was hoarse and heavy with guilt. He clenched his fist, anger and self-blame etched on his face. It's all because I was too impulsive. How dare they insult the master? I just couldn't hold back. It's not your fault. Lu Qingshi shook his head slightly, speaking in a low voice. Within the capital, competition is fierce. The new business route opened by the Su family is essentially taking food from the Ding family's mouth. The Ding family will not stand by and watch the Su family grow. Their enforcer, the Konglin Three Wolves, will inevitably clash with us sooner or later. Today's friction was merely the spark that ignited this powder keg. Moreover, if they dare to insult Xiu, even if you do not take action, I will. A rare cold anger flashed across Lu Qingshi's usually calm face. As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Lu Xiong, how is your injury? Su Chen rushed into the study, a worried expression on his face, followed by an equally anxious Su Yan. Both of them changed their expressions upon seeing the situation in the study. Su Yan hurriedly approached and placed several jade boxes on the table, her voice tinged with urgency. Lu Shi, these are excellent medicinal materials for treating injuries. You must have someone brew soup immediately. Before Lu Qingshi could respond, Huang Xiu suddenly lifted her tear-streaked face, her expression now filled with icy anger, head of the Su family. Her voice was sharp, trembling slightly, filled with long-suppressed fury. Qingshi, and you have been old friends for many years, and today, he almost lost his life for your business. Qingshi has known you for many years, and today, he nearly lost his life for your business. The enforcer of the Ding family Konglin Three Wolves consists of 3 masters of the transformation level. Zhao Gang has just broken through to the transformation level. His foundation is still unstable. How can Qingshi take him to fight those 3 masters? If you cannot recruit other transformation level masters, we will have to withdraw. We cannot risk our lives for mere friendships. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression also turned bitter. The Su family's longtime enforcer Guo Wei had recently lost an arm and was still recovering. Even when healed, his strength would likely be significantly reduced. How could he not wish to recruit new transformation-level enforcers? However, this matter was not so simple. Recruiting enforcers required not only strength, but character as well, or it could easily lead to disaster. Recently, he had offered substantial rewards and investigated several transformation-level masters. Yet these masters either lacked sufficient strength or had questionable character. Transformation-level masters possessing both qualities, upon hearing about the recent friction between the Su and Ding families, would refuse due to fear of the notorious Konglin Three Wolves. He opened his mouth, but did not know how to explain, only deeply sighing as he cupped his fists towards Huang Xiu, his voice filled with regret. Madam Huang, please do not be angry. This indeed was my fault that caused Lu Xiong trouble. I will make every effort to recruit new transformation-level experts. Lu Xiong is seriously injured and should rest at home for now. Hearing this, Lu Qingshi furrowed his brows and said, if I rest, what will happen to the business route? Su Chen and Su Yan exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of helplessness and fatigue. Su Chen opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately only let out a long sigh. The business route must be put on hold for now. Everyone knew that pausing the business route at this moment meant a lot. The initial investments and connections would all go to waste. But what can we do? Lu Xiong, let's just accept it. Su Chen's voice was low and weary, as if resigned. I have already inquired about the details of the Konglin Three Wolves. These 3 brothers were local tyrants in Konglin County, with considerable strength. Upon arriving in the capital after being recruited by the Ding family, their strength advanced further. The 3 brothers together can make even peak transformation-level martial artists avoid their edge. Today both you and Zhao Gang could escape unscathed, and I feel quite lucky. I estimate that unless a powerful master from the Dan realm intervenes, no one can subdue them. No wonder the Ding family's business line is as stable as a mountain. I had previously underestimated the situation. Lu Qingshi fell silent, not speaking for a long time. In an unknown fight, he was not afraid of any of the Konglin Three Wolves, but against the 3 working together, he indeed felt outmatched. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Su Chen and Su Yan did not wish to disturb Lu Qingshi and Zhao Gang's recovery, so they exchanged a few comforting words, and then took their leave. Their figures disappeared outside the courtyard, their steps heavy, as if burdened with a 1,000-pound weight. Konglin Three Wolves. Jiang Ye, listening to the suppressed voices outside, felt an unrelenting chill in his aged gaze. At this moment, Huang Zia's pained voice rang out from inside. Qingshi, you're injured, so stop moving around. Missing a day of incense won't matter. It's fine, I'll rest shortly. Lu Qingshi's voice remained steady but carried a tone of determination. He supported his injured body, limping to another room. That was the room where the tablet was kept. Lu Qingshi arrived before the ebony tablet, steadily lighting 3 incense sticks and placing them in the incense burner. He stood there quietly, as if wishing to transform all his fatigue, pain, and repression into a silent gaze. After a long while, he slightly bowed, deeply paying his respects to the tablet before turning around and exiting the room with trembling steps. Jiang Ye, who had witnessed this scene, also remained silent for a long time. Crack. The sound of Jiang Ye's knuckles cracking echoed. Shirley was drenched in sweat in the courtyard, punches slicing through the air. His eyes were bloodshot, jaws clenched tight, each punch landing with a weight far greater than the last, as if he were trying to vent all the fury in his chest onto the innocent wooden dummy. Bang! A muffled explosion echoed. The wooden dummy made of hardwood cracked under his fist. Wood chips flew, and the dummy swayed. Huh. Shirley gasped for breath, his hands hanging at his sides, blood seeping from his knuckles, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Before arriving in the capital, he was filled with enthusiasm, believing he would finally have the chance to showcase his abilities and follow Master Lu further along the martial path. However, upon his arrival in the capital, he learned from Master Lu of a shocking piece of news. Old Jiang had gone missing during the chaos of the night. Missing. No trace left behind. He had no chance to bow and express his gratitude. Now his most respected Master Lu and his closest senior brother Zhao had also been injured by those Kong Lin's 3 wolves and were lying in the room nursing their wounds. And what about him? With just a mere Mingjing, he lacked the qualifications to even spar with others. He could only release his frustrations on the wooden dummy in the courtyard. Usually calm, he now deeply loathed his own powerlessness. He glanced towards the study where the dim light flickered, and he could hear the suppressed sounds of coughing. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turmoil of emotions within him and refrained from continuing his punches. He worried that the noise would disturb his senior brother and master, who needed to recuperate. He stepped lightly, quietly exiting the residence. After passing through several alleys, Shirley stopped beneath an old locust tree. This place was vast and empty, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. He assumed the starting position of the Benshan fist, and had just thrown a few punches when he suddenly heard faint footsteps behind him. Moi! He jerked around, his eyes filled with vigilance. An elderly man in simple gray clothing was leisurely walking towards him. Shirley's gaze fell on the old man, and his heart skipped a beat. Old Jiang. But in an instant he shook his head, banishing the absurd thought from his mind. No, it wasn't him. The old man in front of him, while similar in age to old Jiang, bore no other resemblance. Shirley lowered his head, about to retract his gaze, when the old man walked past him. Young man, you practice your punches well, you will surely become a great talent in the future. Though the voice was frail and plain, it carried a reassuring steadiness akin to the casual praise of an elder. Upon hearing this, Shirley's heart jolted. Although he knew this old man was not old Jiang, Shirley felt as if he had been praised by that former elder once again. For a moment he was lost in a daze. Just as the figure was about to disappear at the alleys, Andy suddenly snapped back to reality and deeply bowed in that direction. Thank you for the praise, elder. Later that night, in a brightly lit room deep within the Ding family residence, 3 men were gathered around a table laden with alcohol. The 3 men bore similar features, each with a robust build, and they were none other than the notorious Kong Lin's 3 wolves in the capital's Huangjing circle. That Lu Qing sure looks quiet and unassuming, but unexpectedly he is quite a tough nut to crack. The eldest downed a shot of strong liquor, wiped his mouth and laughed. Too bad, no matter how hard his punches are facing the 3 of us brothers, he'll only end up getting beaten. The second brother chuckled slyly, a lewd glint in his eyes. What a pity we didn't leave that old bastard alive. Otherwise, I could have sampled his wife's charms by now. He smacked his lips, savoring the thought. You should have seen it. Lu Qingxi's wife, Tisk, a 40-year-old lady, but she looks as if she's only in her 30s, and her figure is even more alluring than a young girl's. Especially that backside. He gestured lewdly, his face filled with vulgarity. It's as large as a grinding disc. Once she starts swaying, it could probably steal a man's soul. The third brother, who had been focused on eating meat, immediately perked up after hearing this, tossing aside the bone in his hand, his eyes shining with excitement, like mung beans. Is it really that amazing? Second brother, you better not be seeing things because of the alcohol. Seeing things. My eyes have never misled me when it comes to women. The second brother pounded the table, saying, that woman, when she stands there, that ripe fragrance. TSK. The third brother licked his lips, his face alight with eagerness. Then we must intensify our efforts and finish off that Lu character soon. Once we do, I'll have a good taste of his wife as well. The eldest was stirred up by his 2 brothers' words, downing another shot, laughing heartily. Damn it, after you 2 said that, I'm feeling all heated up. He'll treat us. Eldest brother is brilliant. The second and third brothers laughed in unison, raising their cups and downing them in one go. Just then a knock echoed. Tap, tap. Suddenly a series of knocks sounded. Hey, the young master is here. The third brother jumped up, a broad grin on his face as he walked towards the door, muttering, this young master is actually being courteous today, remembering to knock. The eldest brother, sitting in the middle, frowned, instinctively sensing something was off. That young master, the debauched one, when did he ever learn to knock? Third brother, wait. As soon as he spoke, the third brother had already opened the door. The next moment, whoosh. A sharp sound sliced through the air. Outside the door there was no sign of the young master, only a blood-red flash of a blade approaching. A soft sound like a hot knife cutting through butter. The flash of the blade directly split the third brother. Silence. Elder brother 3 did not even have time to utter a scream of agony. His face, still twisted in a lewd grin, froze mid-expression, cleaved cleanly in two by the flash of a blade. His hand remained suspended midair, frozen in the gesture of opening the door, yet his body split down the center, collapsing sideways in twin halves. Inside the room, elder brothers 1 and 2 stood paralyzed, their expressions locked in shock. Fast. Unbelievably fast. This sudden carnage left both men momentarily stunned. Until 2 lifeless have struck the floor in succession, blood erupted like a breached dam, splattering violently, staining threshold and doorframe crimson in an instant. Only then did they snap back to reality. Their third brother, slain in a single stroke. Brother 3. 2 thunderous roars erupted simultaneously as elder brothers 1 and 2 charged toward the doorway, consumed by blazing fury. Yet the doorway stood empty, as if the killer who had just bisected their brother were a phantom. Where is he? Who dares hide from me? Show yourself. They stared at the hollow threshold, then exchanged glances, their faces burning with rage, yet edged with creeping dread. Brother 3 was a latest-stage cultivated might master. Even unguarded, he should never have fallen so easily to a single blow. Could the assailant be a core-forming realm expert? As their minds reeled, a blade flashed into view from the lower right blind spot. What kind of blade was this? Crimson as a blood moon, sharp as winter frost, radiating suffocating slaughter intent, aimed straight for elder brother 1's throat. Ah! In that razor's edge moment between life and death, elder brother 1 unleashed the full might of his perfected cultivated might. With a guttural roar, his right fist gathered every ounce of force in his body, hammering forward like forged iron against the descending blade. But the blood moon slash was too swift, too cunning. Just as his knuckles neared the edge, the blade arced upward with effortless precision, evading the strike entirely. Then, FSSSH, a slender thread of blood bloomed across his throat. You? In his final breath, elder brother 1 finally glimpsed his killer. An elderly man in simple gray robes, his hair silvered with age. He could not fathom when, or how, he had incurred such ruthless enmity. Thought ceased there. His head rolled onto the ground, arterial blood gushed forth, splattering across elder brother 2's chest. Elder brother. Witnessing that horrifying spectacle, elder brother 2's fury dissolved instantly, replaced by pure paralyzing terror. He abandoned vengeance entirely and fled. He ran faster, lighter, until he felt himself lifting, soaring. Then, everything spun violently. He watched his own headless body sprint forward several paces before crashing down. Could it be? In that fleeting instant he realized. His skull had been severed midair. Then, darkness swallowed him whole. Thump. A soft impact. His severed head landed, rolled twice, and came to rest beside elder brother 1's. Thus the brothers lay side by side, neatly aligned in death. Jiang Ye emerged calmly from the shadows, his expression impassive, hiding his presence with the deer form true intent, seizing advantage through ambush. Dispatching 3 foes in succession had become second nature to him. He stepped forward, intending to search the corpses. From afar, footsteps approached. A young man in opulent brocade robes, pale-skinned, fanning himself idly, his gait unsteady, betraying indulgence in wine and women. Humming a careless tune, he staggered toward them, clearly seeking amusement from the Konglin 3 wolves. My. As he drew near, a thick, coppery stench of blood struck his nostrils. He frowned, lifted his gaze, and beheld a scene straight from hell. 3 corpses sprawled across the ground, blood still welling. Beneath the moonlight, each severed head stared blankly, eyes wide, with eternal horror, fixed directly upon him. A shriek of primal terror shattered the night's silence. How inconvenient. Jiang Ye shook his head coolly, then slashed the air with a single silent stroke. FSSSH. The scream died mid-breath. The youth's head slid from his neck, thumping dully onto the earth, his face still contorted in frozen terror. Sigh. Jiang Ye, thwarted in his search, melted soundlessly back into shadow. The dying cries of the Konglin 3 wolves, and the youth's scream, had surely roused half of the Ding family estate. Deep within the Ding residence, candlelight blazed, but the air hung thick and icy. Several bodies lay arranged on the floor, crudely reassembled, yet still grotesquely shocking. 3 men in official uniforms crouched beside the corpses, examining them with grim intensity. They were officers of the prefecture guard, urgently summoned that night. What ruthless technique! What lightning speed! What venomous precision! The lead investigator rose slowly, uttering 3 solemn exclamations. Wei Chong, the prefecture guard captain, a master of perfected cultivated might, no stranger to gore, stood utterly shaken. Each corpse bore a flawlessly smooth incision, killed instantly without struggle or resistance. What speed, what ferocity must that blade possess? My poor son. A voluptuous, still radiant beauty collapsed beside the headless noble youth. Her hands trembled violently as she reached to embrace him, yet recoiled from the mangled ruin of his severed neck. She wept uncontrollably, her makeup streaked in ruined tears and snot mingling. Mother swears, no matter who killed you, I will make them pay with their life. Absolutely. Beside her stood a portly middle-aged man whose face carried a subtle, chilling severity. Ding Shan, patriarch of the Ding family, staring at his son's headless corpse, and at the 3 slain retainers, each felled by a single stroke. Rage seethed within him. Yet he suppressed it fiercely, revealing none of it upon his face. His brow furrowed deeply, his mind raced. He had many enemies, but he could not fathom who possessed the capability to eliminate the Konglin 3 wolves so swiftly, unless it was a core-forming realm expert. Yet he prided himself on caution, never provoking such formidable figures. After a long silence, Wei Cheng completed his examination and rose slowly, approaching Ding Shan. His expression was grim, his voice low and hushed. Master Ding, my preliminary assessment reveals no traces of spiritual energy erosion on the corpses. The perpetrator is not a core-forming realm expert. Pausing briefly, his gaze sharpened. Rather, it appears to be a peak-level cultivated might swordsman. Reflect carefully. Have you crossed paths with anyone of such caliber? Ding Shan frowned, deeply shaking his head. No. I, Ding Shan, have always conducted myself with courtesy. I have certainly offended no one of such stature. The sobbing beauty suddenly lifted her tear-streaked face and shrieked. Husband, is it the Su family's? Otherwise, how could it be mere coincidence? Our retainers clashed with them earlier today, and tonight this happens. It must be their plot. Perhaps that Lu Qingshi himself struck the blow. Arrest them immediately. At these words, Ding Shan's eyes flickered. The Su family. Lu Qingshi. Wei Cheng's brow furrowed slightly as he turned toward his subordinates. The guardsmen, already prepared, gathered close, speaking in hushed tones. Captain, we've already investigated. The Su family arrived only recently from Anxi County, a minor clan. As for Lu Qingshi, he is a master of perfected cultivated might, highly skilled. This morning he fought the Konglin 3 wolves over a commercial dispute, and sustained serious injuries. He paused, lowering his voice further. Moreover, Lu Qingshi enjoys close ties with a senior elder of the Xian Shui, peak of Tianqing sect, and his daughter has joined the sect's outer sect. Wei Cheng nodded faintly, his understanding now crystallized. He turned his gaze upon the lady, eyes glacial. Madam, accusations without evidence are forbidden. That stare, like solidified ice, sent a jolt through her heart. She opened her mouth to protest, but the sheer weight of his aura silenced her, forcing her lips shut in bitter resentment. Wei Cheng withdrew his gaze and bowed respectfully to Ding Shan. Master Ding, tonight's darkness obscures vital clues, making thorough investigation impossible. Tomorrow I shall bring an expert in forensic analysis to conduct a meticulous examination. For now, I take my leave. With a wave he signaled his men to gather their tools, and departed with them through the gate. Will you let the murderer live past tonight? The lady sprang up, voice shrill, only to be silenced by Ding Shan's sharp warning glance. Only after the guard's silhouettes vanished beyond the threshold did Ding Shan lower his gaze, settling upon the white-shrouded corpses, his expression inscrutable, shrouded in shadow. Within a side chamber. Husband, why did you stop me from speaking? The lady's anguish remained raw, her grief still fresh. We cannot rely on public officials, he breathed deeply, voice low and frigid. And right now, we have far more urgent matters to attend to. Husband, what could possibly outweigh vengeance? She screamed, despair etching her face. Ding Shan ignored her outburst, and called firmly, Aoyang, enter. Instantly a sharp-eyed, wiry, middle-aged man strode in, bowing slightly, voice deferential. Master. Ding Shan exhaled slowly, his tone grave. Aoyang, the Konglin 3 wolves are dead. Our martial strength is temporarily compromised. Certain ventures must be yielded, for now. Once I secure a suitable cultivated might master, we reclaim them. Also, our residence is no longer safe. We relocate immediately. Until we identify the assailant, we go into hiding. And above all, this move must remain utterly concealed. Yes, master. Aoyang bowed deeply. I will act at once. Ding Shan waved him off, and Aoyang, wait. Ding Shan abruptly halted him. He glanced at the weeping lady, then out the window into the night, his voice dropping to a murmur, though I doubt the Su family possesses the means to hire such a formidable warrior. He paused, his tone sinking deeper as if forced from clenched teeth. Yet, it is indeed suspiciously convenient. Conflict this morning, carnage by night. Better to kill 100 innocents than spare a single culprit. A cruel chill hardened his features. Aoyang, spend whatever it takes. Engage those people, to eliminate Su Chun and Lu Qingshi. Aoyang's stiffened pupils contracting, he suppressed his fear and nodded sharply. Yes, master. I depart immediately. Without another word, he turned and hurried from the chamber. Enough crying. The matter is already underway. Ding Shan glared coldly at the lady. I thirst for vengeance even more than you do. Whoever struck this blow, I will ensure they perish without burial. Her sobs continued, but her body instinctively leaned closer to him. Just then, humph. Ding Shan's brow tightened, his gaze sharp as a blade swept the doorway. There, unnoticed until now, stood a familiar figure frozen in place. It was Aoyang, the very man he'd just dispatched. Aoyang, you. A premonition of doom surged in Ding Shan's chest, just as he opened his mouth. Aoyang gave no reply. He stood motionless, eyes vacant, staring blankly. Then his head detached cleanly from his neck. Thump. A dull thud. His skull rolled twice, coming to rest precisely at Ding Shan and the lady's feet. On Liang's face lingered only bewilderment and terror, the same confusion that had haunted him until his final unknowing breath. Thud! His headless torso collapsed, blood gushing from the stump quickly staining the threshold crimson. Ding Shan and the lady's pupils contracted to needle-fine points. A bone-deep chill shot from their sawls to their skulls, locking their limbs rigid, freezing their blood. Even the wailing lady choked into silence, her sobs arrested mid-cry. Her mouth gaped wide, desperate to scream, but only a dry, rasping gasp escaped like a dying fish floundering on land. Ding Shan stood petrified, his legs weighted as if filled with molten lead, unable to budge. His eyes bulged, locked unblinkingly upon the doorway. From the shadows behind Liang's corpse a figure emerged, calm, deliberate. An elderly man in plain gray robes, his hair silvered with age. He held a curved saber, its tip dripping a single crimson bead. Moonlight spilled through the doorway, casting his silhouette, a long sinister shape stretching across the floor. "You are." From Ding Shan's throat emerged a hoarse, trembling whisper. He sought answers. Who was this man? When had he incurred such wrath? The lady finally broke free, her scream piercing the air. FSSSH. Jiang Ye raised his hand, cutting the air with a single distant slash. Their voices ceased instantly. Thump! Thump! Two soft impacts. Both heads tumbled from their necks. To uproot weeds without destroying the roots means spring winds will revive them anew. Jiang Ye understood this truth well. When the guard team returned, finding 3 additional headless corpses sprawled upon the floor, every officer froze in mute horror. Ghoul! Someone swallowed audibly. This man? Is he some kind of executioner? Is he obsessed with decapitation? A young guard's knees buckled, his voice quavered, "My legs won't hold me." Wei Cheng drew a deep, steadying breath, yet found his own voice trembling. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, but the icy dread coiling within him refused to recede. A master of perfected cultivated might versed in countless bloody scenes, yet tonight surpassed all precedent. First the Konglin 3 wolves and the Ding heir, then returning to slaughter Ding Shan, his wife, and his most trusted aide. The second strike occurred literally beneath their noses. How merciless! How mad! A true lunatic, a genuine madman. He murmured under his breath. Were it not for his official uniform, he would have fled the estate then and there. Silence fell over all. They stared at the headless remains, and shared a single chilling thought. After tonight the prefecture city would birth a new legend, one soaked in blood, the head-cutting demon. The legend of the head-cutter spread far faster than anyone had imagined. Before dawn even broke, that chilling moniker had already swept through the entire street, like a plague spreading outward from the Ding household. Some even suspected the head-cutter still lurked within the manor walls. The Ding family's servants and maids erupted into utter chaos. Wages, belongings, none of it mattered. They fled in blind panic. Each feared becoming the next headless corpse. "Captain, should we retreat for now?" A young guard shrank into his collar, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Yes. The night is too dark. We're unlikely to uncover anything meaningful tonight. Better to conserve our energy until tomorrow. This head-cutter's strength may well exceed our capacity to handle him." Others nodded in anxious agreement, their faces pale, eyes darting wildly. They were terrified. This was no ordinary killer. He'd struck twice in darkness, vanishing between shadows. What if he crouched right now unseen, watching them? Only Captain Wei Cheng had reached the cultivated momentum realm, the rest operated at the hidden momentum level. They could maintain order in the city under normal circumstances, but facing a monster like the head cutter, that would seal their fates. "Steady yourselves." Wei Cheng cleared his throat, sharply suppressing his own rising unease, and barked out a stern command to quell the commotion. His gaze swept over the group with grave intensity as he declared, "Before arriving here, I'd already sent word for Lin Tao. We'll withdraw only after he's examined the scene. Otherwise, with such a grievous massacre, we'll have no credible account to render to our superiors tomorrow." Hearing this, the guards exhaled in cautious relief. Lin Tao, the famed blade wielder of the city, Lin Tao. Indeed, he commands great respect among the city's blade wielders. Rumor holds he's reached the pinnacle of the cultivated momentum realm, his swordplay swift and lethal beyond compare. I've heard it too, some core formation masters even seek his aid. Truly, only someone of your stature could summon him at this hour. As voices overlapped, a lone figure approached, escorted by one of the guards. He wore sapphire-hued martial attire, lean and sharp-featured, his hawk-like eyes piercing and cold, accentuated by a prominent aquiline nose, every line of him radiating lethal precision. This was Lin Tao, the renowned blade wielder of the city. "Brother Lin, my deepest apologies for summoning you so." Wei Cheng stepped forward, immediately bowing deeply with sincere contrition. "It's truly because of this bloodshed." Lin Tao gently raised a hand. "No need for such formalities. We are brothers in spirit." He then followed Wei Cheng to inspect the site. Though Lin Tao's expression remained composed, unlike Wei Cheng's visible horror, his brow gradually furrowed in deepening concern. Kneeling beside each body, Lin Tao conducted meticulous examinations. After roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he rose slowly beside the corpses, his countenance heavy with solemnity. How goes it, Brother Lin? Any leads? Wei Qing hurried forward, lowering his voice to a hushed whisper. Blade wielders like Lin Tao spent years confronting the city's most dangerous criminals, granting them far deeper insight into weapon techniques, combat styles, and criminal psychology than any official enforcer. Brother Wei, the killer's blade technique bears a striking resemblance to Huang Laolu's, the sixth demon of Yunling's six demons, brutal, vicious, unrelenting. The Yunling's six demons? Weren't they absorbed by the Seven Slay sect? Black Lao Wu, the fifth demon, was slain just recently by Wen Yao, a direct disciple of the Tianqing sect. Then how dare they stir trouble in our city? The guards exchanged startled glances, voices overlapping in the Yunling's six demons were infamous throughout Yunling Prefecture, lawless monsters steeped in bloodshed. If Huang Laolu truly stood behind this massacre, it would be tragically plausible. I only said the blade technique resembles Huang Laolu's. Lin Tao's brows knotted tighter, his voice dropping lower, laced with hesitation. I once crossed blades with Huang Laolu briefly. I know something of his capabilities. Yet the killer's mastery today surpasses even Huang Laolu's. Refined, profound, devastating. Of course, it's possible he simply honed his art further. Wei Qing and his men fell silent for a moment, exchanging quiet murmurs before deciding to steer suspicion toward Huang Laolu. Brother Lin, our thanks. We understand what must be done. Wei Qing bowed formally in gratitude. Lin Tao merely shook his head, saying nothing more. His final glance at the severed bodies flickered with quiet foreboding. Lu Qingshi sat in his study, sipping medicinal broth. Brother Lu, disaster has struck. Lu Qingshi sat in his study, sipping medicinal broth. Brother Lu, disaster has struck. Su Chun burst into the courtyard, Su Yin close behind, both breathless with urgency. What's happened? Setting aside his medicine bowl, Lu Qingshi looked up surprised. Su Chen strode forward, drew a deep breath, and whispered the night's horrifying rumors. After nearly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, astonishment finally flickered across Lu Qingshi's eyes. Kong Lin, three wolves, and the Ding couple have all been slain. The head cutter. His brow tightened. Last night, when city guards came questioning, he'd sensed something grave had occurred, but never imagined such a monstrous slaughter. He'd faced the three wolves himself, to slay them, and then the Dings too. Brother Lu, this is absolute. Su Chun leaned in voice barely a murmur. My informants say it's likely Huang Laolu of the Yunling 60. Su Yin sighed helplessly beside him, interjecting. Rumors are already flying that the Su family hired the Her tone carried bewildered resignation. Whether such rumors would prove beneficial or ruinous remained uncertain. Lu Qingshi burst into laughter. Huh. So the Su family's influence runs deeper than anyone knew. Su Chen shook his head ruefully. Brother Lu, don't jest. We'd hire him if we could, but no one would answer our summons. A complex expression crossed his face. Still, this rumor isn't entirely without merit. Families who once dismissed us as destitute beggars now greet us with deference this very morning. Our trade routes, seemingly safe for now. Lu Qingshi paused, then gave a slow, thoughtful nod. Quietly he murmured, misfortune often conceals. Meanwhile Jiang Ye, the architect of it all, sat at ease feeding a fire centipede. Watching it swallow the heart leaf infused with his blood, he nodded inwardly in satisfaction. HSSSS. As the last leaf vanished into its maw, Jiang Ye felt a jolt ripple through his consciousness. A subtle invisible tether now bound him to the creature. He could sense its emotions through its hisses. You want more? He spoke tentatively, eyes locked upon it. HSSSS. The fire centipede emitted a soft chirp. You wish to mix it with moonwort leaves. Jiang Ye pondered, then plucked several moonwort leaves, wrapping the heart leaf inside to form a tiny herbal scroll. HSSSS. A joyful trill escaped the centipede as it seized the scroll, devouring it greedily, its slender body writhing in evident delight. Remarkable. The creature possessed refined culinary instincts. Satisfaction gleamed in Jiang Ye's eyes. Good. The secret cultivation method recorded in the toxin-taming scripture proved effective. 7 days later, deep into the night, a fire centipede nearly a foot long emerged from the soil, heading toward the nearest moonwort plant. Instantly, a crimson blur shot from the darkness. Jiang Ye's own fire centipede. Though half its rival's length, its twin pincers snapped down with savage force, severing the intruder cleanly. HSSSS. It reared its head, unleashing a shrill, commanding shriek, echoing across the still night, resonant with undisputed dominance. Fire centipedes poised to surface from nearby Earth recoiled instantly at the sound. From afar, an aged voice called out, Xiaohua, return. HSSSS. The triumphant creature instantly subdued its ferocity, tail flicking once as it darted obediently, like a loyal hound, toward the voice. It halted at Jiang Ye's feet, lifting its head to emit a soft, solicitous chirp, as if seeking praise. Jiang Ye gazed down, offering a faint approving nod. Excellent. With this little one guarding the herb garden, my own patrols will no longer be necessary. After 7 days of esoteric feeding, an unshakable psychic bond had formed between them. He named it Xiaohua. Alas, fire centipedes lack the instinct for intraspecies predation, so the corpses littering the garden served only to brew venomous wine, nothing more. To wield Xiaohua in battle, I must first accustom it to biting humans. Jiang Ye studied the creature at his feet, musing silently. Who might serve as its first target? Fang Ming's venomous glare flashed unbidden into his mind. Chen Lili had been visiting him frequently lately. Though their conversations centered only on sect gossip, Fang Ming regarded Jiang Ye as a romantic rival, his glances sharp enough to draw blood. Jiang Ye had also learned Fang Ming had discreetly investigated his background within the sect. May he learn wisdom in his next life, and cease playing the supplicant. A cold smile flickered across Jiang Ye's lips. At first light the following day, Jiang Ye sat motionless in his wooden hut, eyes closed in quiet cultivation, when sudden frantic footsteps echoed outside, followed by Lu Ming's panicked cry. Terrible news, Elder Jiang. Disaster. Fang Ming has been killed by a fire centipede. What? Fang Ming was bitten to death by a fire centipede. Jiang Ye pushed open the wooden door and stepped out quickly, his old face displaying an appropriate look of shock. His brows were tightly knitted, disbelief filling his eyes as if he had heard some fantastical tale. Even his hands tucked within his sleeves paused momentarily. Of course this was merely to make his expression more convincing. Sigh. Lu Ming shook his head, letting out a long sigh, his round face filled with regret. After rubbing his hands together and sighing again, he said, I had already warned junior brother Fang Ming. This fire centipede is no joke, it is a fierce venomous creature. But what did he do? He was always thinking about senior sister Chen Lili, his soul completely captivated, unable to listen to reason. He sighed again, a mix of complex emotions in his voice. I never expected. He didn't get to indulge, and he ended up sacrificing himself instead. Jiang Ye did not respond, merely nodding gravely before he and Lu Ming headed towards the medicinal garden of the... When the two arrived at the medicinal garden, Elder Qin and Chen Lili were already there. In the center of the muddy ground lay a corpse. It was Fang Ming. He had died a gruesome death. The corpse did not appear black and purple like typical poisoning victims. Instead, it exhibited an eerie dark red hue, covered in festering sores caused by the fire poison, some of which had already rotted away, leaking a foul yellow liquid. The face was frozen in a mask of extreme agony from before his death, mouth agape, eyes wide open as if he had endured unspeakable torment. His fingernails were filled with dirt. Clearly in his final moments he had fought desperately. It was a sight that was truly unsettling. Chen Lili's usually bright eyes were now filled with terror and sorrow, her lips trembling. Even Lu Ming, upon seeing such a gruesome scene, couldn't help but gasp in shock, instinctively taking a step back. Jiang Ye stood still, his gaze sweeping over the corpse, his expression still grave, revealing no hint of unusual emotions. He glanced at the wounds on Fang Ming's body, nodding inwardly. That fire centipede's bite was indeed quite ferocious. Today Elder Qin unusually did not exhibit his usual drunken demeanor, his face very serious. Upon seeing the two enter, he said in a low voice, I have examined Fang Ming's corpse. He crouched down and pointed at Fang Ming's left foot. Although there are numerous wounds on his body caused by fire centipede bites, the real cause of his demise was actually this fatal wound on his left foot. Lu Ming, Chen Lili, and Jiang Ye followed his indication. On Fang Ming's left ankle was a horrifying wound. Flesh had been completely torn away, exposing stark white bone, while the surrounding flesh had turned charred black. This, Lu Ming's eyes widened, is the biting force of the fire centipede really that strong? The ones I saw before only left 2 small holes. Indeed. Chen Lili couldn't help but speak up, her tone laced with lingering fear. This is my first time seeing one that can bite off such a large chunk of flesh. Elder Qin's face was very serious as he nodded. I have carefully examined it. It was indeed a fire centipede bite. However, this particular fire centipede is exceptional. It possesses not only great strength, but also an extraordinary fire poison. Fang Ming's internal organs are completely burned through by the fire poison. Even I have never seen such a powerful fire centipede. I suspect that a fire centipede king may have entered this medicinal garden. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them gasped in surprise. A fire centipede king. Elder Qin did not elaborate further, only sternly reminding them, with Fang Ming's lesson in mind, you must all be extra cautious from now on. During night patrols, you must be fully alert. He paused, his tone softening somewhat. But there's no need to panic too much. While the fire centipede is formidable, it is ultimately just a beast. With your strength as refining strength martial artists, as long as you are careful, it should not pose a problem. The 3 of them replied in unison, yes, Elder. Elder Qin glanced around before saying to Lu Ming, you will take charge of the Yanqin Fruit Medicinal Garden for now. I will quickly find new personnel to supplement the team. After speaking, he casually lifted Fang Ming's corpse and strode towards the exit of the medicinal garden. His figure quickly disappeared at the end of the garden path. The 3 stood there in silence for a while. Sigh. Lu Ming scratched his head, a look of regret on his face. This kid Fang Ming, in the end, met such a fate. Truly. Chen Lili shot him a glare, irritably saying, the person is dead, and you still say such cold words. However, after saying that, she couldn't help but sigh, her gaze lingering over the blood-red medicinal field, a complex emotion in her eyes. There was lingering fear, regret, and an indescribable sense of relief. Jiang Ye stood quietly to the side, his aged face revealing little expression, only letting out a soft sigh, as if lamenting Fang Ming's untimely death. The sigh was barely audible, yet it drifted perfectly into Lu Ming and Chun Lily's ears. Elder Jiang, you truly are a person with compassion. Lu Ming and Chun Lily sighed in unison. They could both see that Fang Ming's attitude towards Jiang Ye was not particularly friendly. Yet unexpectedly, upon hearing that he had been killed by a venomous creature, Jiang Ye would still feel regret over his departure. At that moment, both of them felt a bit of respect for the character of this elder. After that, the three exchanged a few casual words before parting ways. Jiang Ye walked back, contemplating the wounds on Fang Ming's body, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his old eyes. He rubbed the jade box in his sleeve, feeling the little fire inside excitedly wriggling, even through the box. The performance of the little fire was quite beyond my expectations. Refining strength martial artists can be bitten to death. It seems that in future battles, it will be a formidable trump. He softly praised the fire centipede, and a low haunting hiss came from the jade box, as if in response to its master's compliment. Jiang Ye smiled slightly, walking leisurely down the mountain. It was time to check on that girlie Yi. My. As Jiang Ye reached the edge of the outer door's training ground, his footsteps suddenly halted. He furrowed his brows, his gaze like a blade sweeping across the training ground. There a dense crowd of outer disciples gathered together, the sounds of commotion and screams blending together, clearly indicating that something was amiss. Among the crowd, some were tiptoeing to peep inside, some whispering in discussion, while others wore expressions of excitement, clearly relishing the chaos. After a while, a gap finally appeared in the crowd. Jiang Ye looked up, and immediately his expression changed, a chilling light flashing in his old eyes. In the center of the training ground, a familiar figure staggered back a few steps. It was Lu Yi. She was still wearing her plain robe, but her hair was disheveled, her breaths rapid, and her delicate face bore an abnormal pallor, clearly having suffered a setback. Her chest rose and fell slightly, her cold gaze fixed fiercely ahead, flames of anger flickering in her eyes. Opposite her stood several other women, equally disheveled and panting. Leading them was none other than the alluring Su Qinghuan, her beautiful face marked with a bright red handprint. Given the small size, it should have come from Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi, you wretched girl. Su Qinghuan covered half of her face, her sharp voice cutting through the air. No one has ever dared to slap my face. What are you? I will make sure to kill you today. Her anger made her bosom rise and fall violently. Surround her. I want to tear that wretched face apart myself. Su Qinghuan seethed with anger, her eyes, which usually held a seductive charm, now radiated a chilling hatred. She fixed her gaze on Lu Yi's slightly pale, yet still icy countenance, wishing she could bore 2 holes into that face with her eyes. Saying she wanted to kill Lu Yi was just a moment of rage. Even in her muddled mind, she understood the sect's rules against disciples harming one another. If someone were to die, even Jiang Ye could not protect her. However, she harbored a more vicious thought. What she despised the most was Lu Yi's frigid demeanor. Why should she have that attitude? She was merely a country bumpkin from a small town. What gave her the right to act so high and mighty? She was determined to see whether that haughty face could still maintain its facade after being torn apart. The few female disciples beside her perked up, malicious intent gleaming in their eyes as they spread out to surround Lu Yi. As the saying goes, bad fish always gather together. The outer sect was never short of sycophants, ever since Su Qinghuan was designated as Jiang Ye's fiancée. Those eager to curry favor with her flocked to her side. Though she had only recently joined, she had already gathered a group of flatterers around her, establishing herself as a bully among the outer disciples, parading with her entourage of female disciples like a queen bee. On ordinary days, even the older disciples at the transformation stage dared not provoke her easily. Surrounded by several female disciples, Lu Yi showed no fear, her cold eyes firmly locked on Su Qinghuan, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her gaze. With both of them at the same level of strength, Lu Yi feared no one. After all, she had experienced bloody carnage on her way from Anxi County to the capital. These mere ornaments were nothing in comparison. She had already made up her mind that when the fight broke out, she would target Su Qinghuan first. Catch the thief first, catch the ringleader. As long as she subdued the instigator, the rest would naturally scatter. Damn it! That wretch dares to glare at me. Seeing Lu Yi surrounded, yet unflinching in her stare, Su Qinghuan inexplicably shuddered. For some reason, she suddenly recalled the day they queued at the mountain gate, and the old man whom she and Li Jianghua had scorned as that old thing. That old man had looked at her with a pair of aged yet eerily calm eyes, as if she were merely a noisy insect. Before entering the sect, it was tolerable to be glared at by an oblivious old fool. But now she was the fiancée of Jiang Ye, a true disciple of Jinxing Peak. Her status was no longer what it used to be in this outer sect. Who would dare disrespect her? Why should Lu Yi continue to look at her like that? A surge of offended rage mixed with an unrecognized hint of insecurity washed over her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she shouted, "Attack! Stop! Everyone stop!" At that tense moment, 2 deep voices resounded. 2 middle-aged men clad in servant robes hurried into the crowd, their expressions solemn, They were the two transformation stage instructors. They inserted themselves between the confronting groups, their imposing presence dispersing the tense atmosphere. The sect strictly forbids disciples from fighting privately. Those who violate this rule will be imprisoned for 7 days. The female disciples surrounding Lu Yi scattered like startled sparrows, retreating faster than ever. They could only follow Su Qinghuan in her displays of power, fleeing faster than anyone else when trouble arose. In an instant they had hidden among the crowd, leaving only a few pairs of timid eyes peering out. This isn't fair. Su Qinghuan was so furious she nearly ground her teeth to dust. Pointing to the fresh red handprint on her face, her voice sharp, she exclaimed, "Am I supposed to let that wretch get away with slapping me?" The two instructors looked at her sternly, remaining silent. They were quite troubled by the situation. Had it been an ordinary disciple causing a ruckus in the martial arts arena, they would have long since captured them and thrown them into the confinement room. But the two individuals before them were not to be taken lightly. Su Qinghuan needed no introduction. Oh, she was the fiancée of Jiang Ye, a true disciple of Jinshan Peak. Who was Jiang Ye? He was the third on the true disciple, ranking the first under the Peak Master of Jinshan Peak, notorious for being domineering and protective. Anyone who offended him was courting death. As for Lu Yi, they had heard she was personally brought in by Elder Xie of the Xianshui Peak. Though Elder Xie was not as flamboyant as Jiang Ye, he was an elder at the alchemy stage with some influence in the Tianqing sect. Moreover, Lu Yi had done nothing wrong. It was Su Qinghuan who instigated the conflict. Neither of them were individuals they could afford to offend. Fine. Su Qinghuan saw their silence, her chest heaving violently, nearly exploding with rage. She shot a fierce glare at the two instructors, then looked past them at the cold figure in the crowd. Lu Yi remained standing there, her face pale, showing no fear. Her cold eyes didn't glance in this direction again, as if this farce had nothing to do with her. "You're all protecting that wretch, aren't you? Just wait for me." She ground her teeth, throwing down this harsh remark before spinning around and running towards the inner sect. Clearly she would not let this go easily. The two instructors exchanged glances, their expressions changing. The one on the left frowned as he watched Su Qinghuan depart helplessly, saying, "Is she going to find Jiang Ye at Jinshan? This is troublesome." The man on the right side rubbing his temples. Jiang Ye is very protective. If he finds out his fiancée has been wronged, he's likely to charge over directly. "I'll go to Xianshui Peak to find Elder Xie." The man on the left reacted quickly. "You stay here and stabilize the situation." Saying this, he hurriedly ran towards the inner sect. The remaining instructor stood there watching Lu Yi, hesitating, with words unspoken. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that whatever he said felt inappropriate. In the end he sighed and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone disperse. Go about your business." The crowd began to slowly disperse, but the murmurs did not cease. The gazes near Lu Yi were sometimes filled with sympathy, sometimes with curiosity, and at times with glee. Some whispered Lu Yi is in for some trouble this time, while others sneered who told her to provoke Su Qinghuan. And yet others grumbled. It was clearly Su Qinghuan who started it. Various voices mingled together. Lu Yi raised her hand to smooth her disheveled hair, showing no concern for the gossip. She didn't even glance back at the direction Su Qinghuan had disappeared, simply standing there in silence. No one noticed a figure standing in the shadow of a withered tree at the edge of the martial arts arena. Jiang Ye stood there quietly, blending in with the dead tree. Even the nearby disciples failed to notice his presence. He had already learned the ins and outs of the situation from the clamor of the outer disciples. Su Qinghuan and Lu Yi were both at the transformation stage, attending classes under the same instructors, so conflicts were inevitable. Su Qinghuan followed a seductive path, naturally gifted with charm, and the one she hated most was a girl like Lu Yi, who was cold, pure, and unsparing with her words. It was as if Lu Yi's existence was a silent mockery of her. After encountering each other, often friction was. However, Su Qinghuan enjoyed forming cliques, surrounded by flatterers, and engaged in isolation bullying. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was cold-natured and stood alone. In a Netamini scenario, it was natural for her to suffer. This was also what Jiang Ye had been worrying about earlier. Su Qinghuan. He watched Su Qinghuan's departing figure from the shadows, his eyes gradually narrowing. The debt from when that little girl had scolded him as an old fool had not yet been settled. Now she dared to provoke. It seemed today he could not let her off the hook. "Senior Sister Lu, might you consider stepping aside for now?" And Lu Yi was practicing martial forms alone in the martial training ground. And suddenly a timid voice came from behind her, hesitant, laced with quiet concern. She turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. And there stood a slender young woman with delicate features and lingering traces of youth upon her face, now gazing at her with nervous timidity, clearly having summoned extraordinary courage just to speak. Lu Yi recognized her, Wang Si, a newly initiated junior sister who had joined the sect only days earlier. And that day the girl had gotten lost at the mountain gate, and Lu Yi, happening upon her, had guided her to the right path. Beyond those few encounters in the martial training ground, they had exchanged no further words. And she hadn't expected the girl to remember her. "And why should I step aside?" Lu Yi's voice was icy, her expression remained utterly blank, as though posing a question of negligible consequence. "And, Wang Si paused, then lowered her voice even further in. Senior Sister Lu, I heard that Senior Sister Su's fiancé, Jiang Ye, an inner sect true disciple, is not only formidable in cultivation, but also notoriously domineering and fiercely protective of his own. And she glanced cautiously toward the inner sect mountains, her voice dwindling to a whisper in. I saw how Senior Sister Su looked just now. She's likely already rushed there to lodge a complaint with him. I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage. In her trembling voice carried nothing but sincere, unguarded worry. Though many outer sect disciples found Lu Yi aloof and difficult to approach, and Wang Si felt instead an ineffable magnetism in her serene solitary grace, so striking it bordered on awe. She admired her deeply. Yet her own nature was timid, her cultivation barely reaching the early stage of hidden momentum. And even raising her voice made her tremble. Confronting Su Qinghuan's clique was unthinkable. All she could do was slip away secretly now, to deliver this quiet warning. If I retreat once, can I retreat forever? Lu Yi shook her head slightly. Not with anger nor despair, but with the profound stillness of one who has seen through the illusions of the world. Then she shifted her gaze away from Wang Si and resumed her martial forms. Wang Si stood frozen, watching that calm, unwavering silhouette, speechless, uncertain what to say next. At that moment, boom, 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 a rapid thunderous tearing of air erupted along the mountain path leading to the inner sect. A blinding golden light streaked like a falling star, its speed defying belief. Where it passed, the air shrieked in protest. A fallen leaf spiraled violently upward, caught in its ferocious wake. What is that? The faces of outer sect disciples paled instantly, countless eyes locked onto the approaching golden comet. The transmission master's composure shattered in an instant, shock flashing across his eyes and trouble. How could he arrive so swiftly? Within mere breaths, the golden light landed squarely upon the martial training ground. Boom. A deafening impact cracked the hardened earth beneath his feet, shards of stone exploding outward. As the golden radiance faded, his true form emerged, towering young man's skin as dark as charred timber, as if freshly risen from a coal pit. His features were rugged and fierce, brows knotted with an unrelenting aura of menace. Ni's eyes, sharp as falcon's talons, swept across the crowd, forcing every gaze downward. Turbulent currents swirled ceaselessly around his body, emanating a razor-edged presence so overwhelming that none dared meet his gaze directly. Like standing before an unsheathed sword, motionless, yet radiating lethal cold. Clutched securely in his arm was Su Qinghuan. Su Qinghuan nestled against his chest, her bewitching face awash with feigned sorrow. Eyes faintly red, as if recently weeping, yet gleaming with quiet triumph beneath the tears. It's Jiang Ye, the true disciple of Jinshin Peak. Na cried burst forth, trembling with terror, knees buckled involuntarily. Many outer sect disciples had glimpsed this legendary true disciple from afar, and recognized him instantly. The crowd erupted into panicked whispers. Heaven above, Su Qinghuan truly summoned him, and already. How could he possibly have arrived so fast, from the inner sect to here in moments? Foundation Establishment Realm. Is this truly the power of Foundation Establishment? Jiang Ye is exactly as rumored, black as charcoal, fearsome as a demon. The transmission master's face paled, beads of sweat pricked his brow, but he forced himself forward. With a strained smile he bowed deeply, greeting senior disciple Jiang. Jiang Ye swept him a glance, cold, cutting like blades scraping bare flesh, sending shivers down the spine. He offered no acknowledgement, not even a nod, merely tilted his head slightly, allowing Su Qinghuan to speak freely within his embrace. Humiliated by such utter dismissal, the transmission master's smile stiffened, but dared not betray the slightest resentment. He stood paralyzed, caught between advance and retreat, sweat gathering thickly upon his forehead. Brother Hai. Su Qinghuan clung to him, her dazzling face twisted in grievance. She pointed an accusing finger, sharp and venomous, at the solitary icy figure by the edge of the martial training ground. That wretch struck me, she hurt me terribly. I've never endured such pain in my entire life. Jiang Ye's gaze followed her finger, and locked instantly. His stare was twin invisible blades, bearing the crushing pressure of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, thrusting straight into her soul. Yet Lu Yi's expression remained unchanged, calm, unruffled. She did not flinch, nor did fear flicker in her eyes, only met his gaze steadily like a winter plum blooming defiantly amid blizzards, unmoved by gales, unshaken by frost. Behind her, Wang Si felt her heart seize, her knees buckling under that invisible weight, threatening to collapse. She bit her lip until it bled, stifling any sound, yet tears welled hot in her eyes. She dared not imagine what lay ahead for Senior Sister Yi. Every eye in the martial training ground converged upon Lu Yi, some filled with pity, others with sympathy, tension, or cruel, silent satisfaction. Nearly all anticipated her fate, humiliation, punishment, perhaps worse. For Jiang Ye's tyranny and arrogance were infamous throughout Tianqing's sect, known to all, feared by all. Jiang Ye fixed his frigid gaze upon Lu Yi, and spoke at last. Kneel before Qinghuan, beg forgiveness. and sever one finger yourself. Then I shall spare you this time. His voice grated like steel dragged across iron, freezing the very air in the martial training ground. Faces paled in unison. Over a trivial dispute, to demand abject submission, self-mutilation, how tyrannical, how despotically arrogant. Yet no one dared utter a word. Not even a breath escaped too loudly. Lu Yi regarded Jiang Ye with unbroken serenity, eyes tranquil as still water, as though his ultimatum had been no more than wind passing through empty branches. She did not stir, not a single lash trembled. And at last Jiang Ye's charcoal-black visage betrayed emotion. The murderous fury in his brow coalesced into something almost tangible. Then two words hissed from clenched teeth, bold move. As the words fell, golden light blazed from his right hand. Blinding, razor-sharp, it shimmered like an ethereal blade drawn from the void. And in that same instant, unnoticed by anyone, steel glinted faintly in the corner of the martial training ground. In the next heartbeat, Jiang Ye's low commanding shout reverberated across the ground, like thunder cracking open the sky. Azure light surged forth wreathed in turbulent mist racing up the mountain path, and halted precisely beside Lu Yi. As the radiance subsided, a refined, furious countenance emerged. Xietang, elder of Xianshui Peak. Young men ought not let pride run unchecked. This place tolerates no recklessness. At the elder's arrival, the crimson moonlight of the hidden blade receded, vanishing as if it had never been. Elder Xia, you've arrived just in time. And the transmission master exhaled, a massive shuddering release, as cold sweat soaked his back. Though sect edicts forbade such conduct, Jiang Ye was no ordinary disciple. He was madness incarnate beyond reason or restraint, and no one knew what horrors he might unleash. Thankfully, Elder Xia had intervened, stabilizing the crisis at last. It's Elder Xia of Xianshui Peak. So the rumors were true. Lu Yi indeed has backing. No wonder she faced Su Qinghuan without fear. Whispers rippled through the outer sect disciples, faces lighting with sudden dawning comprehension. So this aloof, solitary woman stood under the protection of a Foundation establishment elder. That explained her defiance towards Su Qinghuan, and her unshakable calm before Jiang Ye. Some sighed inwardly in relief, others' smugness curdled into wary apprehension. Without pride, what is youth? Jiang Ye retorted without hesitation, his obsidian face blazing with unyielding defiance, eyes utterly devoid of reverence. Before the sentence finished, his golden light condensed instantly into a 3-foot-long blade, its edge shimmering with biting cold, slicing the air with a shriek as it shot toward Lu Yi's wrist. The intent was clear, to sever her entire wrist. Faces contorted in horror. Wang Xi's pupils contracted sharply, her delicate features draining of all color. Jiang Ye dared strike, even before an elder, flouting authority openly. Insolent. Elder Xia's cultivated countenance twisted with suppressed wrath. With a single sweep of his hand, azure chi surged forth like a tidal wave, then solidified midair into a colossal hammer colliding with the golden blade. Mist billowed, chill damp suffusing the air. Boom! An earth-shaking detonation erupted overhead, shockwaves blasting outward like gale-force winds, sending disciples staggering sideways. Those with weaker foundations gasped for breath, struggling to draw air. Gravel trembled audibly, mist mingled with fading golden light, blurring the world into hazy, surreal twilight. Elder Xia shielded Lu Yi and stepped back twice, while Jiang Ye remained rooted unmoved. Clearly he held the slight upper hand in that fleeting clash. His golden blade dissolved, but his aura intensified, swelling like a black war god descending upon onlookers. Stared, jaws slack. The rumors were true. Jiang Ye's strength truly surpassed that of Brother Hai. You're magnificent. Su Qinghuan's gaze overflowed with adoration, her voice stretched languidly, dripping with honeyed devotion. Nestled against Jiang Ye's chest, she drank in the crowd's terror, and her lips curled upward, tracing a triumphant, insolent smile. Her bewitching face declared without words, "What can you possibly do to me?" At the edge of the martial training ground, Jiang Ye watched Su Qinghuan's smug grin, the way she clung to Jiang Ye, reveling in petty victory, and allowed the faintest trace of a smile to lift the corner of his mouth. Laugh your fill for now. Tonight I'll make you sob until your voice gives out. Good for you, Jiang Ye. No wonder you're so arrogant. Today let me test your depth. Xietang's elegant face was now filled with anger, veins bulging on his forehead, as pale blue, true, qi surged out from his body like a storm. In this moment, he was not only protecting the daughter of an old friend, but also safeguarding his own face. As an elder of the Xianshui Peak, being forced back by a true disciple with a single move would be a disgrace if it got out. Elder Xia, if you want to test my depth, let's see how much strength you have. Upon seeing Xietang ready to get serious, Jiang Ye's charcoal black face showed unmasked provocation. The golden true chi within him surged forth sharp and fierce like a sword drawn from its sheath, radiating. The golden light was dazzling, contrasting sharply with Xietang's pale blue true chi, and after violently colliding in the air, it created waves of invisible ripples. Ugh! Hurry! Get back! Everyone scatter. Elder Xie and Jiang Ye are about to get serious. The two exuded an aura akin to that of formidable mountain ranges pressing down on the surrounding outer disciples, causing them to struggle to breathe. Everyone's faces turned pale as they retreated, leaving an empty space in the training ground. The invisible pressure caused weaker disciples to have their legs turn to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just as tensions reached a breaking point. Enough. Do you want to demolish the outer courtyard's training ground? A deep and gentle voice, slowly. The voice was not loud, but it clearly fell into everyone's ears, possessing a calming power. An elderly man in a light green robe had appeared in the center of the arena, without anyone noticing. His pace was leisurely, as if he were out for a stroll. His aura was warm and peaceful, emanating a hint of vibrant wood energy, forming a stark contrast to This was Hua Qingshui, hailing from Qingmu Peak, who had served as an elder in the outer sect for many years. His deep and unfathomable strength effortlessly suppressed the auras of Xie Tang and Jiang Ye. The two violent streams of true qi calmed before him, as if they had encountered a dam. It's Elder Hua. I didn't expect him to be disturbed by this. The transmission elder was both startled and pleased, his eyes brightening. Though Hua Qingshui was an elder of the outer sect, he was rarely seen like a dragon whose head appears, but not its tail. It was difficult for the transmission elder to meet Hua Qingshui, let alone the outer disciples, of whom few knew this. I've seen Elder Hua. Xie Tang immediately withdrew his true qi, respectfully bowing to Hua Qingshui. He understood Hua Qingshui's qualifications and strength. Even the inner sect peak masters had to show respect to him. Before him, he dared not act recklessly. Little Xie, it's been a while since I last saw you. Looks like you've made some progress. Hua Qingshui glanced at him, nodding slightly, his tone gentle. On the other side, Jiang Ye felt his aura being suppressed, yet rather than retreating, he grew more arrogant. His sharp gaze landed on Hua Qingshui, a rebellious smile appearing on his dark face. He pointed a finger at Hua Qingshui, and Xie Tang, his voice booming enough to almost echo across the training ground. You two come at me together. Upon hearing this, the training ground fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces showing disbelief. No way. This is too arrogant. Jiang Ye is challenging two elders at once. This is truly outrageous. Brother Hai. Seeing Jiang Ye's heroic act, Su Qinghuan wore a face full of admiration, her eyes. Oh dear. In the face of Jiang Ye's arrogant provocation, Hua Qingshui was not the least bit angry, stroking his beard and chuckling. Youth is fearless. My old bones cannot afford to fight you. If you're afraid, then step aside. Jiang Ye's face was filled with arrogance, showing no politeness. Jiang Ye, have you forgotten what the sect leader said before going into seclusion? Hua Qingshui still smiled as he said, if you keep causing a ruckus, I will report you. Upon hearing the word sect leader, Jiang Ye's arrogant face suddenly turned serious. He opened his mouth to say something, but was immediately silenced. His charcoal black face displayed many changes in expression, all very vivid. This isn't over. After a cold snort, Jiang Ye turned and left with Su Qinghuan. His steps remained domineering. Su Qinghuan, being pulled along, glanced back at the training ground, her gaze sweeping over Lu Yi's cold face, a smug smile emerging at the corner of her mouth, as if to say, just wait, this matter isn't finished. In the training ground, everyone looked at each other in silence for a long time. Hua Qingshui still wore a cheerful expression, as if what had just happened didn't exist. He glanced at Xie Tang, shaking his head slightly. Little Xie, although you've improved a bit, it's still not enough. Upon hearing this, Xie Tang smiled awkwardly like a student criticized by a teacher, then sighed softly. Jiang Ye is arrogant, but his talent is indeed remarkable. At such a young age, his strength is already astonishing. Once he absorbs the girl's true in, his power will surely reach new heights, and his future is limitless. Hua Qingshui glanced at Jiang Ye's departing figure, a profound smile appearing on his face. In this world, there is no shortage of geniuses. The overly proud are easily broken. After saying that, he floated away. Overly proud are easily broken. Xie Tang murmured to himself, deep in thought, as he furrowed his brows, seemingly savoring the depth of Hua Qingshui's words. By the time he came back to his senses, Hua Qingshui's figure had already vanished. Elder Hua remained so mysterious. He smiled bitterly, shaking his head, temporarily setting aside his scattered thoughts. He turned his gaze to Lu Yi, who stood quietly beside him. The girl's expression remained cool, maintaining her composure, but Xie Tang knew that this girl might not be as calm as she appeared. He approached her, his tone considerably gentler, filled with a senior's concern for a junior. You don't have to fear Su Qinghuan. If she dares to violate the rules and provoke you, you can come find me anytime. Lu Yi's expression shifted slightly. She nodded gently, her voice still cool, but now tinged with respect. Thank you, Elder. Xie Tang waved his hand, speaking gently. I was good friends with your father back then. You don't have to be too restrained around me. You can just call me Uncle Xie. Lu Yi's eyes flickered slightly as she nodded lightly. Xie Tang chatted with her a bit more, inquiring about her situation in the outer sect, and reminded her to cultivate well, and come find me if you need anything, before finally turning and leisurely heading towards the inner sect. In the distance, the shadow of a withered tree by the training ground was already empty. As night fell, Jinshan Peak. In the courtyard of the true disciple, 5 large golden stones were arranged in a mysterious formation, emitting a faint metallic glow under the moonlight. Each golden stone was about half a person tall, with flowing golden patterns, as if alive. A tall figure sat in the center of the golden stones, his eyes tightly closed, emanating a faint golden glow. This person was Jiang Ye. He sat as still as a stone, with only the rising and falling of his chest proving he was still alive. That sharp feeling did not fade, even while sitting in meditation, like a treasure sword hidden in its sheath ready to be drawn at any moment to slay enemies. Not far away, Su Qinghuan sat bored on a stone bench, propping her chin with her hand, her eyes growing increasingly drowsy. She couldn't help but yawn, but quickly covered her mouth, afraid of disturbing Jiang Ye's practice. Under normal circumstances, outer disciples were not allowed to casually enter the inner peaks. However, Jiang Ye, used to being domineering, directly exercised the privileges of a true disciple, arranging Su Qinghuan's dormitory in his courtyard. After all, no one dared to say anything. Jiang Ye seemed to sense something, and slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were as sharp as knives in the night, sweeping over Su Qinghuan as he spoke flatly. "If you're tired, just go rest. No need to keep watching me practice." Su Qinghuan immediately perked up, standing up in a flash. She walked in front of Jiang Ye, stretching in a way that was highly enticing. Her slender waist arched into a breathtaking curve, her ample bosom more pronounced, and her exquisite figure was fully revealed under the moonlight. Her voice was thick with allure. "Brother He, I'll go to sleep now," she said, twisting her slender waist as she walked. Jiang Ye watched that figure, a flicker of heat passing over his charcoal black face. Soon, in just a bit, his body would reach its bottleneck. At that moment, it would be the best opportunity to enjoy Su Qinghuan. The true Yin body, the purest virgin true Yin. It must be absorbed when he reached his peak state to maximize its effects. The ripest fruit is best savored at the most critical moment. A look of satisfaction appeared on Jiang Ye's charcoal black face. Then he closed his eyes again and began to cultivate. Su Qinghuan returned to her room. The candlelight flickered, casting her beautiful face into an uncontrollable smile. She dove into the soft bed, rolling around with the blanket, her mind replaying the events of today. Jiang Ye descending from the sky, dazzling like a deity. Jiang Ye's roar had even sent Elder Xie retreating. Jiang Ye had arrogantly pointed at those 2 elders, saying, "You two come at me together?" The fearful gazes of the outer disciples around her, the whispers of envy and jealousy. Today was just so... She couldn't help but laugh out loud, rolling around with the blanket again. Although she hadn't given that Lu Yi a pain, however, to show off in front of so many people, even under the watchful eyes of the elders, made her, a vain girl, feel simply ecstatic. Thinking of Lu Yi's cold face, her smile became even more radiant. That wretched girl, no matter how she pretended, wasn't she still crushed by her? "Lu Yi, there will be plenty of time ahead." She turned to look at the tense top, a flash of resentment crossing her eyes. "Watch how I will play you to death in the future." She had already envisioned such a scene in her mind, making Lu Yi embarrass herself in front of everyone, forcing her to kneel and beg for mercy with her proud face covered in dirt. Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. He. At that moment, a bony arm suddenly stretched out, covering her rosy, vibrant mouth. With her mouth covered by someone, Su Qinghuan's heart jolted instinctively, wanting to let out a scream. However, a bony hand firmly clutched her lower face, stifling all sounds in her throat. She felt as if her mouth would be crushed at any moment. At that moment, she was on the verge of tears. This is the courtyard of the true disciple Jiang Ye. It is a forbidden area of the inner sect. How could anyone dare to intrude here? She tried with all her strength to turn her head and catch a glimpse of her attacker. But the assailant's other hand pressed against her nape, rendering her immobile. At that moment, an old yet somewhat familiar voice slowly echoed in her ear. "Want to speak? Want to see my face? No problem, I can satisfy that. However, to prevent you from acting irrationally later, I must first teach you a lesson." As the words fell, Su Qinghuan's body stiffened. She felt the assailant's 2 fingers gripping her fragile pink. Crack! A sharp sound. Tears instantly welled up in Su Qinghuan's eyes. The piercing pain almost made her faint. She had been pampered since childhood. When had she ever suffered like this? Let alone breaking a finger, even the times she scraped her skin were few and far between. But what terrified her even more was the murderous intent radiating from behind. She felt that as long as she dared to make a move the next moment, it would not just be a finger that would be crushed. Whoa. She desperately shook her head, making pitiful whimpers from her throat. She only wanted to convey one message: she would not scream. She absolutely dared not scream. "It's best if you can behave." The old voice rang out again. "Otherwise this old man will have no choice but to take ruthless measures." Whoa. Su Qinghuan nodded vigorously, tears flying everywhere. Her sincerity was unprecedentedly. As if sensing her sincerity, the bony hand finally loosened slowly. Huh. Su Qinghuan gasped for air, her chest heaving violently. She truly held back. She did not scream, did not shout, not even turning her head. It was not that she did not want to, but that she did not dare. Under the stimulation of pain, her mind instead became clearer. She had heard too many rumors in the martial world, knowing the ways of those desperate for survival. If she did not see the face, there was still a chance to live. Once she saw the face, it would be certain death. Tisk, very obedient. Indeed, you did not scream. Seeing Su Qinghuan endure the excruciating pain, without a sound the assailant praised her. It seems you are a clever person. Didn't you want to see my face before? What harm is there in showing it to you? Footsteps sounded. The person walked around to face her. Su Qinghuan instinctively wanted to close her eyes. But there was no time. She still saw the assailant's face. Then she froze. It's you. She widened her eyes in disbelief, tears still hanging on her face, but her expression had completely solidified. The person before her was tall and thin with gray hair and an indifferent expression. Wasn't this the old man whom she had scolded as an old thing while lining up at the mountain gate? At this moment her brain couldn't process it. Is he crazy? Just because she called him an old thing he would sneak into the courtyard of a true disciple in the middle of the night to take revenge on her? Is this person insane? She even felt too weak to think about how he had sneaked past layers of vigilance to infiltrate this heavily guarded courtyard. Her mind was completely filled with the phrase, how is this possible? Jiang Ye stood quietly in front of the bed looking down at her. Those aged eyes were calmly watching her, as if observing a trembling prey. Indeed, Jiang Ye had not even used his true form to disguise himself this time. Because he had seen through Su Qinghuan's nature of being vain and cowardly, he was fully confident that he could control. Old man, I was wrong. It was truly just a thoughtless remark. In fact, I repent every day. Please. With tears streaming down her face, Su Qinghuan did not hesitate to drop to her knees with a thud. She knelt decisively without any hesitation. As she spoke, she even attempted to bow her head and reverence, her posture as humble as it could be. One could only say that in terms of fear of death, she truly was quite effective. If repentance were useful, then this old man wouldn't need to come find you in the middle of the night. Jiang Ye looked at Su Qinghuan with a half-smile, his aged eyes revealing unabashed coldness. Gulp. Su Qinghuan swallowed hard, the sound clear in her throat. She knelt on the ground, trembling all over like a sieve, her face stained with tears, looking so pitiful that anyone who saw her would feel their heart soften. But Jiang Ye just looked at her coldly. Old man, as long as you forgive me, I will agree to whatever you ask. Her face was filled with genuine sincerity for repentance. If it weren't for having seen her arrogant and overbearing demeanor during the day, it would be hard to imagine that this trembling, pitiful creature was the same person as the imperious fiancé of Jiang Ye. The night grew darker. Jiang Ye, who was still cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. For some reason, he inexplicably felt a wave of irritation. From the nearby bushes came rustling sounds. He looked up to see two foxes mating. These wild animals were not uncommon on Tianqing Mountain. Jiang Ye glared at them irritably. The two foxes seemed to sense it and quickly fled. Jiang Ye withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, attempting to suppress the inexplicable irritation. But that irritation clung to him like a festering sore, refusing to go away. He closed his eyes, trying once more to immerse himself in cultivation. Yet the golden light of the 5 spirit stones seemed to dim in his eyes, making it impossible to focus. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, looking towards Su Qinghuan's room. It was pitch black there, the door tightly closed and silent. Sleeping so soundly. He murmured softly, then shook his head, attributing the inexplicable irritation to having cultivated for too long, his mind being too tense. He stood up, stretched his limbs, deciding to rest for the night and practice again tomorrow. In the late night, Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes. Although there was a hint of fatigue on his face, more of it was joy. He could feel an exceptionally pure energy seeping into his body, permeating every cell, every meridian, and every bone. I never expected this true Yin power to be so dense. He marveled silently in his heart. At the current rate of absorption, it would take at least 3 days to fully digest this true Yin power. And after 3 days, his frail 70-year-old body would undergo a qualitative change. Su Qinghuan appeared as if her bones had been extracted, lying limp on the bed. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of her chest, she would almost seem dead. It's time to go to properly digest this true Yin power. Jiang Ye sat for a moment. Just as he was about to get up, he noticed that the hem of his clothes was tightly grasped by a delicate white hand. You? Please don't go yet. Su Qinghuan had regained her senses at some point, her previously dazed eyes now focused intently on him. Jiang Ye lowered his gaze to her and sneered, I can choose not to go out. You can scream and shout, making a commotion to wake up Jiang Ye, and even alert everyone on Jincheng Peak. Let them all come and see you have already transferred the true Yin power to me. He paused, a hint of mockery flashing in his aged eyes. Anyway, I've lived long enough, it's just death in the end. But you, my dear girl. His voice lingered. During this time in the Tianqing sect, being the fiancé of a true disciple, it must have been quite comfortable to flaunt your power, right? I wonder if everyone will still be so friendly towards you when they find out that you have lost the true Yin power. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghuan's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her fingers clutching Jiang Ye's clothes were shaking. Every word Jiang Ye spoke pierced her heart, striking right at her deepest fears. She was acutely aware of her greatest value. Jiang Ye valued her solely for her true Yin body. If she made a scene now alarming Jiang Ye, or even others from Jincheng Peak. Even though she hadn't lost her purity, the true Yin power within her had already been transferred to this old man. If they learned that she had lost her true Yin power, what would be her fate? She couldn't bear to imagine it. Moreover, during this time she had offended so many people in the outer sect that she couldn't even count them on two hands. If those people found out she had lost her backing and her value, that would be far worse than death. You? Su Qinghuan looked at Jiang Ye with a face full of terror. She suddenly realized that this old man had firmly grasped her weakness in front of him. She felt like a chicken with its neck grasped, having no chance to resist. It seems you already understand your situation, Jiang Ye smiled slightly. If you don't cause a ruckus now, you are still the fiancé of a true disciple and can still enjoy a superior treatment. Even if I don't say anything now, once the wedding date arrives in 3 months, if Jiang Ye discovers I have lost the true, I would still be doomed. Su Qinghuan's spirit was almost breaking down. She finally understood. From the moment he entered this room, she had only one way left to her: either die now or die a little later. Jiang Ye looked at her in such a state of imminent collapse and suddenly smiled. In that smile there was an indescribable meaning. As long as you are sensible, I will have a way to save you by the wedding date in 3 months. Su Qinghuan clutched his hand like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood, her voice trembling. What method do you have to save me? Jiang Ye bent down to her ear and whispered a few words. His voice was so soft it was like the night wind whispering, yet each word struck Su Qinghuan's ears like thunder. Her pupils nearly shrank to pinpoints, her entire being frozen in place, trembling in disbelief as she stammered, "How is that possible? How could you possibly do that?" Jiang Ye straightened up, looking down at her with a meaningful curve at the corner of his mouth. "Do you have any other option besides trusting me now?" Upon hearing this, Su Qinghuan was suddenly taken aback. Indeed, did she have any other options? Things had come to this point, and she had no way out. She bit her lip and remained silent. The old figure had already quietly vanished. The next day, as Su Qinghuan specifically woke up early, wanting to avoid Jiang Ye and return to the outer sect alone. However, just as she stepped out, she froze in place. In the courtyard, Jiang Ye was already sitting cross-legged in the center of 5 golden stones, golden light swirling around him as he practiced. He seemed to sense a disturbance and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Su Qinghuan. Su Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Jiang Ye would notice something amiss. She maintained a steady pace as she walked forward, opening her mouth. "Good morning, brother Hai." Jiang Ye frowned, looked at her face several times, and said in a deep voice, "Why is your voice so hoarse? Why has my voice gone hoarse?" Su Qinghuan was slightly startled. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, raised her head, and forced a smile on her face, her voice hoarse, an unrecognizable. "Brother Hai, I think I caught a chill last night, so my throat feels a bit uncomfortable." Caught a chill? Jiang Ye noticed Su Qinghuan's somewhat weak appearance and nodded thoughtfully. For a martial artist, occasionally feeling the cold is common. He didn't think much of it, and replied blandly, "Just take care of yourself." "Thank you for your concern, brother Hai." Su Qinghuan sweetly smiled with her hoarse voice, the smile carrying a hint of deliberate softness, but paired with her raspy voice it came off as somewhat strange. Speaking of which, she gritted her teeth against the intense pain within her body and walked down the mountain with steady. Jiang Ye watched her figure disappear from sight before turning his gaze back, closing his eyes again to enter a state of cultivation. When Su Qinghuan's figure appeared at the outer door's training ground, the surrounding disciples could hardly believe she had changed. The Su Qinghuan, who usually strutted with arrogance, surrounded by a group of female disciples bullying others, that seemed like a different person today. Unlike usual, she didn't call her companions, nor did she use her flirtatious eyes to scan the crowd for someone to bully. She didn't even command others with her usual ferocity. She quietly found an inconspicuous spot at the edge of the training ground, sat cross-legged, and listened intently to the deacon explaining the principles of martial arts. In that moment, she looked like a well-behaved beginner disciple. What has caused this troublemaker to change her ways? The deacon couldn't help but look at her a few more times, a trace of surprise in his eyes. He thought to himself, could it be that yesterday's conflict was too significant, alarming the inner sect's peak master, and someone warned her? A moment later, an astonishing scene unfolded in the training ground. Su Qinghuan actually stood up for the first time, walking step by step towards Lu Yi under everyone's gaze. Standing before Lu Yi, she forced a seemingly sincere smile on her enchanting and beautiful face, her voice hoarse, but attempting to soften her tone. "Junior sister Yi, I apologize for my previous offenses." After a brief pause, she tried her best to play the role of someone reformed. "In fact, after our conflict yesterday, I reflected for a long time. As fellow disciples, meeting each other is a matter of fate. Why should we make our relationship so awkward? I sincerely apologize for my previous rashness and hope you can forgive me." She took a deep breath, lowering her posture even further. Though she spoke these words, a glimmer of suppressed rage flashed in her eyes. She certainly had not genuinely changed or realized her mistakes. Rather, she was simply afraid that if her true Yin power was exposed, she would face repercussions. After all, she had seen Lu Yi's situation yesterday, and knew her background was quite extraordinary, being well acquainted with the intersect elders. That status was far superior to an ordinary outer sect disciple. Lu Yi did not respond, simply gazing at Su Qinghuan with her cold, clear eyes resembling two deep pools revealing no hint of emotion. After a moment, she shifted her gaze to the space between Su Qinghuan's brows. There was a hint of maturity there that was different from yesterday. It was like the trace left behind by a flower quietly blooming in the deep of night. Lu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, she let out a cold laugh, light, yet chilling. The young girl's icy eyes revealed unabashed disdain. Then she turned and left, not acknowledging Su Qinghuan at all during the entire process. That wretched girl. I knew it. Always so good at pretending. Su Qinghuan watched the departing figure, her smile quickly freezing. She was so angry that she nearly bit her teeth to pieces, fury surging on her exquisite face. But in the end she still held it in. She bit her lip tightly, swallowing the anger that was about to erupt from her chest little by little. She kept telling herself, I must not erupt, must not cause trouble, must not let others discover my abnormalities. Especially thinking about the wedding date in 3 months. Her heart trembled violently, and an uncontrollable sorrow welled up in her eyes. Damn, old man. You better not deceive me then. Su Qinghuan cried out in despair in her heart. At this moment she had no other choice but to believe in. Meanwhile, at Tianyang Peak within the Tian Kuei herb garden. In the wooden house, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged on a hard bed, his eyes slightly closed, breathing steadily. He remained motionless like a statue integrated with the wooden house. The purest true Yin energy in his body was being gradually absorbed, merging into his limbs and nourishing this aging body of 70 years. To ensure he could digest it peacefully, he had allowed Xiaohua to patrol the herb garden for him. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Sizzle! Xiaohua darted around the Tian Kuei herb garden like a red lightning bolt, joyfully zigzagging. It occasionally climbed onto leaves and sometimes burrowed into the soil, having a great time. Suddenly, it seemed to sense something, abruptly raising its head, its pitch-black, compound eyes staring toward the direction of the next moment, creak. The wooden door opened, and a figure silently stepped into the herb garden. It was an old man, but not entirely just an old man. His body stood straight like a spear, his back no longer stooped. The wrinkles on his aging face still remained, but had faded considerably. The once deep grooves had become shallow, and his skin even faintly glimmered with a long-lost luster. His aged eyes were now as clear as deep pools with inner brilliance contained, yet they were intimidating to behold. It was Jiang Ye who had absorbed all the true Yin. He stood in the herb garden, gently closing his eyes, feeling the transformation of his body. He had never felt so wonderful. Every muscle, every bone, and every meridian felt as if they had been reshaped. He did not circulate any energy, merely swung his fist forward casually. Bang! A muffled sound echoed through the air as if someone were striking a drum with a heavy hammer. That was the sound produced when a fist broke through the air, compressed to its limit. Is this the power I possess now? Jiang Ye slowly retracted his fist, looking down at his hand. Those hands were still thin and frail, but now he could feel that beneath this dry skin the hidden power was vastly different from that of 3 days ago. When he punched, he only utilized the power of his body, without infusing any energy. After the baptism of true Yin, his physical strength was now nearly that of a robust man in his 40s or 50s. That vitality, that vigor was something he had not experienced in decades. Host Jiang Ye. Lifespan 70,100. Strength, transformation peak. Fate ascending God stage effect 1, exceptional comprehension. Mastered martial arts 5, animal fist, perfect blood moon, blade minor success 188820000. Mastered true meanings, tiger strides like illness, spirit monkey transform, stag moves without trace, riding wind, soaring sky. Jiang Ye glanced at the system panel, nodding in satisfaction. This true Yin was indeed miraculous, not only cleansing his body, but also allowing his strength to break through from mid-transformation to the peak of transformation in one leap. Now he could truly claim to be unmatched at the transformation level. Now he could genuinely say he was unrivaled at the transformation level. Once, when Yueyao gathers the contribution points, he can exchange them for the Qi nourishing method and begin his journey of nurturing Qi. Sizzle! An excited hiss interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Ye looked down to see Xiao was circling around his feet, its slender body twisting like a cheerful little dog. With its 2 pairs of fangs opening and closing, it emitted a pleasing hiss. It seemed to sense its master's transformation and was extremely excited. Ha ha, these past 3 days must have been hard on you, little guy. Jiang Ye laughed heartily, raising one hand. The energy between his fingers acted like an invisible magnet, effortlessly lifting Xiaohua from the ground, whoosh into his palm. Xiaohua twisted in his palm, emitting a puzzled hiss, seemingly confused about why it had suddenly flown up. Jiang Ye looked down at the little red worm in his palm, very pleased. After stepping into the peak of transformation, his control over energy had become exquisitely refined, and the ability to retrieve objects from afar was merely a small test. With my current physical strength, I am fully capable of training in the diamond body refining technique. Jiang Ye's lips curled slightly, a flash of fervent light crossing his aged eyes. This martial arts technique is absolutely extraordinary. Tomorrow, once I gather the herbs to brew the secret medicine, I will begin cultivating this intense physical technique. By the way, I should also go down the mountain to check on Lu Qingshi and the others. As his thoughts shifted, Jiang Ye had already mapped out his plans for tomorrow. The main herbs needed for cultivating the diamond body refining technique are Shuiyang flower, Tian Kuei grass, and Lu Shui Luo. The Tian Kuei grass is readily available in the herb garden. Shuiyang flower and Lu Shui Luo, however, need to be purchased in the capital city. As for the Lu Qingshi family, it had been a while since he last visited, so it's a good opportunity. He turned back into the wooden house, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Though he had fully absorbed the true Yin energy, it still needed to be completely stabilized. He needed to adjust his state to the best condition before starting new cultivation tomorrow. Even if I truly turn into a wretch, it's all that old fool's fault. Su Qinghuan tossed and turned in bed, the flush on her face still lingering, a faint sound escaping her throat. Women like her have a significant advantage: they never engage in internal strife. She attributed all the blame to Jiang Ye. That old fool even complains that I'm too loud. It's clearly all his fault for being too. The more Su Qinghuan thought this way, the hotter her body felt, as if she were burning with fever. Suddenly Jiang Ye's last words before leaving flashed like lightning in her mind. 3 months from now, I will turn Jin Hai's wedding into a funeral. You need not worry about your true Yin being exposed. This statement felt like cold water, sending a chill through her body. That old fool is truly insane. How dare he say such things? That was the true disciple of Jin Shunpeak, Jin Hai. That old fool actually wants to turn his wedding into a funeral. Is that really possible? Yet she had no choice but to believe him. There was no other path available. Thoughts in her mind grew increasingly chaotic, with emotions of shame, fear, hope, and doubt intertwining like a tangled mess, binding her tightly. She felt her head growing heavier, her eyes increasingly weighted, until she finally dozed off in a haze. The next day in the capital city, the long street was bustling with people, the sounds of vendors haggling and children playing mingling together to create a cacophony. An elderly man dressed in simple gray clothing with graying hair, but a lively demeanor, slowly emerged from a pharmacy. It was Jiang Ye. He held a medicine box, shaking his head slightly, his face filled with a sense of helplessness. I didn't expect Shui Yanghua and Lu Shui Luo to be so rare. To cultivate the diamond body refinement technique, he had specifically come down the mountain today to gather the main herbs needed for the secret medicine. Although he knew these medicinal materials were hard to find, he didn't expect them to be this scarce. He had visited 5 pharmacies in the capital and roamed half the street before finally purchasing 20 stalks of Shui Yanghua and 30 stalks of Lu Shui Luo. For such a small quantity, he spent 50,000 taels of silver. He estimated that it would last him at most a month for cultivation. This hard martial arts practice truly consumed both money and effort. Ordinary people could hardly afford to practice it. Forget it'll practice like this for now. After some consideration, he quickly found peace with it. With his exceptional comprehension talent, he should be able to reach a minor accomplishment in this hard technique within a month. By then his physical strength would advance another level, justifying the expense. He dismissed the idea of visiting other pharmacies for luck, tucked the medicine box into his robe, and turned to walk in another direction. It was time to check on Lu Qingshi and the others. In the courtyard of the Lu residence. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of steady punches and kicks echoed throughout the yard. A man dressed in a blue training outfit with broad shoulders was practicing his punches, his movements steady and powerful, each strike infused with the might of a martial artist. However, his actions were quite slow, clearly still recuperating. It was Lu Qingshi. Qingshi, your injury has barely improved. Why are you already practicing again? You never rest. A slightly helpless voice sounded. Huang Xiu entered the yard holding a bowl of steaming medicinal soup, her face filled with concern and reproach. Hurry and drink the medicine first. Lu Qingshi was still very doting towards his wife. He paused his punches, took the medicinal soup from Huang Zai's hands, and revealed a gentle smile as he said, Xiu, I've been lying down for several days. It's time to move my body. After a brief pause, he sighed softly. Moreover, martial arts require progress. Stagnation leads to regression. At my age, if I don't push myself, it will become difficult. Huang Xiu rolled her eyes at him, reproaching. At your age, what more do you need to push yourself for? Besides, the Su family's trade route is being managed by Zhao Gang and Shirlei. Oh, focus on recovering your injury. Lu Qingshi shook his head slightly, his expression turning serious. Zhao Gang is still new to the transformation stage. He isn't very proficient in utilizing his strength. Although Shirlei has potential for the future, he is merely at the bright strength level. He paused for a moment, gazing into the distance with worry. The Su family's trade route is stable now. It is still relying on the residual influence left by that head-cutting demon. Those families eyeing the Su family cannot ascertain their true strength, so they are temporarily refraining from action. However, relying on such influence will eventually come to an end. He turned his gaze back to Huang Xiu, his voice low. Wealth stirs the heart. Once those families learn the Su family's true situation, it will undoubtedly lead to new conflicts. After hearing this, Huang Xiu felt even more uneasy. She grasped Lu Qingshi's hand, her voice trembling slightly. Qingshi, what should we do? I don't want you to get hurt again. She bit her lip and suddenly said, why don't we go back to Anqi County? I heard the turmoil has subsided. Lu Qingshi held her hand, gently patting at his expression calm as he comforted her. It's fine, we've endured all these years. Just hold on a little longer. Once he grows up I can retire. By then wherever you want to go I will accompany you. Huang Zai's eyes flickered, and she sighed softly, her voice filled with longing. I wonder how Yi is doing in Tianqing's sect. Do I miss her? That child's temperament is too cold, unlike the Su family's girl who is more adaptable. I worry she might suffer in Tianqing's sect. Lu Qingshi gently patted the back of Huang Zai's hand, softly saying, you don't need to worry, with Xie Tang looking out for her, Yi won't suffer. He thought for a moment, and continued, how about this? Once my injuries are completely healed, I will take you to Tianqing's sect to see Yi. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiyu finally displayed a joyful smile, nodding like a little girl. You must take good care of your injuries, and recover quickly. No one noticed that from the shadow of a nearby withered tree a tall and slim figure silently observed. Compared to last time, the injury has healed a lot. Jiang Ye nodded secretly. Seeing Lu Qingshi's condition improving, he felt relieved. After a moment, he quietly exited the courtyard like a wisp of smoke, blending into the shadows without alarm. Following that, he also made a trip to the Su family, quietly taking a glance at Su Yan. The girl was standing in the hall discussing something with several steward-like individuals. The youthful aura around her had already faded, replaced with a hint of composure and competence. Her every movement displayed a semblance of a young master. Jiang Ye watched for a moment, shaking his head with a smile. Compared to Lu Yi, who was fully immersed in martial arts, Su Yan had indeed taken a steadier path. After observing Su Yan for a few more seconds, he didn't linger any longer, turning to leave, his figure quickly disappearing at the end of the long street. Upon returning to Tianyang Peak in the Tiankue herbal garden, Jiang Ye eagerly took out a clay pot and began to brew the secret medicine. The method was not complicated. He mixed shui yonghua Tiankue grass, lu shui luo, and several other herbs in specific proportions, mashing them into a paste and placing them into the pot to simmer slowly. He continued until a thick liquid was produced. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the pot emitted bubbling sounds, and a strong medicinal aroma, mixed with a faint briny scent, wafted out. Jiang Ye leaned in to take a look. The medicinal liquid had turned into a thick, dark brown paste, quite viscous, able to be pulled into threads. It should be about ready. He murmured to himself, then lifted his hand to loosen his clothing, revealing a body that appeared aged, but had regained vitality, due to true nourishment. He wasn't afraid of the heat, and reached in to grab the boiling secret medicine from the pot, applying it to his body. As soon as the secret medicine touched his skin, it produced an intense burning sensation, as if being scorched by a great fire, and this feeling quickly spread throughout his body. Jiang Ye frowned, but his hands did not stop moving. He quickly applied the secret medicine all over his body, not missing his arms, chest, back, or thighs. The burning sensation intensified as the area of application increased, making him feel as if he had fallen into a furnace. After applying it, he immediately sat cross-legged, following the cultivation method detailed in the diamond body refinement technique, channeling the energy within his body to circulate through specific meridians. The secret medicine applied to his skin was gradually absorbed by his scorching skin, its color lightening until it eventually melded into his skin and muscles. The secret medicine applied to his skin was gradually absorbed by his scorching skin, its color lightening until it eventually melded into his skin. Hiss! Jiang Ye gritted his teeth, his aged face revealing an unmistakable expression of pain. The burning sensation did not diminish with time, instead it grew stronger, as if 1,000 burning needles were dancing across his skin, piercing through. He could distinctly feel the secret medicine altering his skin muscles and bones, tightening and hardening the previously loose tissue. It was unclear how long had passed. Crack! Crack! A series of subtle sounds emanated from within. The sounds resembled bamboo shooting up, akin to withered wood meeting spring. Under the influence of the secret medicine and his energy, his bones were being reforged and strengthened. The sounds gradually ceased. Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes, a faint golden glow flickering within them. He slowly stood up, lowering his head to examine his body. His skin was tinged with a faint red hue. He casually picked up a glinting curved blade, applying a light stroke. Buzz. A soft sound. Where the blade passed, it left a faint white mark on his skin, but it quickly faded away. The blade had not managed to cut through his skin. Seeing this, the corners of Jiang Ye's aged mouth finally couldn't help but curl into a smile, the joy spreading from his eyes to his face. The diamond body refinement technique has 4 realms. The entry level is stone skin, the minor accomplishment is copper armor, the major accomplishment is iron body, and the perfection stage is diamond. At this moment, he had already entered the first realm, the stone skin body with skin as hard as solid rock. Jiang Ye moved his body slightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of solidity beneath his skin, and nodded in satisfaction. This was just the beginning. In the future, there would be copper armor, iron body, and diamond-like strength. Each level of cultivation was a Jiang Ye lowered his head slightly and glanced at the ground, a hint of astonishment flickering across his aged face. Just this stone skin had such an effect after reaching diamond-like strength, who could withstand it? A figure suddenly flashed across his mind. Su Qinghuan, who was as limp as a doll. Perhaps this woman could help. In some ways she was even more formidable than Lu Yi and Su Yan. Indeed, everyone's highlights are different. While Jiang Ye was lost in his thoughts, a voice broke through from outside. Lu Ming, the little fat boy, was calling in a hurried and loud manner. Jiang Steward, something big has happened. Jiang Ye furrowed his brows, then calmly put on his clothes before opening. Outside, Lu Ming stood there panting. What big thing has happened again? Could it be that Chen Lily has also been bitten by a fire centipede? After all, the last time Lu Ming rushed over with news, it was about Fong Ming, that sycophant, being bitten to death by a fire centipede. Jiang Ye instinctively thought in that direction. How could that be? Senior Sister Chun is not as foolish as Fong Ming. Lu Ming shook his head vigorously, then took a deep breath to calm his panting before speaking. It's Senior Sister One. She has cultivated her qi for 7 days and has reached the Dan stage. This news is spreading like wildfire on Tianyang Peak and will soon reach the entire Tianqing sect. He paused, excitement and pride evident on his face. You have a good relationship with Senior Sister One, so I came to inform you right away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback, an unusual gleam flashing in his eyes. When Yueyao has reached the Dan stage, he felt a sense of surprise. To reach the Dan stage after cultivating for just 7 days. Is it really that easy to enter the Dan stage? After a moment of daze, a smile appeared on his face as he nodded slightly, saying, "Tsk tisk, this is indeed great news. If that little girl breaks through to the Dan stage, she should soon be able to gather enough contribution points for him to exchange for the qi cultivation method." Lu Ming evidently misunderstood Jiang Ye's smile and chuckled as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Of course, this is definitely great news. Senior Sister Wen has cultivated for 7 days and can achieve the Dan stage. This speed is not just remarkable for our Tianyang Peak. Even in the vast Tianqing sect, it is truly one of a kind. Although we still have a true disciple, Senior Brother Zheng Feng, at Tianyang Peak, it is clear to anyone with discerning eyes that Senior Sister Wen's potential far surpasses that of Senior Brother Zheng. He became increasingly excited, his eyes shining. If nothing unexpected happens, Senior Sister Wen will be the candidate for the next Peak Master of Tianyang Peak. Jiang Steward, your relationship with Senior Sister Wen is good, so your status will naturally rise with her. When you become prosperous, don't forget to support me and Senior Sister Chen, your old colleagues. This kid was clever with his words, feeling embarrassed to ask for personal favors, so he casually included Chen Lily as well. Jiang Ye found his demeanor amusing and shook his head with a smile, saying, "At my age, what more can I achieve?" Jiang Steward, you can't say that. Lu Ming shook his head vigorously, speaking earnestly. You clearly look like someone destined to live a long life. If you successfully cultivate qi and achieve the Dan stage, you could at least live another 50 years. Just as Jiang Ye was about to respond, suddenly, a graceful figure came running from afar at a leisurely pace. Her movements were light and airy, and with each leap, her ample bosom created an astonishing curve in the air. As she approached, the surrounding air began to feel subtly heated. This woman was none other than Wen Yueyao. My heavens! It's Senior Sister Wen. Upon seeing her, Lu Ming's face immediately showed a look of shock. He only knew that Jiang Steward was introduced by Wen Yueyao, and that they probably had a connection. However, he did not expect that shortly after Wen Yueyao broke through to the Dan stage, she would come looking for Jiang Ye. This relationship was too good. His thoughts raced, and he became more determined to cling tightly to Jiang Ye. However, he was someone who understood the importance of timing. He knew when to show up and when to disappear. Jiang Steward, Senior Sister Wen is here to see you, so I'll take my leave. Lu Ming smiled and clasped his fists towards Jiang Ye, then turned to Wen Yueyao, respectfully bowing. Congratulations, Senior Sister Wen, on breaking through to the Dan stage. Wen Yueyao nodded slightly, but her gaze was already fixed on Jiang Ye. Lu Ming, understanding the situation, quickly left, his figure disappearing at the end of the medicinal herb garden path. Congratulations, Miss Wen. Jiang Ye smiled warmly at Wen Yueyao and clasped his hands. I just heard about your breakthrough to the Dan stage. I didn't expect you to come right away. Ha ha ha. Wen Yueyao approached Jiang Ye, her cheerful laughter bright as ever. The aura around her was hot, yet perfectly controlled, clearly indicating that her realm was stable. After breaking through to the Dan stage, the sect rewarded me with 30,000 contribution points. She blinked, her face displaying a mix of pride and mischief. I thought you must be anxious, so I hurried over. It really is considerate of you, Miss Wen. Jiang Ye laughed, secretly nodding in his heart. This girl truly had intent. The act of saving her life back then was indeed the right choice. Let's go. Jiang Ye'll take you to the administrative hall to transfer my contribution points to you, so you can exchange for the qi cultivation method in the Hidden Merit Pavilion. Wen Yueyao laughed heartily and turned to leave. This girl was still decisive in her actions, leaving without any Jiang Ye followed with a smile, and the two walked towards Juding Peak along the mountain path. On the way, Wen Yueyao suddenly seemed to remember something and turned her head to ask, by the way, Jiang Ye, how much do you know about the qi cultivation method? Upon hearing this, an awkward expression crossed Jiang Ye's aged face as he chuckled and shook his head, saying, basically, I know nothing about it. As expected, Wen Yueyao displayed an expression of just as I thought. A martial artist like Jiang Ye hailing from a small county had virtually no channels to learn about the qi cultivation methods. Then let me give you a brief explanation. Wen Yueyao turned her head slightly. Thank you, Miss Wen. I would greatly appreciate. Jiang Ye clasped his hands, his expression becoming a bit more serious. Wen Yueyao spoke slowly and softly. The qi cultivation method is primarily based on nurturing the true qi of the 5 elements. For instance, we at Tianyang Peak primarily cultivate fire-type true qi. Within the Tianqing sect, there are 3 qi cultivation methods that nurture fire qi. They are the Great Sun Fire Nurturing Method, Furnace True Fire Nurturing Method, and Earth Vein True Fire Nurturing Method. Hearing this, Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback and asked, what are the differences among these 3 qi cultivation? Wen Yao's expression became somewhat serious as she replied, the differences are significant, even affecting whether you can nurture true qi and thus achieve the dance stage. The Great Sun Fire Nurturing Method is the most difficult among these 3 to nurture fire qi, as it involves nurturing the yang fire energy of the Great Sun in the sky. As she spoke, she raised her head to gaze at the blazing sun in the sky. The sunlight was blinding, yet she did not shy away, solemnly stating, if one does not possess great insight and extraordinary fortune, it is nearly impossible for a martial artist to nurture yang fire energy from the sun's rays. Following her gaze, Jiang Ye also looked up at the sunlight, causing him to squint slightly, yet a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Hiss! Is it really possible to nurture fire qi from sunlight? This seems a bit interesting. Wen Yueyao withdrew her gaze and continued, the Furnace True Fire Nurturing Method is the easiest among these 3 to nurture fire qi, because it can draw fire qi directly from the furnace fire. Among the disciples of Tianyang Peak, 8 or 9 out of 10 would choose this qi cultivation method. As she spoke, her gaze shifted slightly. There are a series of furnaces where burning fiercely flames dancing, and even from such a distance one could feel the intense heat. I see now. So that's how it is. Jiang Ye nodded slightly. When he first arrived at Tianyang Peak, he had been curious about why there were so many furnaces on the mountain. Wen Yueyao continued, the Earth Vein True Fire Nurturing Method is also quite difficult, as it requires one to delve deep into the earth veins to nurture fire qi. Her expression became more serious. The depths of the earth veins are difficult to access, and such places are likely to encounter demon beasts. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Jiang Ye, her eyes sincere. Old Jiang, I chose the Furnace True Fire Nurturing Method, and also recommend that you choose this method. The method I least recommend is the Great Sun Fire Nurturing Method. You must not choose it. Since the establishment of the Tianqing sect, there have been fewer than 10 people who successfully nurtured fire qi to achieve the dance stage using this method. Those individuals were all extraordinary talents or had some unique encounters. For ordinary people, choosing it is simply a waste of time. Jiang Ye nodded thoughtfully, his face revealing no expression. He'll choose the Great Sun Fire Nurturing. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of his talent? Many thanks for your guidance, Miss Wen. This old man shall remember it well. Jiang Ye chuckled warmly, bowing respectfully toward Wen Yueyao with sincere gratitude. Haha, merely sharing a bit of basic knowledge with Elder Jiang. No thanks are necessary. Seeing his earnest receptivity, Wen Yueyao's face softened into a gentle, approving smile. They continued walking toward Juding Peak at a measured, unhurried pace. After a brief silence, Jiang Ye spoke again. By the way, Miss Wen, I find myself curious. Since qi is fundamentally classified by the 5 elements, may cultivators train multiple types of qi? Why do all martial artists on Tianyang Peak cultivate only fire element qi? Upon hearing this, Wen Yueyao's delicate oval face betrayed no surprise, only a knowing wry smile, as if she had anticipated precisely this question. She laughed openly, her voice crisp and clear. Elder Jiang, you've struck upon the very heart of the matter. Indeed, cultivators can master multiple types of qi. There is no inherent restriction. But, her tone shifted, her expression turning solemn. To nurture even a single type of qi demands extraordinary effort from an ordinary cultivator. To cultivate a second elemental qi is exponentially more arduous. And even should one miraculously succeed, subsequent cultivation becomes profoundly more difficult. Many have attempted this path, seeking broader foundations through multiple qi types. Yet nearly all stall at the early embryo formation realm, never advancing further. A futile endeavor that yields far less than it costs. Jiang Ye nodded thoughtfully. I see. A quiet resolve flickered in his gaze. If such cultivation were possible, he would claim it without hesitation. What was insurmountable for ordinary cultivators would be effortless for one blessed with peerless insight. Noticing his expression, Wen Yueyao assumed he was pondering the sheer difficulty of the Tao, and added with a bright, encouraging smile, still success is not unheard of. Take senior sister Hua, ranked first and second among our disciples of true transmission. She masters 2 elemental qi types. At this, a subtle spark lit Jiang Ye's aged eyes. The top 2 disciples of true transmission. He recalled Lu Ming and Shen Lili mentioning them before, a pair of twin sisters whose presence within Qingqing sect remained elusive and enigmatic. Though rarely seen within the sect, their mystique paled beside Jin Hai, the most renowned and publicly visible true transmission disciple. Beyond those two senior sisters there is in fact another, who cultivates multiple chi types. Wen Yueyao's voice lowered reverently, her features suffused with genuine awe. Our sect master. She paused, eyes brimming with veneration. Others call me prodigiously gifted, but compared to the sect master, it is but a mayfly gazing upon the boundless azure sky. Does the sect master of Qingqing sect truly cultivate multiple chi types? Jiang Ye's expression registered genuine astonishment. Truly this world abounds with geniuses beyond count. Jiang Ye smiled faintly and shook his head. Miss Wen, I hear you achieved embryo formation after merely 7 days of chi cultivation. That feat stands unmatched within Qingqing sect. With talent such as yours, mastering multiple chi types should pose no great challenge. Wen Yueyao's beautiful oval face, rarely revealing such firmness, settled into quiet resolve. She shook her head lightly, her voice clear and unwavering. Elder Jiang, you're mistaken. After a pause, her gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, as if tracing the contours of her own martial path. My nature is impetuous. I yearn for instant mastery in all things. Such temperament renders me utterly unsuited to nurturing multiple chi types. For me, focusing every ounce of energy towards swift breakthroughs is the only right path. Jiang Ye blinked. Then his eyes gleamed with quiet admiration. To possess such profound self-awareness at her age was extraordinary. Knowing others is wisdom. Knowing oneself is enlightenment. In truth, such clarity could already be called a Tao heart unclouded. It seems, miss, when your martial path will extend far indeed. His praise was soft, yet deeply sincere. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Elder Jiang, for your kind blessing. Wen Yueyao laughed brightly once more, her radiance undimmed, then returned the bow. And I wish Elder Jiang swift success in acquiring your cultivation technique. May your cultivation flourish and your martial fortune soar. A warm smile softened Jiang Ye's aged features. They exchanged glances, their rapport easy and harmonious. As they chatted and walked, time slipped away, and soon they arrived at the administration hall atop Shooting Peak. No sooner had they entered than Gong Sunhong, seated within, eyes closed in serene meditation, seemed to sense their arrival and slowly opened his eyes. Before Wen Yueyao could utter a word, he sprang upright with a swift, practiced motion, his slender face alight with polished courtesy. As he stepped forward, congratulations, disciple, on your successful embryo formation. I had yet to offer my formal felicitations. Wen Yueyao's status now eclipsed that of ordinary true transmission disciples. The young woman smiled faintly and waved her hand. Elder Gong's son, you know I disdain empty formalities. Today I seek your assistance. Please allocate 30,000 contribution points to Elder Jiang, our sect steward. So saying, she produced her disciple token and handed it, alongside Jiang Ye's steward token, to him. A trivial matter. Please wait a moment, disciple Wen. Gong Sunhong accepted the tokens with heightened deference. He also greeted Jiang Ye warmly. Elder Jiang, how fares your stay in the herbal garden? Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Jiang Ye inclined his head calmly. Thank you for your concern, Elder Gong's son. This old man finds the herbal garden quite accommodating. Good, excellent. If you ever wish to relocate, come speak with me anytime. The administration hall may lack many things, but convenience is not among them. Even as he spoke, his fingers moved deftly, completing the transfer before returning both tokens to their owner. Thank you, Elder Gong's son. Wen Yueyao glanced briefly at the tokens before tucking them away. Without lingering, they departed the hall and ascended the mountain path toward the scripture pavilion. Guided by Wen Yueyao, they soon beheld an ancient pagoda, its walls built of bluish-gray stone, its eaves and bracket sets exuding the weight of centuries. Above its entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 3 bold archaic characters, Scripture Pavilion, sturdy and timeless. We've arrived, Elder Jiang. Before entering, Wen Yueyao leaned close and whispered, the elder guarding this pavilion is Elder Zhong, a man of eccentric temperament. Tread carefully. Eccentric. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Then with Wen Yueyao leading the way, they stepped into the tower. The first floor lay dim, lit only by oil lamps nestled in shadowed corners. Behind a low desk sat an elderly man, his hair snow-white, a long silvery beard cascading down to his chest, his age surpassing even Jiang Ye's. He read with rapt absorption, eyes fixed upon the pages, seemingly oblivious to their entrance. Wen Yueyao cleared her throat softly and approached, her voice gentle. Elder Zhong. This is Elder Jiang, our sect steward. He wishes to acquire a cultivation technique. After a long pause, the elder slowly lifted his head. His clouded eyes swept lazily over them both. At the sight of Wen Yueyao, the true transmission disciple, his demeanor stood in stark contrast to Gong Sunhong's. His face remained impassive, his voice flat and detached. He seeks a cultivation technique. What business do you have here? Both Jiang Ye and Wen Yueyao stiffened. Truly this elder's temperament was singularly peculiar. Wen Yueyao opened her mouth to explain, but Elder Zhong had already turned his gaze toward Jiang Ye. He gave Jiang Ye a cursory appraisal, his tone unchanged. The cultivation techniques are upstairs. Hand me your token, and choose for yourself. Jiang Ye glanced at Wen Yueyao, who gave a slight nod. He stepped forward and placed his steward token onto the desk. Elder Zhong accepted it, marked a circle in his ledger, then gestured curtly toward the staircase. Go up. Then he bowed his head once more to his unnamed tome, ignoring Jiang Ye entirely. Jiang Ye offered a respectful bow and turned silently toward the stairs. Passing Wen Yueyao, he murmured, Miss Wen, I'll select my technique now. You needn't wait. Please return at your leisure. Very well, Elder Jiang. I'll take my leave now. Wen Yueyao, ever direct, nodded once and departed without further ceremony. As she crossed the threshold, she glanced back, wondering which technique would Elder Jiang choose. Surely, the furnace true fire Qi cultivation art. Jiang Ye ascended the wooden stairs at a leisurely pace. Before climbing, he glanced idly at the ground floor shelves, lined mostly with foundational martial texts like the mountain-crushing fist taught to disciples such as Lu Qingshi. Unremarkable and rudimentary. So the treasures lie above, he mused inwardly, and continued upward without pause. Upon reaching the second floor, a faint herbal fragrance filled the air, an aromatic preservative against insects. Row upon orderly row of bookshelves stretched before him, labeled clearly: fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, blade techniques, each category brimming with abundance and variety. At the center stood a prominent sign, QI cultivation techniques. Jiang Ye strode forward, his gaze sweeping across the shelves. In the fire element section rested 3 ancient manuals, each bound in austere elegance. The furnace true fire Qi cultivation art bore a dark crimson cover, its surface etched with subtle, smoldering furnace motifs. The earth-veined true fire Qi cultivation art featured a deep brown cover textured like fissured bedrock. The great sun celestial flame Qi cultivation art shimmered with gold-red hues, its surface seeming to ripple with faint living light. Jiang Ye's gaze settled upon the last. Without hesitation, he reached out and withdrew it. Opening the first page revealed an illustration. A colossal sun hung suspended in the 9th heaven, radiating incandescent brilliance, so vivid it seemed to pierce the very parchment. Turning further revealed the Qi circulation diagrams. These charts mapped meridians and Qi pathways with meticulous precision, accompanied by dense marginal annotations. Jiang Ye scanned line by line, the light in his aged eyes growing ever brighter. This was it. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye claimed the great sun celestial flame Qi cultivation art, holding it firmly in his hands. His fingers traced the gold-red patterns on the cover, feeling almost the sun's warmth seeping through the paper. He did not descend immediately. Instead, he wandered slowly among the shelves, his gaze sweeping across rows labeled with the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, earth, each manual emanating its own distinct resonance. His attention lingered longest upon the wood element section, where a volume with an emerald green cover, its surface patterned like ancient tree rings, lay quietly, the verdant wood longevity Qi cultivation art. He picked it up and flipped idly through its pages. Its preface declared plainly, this art nourishes the body with the vital essence of verdant wood. When perfected, it extends life and preserves youth. Life extension. A sharp glint flashed in Jiang Ye's aged eyes. For a man of 70, those 2 words held unparalleled allure. He memorized its position silently, sighing inwardly, alas, my contribution points fall short. Once amassed, I shall acquire all 4 remaining elemental arts. The latter portions of these manuals were obscured by secret sealing methods. Beyond those pages, the text vanished into blankness. Otherwise, with his peerless insight, he might have begun cultivation right there. No exchange required. Elder Zhong remained seated behind his desk, engrossed in his book. Jiang Ye approached and laid the chosen manual upon the table. Elder Zhong, I have made my selection. I wish to acquire this cultivation art. Elder Zhong's peripheral glance fell upon the gold-red cover, and a faint, inscrutable smile flickered across his wrinkled face. Setting aside his book, he spoke slowly, voice rasping like dry reeds. Seeing as you 2 are an old man, with few years left, I'll grant you one warning: this is the most difficult cultivation art in our entire sect. You may well die having cultivated not a single thread of Fereki. Jiang Ye met his gaze, calm unshaken. He sensed now that the elder's reputed ill temper was less malice than caustic wit, a penchant for blunt, discomfiting truths. Yet his resolve held firm. This is the one I choose. Very well. Upon Jiang Ye's confirmation, Elder Zhong said no more. He rose, took the great sun celestial flame Qi cultivation art, and disappeared into the adjacent chamber. About the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later, Elder Zhong emerged, holding a slim hand-copied volume, the authorized transcription of the great sun celestial flame Qi cultivation art. Here. He extended the transcription to Jiang Ye, voice cool and clipped. You know the rule. No transmission outside the sect. Violation means death. Understood. Jiang Ye nodded once, stowed the manual away, and offered a final bow before turning to back on Tianyang Peak. Jiang Ye wasted no time. He retrieved the transcription and prepared to begin cultivation immediately. He wished to discern precisely what rendered this art the most challenging Fereki cultivation method, so formidable. Bending his head, he began reading page by deliberate page. From the grand principles to the essential precepts, from meridian maps to breath rhythms, his peerless insight shone brilliantly. What others labored days to comprehend, he grasped instantly. upon a single glance. Within roughly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he closed the manual. Outside, the sun hovered low, its descent painting the horizon in dazzling gold and crimson. Its light bathed him, not harsh, not scorching, only warm, golden, perfectly balanced. Jiang Ye lifted his gaze to the setting sun. Following the prescribed breathing rhythm, he regulated his respiration, growing slower, deeper, longer, until it resonated with the subtle pulse of heaven and earth. His consciousness sank into a profound, luminous stillness. External sounds, the chirping of insects, the whisper of wind, faded into indistinct murmur, leaving only the gentle, radiant presence of the setting sun above. Gradually, the sun itself transformed before his inner eye, not merely a celestial orb nor a blinding. Within its radiance, a silhouette emerged. A sun crow. Jiang Ye's spirit surged with shock. It was a divine, three-legged bird wreathed in golden flame, wings outstretched to eclipse the heavens. It hung serenely in the ninth heaven, gazing down upon all creation, its blazing eyes piercing through illusion and falsehood alike. In that single transcendent instant, he drew in not air, but searing, purifying true fire. The true fire flowed into his body through the rhythm of his adjusted breathing, entering through his nose, throat, in every passage of each breath. The scorching sensation felt like a fine stream flowing slowly through his meridians. Finally, a wisp of fiery energy quietly burrowed into his dantian. Is this the yang fire qi? Jiang Ye felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. He closed his eyes quietly, sensing the wisp of yang fire qi within his dantian. With the first breath, it was accomplished. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If the old man in the hidden power pavilion knew that he had nurtured a wisp of fire energy in the blink of an eye, he wondered how splendid his expression would be. However, he quickly cast aside this absurd thought and focused on continuing to cultivate the fire energy. The sun slowly set, and the clouds in the sky changed from golden red to dark purple, then from dark purple to deep gray. Jiang Ye's breathing became increasingly steady, gradually resonating with a rhythm of the heavens and earth. With each breath, the yang fire qi entered his body and slowly flowed to his dantian along his meridians. As the sun was about to set, the golden crow illusion in his eyes gradually disappeared, and the blazing sun reverted to an ordinary state. His breathing had also come to a halt. I have absorbed nearly 10 strands of fire energy. Feeling the warm and full scorching sensation within his dantian, Jiang Ye nodded to himself. Gazing at the sun that was about to disappear on the horizon, a hint of confusion appeared in his old eyes. Was that golden crow just an illusion? After the sun set, night fell. Jiang Ye slowly stood up, shook his head, and stopped pondering those complex questions. During the day, he would cultivate the qi nurturing technique and nurture the fire energy. After nightfall, he would concoct secret medicines, refine his. During the day, he would cultivate the qi nurturing technique and nurture the fire energy. After nightfall, he would concoct secret medicines, refine his physical skills, and practice the blood moon blade. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the center of the Tian Kuei herb garden, a person sat cross-legged, gazing at the enormous sun in the sky. The sunlight was dazzling, but he did not shy away. His eyes were half open, mouth slightly ajar, breathing fast and slow, deep and shallow, as if he was swallowing something. It was Jiang Ye. At this moment, his cultivation had reached a critical juncture. The yang fire qi that had accumulated in his dantian over the past 7 days was no longer small flames, but a surging sea of fire. The crimson golden flames danced within the dantian, nearly filling it up. Now was the time. It was time to condense the energy into a dan. Jiang Ye knew that if he did not condense the dan, soon the nurtured fire energy would overflow. He swallowed a blood-replenishing pill to restore his vitality. Then he immersed his mind into his dantian and whispered, "Consolidate." The swirling flames seemed to have heard some command, beginning to shrink inward, rotate, and condense. With each rotation, the fire energy became increasingly refined, pure, and heavy. Finally, boom! A silent roar erupted deep within Jiang Ye's consciousness. The vortex of flames was compressed into a single point. A wisp of golden red light appeared. The light was only the size of a grain of rice, but it contained an indescribable heat and power. It quietly floated in the center of the dantian, constantly rotating, each rotation bringing warmth, nourishing the surrounding meridians and blood. The dan was formed. Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. In those aged eyes, 2 flickering shadows of crimson golden flames flashed before slowly dissipating. He let out a long breath, and the pure energy carried a faint heat spreading through the air. Is this the dan condensing stage? He slowly stood up, feeling the unprecedented power within him. The small dan in his dantian seemed like an inexhaustible source, continuously emitting warm true energy. This true energy was completely different from the strength he had cultivated before. It was more refined, more controllable, as if he could release it from his body with just a thought, attacking enemies through the air. He raised his hand, fingers slightly spread. A wisp of crimson golden, true energy floated from his palm, dancing like flames. Jiang Ye looked at the crimson golden true energy in his palm, and a satisfied smile finally appeared on his aged face. The dan condensing stage was achieved. Host Jiang Ye lifespan 70150 strength, Dan condensing stage initial fate, ascending to God effect 1, exceptional comprehension. Mastered Qi nurturing technique, Great Sun heavenly fire Qi nurturing technique beginner 81,000. Mastered martial arts 5 animals, fist perfect blood moon, blade major achievement 166. 5000 golden body refinement technique beginner 318. 1000. Mastered true meanings tigers stride like sickness spirit apes 1000 transformations deer stealth riding the wind and soaring in the sky. After glancing at the system panel Jiang Ye smiled with satisfaction. Generally martial artists can live for 2 generations after condensing energy into a Dan without illness or disaster. His lifespan was actually 30 years longer than the average Dan condensing martial artist. The 5 animals fist was not practiced in vain. Su Qinghuan's true Yin was not in vain either. Upon thinking of Su Qinghuan, Jiang Ye suddenly felt that his current fire energy was very strong. Ever since he practiced the golden body refinement technique and Great Sun heavenly fire Qi nurturing technique, his physical body had become increasingly powerful and the yang energy within him had grown stronger. He was nearly unable to contain it. It seems I must find that wretched maid soon. Jiang Ye suppressed the surging thoughts in his mind, acutely aware of the mounting heat burning within his body. He turned and returned to the wooden hut, scooped up a basin of cold water, and splashed it onto his face, hoping the chill might quell the feverish unrest in his heart. The cool water coursed down his neck, offering fleeting relief. Yet as he lifted his head, his gaze inadvertently swept across the hazy bronze mirror and froze entirely. Reflected within it was a face still etched with age. But from the roots of his snow-white hair, streaks of jet black now emerged, tenacious and vivid like tender shoots piercing barren frost, or spring returning defiantly to a desolate white wasteland. I am growing younger. A surge of uncontainable joy blazed forth from Jiang Ye's aged eyes. He leaned close to the mirror, staring intently at those newborn strands, as if to confirm they were no illusion. In that instant, Lu Qingshi's words echoed unbidden in his mind. The martial path once mastered to a certain degree ceases to be mere art of slaughter. It becomes an art of sustaining life. Jiang Ye, having attained the embryonic core formation realm, had indeed embodied this truth. Ha, 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 ha. He burst into unrestrained laughter. His laughter reverberated through the cramped wooden hut, startling several birds roosting outside. He did not rush to emerge from seclusion. Instead, he continued to settle, deepen, and refine. Time slipped swiftly by. 7 days vanished in the blink of an eye. That night, beneath the silvery glow of the moon, the Tiankue medicinal garden lay bathed in ethereal light, its blood-red fields shimmering softly. At the center of the open ground stood a figure, spine straight as a spear, radiating an intense sun-like heat. It was Jiang Ye, unmistakably. He suddenly unleashed a fist. Upon its knuckles a layer of crimson gold, true Qi coalesced, dense and tangible, blazing with searing brilliance under the moonlight like flame compressed to its absolute limit. Boom! 20 meters away, a tree as thick as a rice bowl exploded instantly. At the moment of shattering, eerie flames erupted from within its trunk, igniting every splinter into roaring fireballs. Then with a sharp clench of his fingers, a gleaming curved blade materialized in his palm. In one fluid reverse stroke, he slashed outward. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped blade, light, crimson gold, and devastatingly beautiful, tore through the night sky. Fierce and incandescent, it carried the fury of conflagration sweeping across the darkness. 20 meters away, a dozen towering trees, scattered across varying positions, were simultaneously severed at the waist. Their cut surfaces gleamed smooth as polished glass, edged faintly with char, scorch marks left by residual ferreki clinging to the blade's edge. With thunderous crashes, the trunks collapsed, raising clouds of dust. The small grove beyond the medicinal garden appeared as though carved away by divine force, leaving only shattered stumps and blackened scars. Jiang Ye sheathed his blade and stood motionless, surveying the devastation. At last he nodded, satisfied. 7 days of cultivation had elevated his strength to a new plateau. Cultivator Jiang Ye. Lifespan 70,150 years. Cultivation realm, embryonic core formation, early stage. Destiny trait, ascension ladder effect, I supreme insight. Mastered Qi nourishing technique, solar radiance, Qi cultivation, method beginner 328, 1000. Mastered martial arts, 5 beast fist perfected, blood moon blade advanced 368, 85000. A diamond body refinement, art beginner 896, 1000. Comprehended profound intentions, tiger's gate simulates illness, celestial apes, 10,000 transformations, startled deer, leaves no trace, soaring on the wind. His realm had stabilized completely, his command over true Qi grew ever more refined and effortless. The blood moon blade neared perfection, its mastery imminent. Empowered by true Qi, each strike now bore unfathomable might. Likewise, the diamond body refinement art approached minor completion, his physical resilience now surpassed solid rock, verging upon the legendary bronze garment. Each dawn Jiang Ye's trousers would tear outright, a testament both astonishing and absurd. Alas, the shuiyang grass and lushui luo herbs have all been exhausted. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly. He had assumed those rare herbs would suffice to bring the diamond body refinement art to mind. Yet his absorption rate far exceeded expectation. In just half a month the entire stock had vanished. I must devise a way to procure more medicinal herbs. As Jiang Ye pondered this, a fiery centipede, nearly a foot long, cautiously raised its head from the nearby soil, its gaze alert and wary. Let me test my current bodily fortitude against it. A playful glint flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes, and his foot thud. A muffled thud resonated underground. The centipede, just emerging, was jolted clean out of the soil by a precisely calibrated force launching it airborne. Hee! It shrieked, a sound both terrified and furious, as its slender body writhed violently midair. Before it could react, two withered fingers closed firmly around it. It thrashed wildly, instinctively baring its grotesque mandibles and sinking them deep into Jiang Ye's finger, only to meet a sharp metallic clang. The centipede froze, its obsidian compound eyes widening with unmistakable, almost human bewilderment. Why won't it break? It appears even common venomous creatures can no longer harm me. Jiang Ye nodded silently. Then with a subtle shift of intent, a filament of crimson gold true qi surged between his fingertips. Hiss. Before the centipede could so much as twitch, it was reduced to a brittle blackened husk, its ashes dispersing into the air carrying a pungent acrid scent. Just then, SSSSS. A keen excited hiss rose from beneath his feet. Jiang Ye glanced down, to see Xiaohua, the young fire centipede he'd reared in the medicinal garden. Clearly enthralled by what it had witnessed, the creature darted eagerly around his ankles, its twin pairs of scythe-like mandibles snapping open and shut. Eager, it seemed to test whether it too could bite through him. Jiang Ye gazed at those razor-sharp mandibles and waved dismissively. Away with you, away. This little one's bite force dwarfed ordinary fire centipedes, its venom fiercely potent. He truly dared not risk it. If even a single scratch broke his skin, amputation might follow. SSSS. Dejected Xiaohua let out a plaintive hiss, but dared not protest, slinking back into the depths of the medicinal field. Time to rest. Jiang Ye shook his head lightly and returned to the wooden hut. The following day, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged upon the open ground at the heart of the Tiankue medicinal garden, eyes gently closed, breath slow and profound. Above him the blazing sun poured down golden rays, yet he seemed fused with its radiance, his silhouette wreathed in a faint crimson gold aura. Just then, footsteps approached from afar. Jiang Ye opened his eyes as if sensing their arrival. Within those aged orbs a fleeting glimmer of gold flickered, then vanished. The visitor was Lu Ming, the plump, round-faced youth, waddling cheerfully along the garden path, clearly intending a casual visit and chat. Sure enough, spotting Jiang Ye seated cross-legged in the garden, Lu Ming's face lit up with a grin, and he called out instinctively, "Director Jiang, it's been quite some time since I last visited you." His words died midair. His steps halted abruptly. His smile froze, rigid as though sealed by a petrification spell. His tiny eyes bulged wide, locked unblinkingly upon Jiang Ye, filled with sheer disbelief. "Zhejiang, Director." His voice trembled, even his plump cheeks quivered. You've achieved embryonic core formation." Drawing nearer, he felt it unmistakably, the fierce solar heat emanating from Jiang Ye's very being. This was the hallmark sign of successful core formation, coupled with fire elemental, true qi cultivation. A stroke of fortune, perhaps, Jiang Ye replied with a gentle, humble smile, devoid of arrogance, brimming only with quiet serenity. Fortune. Lu Ming stood rooted for a long moment, his round face a canvas of shifting emotions, shock, awe, envy, reverence, all swirling together. Then without warning he lunged forward, his rotund frame exploding with unexpected agility. Reaching Jiang Ye, he dropped instantly to his knees, thud, and frantically fumbled through his robes, producing several silver notes, totaling 10,000 taels. "I knew Elder Jiang would succeed. You are truly a celestial being among mortals." Holding the notes aloft with trembling hands, he declared, voice thick with excitement and deference, "Congratulations on your attainment of the embryonic core formation realm. This is but a humble token of my gratitude. Please accept it." Jiang Ye shook his head slightly, intending to decline. But Lu Ming remained obstinately kneeling, his posture conveying a silent ultimatum, "I shall not rise until you take it." In the end, Jiang Ye extended his hand, accepted the notes, and smiled warmly. "Then thank you. I appreciate your sincerity." Seeing Jiang Ye accept, Lu Ming beamed with delight, his round cheeks flushing with joy. Immediately the young man launched into an unrelenting torrent of flattery, praising Jiang Ye so extravagantly, he nearly deified him, as a celestial, immortal reborn on earth. Truly my breakthrough was nothing more than fortunate coincidence. Seeing Lu Ming's praise spiral further into hyperbole, Jiang Ye sighed, and gently interrupted. "By the way, Elder Jiang." Lu Ming grinned sheepishly before asking cautiously, "May I share the news of your embryonic core formation?" "No objection." Jiang Ye nodded faintly. Attaining this realm placed him among the mid to senior echelons of the Tianqing sect, granting access to superior cultivation resources. He harbored no intention of concealing it. With Jiang Ye's consent, Lu Ming's round face lit up with renewed fervor. They exchanged a few more pleasantries, though Lu Ming's demeanor grew markedly more reverent, his speech carefully measured. Moments later, another set of footsteps approached, graceful and unhurried. A slender figure walked down the path, Chen Lili. She wore a pale cyan gown today, her movements elegant and swaying, the loose sleeves unable to conceal the graceful contours of her form. "Haha, junior brother Lu, elder Jiang." Chen Lili laughed brightly, raising her hand to greet them. Then, her smile vanished. She too sensed the blazing solar heat radiating from Jiang Ye's presence. "Elder Jiang, you've achieved embryonic core formation." Unlike Lu Ming's trembling whisper, Chen Lili's voice pierced the air in a sharp, incredulous cry. Her shriek echoed across the medicinal garden, startling birds into flight. "A fortunate breakthrough," Jiang Ye replied, still wearing that same serene, understated smile. Hearing those words, Chen Lili's expression mirrored Lu Ming's astonishment, though she refrained from collapsing into a kneeling bow. Instead, she hurried forward in 3 quick strides, rummaged through her robes, and produced several silver notes, fragrant with a delicate floral scent, totaling 6,000 taels. With solemn respect, she offered them. "Congratulations on your embryonic core formation, Elder Jiang. This is merely a modest token of my admiration." Having witnessed Lu Ming's precedent, Jiang Ye accepted without excessive ceremony, smiling faintly as he took the notes. "Thank you, Miss Chen, for your thoughtful gesture." Lu Ming, noticing Chen Lili's gift fell short of his own, flashed a smug grin. Delighted that Jiang Ye had accepted, Chen Lili joined the conversation with evident delight. Yet this girl, normally bold, outspoken, prone to teasing banter, now sat unusually reserved. She spoke more softly, her gaze toward Jiang Ye tinged with newfound caution and deference. Jiang Ye observed it all, and exhaled inwardly. He had not changed. Lu Ming had not changed. Chen Lili had not changed. Yet with his ascendant strength, the balance among them had subtly shifted, intangible yet undeniable, like an invisible wall rising between them. Their casual conversation did not last long. Both Lu Ming and Chen Lili feared disturbing Jiang Ye's cultivation. After roughly half an incensestic's duration, they rose respectfully and departed. Watching their retreating figures, a complex veiled expression flickered across Jiang Ye's aged face. Half an incenstic later. "Director Jiang, the Peak Master requests your presence." A voice rang out from a distance. "The Peak Master requests your presence." Jiang Ye, who was seated cross-legged in the Tian Kuei herbal garden, nurturing his fire energy, slowly opened his eyes and looked up. Jiang Ye stood up and walked slowly towards the entrance of the herbal garden. "Jiang Steward, congratulations on successfully refining your elixir." Seeing him approach, the disciple hurriedly moved forward with a face full of polite smiles. "This matter has already reached the ears of the Peak Master, so he specifically sent me to summon you." Jiang Ye smiled faintly, his expression calm. "Since it is the Peak Master summoning me, then let us set off now. I would appreciate it if you could lead the way, young brother." Since entering the Tianqing sect's Tianyang Peak, he had yet to meet this Peak Master. He had only heard bits and pieces from Lu Ming and Chen Lili. It was said that the Peak Master of Tianyang Peak had a very irritable temperament. "Jiang Steward, this way please." The disciple respectfully walked ahead to lead the way. Under the guidance of the disciple, Jiang Ye arrived at the summit of Tianyang Peak for the first time. Before him lay an expansive and flat clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a gigantic black gold cauldron. The cauldron was 3 zhang tall and entirely black, but faint dark golden patterns could be seen flowing along its surface. Within the cauldron a flame was burning. The flame soared upwards, reaching about 1 zhang high, distorting the surrounding air. From a distance, Jiang Ye could already feel the scorching heat waves approaching. The air at the peak was so hot that with each breath he felt as though he was swallowing a ball of fire. Fortunately, he had the great sun, heavenly flame, true qi, protecting his body. The heat waves that struck him felt like a gentle spring breeze, causing him no harm. But the disciple leading the way was not so fortunate. He was only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm and had not yet begun to nurture his qi, so he could hardly withstand such high temperatures. His entire body felt as if it had been placed in a steamer. His face turned red and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Jiang Steward." The disciple struggled to speak, his voice trembling. "The Peak Master is just behind." With his low strength, the disciple could only bring Jiang Ye this far. He bowed to Jiang Ye and fled down the mountain. Jiang Ye watched his awkward retreating figure and shook his head slightly before turning around and walking steadily towards the back of the cauldron. The closer he got to the massive black gold cauldron, the more intense the heat waves became. Clearly there was a reason for the arrangement of the cauldron. He circled around the cauldron and finally saw the legendary Peak Master of Tianyang. It was an elderly man, thin and with sparse hair whose deep wrinkles resembled tree bark. He was seated cross-legged on the ground like an old pine tree that had withered from storms. His eyes were tightly shut and his breathing was nearly inaudible. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Jiang Ye might have mistaken him for a sitting corpse. For a moment, even Jiang Ye could not discern whether the peak master was nurturing his fire energy or simply asleep. He remained silent, standing quietly to the side, his eyes fixed on the enormous black gold cauldron. He wanted to see what secrets this cauldron held that could cause such an unusual temperature at the peak. Time passed slow, approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The old man finally opened his eyes, yawning sleepily, looking much like a bear that had just awakened from hibernation. Rubbing his eyes, he shifted his gaze to Jiang Ye, and his expression suddenly changed. In the next moment, two flames actually surged in his murky old eyes. What is this? The instant Jiang Ye's gaze met those two flames, he felt a scorching pain shoot through his eyes, as if they were being burned. He instinctively closed his eyes, frowning. When he opened them again, the flames in the old man's eyes had already extinguished, yet he was now standing right in front of Jiang Ye, just inches away. The old man looked incredulous, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Jiang Ye, exclaiming, "The fire energy you are nurturing is actually the great sun, heavenly flame, true qi. And you managed to successfully refine an elixir." Jiang Ye raised his hand to rub his stinging eyes, his expression calm as water. "Yes, master, I was lucky to break through." "Lucky? Impossible." The old man laughed heartily. He shook his head repeatedly. Other qi nurturing methods in the sect might be lucky to refine an elixir, but not this one. The method of the great sun, heavenly flame, qi nurturing technique can absolutely not be a matter of luck. I struggled for 3 years practicing this technique back in my day, and yet I failed to succeed. No one understands better than I how difficult this nurturing technique is to master. After saying this, he began to circle around Jiang Ye, shaking his head and nodding as if he were an old monkey that had discovered a treasure. The more he looked, the more he lamented, sighing. "You young lad are truly a talent. It's just a pity you're a bit older. Alas, there's nothing that can be done about it. The world is like this." He continued, "I don't know how many prodigies have had their talents buried simply because they were born in small places. Not at all. How many years has it been since anyone called him, 'You young lad'?" Even though he knew this old man was older than him, those words coming from his mouth still made Jiang Ye feel an intense sense of discomfort. "By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself." The old man seemed to remember something, stopping his circling movements, laughing heartily. "I am called Luo Song." He looked Jiang Ye up and down, his eyes filled with appreciation. "Speaking of which, Jiang Steward, I have heard your name many times from that girl Yu Yao. I didn't expect to see you today. You are even more impressive than I imagined." He paused, suddenly slapping his thigh. "If only you had come to Tianqing sect 50 years earlier, the peak master of Tianyang Peak would have been you." As soon as he said this, he shook his head vigorously. No, I misspoke. It should be said that the sect master of Tianqing sect is yours." Hearing this, Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect this old man to hold such a high opinion of him. Was it really just because he practiced the great sun, heavenly flame, qi nurturing technique? Forget it, no need to bring up such sorrowful topics to stimulate you. The old man patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder, shaking his head in lament. "Everything is fate. Nothing can be controlled by man. By the way, Xiao Jiang, let's talk about something serious." He suddenly changed his tone, his expression becoming more serious. "Since you have already successfully refined your elixir, you should be promoted to elder now. So tell me, what do you want to manage at Tianyang Peak? I will do my best to arrange it for you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye's eyes brightened slightly. As he had expected, after entering the elixir refining realm, he was essentially at a mid to high level within the sect, and his status would undoubtedly rise. He had heard Lu Ming and Chen Lili talk about the benefits of being a sect elder. Just the contribution points he could receive each month amounted to 6,000 points, and in addition, he could also receive valuable elixirs monthly. As for the power in his hands, it was astonishingly great. However, Jiang Ye had no interest in power. He was only concerned with the growth of his strength. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "Master Luo, I am quite accustomed to staying in the herbal garden." "Oh." The old man's eyebrows raised. "It seems you want to continue staying in the herbal garden." He suddenly laughed heartily. "Just right, Qin Lai has been coming to me several times saying he wants to change places. He nearly drove me crazy." He patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder, making a firm decision. "Then starting today, you will replace Qin Lai and serve as the elder of the herbal garden." Serving as the elder of the herb garden. Jiang Ye's eyes brightened. This leisurely elder position truly suited. From now on, he would be the one in charge of the herb garden. When it came to embezzling resources, it would be far more convenient than secretly plucking a few leaves of heavenly sungrass like before. He maintained a calm demeanor, politely clasping his hands towards Luo Song. "Thank you for the promotion, Peak Master." "Ha, I should be the one thanking you, little Jiang." The old man laughed heartily, patting Jiang Ye on the shoulder. "By the way, you've been promoted to elder, and the sect has rewarded you with 20,000 contribution points. You can go to the administrative hall tomorrow to collect them, and also exchange your token and attire." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. He remembered that when Yue Yao received a reward of 30,000 contribution points when she broke through to the Golden Core stage. It seemed that the position of a direct disciple was indeed more prestigious. However, having 20,000 contribution points was still quite good. This meant he could soon exchange for a cultivation method. "Little Jiang, The old man seemed to want to say something more, but suddenly felt drowsy and yawned. I can't help it, or at my age it's easy to get sleepy. He rubbed his eyes, and the spirited demeanor he had just displayed vanished in an instant. Little Jiang, let's talk again next time. Jiang Ye's face flashed with a hint of bewilderment. This old man who was just lively and patting his shoulder one moment, how could he fall asleep like this the next? He nodded slightly, about to take his leave. Bang! A light sound. The old man had actually lain down on the ground and fallen asleep. Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned. Who would have thought that this was the peak master of Tianyang Peak, a powerful figure in the entire sect? He did not disturb him any further, merely giving a slight bow to the sleeping corpse before turning and walking down the mountain at a leisurely pace. After returning to the Heavenly Sun Grass Herb Garden, Jiang Ye kept replaying the events that had just occurred at the peak. In Luo Song's murky old eyes, two genuine flames suddenly ignited, causing his eyes to ache unbearably. Could that be some secret technique? Jiang Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. To be honest, he was quite interested in this technique. If he could suddenly blind his opponent in a confrontation, even if just for a moment, it would be enough to determine life. Moreover, the application of this secret technique was not limited to that. Luo Song could actually see the immense sunfire energy within him at a glance, which was akin to having X-ray vision. If he could learn this technique, wouldn't he be able to see through the truths and falsehoods of his opponents in future battles? I should have asked the old man before he fell asleep. Jiang Ye sighed, inwardly feeling somewhat regretful. Who would have thought that the old man could be so absurd? One moment he was lively patting his shoulder, and the next he was lying on the ground fast asleep, not even allowing him to finish his farewell. At that moment, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the herb garden. Jiang Ye shifted his gaze and saw Lu Ming and Chen Lili cautiously approaching. Their steps were so light, their postures so respectful, it was as if they were walking on the edge of a blade. This was the first time Jiang Ye had seen these two walk so obediently. The two stopped at the entrance of the herb garden, not barging in as they usually did, but standing properly with respectful expressions, slightly bowing to Jiang Ye. Elder Jiang. Jiang Ye looked at their demeanor and shook his head with a smile. Come in, there's no need to be so formal. Upon hearing these words, the two simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, their tense expressions visibly relaxing before they stepped into the herb garden. Make yourselves comfortable. Jiang Ye waved his hand, casually gesturing to a few green stones in front of the wooden house. He remained seated in the lotus position, not getting up. After the two sat down, they appeared to hesitate, exchanging glances without either one speaking first. Seeing the usually talkative pair like this, Jiang Ye chuckled helplessly. If you have something to say, just say it. What has the old man now become a monster? Seeing Jiang Ye's attitude remain pretty much the same as before without any airs of arrogance or distance, Lu Ming finally relaxed, grinning widely. As that familiar sycophantic smile returned, Elder Jiang, I've heard that you've been promoted to Elder of the Herb Garden. Chen Lili, who was beside him, did not speak, but her eyes were bright as she stared at Jiang Ye, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Jiang Ye was taken aback. No way. Did this news spread so quickly? He had just returned from the peak not long ago. Looking at the curious and expectant expressions on their faces, he calmly nodded. Oh. Upon hearing Jiang Ye's confirmation, the two took a deep breath, simultaneously pulling out 1,000 taels of silver notes from their bodies, respectfully handing them to Jiang Ye. Congratulations, Elder Jiang, on your promotion to Elder of the Herb Garden. This is just a token of our appreciation. Jiang Ye slightly shook his head, directly pushing the silver notes back. Haven't you already given me a token of appreciation? Take it back. Seeing Jiang Ye refusing to accept, the two insisted, stubbornly shoving the silver notes into his hands, murmuring, last time, it was to congratulate your breakthrough to Golden Core. This time, it's to congratulate your promotion to Elder. It's different. Sigh. Jiang Ye sighed lightly, seeing their persistent expressions. The tone in his voice held a bit of helplessness, but also a hint of seriousness. Are you trying to tarnish our friendship with silver notes? Upon hearing this, both were taken aback. Lu Ming was stunned, his small eyes filled with shock. Chen Lili was even more emotional. This girl, who usually spoke boldly, had her eyes misting with unshed tears at this moment. They clearly hadn't expected Jiang Ye to say the word friendship. Now that Jiang Ye was an elder at the Golden Core stage, while they were merely two disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, their statuses were worlds apart. If it were someone else, they would have long since ignored them. Yet Jiang Ye's attitude had not only remained unchanged, but he also spoke of their friendship. The two, somewhat ashamed, took back the silver notes, their expressions now holding more genuine respect than the previous formality. Elder Jiang, if there's anything you need in the future, just let us know. Lu Ming said excitedly, his voice louder than usual. Elder Jiang, if there's anything you need in the future, just let us know. Lu Ming said excitedly, his voice louder than usual. He waved his hand. All right, don't just stand there. Sit down, and let's chat, as you will inevitably have to help me with some matters in the future. The two exchanged glances, their expressions returning to their usual liveliness, as they moved closer to sit beside. Then the three of them engaged in casual conversation, discussing the recent happenings in the sect, then their cultivation insights, and eventually transitioning to tales from the capital city. Jiang Ye said with a bit of a headache, I've been wanting to buy more snow sun grass and green water luo. Previously, I went to several apothecaries in the capital and didn't manage to purchase much. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming immediately perked up saying, Elder Jiang, if you want to buy some rare herbs you can go directly to the Qin family. Oh, the Qin family. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Lu Ming, knowing that Jiang Ye came from a small county and wasn't very familiar with the power dynamics in the capital, immediately began to explain, Elder Jiang, there are quite a few powerful families in the capital. But the truly renowned ones with the deepest foundations are only three: the Feng family, the Qin family, and the... As he finished speaking, Chun Lily's voluptuous figure trembled slightly, her originally smiling eyes flashing with a complex light, her hands instinctively clenching into fists, knuckles turning pale. Jiang Ye keenly noticed her unusual reaction, but did not point it out. Lu Ming, completely oblivious to Chun Lily's abnormality, continued to speak without pause. Among these three families, the Feng family's business covers a wide array of ventures. The Yang family primarily deals in ironware, and the Qin family focuses on medicinal herbs. Those rare herbs on the market, the Qin family can surely obtain them. Elder Jiang, with your current status, just a word at the Qin family should be a trivial matter to buy those herbs. Jiang Ye nodded thoughtfully. Looks like I need to pay a visit to the Qin family sometime. He then glanced appreciatively at Lu Ming. You know quite a bit, huh? Just some useless information. If it helps Elder Jiang, then it's valuable. Lu Ming, having received praise, smiled even brighter, adding, by the way, Elder Jiang, besides those three families, Jin Xinfeng's Jin family is also gaining momentum lately with potential to become the fourth powerful family. The Jin family. Jiang Ye's aged eyes flashed with a hint of intrigue. Just then a sudden light and hurried sound of footsteps resonated from outside the herb garden. The three looked towards the source of the sound and saw a graceful figure swiftly making her way towards them. Her steps were as light as the wind, and in the blink of an eye she arrived at the entrance of the herb garden. It was none other than Wen Yueyao. Lu Ming and Qin Lily exchanged glances, tactfully standing up to bid farewell to Jiang Ye. Elder Jiang, senior sister Wen is here to see you, so we will take our leave first. They quickly walked past Wen Yueyao, their faces showing respect as they slightly bowed. Greetings, senior sister Wen. Wen Yueyao responded with a plain expression. It's been a while since I've seen you, Miss Wen. Jiang Ye smiled as he stood. Wen Yueyao quickly approached Jiang Ye, feeling the scorching aura surrounding him, laughed heartily. Ha, Elder Jiang, you hid this from me so well. If I hadn't overheard those disciples discussing it today, I wouldn't have known you've successfully reached the golden core stage. She looked Jiang Ye up and down, her eyes filled with admiration. It's only been a little over 10 days since you exchanged for a cultivation method last time, right? Your talent rivals mine. It's just luck on my part. I can't compare to Miss Wen, Jiang Ye replied with a faint smile. A hint of curiosity appeared on Wen Yao's beautiful oval face as she leaned in closer and asked, by the way, Elder Jiang, which cultivation method did you choose? Was it the true fire cultivation method? Jiang Ye maintained a calm smile. After much consideration, I ultimately chose the Great Sun Flame cultivation method. Wen Yuyao's expression suddenly froze, her rosy lips parted in disbelief and shock. The girl was stunned for quite a while. Elder Jiang, you're not joking with me, are you? Wen Yuyao's voice trembled slightly. No, Jiang Ye nodded calmly. Wen Yueyao abruptly leaned her head closer to Jiang Ye, widening her dark, glistening eyes as she scrutinized him, simultaneously asking, Elder Jiang, how did you nurture the fire energy? Jiang Ye could even feel the girl's breath so close. He quietly took a step back and replied, It's luck. How can that be? Wen Yao's face was animated as she shook her head repeatedly, her speech quickening. The Peak Master spent 3 years practicing the Great Sun Flame cultivation method and failed. Senior brother Zheng also spent more than a year practicing this cultivation method and couldn't even nurture a trace of sunfire energy. The more the girl spoke, the more incredulous she became, her eyes filled with a mix of confusion and shock. Seeing Wen Yao's relentless questioning, Jiang Ye shook his head helplessly. Perhaps I'm somewhat perceptive, I suppose. Upon hearing this, Wen Yueyao fell silent. She stared at Jiang Ye, her gaze extremely complex, as if looking at a monster. After a long moment, the girl suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Elder Jiang, I'd like to spar with you to test the power of this Great Sun Flame energy. Is that okay? Jiang Ye initially wanted to refuse, fearing that the Great Sun Flame energy might be too strong and hurt the girl. But before he could speak, Wen Yueyao quickly interjected. Elder Jiang, you've just achieved Golden Core, and you might not be very proficient in using your energy yet. It's okay, I will hold back and won't hurt you. Hearing this, Jiang Ye let out a helpless chuckle. Then I suppose I'll spar with you for a few rounds, Miss Wen. Great. Wen Yueyao smiled contentedly, stepping back a few paces and cupping her hands towards Jiang Ye. Elder Jiang, be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl twisted her waist and executed a whip kick aimed at Jiang Ye's face. Whoosh. This kick was swift and heavy, creating a sound as it sliced through the air. Wen Yuyao's leg was enveloped in fiery red energy, her furnace, true fire energy, which was incredibly intense. Clearly she intended to use her true energy to compete directly against Jiang Ye's Great Sun Flame energy. Facing the girl's fierce whip kick, Jiang Ye remained calm and collected, lifting one hand to meet it. A streak of crimson golden true energy surged forth from his palm. Bang! A dull thud. Following that hissing sounds, the two energies clashed and burned against each other. Then to Wen Yao's shock, the fiery red energy on her leg was consumed in no time, as if white snow had met the scorching sun. That crimson golden true energy was extremely domineering, crushing through everything. What? The girl's pupils constricted. In the next moment, the remaining crimson golden energy continued its momentum, directly incinerating the shoes the girl wore, turning them to ashes, and a vague smell wafted into Jiang Ye's nose. Jiang Ye was also taken aback, confusion appearing on his aged face for the first time. At that moment when Yao's shriek erupted in the herb garden. This. Jiang Ye had intended to withdraw when the situation was still favorable. However, the blazing power of the great sun's true chi was too domineering, striking like lightning, yet slowing down just a beat too late. Just that one beat made for the awkward situation before him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The shrill screams of Wen Yao startled several birds resting in the distance, sending them flapping into the sky. She resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, quickly retracting her legs and hopping back on one foot for several steps, her pretty oval face now filled with disbelief and a flush of embarrassment. Yet in her beautiful eyes there was more of a sense of defeat. Clearly she had not anticipated that she would be so thoroughly beaten in a single exchange. Is the gap really this large? The girl murmured softly, her head slightly bowed as she stared at her feet, falling silent. I wouldn't have crushed this girl's Dao heart, would I? Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. He did not know how to comfort her. After all, he indeed had not exerted himself. However, this also gave Jiang Ye a clearer understanding of the strength of his great son's true chi. As a fire-type true chi, it could easily crush the furnace's true fire. No wonder that old man Luo Song had been so astonished and appreciative after he succeeded in pill refinement using this breathing method. The great son's true chi was indeed domineering. Miss Wen actually. Looking at the silent Wen Yao, Jiang Ye cleared his throat and was about to speak. The girl who had been keeping her head down suddenly looked up, and the defeat on her face slowly faded away, replaced by that familiar bright smile. You don't need to comfort me, Elder Jiang. She grinned, revealing her neat white teeth. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback, then smiled lightly. This girl adjusted her mindset quickly. She truly was a genius, capable of refining pills after just 7 days of training. Then the girl cleared her throat softly, her voice as delicate as a mosquito, and asked rapidly, it shouldn't smell right. After speaking, a faint blush flashed across her pretty oval face, and even her ears turned slightly red. Jiang Ye was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly responded with a calm expression, it doesn't smell, it does. Upon hearing this, Wen Yao seemed to let out a long breath, and the embarrassment on her face faded somewhat. Miss Wen, let me go get you a new pair of shoes. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment before softly speaking. He cast a subtle glance at Wen Yao's feet, estimating that her shoe size should be similar to Chen Lily's. It wouldn't be difficult to borrow a pair from Chen Lily. No need to trouble yourself. Wen Yao smiled, brightly, bending down to directly remove the shoe and sock from her other foot. She stood barefoot on the ground, completely unaware, instead stepping around and nodding in satisfaction. The girl smiled brightly, her expression as radiant as ever, as if the earlier awkwardness and defeat had never happened. Jiang Ye nodded to himself. This girl was still so efficient in her actions. Moreover, her ability to quickly readjust her mindset after a defeat was truly impressive. This kind of temperament was even rarer than her astonishing talent. Miss Wen, let's end the sparring here, Jiang Ye said with a faint smile. It was I who brought humiliation upon myself. Wen Yao shook her head slightly, then looked at Jiang Ye with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Elder Jiang, everyone in the sect says I have extraordinary talent, that I'm a genius. But in my opinion, you are the true genius. It's a pity that so many years of your life have been wasted in that small... Wen Yao said, her face displaying a similar regret to that of Luo Song. It's not too late for an old man like me to start making an effort now. Jiang Ye's smile carried a sense of understanding of the world. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Wen Yao's beautiful eyes, and in her gaze towards Jiang Ye there was more genuine admiration. By the way, Miss Wen, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Jiang Ye suddenly recalled something and inquired. He had seen Luo Song today, and was still thinking about that fiery secret technique. Wen Yao might know something about it. Elder Jiang, feel free to ask. Wen Yao smiled brightly. Miss, when I visited sect leader Luo today, and I saw his eyes suddenly blazing with fire. Jiang Ye began to speak at a steady pace, recounting the incident. Oh, I understand. Wen Yao nodded slightly after listening. That's a secret technique of the sect, the True Fire Eye Cultivation Technique, stored on the 3rd floor of the treasure hall. The True Fire Eye Cultivation Technique. Jiang Ye murmured softly, firmly committing the name to memory. Elder Jiang, are you interested in this secret technique? Wen Yao noticed his thoughts, but her tone turned serious. This secret technique has another nickname in the sect called the Blind Eye Technique. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback. Why does it have such a name? Wen Yao continued, the core of this secret technique is to refine the eyes using one's own fiery energy, granting the eyes extraordinary vision. When practiced to a certain level, one can also burn opponents with the fire in their eyes, being extremely young, making it a nemesis of evil and demonic paths. The issue lies in how difficult it is to master this technique, as the eyes are the most fragile part of the human body. Using true fire to train the eyes, one misstep could lead to permanent blindness. As far as I know, throughout the entire Tianyang Peak, only the sect leader has succeeded in practicing this technique. She looked at Jiang Ye, her eyes carrying a hint of fear. The last victim was senior brother Zheng Feng, who also showed great interest in the secret technique and almost blinded himself. Jiang Ye fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. Wen Yueyao wanted to advise him against taking risks, but the words were swallowed back. After all, Jiang Ye had managed to master the Great Sun's true qi. With such astonishing perception, he might just have a chance at mastering it. She softly said, "Elder Jiang, if you decide to practice, be sure to be careful." "Thank you, Miss Wen, for clearing my doubts. I will certainly be careful." Jiang Ye politely nodded to the girl. "I just wonder how many contribution points are needed to exchange for the true fire eye cultivation technique." Wen Yueyao pondered for a moment before replying, "The secret techniques stored on the third floor all require 30,000 contribution points, similar to the breathing methods." "I see." Jiang Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. He had 2,000 contribution points from his promotion to an elder, leaving him still short by 1,000 points to exchange for this secret technique. "Is there any way within the sect to quickly earn contribution points, Miss Wen?" Jiang Ye asked. "Elder Jiang, if you want to earn contribution points quickly, you can go to the administrative hall at Jiuding Peak to take on tasks." Wen Yueyao said cheerfully, "With your strength, those tasks should be easy for you." "Oh, administrative hall." Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. After chatting for a while, Wen Yueyao left, skipping away barefoot. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Ye felt that the fiery energy within him had been growing stronger over the past few days. "It seems I need to find that little wench tonight." Nightfall at Jincheng Peak. 5 massive golden stones were arranged in a mysterious formation, emitting a cold radiance under the moonlight. Jin Hai sat cross-legged among them, his entire body shimmering with golden light, already immersed in cultivation. Not far away in the side room, a figure was tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Su Qinghuan opened her eyes, staring at the top of the canopy, her enchanting and beautiful face revealing a hint of languor. During this period, she had not had a good night's sleep. Tonight she was restless again. "All because of that detestable has caused me to be like this." Her red lips pursed slightly, and a soft muffled sound escaped her straight nose. She had been lying on this side for too long, and was about to turn over. Suddenly a thin and upright figure appeared at the bedside. Su Qinghuan's body jolted, and a layer of mist instantly filled her beautiful eyes. She instinctively wanted to scream, but she held it back, only managing to emit a short sound from her throat. She covered her mouth, her face filled with complex emotions. "You? Why are you here again? What do you want?" Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her hands tightly covering her mouth, fearing that even the slightest sound would disturb Jin Hai outside. Jiang Ye looked down at her from above. He smiled faintly, appearing very mysterious in the dim light. "What do you think?" The next day, before dawn, a figure silently swept out of Jincheng Peak. Jiang Ye was in high spirits, his steps light. He raised his eyes to the pale light in the eastern sky, a hint of satisfaction appearing in his old eyes. He did not linger, his figure flashing as he blended into the morning mist. At the outer sect, the training ground. As dawn broke, many disciples had already gathered at the training ground for their morning exercises. Su Qinghuan's figure appeared at the edge of the training ground. Today her walking speed was much slower than usual, each step taken with great caution. "Su Shiji, why does your complexion look so rosy today?" A sharp-eyed female disciple came over, staring in surprise at Su Qinghuan's face. Her already enchanting and beautiful face appeared even more delicate today, rosy and full like a flower nourished by rain. Yes, Su Shiji, your complexion is really too good." Several other female disciples gathered around, chattering in praise. "Oh, this goes without saying, it must be Jin Hai Shixiao, who bought Su Shiji some high-quality, nourishing herbs. I envy Su Shiji so much. I wish I could also be favored by an intersect true disciple. Isn't that right? I've been practicing martial arts these past few days and have depleted my energy. The few pills provided by the sect are simply not enough. Su Shiji is truly different with Jin Hai Shixiao caring for her." A group of female disciples surrounded Su Qinghuan, their eyes filled with envy and admiration as they chattered non-stop about her radiant complexion. Su Qinghuan forced out a smile, though it was somewhat strained, it was still alluring. She cleared her throat and spoke softly, "He indeed. I have taken some nourishing herbs." Upon hearing this, the female disciples' expressions grew even more envious. A few sharp-eyed female disciples noticed that Su Qinghuan's walking speed seemed particularly slow today, and curiously asked, "Su Shiji, did you hurt your foot?" "Yes, indeed, I was too forceful while practicing and accidentally hurt my foot. Su Shiji really gives us no way to live. Having such an excellent fiancé, yet still working so hard at martial arts. Su Shiji is truly a role model for us female disciples." The nearby female disciples immediately began showering her with flattery, their tones exaggeratedly complimentary. Not far away, a cold figure stood quietly at the edge of the training ground. It was Lu Yi. Her pair of cold eyes subtly scanned Su Qinghuan, who was being endlessly praised by the female disciples, lingering on her excessively rosy face for a moment, revealing a hint of undisguised disdain. Disgusting. She parted her red lips, slightly softly uttering 2 words. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye arrived at the administrative hall of Juding Peak. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Gongsun Hong, who was busy behind the desk, immediately stood up, his gaunt face instantly filled with smiles. He quickly approached, laughter echoing in the hall. Elder Jiang, congratulations on successfully forming your core. If Gongsun Hong had previously been polite to Jiang Ye mainly because of Wen Yueyao, then his warmth at this moment was genuine admiration. A martial artist from a small county could actually form a core in just over 10 days. Such an advancement was enough for him to view Jiang Ye in a new light. Jiang Ye politely cupped his hands. Thank you, Elder Gongsun. He got straight to the point. I have come today to collect my elder token and robe. Haha, Elder Jiang, rest assured I prepared them for you. Gongsun Hong laughed heartily, turning to instruct a disciple. The disciple hurried into the back hall, and shortly after emerged carrying a tray. The tray was made of jade, neatly arranged with several items. A dark green elder token, a neatly folded elder robe, and 3 exquisite jade porcelain vials. Elder Jiang, the sect has credited your 2,000 contribution points to your token. Gongsun Hong personally stepped forward, presenting the token to Jiang Ye with both hands. Jiang Ye received the token, feeling its warmth and weight much heavier than the previous steward token. After giving a slight nod, he stored the token away. Gongsun Hong pointed to the 3 jade porcelain vials and said, these 3 vials are the monthly benefits available to the sect elders. This one is a Qi recovery pill suitable for core-forming martial artists, which can help quickly restore true Qi. He picked up the second one. This is a Qi nourishing pill which aids in nurturing true Qi. Jiang Ye nodded slightly. He had heard of these 2 types of pills, and on the market a single vial would not cost less than 3,000 taels of silver. Being able to receive them monthly shows how much the sect values its elders. When Gongsun Hong picked up the 3rd jade porcelain vial, his expression became more serious. He gently opened the vial, tilting it slightly. A drop of emerald liquid lay quietly at the bottom of the vial, crystal clear and emitting a faint fragrance. This is... Jiang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Elder Jiang, this is the Tianqing spirit liquid. Gongsun Hong lowered his voice, appearing very serious. This is the true foundation of our Tianqing sect. Don't be fooled by its small size, its uses are boundless. It can assist in cultivation and deepen one's foundation. It can also aid in healing with effects far superior to those of greater recovery pills. If taken over a long period, it can also enhance one's physique and prolong life. When Jiang Ye heard this, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Prolong life. This term is more compelling than any auxiliary cultivation or healing. He instinctively asked, can this Tianqing spirit liquid be bought with silver? Elder Jiang laughed heartily, shaking his head. This is truly a non-sale item. Only core figures of the sect are qualified to enjoy it. As for the elders, they can receive 1 drop per month. True disciples can receive 3 drops per month. The peak masters can receive 7 drops per month. After listening, Jiang Ye gained a clearer understanding of the value of the Tianqing spirit liquid. He immediately took the 3 jade porcelain vials and carefully stored them close to his body. Just as he was about to stand up to take his leave, Gongsun Hong suddenly smiled and pulled out 2 vials of pills from his sleeve, placing them in Jiang Ye's hands. Elder Jiang, congratulations on successfully forming your core. This is a small token of my appreciation, 2 Qi recovery pills. You must not decline them. Jiang Ye originally intended to refuse, but upon seeing Gongsun Hong's warm gaze, he ultimately accepted the pills with a smile, politely cupping his hands. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Gongsun. The 2 exchanged a few more pleasantries before Jiang Ye took his leave. After coming out of the affairs hall, Jiang Ye did not linger, but went straight to the affairs hall halfway up the mountain. Upon entering the hall, a young woman dressed in a steward robe approached him. She had a delicate appearance with a hint of cleverness in her eyes, and was the steward Chao Ying of the affairs hall. Chao Ying looked at the old man with gray hair and an unfamiliar face before her, a flicker of curiosity passing through her gaze. Feeling a myriad of thoughts in her heart, Chao Ying's smile became increasingly respectful. She slightly bowed and said, "Esteemed elder, have you come to take on a task?" Jiang Ye nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the hall. "Elder, please follow me. You can take a look at the commission papers and select the tasks you wish to undertake." Chao Ying led Jiang Ye to the center of the grand hall, where various commission papers were hanging. Jiang Ye casually capture a fugitive reward of 500 contribution points. Investigate the disappearance of disciples from the Tianqing sect, reward of 800 contribution points. Escort supplies to a certain location, reward of 1,200 contribution points. These were trivial matters with rewards amounting to only a few hundred or a few thousand points, hardly catching his interest. If he was to do it, he wanted to go for something big. His gaze continued to wander, and suddenly his eyes lit up. A pale yellow commission paper hung in the corner. Eliminate the Black Wind Stronghold, reward of 20,000 contribution points. Black Wind Stronghold. Jiang Ye reached out to take down the commission paper and began to read it carefully. It stated the Black Wind stronghold is located 50 miles east of the city on the treacherous Black Pine Mountain, making it easy to defend, but hard to attack. The stronghold has over 100 mountain bandits, with the top 5 leaders possessing the strength of transformation, notorious for robbing merchant caravans. In recent years, many merchant caravans have fallen victim to them, suffering significant losses. Specializing in robbing merchant caravans, they must have made quite a bit of money. A glimmer of sharp light flashed in Jiang Ye's aging eyes. By dealing with this group of mountain bandits, not only could he earn 20,000 contribution points, but he could also seize their ill-gotten gains. It was truly a win-win situation. The only thing that puzzled Jiang Ye was why, given such a generous reward, no other elders of the transformation realm had taken on this task. After all, the 5 leading bandits were only at the transformation level, which was hardly different from a mere escort mission. Elder, are you going to take on the task to eliminate the Black Wind stronghold? Chowing quietly asked from the side. Yes, Jiang Ye nodded slightly. Upon hearing his confirmation, a hint of hesitation flashed across Chao Ying's face, as if she wanted to say something, but held back. After a moment, she finally spoke. Elder, please give me your token, and I'll help you register. Jiang Ye casually pulled out the elder's token and handed it to her while curiously asking, has this task been taken by any other elders? Chowing received the token and softly replied, several elders have taken on this task. She paused, but none of them have succeeded. Oh, the elders of the transformation realm couldn't deal with these bandits. A hint of intrigue flashed in Jiang Ye's aged eyes. Could it be that the Black Wind stronghold was more formidable than he had imagined? Elder, this is the dossier regarding the Black Wind stronghold. You may take a look. Chowing turned and took a scroll from the shelf, handing it to Jiang Ye with both hands. Jiang Ye opened it and found that the information about the Black Wind stronghold was quite detailed. The leader of the stronghold, nicknamed Old Guai, was at the pinnacle of transformation and wielded a swift sword with a fierce and ruthless sword technique. The second-in-command, known as the Violent Mountain Bear, was at the peak of transformation with a powerful and robust fist technique. The third-in-command, nicknamed the Mountain Wolf, was also at the peak of transformation, agile in movement and adept with short blades. The fourth and fifth leaders had little recorded information, but were also skilled fighters at the mid-transformation level. When the 5 of them joined forces, they coordinated well, even capable of contending against typical early-stage elders of the transformation realm. If they couldn't win, they could still retreat calmly. They had gathered quite a number of proficient fighters in both hidden and overt forces, relying on the steep terrain of Black Pine Mountain, making it easy to defend, but hard to attack, thus establishing themselves as local tyrants. Moreover, their methods were very cunning, primarily seeking wealth. They were very discreet when robbing merchant caravans, completely avoiding the major families in the city. As for medium-sized families, they would usually take a symbolic toll and wouldn't easily provoke them. They mainly targeted small families, extorting substantial fees every time. From time to time, they would execute large-scale raids on small families, taking both people and goods, and then extorting a hefty ransom. So they enjoy making money, do they, eh? After reading the dossier, Jiang Ye's aged eyes sparkled with even more amusement. However, he still felt puzzled as to why the elders of the Tianqing sect's transformation realm couldn't eliminate these bandits. It shouldn't be this difficult. Elder, you may not know this. Chowing said with a bitter smile, these bandits are quite cunning. The terrain of Black Pine Mountain is steep, and they have laid many hidden sentries. Once they detect a formidable enemy, they won't fight hidden and will simply flee. The elders of our Tianqing sect who took on this task before suffered losses here. And the Black Pine Mountain stretches for dozens of miles, crisscrossed with ravines. It's incredibly easy to hide a person, unless they can be trapped inside the stronghold all at once. Otherwise, if a few manage to escape, they will return before. I see now. Jiang Ye nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he said, I'll take on this task. Chowing was slightly taken aback, but then respectfully nodded, registering the token and the commission paper. Meanwhile, in the city, at the Su family residence, the atmosphere in the hall was tense. Su Yan, whose face was usually bright, with a cheerful smile, now wore a frown. She stared intensely at the harried steward before her, who looked filled with guilt. What? Our goods were robbed by the people of the Black Wind stronghold. The steward kept his head bowed, too afraid to meet Su Yan's gaze, his voice trembling with guilt and panic. Yesterday afternoon, as our caravan passed the foot of Black Pine Mountain, a horde of bandits suddenly surged forth, dark, dense, numbering over 100. We've dealt with the Black Wind bandits before, always paying for safe passage, never once encountering trouble. Yet this time they betrayed us without hesitation. They attacked without warning and struck down Zhao Gang, our escort captain, in the first exchange. Zhao Captain is a cultivated Qi martial artist. Yet before that brute known as Mountain Rending Bear, he couldn't last 10 moves. With our sole cultivated Qi warrior wounded, the rest of our guards stood no chance. The goods were all seized. Everyone was taken captive. The steward's voice dwindled until it was barely up. Su Yan swayed slightly, gripping the nearby table to steady herself. This shipment was the largest transaction she had ever overseen since assuming control of her family's business. If successfully delivered, it would have secured the Su family's foothold in the prefectural city. But now, the crushing blow left the young woman, only recently having broken through into the hidden Qi realm, speechless, her rosy lips quivering faintly. Beside her, Su Chen gently patted her shoulder, striving to keep his voice calm. Xiaoyan, don't panic. The Black Wind bandits have always sought wealth, not blood. There may yet be hope. How much ransom do they demand? Su Chan turned sharply toward the steward, his tone low and grave. The steward swallowed hard, his voice shaking. Those accursed bandits. They demand 300,000 taels of silver. 300,000 taels. At this preposterous sum, both Su Chen and Su Yan's pupils contracted violently. Su Chen's face instantly darkened, mirroring his daughter's pallor. They had fled hastily from Anxi County to the prefectural city, abandoning much of their former wealth. Upon arrival, establishing new trade routes had drained their coffers like a river in flood. Now nearly all their capital was tied up in that very shipment. How could they possibly raise 300,000 taels? Have those damned bandits lost their minds chasing gold? Su Chen's eyes flared crimson, rage boiling over. He slammed his palm onto the table with a thunderous crack. The air in the hall grew heavier, suffocating. Until in that moment of utter despair, a thought pierced Su Yan's mind like a blade. She jerked her head up, teeth clenched. Father, could this be the Sun family's doing? Su Chen's brow furrowed. The Sun family. Su Yan drew a deep breath, forcing composure as she reasoned aloud. That route has long been ours. We've paid the Black Wind bandits countless times, and they've always honored the arrangement. So why did they turn on us now? She paused, her gaze sharpening with icy resolve. I've heard whispers. Whispers that the Sun family keeps company with every manner of rogue and scoundrel. Su Chen's expression darkened further. In a hushed, taut voice he asked, you suspect retaliation? The Sun family ranked near mid-tier among prefectural city clans, stronger than the former Ding family, boasting 8 cultivated Qi masters in their retinue. Just days ago, Sun Yu, the Sun family's second son, notorious for indulgence and idleness, had chanced upon Su Yan on the street, then pursued her relentlessly, clinging like pitch to skin. Each advance was met with stern refusal. Humiliated and enraged, he'd spat venom at her. Little vixen, if you refuse my hand, your Su family will crumble to dust. Now that ambushed by the Black Wind bandits bore every mark of Sun family orchestration. At that moment, dare block me, and I'll shatter your skull. A brazen voice erupted from beyond the estate gate, shattering the hall's oppressive silence. Damn fool, that good-for-nothing Sun Yu has arrived. Su Yan and Su Chen exchanged a glance, identical glints of cold fury burning in their eyes. They strode swiftly from the hall, crossed the courtyard, and reached the main gate. There stood a pale-skinned, effeminate man, Sun Yu, barred outside by Su family guards. He cursed volubly, shoving them aside with arrogant disdain. This was Sun Yu, the Sun family's prodigal second son. The moment he spotted Su Yan, his eyes lit up like his lecherous gaze raked over her slender frame, tongue flicking across dry lips, face twisted into a revolting grin. Huh, beauty Su, been too long. I've missed you terribly. Glancing at the guards who barred him, he sneered. Your lackeys are dreadfully disobedient. Daring to block your feet. Su Yan's expression froze into glacial contempt. Silence, Sun Yu. You are not welcome here. Leave. Now. Haha. Tell me to leave. Sun Yu didn't bristle. He laughed louder still, arms folded, gaze lazily appraising her. Heard your caravan was ambushed by the Black Wind bandits. Heavy losses, I hear. He paused, a flicker of smug triumph in his eyes. I came specially to help you. Yet you bid me depart. Feigning departure, he took a step toward the gate, voice dripping with mockery. Fine. Since you're so unwelcoming, I'll take my leave. Pity, your cargo and people. 30,000 taels, and those poor wretches held captive. How long do you suppose they'll last in the Black Wind? Su Yan's fury finally erupted. Her face hardened with frost, voice ringing sharp as shattered ice. You vile wretch. Did your Sun family conspire with the Black Wind bandits? Fists clenched, her body trembled, not with fear, but with murderous intent. Sun Yu halted, turning back with a slime mocking chuckle. Beauty Su, words must be chosen carefully. Do you possess proof? Without evidence, I'll lodge a formal complaint against you at the prefectural magistrate's office. He moistened his lips, eyes lingering lasciviously over her form, grinning with grotesque charm. But, should you consent to marry me, becoming kin, I might intercede with the Black Wind bandits on your behalf. 30,000 taels. Perhaps not a single tael need be spent. Your goods and people returned whole. Ha. His shrill, triumphant laughter echoed cruelly across the Su estate gate, as if her surrender were already sealed. Su Yan inhaled deeply, her icy mask melting away, replaced by a dazzling, radiant smile. You wish to marry me, eh? She laughed, a silvery chime laced with lethal frost. And you deem yourself worthy. Stepping forward, she gazed down upon him, unblinking, unyielding. Sun Yu, I tell you plainly one final time, I would wed a 70-year-old widower before casting even a glance upon filth like you. Leave, now. Do you think a 70-year-old old man is beneath me, eh? Sun Yu's face changed drastically, and his once fair complexion turned the color of pig liver. He widened his eyes and stared fiercely at Su Yan, so much so that blood vessels appeared in his eyes from the strain. His gaze seemed capable of devouring the woman before him whole. He finally broke down. Throughout his life relying on the power of the Sun family, he had acted tyrannically in the capital city. Those women which one did not rush to him upon seeing him. But today this Su Yin, this bumpkin from the county, actually said that she wouldn't even marry a 70-year-old man. Alright. Little girl, I'll give you credit for having guts. Sun Ye's eyes glared at Su Yin like a venomous snake. He gritted his teeth as he spoke each word. I want to see how you get through this. Alright. Little girl, I'll give you credit for having guts. Sun Ye's eyes glared at Su Yin like a venomous snake. After finishing, he angrily flicked his sleeves, producing a crisp sound in the air, then glared at Su Yin fiercely before turning on his heel and striding away. Xiao Yin, dealing with such scum should be like this. Your father supports you. Su Chun nodded in relief, his haggard face filled with satisfaction. But after a while he cleared his throat, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of helplessness, however, as a girl you should be a little more reserved when speaking. What you said about marrying a 70-year-old man isn't exactly pleasant to hear. Upon hearing this, a slight blush appeared on Su Yan's angry face. The redness spread all the way to her ears, making her look even more charming. She pouted and whispered, Father, I was just too angry. I said it casually. Though she said so, she understood in her heart that for a brief moment in her fury a wild and daring thought did flash through her mind. Compared to Sun Yu, a second-generation heir with such a vile character, she would truly rather marry that. Every time she thought of that old man, her usually calm mind would become chaotic like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that lingered. I wonder if I will have the chance to see him again. As this thought flashed through her mind, she shook her head vigorously as if trying to shake off this absurd notion. What was I thinking? Xiao Yin, it seems today's incident with the Black Wind stronghold is indeed related to this. Su Chen's serious voice pulled Su Yin back to reality. The two exchanged glances and the worry on their faces deepened. That scolding certainly felt relieving. However, the issue had not been resolved, or in fact it might have become more severe. The strong prey on the weak. This is the way of the world. The power of the Sun family is not something the Su family can shake. Just the openly acknowledged transformation stage offerings number 8, not to mention the Sun family, has an elder who is a peak transformation stage martial artist. Though that old man is aged and his vitality somewhat diminished, he is not an ordinary transformation stage martial artist that one can provoke. Currently, the only transformation stage martial artist the Su family can rely on is Lu Qingshi. For now, the only option is to find Brother Lu. Su Chun sighed heavily. About a stick of incense later, at Liu's residence in the study. What? The goods were robbed by mountain bandits. Zhao Gang and Shirlei were also captured. Hearing the bad news from Su Chun and Su Yin, Lu Qingshi hadn't spoken yet, but Huang Xiu couldn't hold back. Her curvaceous body trembled slightly, and her eyes fixed on Su Chun, her face still retaining its charm, was filled with suppressed anger. The more she looked at Su Chun, the angrier she felt. How could this person be like a disaster star? Every time he came, he brought nothing but bad news. Last time her husband and Zhao Gang were severely injured. This time, both people and goods were robbed. She even felt an impulse to throw this Su out. Madam Huang, I apologize. Su Chen lowered his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. Master Lu, madam, it's all my responsibility. Su Yin also slightly lowered her head, not daring to meet Madame Liu's gaze. Her once smiling eyes were now filled with guilt and self-blame, her red lips pressed tightly together, her fingertips digging into her palm. Enough, Xiu. Lu Qingshi sighed softly, signaling his wife to hold her tongue for now. He understood this matter was not the fault of Su Chun and his daughter, they were victims as well. Seeing Su Yan's face filled with guilt and self-reproach, he felt uneasy as well. How long had this child been in charge of the family business? And they encountered such a major issue. Huang Xiu glanced at Su Yin, her anger slightly subsiding, but she still couldn't help but speak. But we can't just let you go to Heisong Mountain and fight those bandits to retrieve the goods, and people can we? Su Chun immediately raised his head, repeatedly shaking his hands with a wry smile. Madam Huang, we have no such intention at all. Even if he were confused, he wouldn't let Lu Qingshi take that risk. Those bandits at Black Wind Stronghold had 5 leaders who were all transformation stage experts, along with over 100 minions. Even if Lu Qingshi was strong, going in alone would be tantamount to seeking death. Then what do you mean? Huang Xiu pressed, unwilling to let it go. Su Chun was momentarily at a loss. Lu Qingshi remained silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and then said solemnly, I know about the mountain bandits from Black Wind Stronghold. They primarily seek wealth. Zhao Gang and Shirlei, as well as those guards from the Su family, should all be safe. As for the ransom of 300,000 taels. He glanced at Su Chen's dejected face and chose not to continue. Su Chun let out a bitter smile and remained silent. He truly couldn't come up with that sum of money. How about this? Lu Qingshi slowly stood up, a hint of determination appearing on his steady face. I will go find Xia Tang at Tianqing sect. He said solemnly, if Xia Tang intervenes, those bandits from Black Wind Stronghold might give some face. After speaking, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. When it comes to favors, using one means one less. However, now there was no time to care about that. Upon hearing this, Su Chun and Su Yan suddenly raised their heads, their faces revealing a hint of excitement. They both knew that Lu Qingshi had a friend who served as an elder in Tianqing sect. If this person intervened, the Black Wind stronghold would surely give face. Qingshi. As she watched Lu Qingshi's figure, Huang Xiu showed a hint of concern in her eyes. No one understood her husband better than she did. He would not easily seek help unless absolutely necessary. The situation is urgent. I will set off immediately. Lu Qingshi wasted no time, giving instructions to a few people before pushing the door open and leaving. Although he knew that Zhao Gang and Shirley's lives should be safe, it was inevitable that they would suffer some physical hardships in the bandits' den. He also did not want his 2 disciples to suffer too much. About half an hour later, Lu Qingshi finally arrived at the gate of Tianqing sect. To avoid worrying his daughter, he deliberately did not look for Lu Yi, but asked the disciple at the gate to deliver a message. You're looking for Elder Xie from Zuanshifeng, right? I will report to him right away. After the disciple nodded, he hurried off. The time it took to brew a cup of tea felt as long as an entire year. Finally, the disciple returned. Elder Xie went to Huang Xinfang to visit friends. He may not be back for a few days. The disciple said apologetically, if you're willing to wait for him, I can arrange accommodation for you. Lu Qingshi's heart immediately sank. Huang Xinfang was very far from Yunling Prefecture. A round trip would take at least 7 or 8 days. The bandits from Black Wind Stronghold would not have such patience to wait 7 or 8 days. Meanwhile, at the foot of Heisong Mountain, a tall and thin figure appeared at the entrance of the mountain path, without anyone noticing. Dressed in a simple gray robe, his hair was graying. He looked up at the towering peak that pierced the clouds and nodded. This mountain is indeed very high. Jiang Ye murmured to himself, his gaze slowly sweeping across the steep mountain before him. Black Pine Mountain was indeed worthy of its reputation. The terrain was steep with strange rocks everywhere, and the mountain was shrouded in a dense layer of black pines, casting the entire mountain in a gloomy shade. The branches and leaves of those pine trees intertwined, blocking out the sun, making it difficult to see even a ray of sunlight in the forest at noon. Such terrain is indeed easy to defend, but hard to attack. Don't mention 100 bandits hiding within. Even a few dozen people can use the terrain to delay for a long time. When Jiang Ye withdrew his gaze, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A guard every 10 steps, a lookout every 5. If things go south, just run. He murmured, his tone tinged with amusement. These bandits are fortunate to encounter him. Upon learning that Xie Tang was not present, Lu Qingshi stood at the entrance of the Tianqing sect for a long while before finally sighing and descending the mountain. When he returned home, his wife, Huang Xiu, immediately came to greet him, her face still possessing charm, filled with worry. She spoke softly, Qingshi, how is it? Can Xie Tang help us? Lu Qingshi remained silent for a moment before nodding and replying him. He did not want to add to his wife's worries, so he did not mention that Xie Tang was not at the Tianqing sect. Huang Xiu let out a long sigh of relief, the tension on her face gradually dissipating, revealing a smile. That's good, that's good. Before long, Su Chun and Su Yan rushed in. As soon as they entered the room, their gazes immediately turned to Lu Qingshi. Seeing the expressions of worry and hope on their faces, Lu Qingshi also nodded slightly, signaling them to Brother Lu. I really don't know how to thank you, Su Chun said, trembling with excitement. Master Lu. Thank you. Su Yan was even more agitated, her eyes reddening as she deeply bowed to Lu Qingshi. Watching their excited expressions, Lu Qingshi's face remained calm, even carrying a hint of a soothing smile. However, the smile only rested on his lips while his eyes concealed a deep, unshakable worry. He knew that the bandits from Heifeng village had at most 2 or 3 days of patience. If the ransom was not received promptly, they might resort to tearing up the deal. Currently, the best approach was for him to take the risk of going to Heisong Mountain to negotiate with the bandits and stabilize the situation. As long as he waited for Xie Tang to return, the situation would change. Though the bandits were bold, they still had to consider the dignity of the elders from the Tianqing sect. He did not share these plans with anyone, including Huang Xiu. He knew that if he revealed his intentions, his wife would not allow him to take such risks. Su Chun and Su Yan expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Lu Qingshi before taking their leave. Later that evening, Lu Qingshi lay in bed listening to Huang Xi's even breathing. He waited until her breath grew heavier before gently moving. He got out of bed, quietly, careful not to wake his sleeping wife. After dressing, he quietly opened the door and stepped into the courtyard. He did not set off immediately, but turned back and entered another room. The one housing Jiang Ye's memorial tablet. The room was small, but kept very clean. Lu Qingshi calmly lit 3 incense sticks, bowed deeply 3 times before the tablet, and then solemnly placed them in the incense burner. He stood there staring at the cold tablet in silence for a long time. Old Jiang. He finally spoke, his voice low and carrying a touch of suppressed emotion. Bless me. After finishing, he slightly bowed to the tablet, then turned and strode toward the door. His figure stood straight like a pine tree, his steps steady as a mountain, carrying a resolute determination to move forward. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was finally about to begin his hunting moment. To maximize the effects of the deer form true meaning, he deliberately waited until night to act. The dark moonlit night was an excellent time for killing. Indeed, the defenses are very tight. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Ye's gaze was sharp as a knife sweeping across the surrounding sentries. The higher he climbed towards the mountain peak, the denser the wooden watchtowers became, achieving one post every 10 steps and one sentinel every 5 steps. The bandits on watch were generally unremarkable, with the strongest being at the Mingjing level, and many were ordinary people who weren't even considered martial artists. However, if one of them were startled, the entire mountain stronghold would erupt into chaos. No wonder the elders of the Tianqing sect returned empty-handed before. With such tight defenses, anyone would— Oh! A sentry yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes, completely unaware of the ghostly figure slipping past nearby. At the mountaintop village, wooden houses of varying sizes were arranged in an orderly fashion, brightly lit. From the distant main house, the sounds of bandits drinking and playing games echoed, their crude laughter rising and falling, startling several birds resting in the quiet mountain forest. Jiang Ye's silhouette blended into the night like a shadow, silently creeping closer. Capture the leader before capturing the thieves. He needed to find the hideout of the main bandits first. He arrived outside the first small wooden house, peering through the window, his aged eyes slightly moving. Inside, the light was dim, illuminated only by a single oil lamp. A dozen bandits were gathered around a crooked wooden table, which was piled high with gnawed bones. They were red-faced from drinking, with their chests exposed, shouting obscenities and crude laughter. In the center of the room, several women huddled together, trembling. Each of them was emaciated with prominent cheekbones. Their clothes were tattered, and their exposed skin bore marks from being pinched and beaten. They kept their heads down, not daring to look at anyone, their shoulders shaking continuously. Tears flowed silently down their faces, but no one dared to make a sound. Thus they understood that any form of crying would invite even more brutal torment. The bandits, seeing their miserable state, laughed even more arrogantly. These women were all kidnapped from the mountains below. Their husbands and parents had long been killed. These beasts— A cold glint flashed in Jiang Ye's aged eyes. Tonight he would make it a swift kill. He did not raise any alarm, but silently moved on to the next wooden house. The second wooden house looked much like the first. After a casual glance, Jiang Ye continued forward. It seemed that the bandits' nighttime activities were fairly uniform. When he reached the outside of the third wooden house and peered through the window, he suddenly froze. Inside, several figures bound tightly with iron chains were slumped in the corner. Among them he recognized 2 individuals all too well. They were Zhao Gang and Shirlei from the Qingshi Martial Academy. Both were covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, and had clearly suffered greatly. Even so, they gritted their teeth, remaining silent. Beside them, several guards were also bound, constantly moaning in pain. These are the guards of the Su family. Jiang Ye recognized their attire. It seems they were working for the Su family and got captured by these bandits. The wise old Jiang Ye quickly pieced together the situation. Just then, a burly man with a bald head and a shiny scalp approached Zhao Gang and Shirlei, holding a dark whip. Blood had not yet dried on the whip, appearing a dark red under the firelight. "You lot are quite tough." The burly man grinned widely, revealing a row of yellowed teeth, his smile filled with sickly excitement. "I, Fifth Master, love to torment tough guys like you. The more you scream, the more excited I get. If you don't scream, I'll just keep beating you until you do." With that, he suddenly lashed out with the whip. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The whip struck fiercely against the 2 men, immediately leaving 2 bloody wounds, flesh torn, sending shivers down the spine. Zhao Gang's body shook, his teeth chattering, the veins on his forehead bulging, yet he did not let out a single scream. Shirlei bit his lip fiercely, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't even let out a whimper. They indeed showed remarkable resilience. After such a beating, he gritted his teeth and remained silent. "Not bad, not bad." The burly man nodded in satisfaction, his sickly smile becoming even more sinister. "After Fifth Master finishes drinking, I'll come back and play with you." He grinned as he put away the whip, then turned to head towards the door. Bang! As the wooden door closed, he was about to turn. Whoosh! A stunningly beautiful blood moonblade light appeared before him without any warning. He did not have time to let out a single scream, his consciousness faded away. Inside the spacious wooden house, the candlelight was bright, and the smell of alcohol was overwhelming. For fierce-looking men were gathered around an 8 immortals table, drinking and eating meat. "Ha ha, brothers, this haul from the Su family is going to let us eat well." The leader Zhou Lao Guai sat at the front, pounding the table, his face full of flesh, laughing to the point of showing no teeth. "Ha ha, still the boss is wise. We've connected with the Sun family." Second-in-command Bao Shanying took a sip of wine, wiped his mouth, eyes gleaming with pride. 2 sides to eat from this deal is quite profitable. Indeed, one Su family collecting money from the Sun family, while also taking a ransom from the Su family. Tisk, the boss mind, we can't even catch up. I just don't know if the Su family has gathered the ransom yet. Hee. Fourth-in-command chuckled, shoving a piece of meat into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, 300,000 taels, enough for them to drink a pot. At that moment, thud thud thud, a knock came from outside the door. "Damn it, that brat Fifth finally showed up." The closest to the door, the fourth-in-command cursed, rising unsteadily towards the entrance. As he opened the wooden door, he was still mumbling, "Why does it take so long to drink?" I'll definitely make him drink to death. The conversation halted. Standing outside was a bald man, his eyes dazed and expressionless. His face was devoid of color, looking as if he had just crawled out of a grave. What the hell are you standing there for? Come in. The fourth incumbent scolded, reaching out and slapping the bald man's shoulder. Slap. The bald man's head slid right off his neck, landing on the ground with a thud, rolling twice before facing the fourth incumbent, his unblinking eyes wide open. This. The pupils of the fourth incumbent shrank to the size of a pinhead. A chill ran from his feet to the top of his head, making his blood feel as if it had frozen. He opened his mouth, wanting to scream. Whoosh. A stunning blood moon blade light pierced through the bald man's body, striking precisely into the heart of the fourth incumbent. With a soft sound, the blade pierced through the back, bringing forth a rain of blood. The fourth chief looked down at the bloodied tip of the knife in his chest, disbelief and horror filling his eyes. His mouth moved slightly, but only a short whimper escaped his throat, and the life in his eyes faded away. From the moment the knocking sound was heard to the fourth chief opening the door, then to the fifth chief's head rolling to the ground, and finally the blade piercing the fourth chief's heart. All this happened within the span of a few breaths. Quick. Too quick. So much so that the bloodthirsty mountain bandits almost failed to react. Old fifth. Old fourth. Enemy attack. The three chiefs in the wooden house roared in fury simultaneously. Zhou Leiguai suddenly stood up, his long sword unsheathing in an instant. Bao Shanxiong and Chuan Shanlang also sprang up in unison, staring intently at the doorway. Bang! The fourth chief's corpse fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. From the darkness outside the door, a tall, slender figure slowly emerged. Dressed in a gray robe with graying hair, he held a blood-dripping curved blade in his hand. Who are you? Zhou Leiguai asked in a deep voice, his sword pointed directly at the figure, his seemingly furious tone betraying a deeply hidden fear. To be able to silently take out Old Fourth and Old Fifth right under their noses, this person's strength. Kill this. Avenge fourth brother and fifth brother. Bao Shanxiong and Chuan Shanlang didn't think twice. They were already blinded by rage. The two men lunged at Jiang Ye at the same time. Bao Shanxiong led the charge, both hands striking simultaneously like two massive iron hammers, aiming to smash Jiang Ye's face. The sound of the punch whistled through the air, leaving behind a dull sonic boom, shaking the candles in the room until they extinguished. This move, double hammer strike, was his signature skill, having once turned a strong bull into pulp with a single punch. Now even a massive stone blocking his way would be smashed to pieces. Chuan Shanlang, like a ghost, swept in from the side. Holding a dark short knife, he silently aimed for Jiang Ye. The blade's tip glimmered with a strange dark green hue, accompanied by a foul stench, clearly coated in deadly poison. One strong, one stealthy, they coordinated perfectly. Ordinary masters encountering such a joint attack, even at the peak of their strength, would have to avoid the danger. Seeking death. Facing the two's combined assault, a hint of mockery appeared in Jiang Ye's aged eyes. He raised his left arm, not dodging, but merely gently blocking in front of his body. Bang! Bao Shanxiong's fists, capable of shattering stone, struck Jiang Ye's left arm, but it felt as if they had hit a piece of ancient iron, not budging an inch. What? Bao Shanxiong's anger froze for a moment, disbelief filling his eyes. Before he could react, Jiang Ye's left hand suddenly shook. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache as the bones shattered. Bao Shanxiong's large hand was directly shaken into a mist of blood by the overwhelming force. Shattered bones and flesh splattered, revealing a horrifying severed wrist. Even more terrifying, a thread of crimson golden true energy crept up his wound like a maggot. Bao Shanxiong let out a piercing scream, a sound that resembled a beast's wail before death. He staggered back, clutching his severed wrist, but the crimson golden flames continued to burn, spreading from his wrist to his forearm, and then to his elbow, a heavy burnt odor filling the entire room. Second brother. Seeing this scene, Chuan Shanlang's furious face immediately showed a hint of terror. But it was already too late. Jiang Ye's wrist moved slightly, the blood-colored curved blade seeming to come alive, rotating in his hand, accompanied by a hint of crimson golden true energy, meeting Chuan Shanlang's incoming dagger. Clang. A light chime. Chuan Shanlang's finely forged dagger was easily pierced by the blood-colored curved blade, as if it were tofu. The blade continued its momentum, piercing through the dagger, through his arm, and then... Uft! The tip of the knife protruded from his back, blood splattering everywhere. This strike pierced through his entire right arm, brutally embedding into his chest. Chuan Shanlang could only manage 2 painful gasps before collapsing dead on the spot. His body fell limply. Compared to Bao Shanxiong's agonized struggles in the flames, he was much luckier, not having to suffer more before death. All this happened in the blink of an eye. And that loudest, angriest chief, Zhou Leiguai, saw such a terrifying scene without a hint of hesitation. He suddenly turned like a startled wild dog, without a moment's hesitation, crashing through the window and leaping out, making a run for it. Big brother. Bao Shanxiong's arms were both broken, his body covered in burns, letting out, and he stared intently at the fleeing figure of the chief, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. He never expected that his big brother, who usually spoke of brothers united, would run faster than anyone in a life-or-death moment. Whoosh! After a flash of blood moonblade light, Bao Shanxiong's screams suddenly ceased. His grotesquely fat head fell from his neck, thudding to the ground and rolling twice. His round, bulging eyes remained fixed on the direction Zhou Leiguai had fled, refusing to close. Jiang Ye sheathed his blade, glanced at the corpse on the ground, then looked toward the direction Zhou Leiguai had escaped, and sneered. "Don't worry, Jiang certain looks down on such disloyal people. They'll soon send him to reunite with you brothers." Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It's the voice of the chief. Who dares to be so bold as to come to our Black Wind stronghold? Various voices surged from all directions. The mountain bandits rushed out from every wooden house with knives, guns, and sticks. The flickering firelight illuminated the entire stronghold as if it were day. They had clearly been startled by the earlier shouts and screams. Good. A cold light flashed in Jiang Ye's eye. These little minions came to deliver themselves to their deaths, so he didn't have to kill them one by one. As for the fleeing Zhou Leiguai, even if he ran a few steps, he would never escape Jiang Ye's grasp. Over there. The leading mountain bandits, upon seeing Jiang Ye standing at the doorway, immediately shouted, calling their accomplices behind. But as they got closer, their gazes passed over the tall, thin figure landing on the familiar corpses lying on the ground. Wait a minute. Someone suddenly stopped, their voice filled with disbelief. That's the third chief's corpse. And the second chief, fourth chief, and fifth chief's corpses. What on earth has happened? The cries of battle seemed to be choked in their throats, suddenly stopping. All the mountain bandits halted in their tracks. They stared at the few sprawled corpses on the ground, unable to suppress a shiver. Countless gazes unconsciously turned to the elderly figure holding the curved blade. The old man, clad in gray robes and with graying hair, wore no expression on his face. His aged eyes calmly swept over the crowd, as if surveying a flock of sheep waiting for slaughter. Some of the more perceptive ones had already quietly slowed their steps, preparing to flee. Jiang Ye casually glanced around. The mountain bandits rushing from all directions formed a dense black mass, around 70 to 80 of them. Aside from those on lookout at the periphery, all the bandits in the stronghold should be present. Very good. Jiang Ye nodded slightly, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. Then let the killing begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved, vanishing from his spot like a ghost. The next moment he appeared in the densest part of the crowd. Quick! Quick! Run! This old man killed the second chief and the others. At this moment, even the dullest mountain bandit began to realize. This old man before them was the culprit behind the deaths of several chiefs. With the chiefs at the level of Foundation establishment killed, did these little minions intend to stay here and wait for death? The crowd scattered like frightened ants, fleeing in all directions. Who want to escape? They were quick, but Jiang Ye's blade was quicker. The true energy within Jiang Ye erupted, and the crimson golden light enveloped the blood-colored curved blade. Then he swung the blade a complete circle. Whoosh! A stunning blood moon blade light, accompanied by scorching crimson golden true energy, transformed into a ring-shaped flame wave spreading out from Jiang Ye. After the blade light flashed past, the air was left with burn marks. In the next moment, all the mountain bandits stopped fleeing at that instant. The vast stronghold fell silent. No one shouted, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Those bandits stood there unmoving, as if under a spell. After a while, a gust of mountain wind blew through. Bang, 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 bang. All the mountain bandits' upper bodies suddenly slid off from their waists, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed out like a flood, breaking a dam from the severed bodies, quickly dyeing the entire ground red. 70 to 80 corpses, 70 to 80 blood springs shone under the moonlight, forming a hellish scene. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. Jiang Ye sheathed his blade, glanced at the corpses on the ground, and after mastering the blood moon blade under the influence of the great sun heavenly flame true energy, he could sever over a dozen large trees from 20 meters away. These mountain bandits were merely flesh and blood. Killing them was as simple as mowing grass. Suddenly, amidst this sea of corpses and blood, Jiang Ye sensed a chilling, sinister, poisonous aura. This aura rose from the blood sea swirling around him, then gradually dissipated. You have an extraordinary comprehension, having initially grasped a strand of killing intent from the essence of death and slaughter. Killing intent. Jiang Ye was slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering in his aged eyes. It turned out that this extremely cold, dark, and poisonous aura was indeed killing intent. But what use is this killing intent? Just now that wisp of killing intent merely circled around his body once before vanishing. Could it be that I need to cultivate the killing intent using the chi cultivation method? Oi. As this thought flashed through his mind, he felt it was somewhat absurd. How could there be someone in this world who specifically cultivates killing intent? The chi cultivation method nurtures the energies of heaven and earth, which are the righteous path. Killing intent, such a thing, is cold, dark, and poisonous, completely incompatible with the righteous path. Surely there wouldn't be a chi cultivation method dedicated to nurturing killing intent in this world. He shook his head, slightly suppressing that overly bold thought for the time being. Matters regarding killing intent could be explored further once he returned to the sect. He raised his eyes towards the nearby wooden houses. The urgent matter was at hand. Captain Zhao, brother Sure, did you hear the shouts of the mountain bandits outside? The several guards tightly bound by iron chains and previously despondent, while sitting on the ground suddenly perked up straining to listen. This commotion is quite loud. It sounds like someone has broken into Blackwind Stronghold. Who has such audacity to dare intrude upon Blackwind Stronghold? Could it be Master Lu? At the mention of Lu Qingshi, the guard's eyes brightened. When Lu Qingshi was uninjured, he had taken them several times along trade routes. His steady and dependable figure along with his loyalty had been deeply etched in everyone's hearts. Wounded all over, Zhao Gang gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, I hope it's not Master Lu coming. Next to him, Shirley, also battered, nodded in agreement. Both Zhao Gang and Shirley knew that Blackwind Stronghold was a den of tigers and dragons with 5 leaders who had reached the transformation realm plus over 100 desperate outlaws. Even if Lu Qingshi came, it would be dangerous. They would rather die here than let their master take risks. But soon the deafening noise came to an abrupt halt, as if it had been cut off by a knife. What's going on? Why have those beasts suddenly stopped shouting? Could it be that they have dealt with the intruder? The people in the room looked at each other, all confused. Zhao Gang and Shirley's hearts sank even further. If the intruder really was Master Lu, then wouldn't that mean? Please don't let it be Master Lu. They both silently prayed, their usually strong faces now displaying. At that moment, bang! A force of tremendous power slammed against the wooden door, shattering it into a cloud of splinters scattering everywhere. Following that, a figure clad in a gray robe with hair as white as snow slowly stepped into the room. He held a blood-red, curved blade with blood dripping from the tip. It was indeed Jiang Ye. As soon as he entered, all those in the room, including Zhao Gang, the transformation realm warrior, felt their hearts tremble at that moment, as if they were being locked onto by some ancient ferocious beast unable to utter a sound. The lower-ranked guard didn't even dare to lift his head, trembling in fear. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over Zhao Gang and Shirley. These 2 young men, both injured, yet still standing tall. He said nothing, merely flicking his wrist. Whoosh! The blood moon blade flashed. The chains binding everyone snapped in response, falling to the ground. I've already taken care of most of the mountain bandits. There are only a few sentries left outside. You all settle yourselves and head down the mountain. Jiang Ye's voice was calm, as if he were speaking of something true. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. The room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stared at the broken iron chains and the empty doorway, taking a long time to regain their senses. We are saved. Someone was the first to let out a cheer of relief, and then the guards erupted like madmen, jumping and shouting, tears streaming down their faces. Staying in this bandit den was torture every moment. Those mountain bandits, those beasts, have all been killed by that senior just now. Heavens! How did that old man manage to deal with so many bandits in Blackwind Stronghold? Zhao Gang and Shirley exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief and a sense of relief. Hurry up! Faster! The leader, old Zhou, used all his strength to sprint desperately along the treacherous mountain path. He kept looking back, but all he saw was the dark mountain forest behind him with no one in pursuit. However, his unease did not lessen. Instead, it grew heavier, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping it. Once I get there and slide over, I will be safe. Old Zhou ran faster and finally reached the edge of a cliff. Here there was only an iron cable as thick as an arm connecting the 2 mountain peaks. The iron cable swayed gently in the wind of the night, making a creaking sound. Below was an abyss, pitch black and bottomless. This was the escape route he had left for himself, a secret even the other leaders were unaware of. He looked down at the cliff below, feeling his legs weaken. After taking a deep breath, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the sliding buckle on the iron cable, and with a burst of strength his body shot across to the opposite mountain peak, like an arrow released from a bow. After a while he finally slid to the opposite mountain peak. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs gave way, nearly causing him to fall to his knees. But that face full of rugged features couldn't help but break into a mad laugh. Ha! I have survived once again. He turned to look back. At the edge of the cliff appeared a white-haired old man. You caught up so quickly. Old Zhou's heart jumped, and he immediately drew a long sword from his waist, unleashing all his strength to fiercely slash at the iron cable connecting the 2 mountain peaks. Clang! Sparks flew. The iron cable as thick as an arm snapped in response, half of it plummeting into the abyss. Old Zhou's heart finally relaxed. He stood up, revealing a fierce expression as he glared at the old man across from him, laughing loudly. Old man, if you have the ability, come over. Before he finished speaking, the old man on the opposite side actually lightly stepped off the ground, soaring into the air like a light bird. Without any tools, he stepped through the air, flying over like a real bird. How is this possible? Old Zhou's smile of fierce glee froze in an instant, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. He looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Forget about the transformation realm. Even legendary experts of the chi condensation realm were not known to fly. So shocked was old Zhou that he even forgot to escape, standing dumbfounded as he watched that figure grow closer. When he finally realized he should run, Jiang Ye had already lightly landed in front of him. At the moment he landed, Jiang Ye struck out with a knife. Whoosh! A flash of blood moonblade light carrying crimson golden true energy sliced through the air, targeting Old Zhou directly. You? Old Zhou instinctively mobilized all his strength to raise his sword in defense. Clang! A sound of metal clashing. The long sword made of fine steel in Old Zhou's hand broke like tofu. The blood moon blade's momentum did not decrease, striking fiercely at him. Uft! Old Zhou's upper body was nearly cleaved in two, leaving a deep wound visible to the bone on his chest. Flesh rolled over the edges, charred, exuding a faint smell of burnt flesh. He fell heavily to the ground like a kite, with a severed string spitting out a mouthful of blood foam. Jiang Ye had deliberately held back, otherwise this strike would have directly sent Old Zhou to reunite with his brothers. Huh. Old Zhou gasped for breath, blood continuously oozing from the corners of his mouth and the wound on his chest. He stared intensely at the white-haired old man before him, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. He did not even ask Jiang Ye why he wanted to kill him. A mountain bandit like him who licked blood from the knife's edge had offended too many people. Oh, anyone might wish for his death. Do you know why I spared your life? Jiang Ye looked down at him indifferently, his voice flat as water, devoid of any. I heard you were quite good at making money. You should have saved quite a bit over the years. He lowered his gaze slightly coldly, saying, be straightforward, tell me where you hide your money, and I will let you die a bit more painlessly. He knew the habits of these mountain bandits. They were adept at the trick of having several escape routes, keeping the stolen silver scattered. Instead of laboriously searching himself, he might as well let this leader spill it out. So you want silver? A grim smile appeared on Old Zhou's face as he raised his left hand slightly, as if to point in a certain direction. In the next moment, whoosh! A black shadow shot out from his sleeve like lightning, lunging straight for Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, who was already on guard, didn't even blink, casually extending two fingers to firmly pin the shadow in his hand. Death Scorpion. He examined it. It was a completely black scorpion, its tail's stinger shimmering with a cold blue light. He had seen this type of poisonous creature in the Taming Poisons classic. Its venom was not weak, sealing the throat upon contact with blood. You like to play these little tricks with me, huh? Jiang Ye smiled without warmth as he looked at Old Zhou. You? Old Zhou had originally been despaired, but seeing Jiang Ye daring to catch the death scorpion barehanded, a trace of sickly light sparkled in his eyes. This fool, does he not know how vicious scorpions can be? Indeed. The death scorpion that Jiang Ye had captured struggled violently for a moment, its tail arching forward, the deadly stinger raised high, then fiercely struck towards Jiang Ye's wrist. Clang! A light sound. The stinger of the death scorpion snapped. Old Zhou went completely numb. He stared wide-eyed at Jiang Ye, his expression as if he were looking at a monster. His lips trembled violently. You have practiced hard skills. At that moment he knew he was doomed. With a sudden resolve he raised the hand still gripping the broken sword, intending to slash it across his neck. Jiang Ye's speed was even faster. With a step down, a crack sounded and Old Zhou's right hand was directly crushed, the broken sword falling to the ground. Now you think of seeking death. It's too late. Jiang Ye let out a cold laugh, his smile appearing even more sinister under the moonlight. He took out a jade box from his arms and slowly opened it. Since you are so reluctant to cooperate, I can't let you die easily. Hiss! A fiery red figure sprang out. Meanwhile, a figure finally arrived at the mountain path's entrance. Dressed in a blue robe with a resolute expression, it was Lu Qingshi. He looked up at the black pine mountains, shrouded in darkness, taking a deep breath. Zhao Gangshi lay wait for me. He stepped forward, entering the forest. What is this thing? Old Zhou stared at the crimson grotesque worm, his face contorted with terror. It bore a faint resemblance to a fire centipede. Yet fire centipedes possessed no two pairs of scythe-like mandibles. Jiang Ye offered no reply, merely placed Xiaohua gently upon Old Zhou's body and spoke coolly. Play slowly. Don't kill him just yet. HSSSS. Xiaohua writhed with excitement, its jet-black compound eyes locked hungrily upon the death scorpion pinched between Jiang Ye's fingers, a ravenous gleam burning within. Oh, you wish to devour it. Jiang Ye grasped its intent. This little creature refused its own kind as prey, but harbored keen appetite for other venomous beasts. He casually tossed the dying death scorpion onto the ground. Squeak! No sooner had it touched earth than it sensed peril. The 6 spindly legs frantically scraped at the soil, desperate to flee. Yet it crawled barely half a foot. Whoosh! Xiaohua snapped open its twin pairs of sickle-shaped mandibles and clamped them savagely onto the scorpion's skull, then began feasting voraciously. Within moments the death scorpion, larger than an adult's palm, lay shattered beyond recognition, reduced to scattered gory remnants upon the earth. What manner of venomous abomination is this? How can its bite possess such monstrous force? Old Zhou's scalp prickled with dread. He had witnessed countless toxic creatures in his life, but never before had he seen a centipede devour a scorpion. Soon thereafter Xiaohua's attention shifted, fixing unblinkingly upon Old Zhou. Its obsidian eyes locked onto him, its slender body coiled, taut, like a bow drawn to its utmost tension. Old Zhou strained desperately to recoil, but his severed arm and chest wound rendered him immobile. He could only watch paralyzed as the scarlet monstrosity crept unhurriedly onto his right foot. HSSSS. Xiaohua struck, its twin mandibles piercing deep into flesh, tearing open a ghastly blood-soaked wound upon his foot. Arg! A shriek of unspeakable agony tore from old Zhougua's throat. A hardened mountain bandit who endured blade wounds without flinching, he now buckled beneath the searing torment of fire toxin, a pain that transcended endurance. Instantly a grotesque fire blister erupted across his right foot, skin reddening, blackening, curling. His blood seemed ignited, surging upward from the soul like wildfire, each inch of flesh it consumed screaming in silent anguish. Arg! Kill me! End me now! He writhed violently upon the ground, yet every convulsion accelerated the toxin's spread. His gaze wild and pleading locked onto Jiang Ye, devoid of authority, stripped bare of dignity. Jiang Ye stood above him, expressionless, unmoved. Kneeling, Jiang Ye's voice remained placid. I granted you a chance earlier. You hesitated. Now you seek swiftness. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. Old Zhougua rasped, voice raw and spent. Just grant me mercy, a swift end. Jiang Ye merely smiled coldly, ignoring the wretched plea entirely. Xiaohua, sensing its masters will eagerly bid again, ripping another gaping wound into old Zhougua's foot. Arg! The shriek pierced the night air like a blade. Approximately half the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Ha! Old Zhougua lay collapsed, limp, formless, a mound of ruined flesh. His mouth hung wide open, his chest rose and fell with ever-diminishing tremors, his breath wheezed like a broken bellows. More exhalation than inhalation, life ebbing fast. The fire blistering had spread from foot to torso, flesh blistered and peeled, pus and gore oozing freely. Even speech had abandoned him, only guttural, unintelligible moans escaped his throat. Jiang Ye stood before him, towering and detached, a faint, cruel amusement playing upon his features. From this brutal interrogation, two pieces of intelligence emerged. The ill news, old Zhougua's stolen silver, had long since been squandered. The good news, with that silver he had purchased a water element qi cultivation manual, the true water qi nourishment art, from the black market of Huangxin Prefecture. Not bad indeed. At least you were a proper mountain chieftain, capable of acquiring even a qi cultivation manual. Jiang Ye gazed upon old Zhougua's death-ravaged visage, and uttered a quiet, ironic compliment. The manual's location. I've told you. Please, grant me mercy. Half his body now blistered and necrotic, each word cost him his last reserves of strength. Consumed by fire toxin, agony beyond bearing, he craved only oblivion. Every additional second stretched into exquisite torture. Jiang Ye glanced down, voice serene. Why rush? Not until I retrieve the manual. Then he seized old Zhougua's slack, lifeless frame, and dragged him up the mountain like carrion. According to old Zhougua, the manual lay buried beneath a pine tree atop the peak. Roughly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Jiang Ye hauled the near-dead bandit to the summit. There, beneath that tree, with his final shreds of strength, old Zhougua raised a trembling finger, pointing weakly beside the ancient pine. Following the gesture, Jiang Ye knelt at the roots and dug several times with his blood-red, curved blade. Soil parted, revealing a waxcloth bundle. He stooped, brushed away the dirt, and unwrapped it. Inside rested an ancient weathered tome, its cover inscribed with 7 characters: Kanglin True Water Qi Nourishment Art. Kanglin True Water Qi Nourishment Art. Jiang Ye's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. He flipped open the cover immediately. This art, cultivated water qi of extraordinary breadth, beginners drew from ponds or brooks, adepts tapped mountain streams and vast marshlands, masters could even channel the boundless qi of great rivers, endowing their inner qi with profound endurance and inexhaustible flow. Excellent. This art favors protracted cultivation and sustained resilience. Jiang Ye nodded inwardly, a glint of quiet satisfaction flickering in his aged eyes. He recalled the cold water peak of Tianxing sect, replete with numerous frigid pools ideal for nurturing water qi. Upon returning, he would slip in under cover of deepest night to cultivate this art in secret. In mere moments, a precise cultivation plan crystallized in his mind. You have secured the manual. Old Zhougua's voice cracked, desperate, hollow, drenched in despair and longing. Please, grant me mercy. Jiang Ye calmly stowed the manual and silver notes, then fixed old Zhougua with a chilling smile. I suspect you're withholding something else. At those words, old Zhougua's pupils contracted violently, his eyes blazing crimson. This old fiend truly was a beast. He had nothing left, not even strength enough to curse. Another cup of tea span passed. Old Zhougua fell utterly silent. His fleshy face gaped wide, blood-flecked saliva spilled thickly from his lips, pooling on the earth. His breath degenerated into ragged, guttural gasps. Ha! The light in his eyes dimming, pupils widening, life slipping irrevocably away. Sun family's second young master seeks to wed Su family's heiress Su Yan, and hired you to intercept cargo. A cold razor-thin smile curled Jiang Ye's lips. In those final moments, one more intriguing revelation surfaced. He had assumed Zhao Gangshilei and the Su family guards had simply fallen victim to random banditry. Yet hidden motives ran deeper. So he wishes to wed Su Yan. Jiang Ye nearly laughed, bitter and incensed. A wave of searing heat erupted from him. Nearby pines ignited without warning, flames leaping skyward. Heh! Even in fading consciousness, old Zhou Guo's face twisted into a rictus grimmer than tears. He understood. This old demon held ties to the Su family. The Sun family had just provoked a true calamity, and in his dying breath dragging them down with him. Old Zhou Guo felt a perverse, intoxicating triumph. In the next instant, Sure 3, a crescent moon slash of blood-red blade cleaved the air. Old Zhou Guo's final spark of life extinguished, forever. Return Xiaohua, and Jiang Ye opened the jade box, and the fiery centipede, previously frolicking upon the corpse of Elder Zhou Leiguai, immediately, obediently crawled back. Its slender body coiled gently, as if still savoring the thrill. Its 2 pairs of mandibles glistened faintly in the moonlight, smeared with fresh blood and flesh. Retrieve the heads of the remaining bandit chieftains. We may return now. And Jiang Ye casually tore off a strip of cloth from Zhou Leiguai's robe, wrapped the dripping severed head within it, and lifted it aloft. He then turned and strode calmly toward Hafeng Fort. The mission demanded proof, and these chieftains' heads were the most irrefutable evidence. Upon returning to Hafeng Fort, lanterns still burned brightly behind the windows of each wooden hut. Yet the entire stronghold lay eerily silent. Not a single human voice broke the stillness. Only the night wind whispered past, nudging half-open doors into soft creaking sighs. Bodies sprawled motionless in pools of congealed blood, frozen beneath the moonlight into grotesque silent postures. Mute witnesses to the recent slaughter. It seems Zhao Gang and Shirlei have already descended the mountain. Jiang Ye nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the empty huts. Originally Zhao Gang, Shirlei, and the Su family's guards, having just been rescued, had intended to survey the fort's condition. But they had scarcely taken a few steps before confronting that sea of corpses. At that moment, even Zhao Gang, a cultivated force master, nearly died of terror. Only then did they truly grasp the terrifying magnitude of power wielded by the white-haired elder who had saved them. Terrified, they dared not linger a second longer within the fort. Seizing the Su family's looted goods, they fled down the mountain without delay. Meanwhile, halfway up Haesong Mountain and speak. What transpired atop the mountain? Why are you all fleeing down? Lu Qingshi seized a retreating bandit by the collar with one hand and demanded sternly. On his ascent, he had already encountered several bands of fleeing outlaws. Familiar with the terrain, they fled with astonishing speed. Even he, a cultivated force master, found pursuit difficult. Fortunately, he had managed to capture one unfortunate soul. Mercy, great hero. I swear I'll never be a bandit again. Spare my life. The captured outlaw, having witnessed something unspeakable on the mountain, was on the verge of mental collapse. Trembling violently, face pale, as Ash repeating the same plea over and over. What in the world is happening here? Lu Qingshi frowned deeply. Just then, Master Lu. A cry of disbelief rang out from nearby. Lu Qingshi followed the voice and saw Zhao Gang and Shirlei leading the procession, both drenched in blood, while Su family guards trailed behind, laboriously hauling carts laden with recovered goods down the mountain path. Behind the group shuffled several gaunt, ragged women, hunched low, eyes wide with terror and bewildered. Zhao Gang, Shirlei, how did you escape from Hafeng Fort? Even Lu Qingshi, renowned for his composure, paled visibly, his expression that of a man staring at a ghost. For an instant he wondered if his eyes had deceived him. So stunned was he that his grip unconsciously tightened. Crack! The bandit's neck snapped cleanly under his fingers, his lifeless body crumpled silently onto the ground. About a quarter hour later, Lu Qingshi had pieced together the full account from their testimonies, and his expression grew even more awestruck. A mysterious white-haired elder stormed Hafeng Fort alone, slaughtered every chieftain and bandit, and rescued you. He murmured the words softly, awe giving way to incredulous wonder. What extraordinary fortune! A strange, unbidden thought flickered through his mind. Old Jiang, could it truly be your protection? Master Lu, the scene, it was simply too horrifying. Even Zhao Gang, the cultivated force master, could not suppress a tremor of dread crossing his face as he recalled what he'd seen inside the fort. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Corpses everywhere, rivers of blood. Those bandits fell like grass before a scythe. Indeed, that sight, was utterly terrifying. We've served the Su family for years, but never witnessed anything like this. Those behind him nodded in grim agreement, each swallowing audibly, hearts still pounding with residual shock. Witnessing their reactions, Lu Qingshi drew a slow, deep breath. To eradicate Hafeng Fort so effortlessly, the white-haired elder must be a peerless master among the core-forming realm, his strength unfathomable. Master Lu, these women were captives seized by the bandits and taken up the mountain. Shirley gestured toward the huddled women trailing behind the group, his voice thick with compassion. I couldn't bear to leave them. I brought them down with us. Lu Qingshi followed his gaze. Feeling his scrutiny, the women shrank inward, clinging to one another, eyes brimming with despair and helplessness. In their tattered garments barely covered emaciated frames, bruises and wounds scarred their bodies, evidence of prolonged torment within the fort. Alas! Lu Qingshi sighed inwardly. Such was the cruelty of this devouring age. He withdrew his gaze and gave Shirley an approving glance, nodding faintly. Well done. Amidst chaos and decay, one must still uphold a measure of benevolence and righteousness. When the group finally reached the city and stepped through the gates of the Su residence, dawn's first light was already bleeding across the eastern sky. Brother Lu. Su Chen stumbled out of the main hall breathless and froze upon seeing the scene before him. Lu Qingshi, Zhao Gang, Shirley, and the guards stood there, battered and bloodied, yet undeniably alive, while behind them carts bore the Su family's recovered cargo, neatly stacked and secured. Overwhelmed, he nearly dropped to his knees. Such grace, such immeasurable kindness. I know not how to repay it. Su Chen's voice choked with emotion, tears welled in his eyes. This seasoned merchant, hardened by decades of ruthless commerce, now fumbled like a child. Master Lu. Thank you. Su Yin, following close behind, blinked back tears, her eyes shimmering with raw, unguarded gratitude. To ease the heavy silence, Lu Qingshi shook his head lightly, a rare jest escaping his lips. Pity my is a daughter. If she weren't, you might marry her to your Su girl. Su Chen blinked, then burst into laughter, playing along. Brother Lu, you could still have another child right now. Su Yin paused, startled. An unbidden memory summoned that night's image, herself and Lu Yi both. In some subtle, ineffable way, was this not? Whatever vision flashed in her mind, her ears flushed crimson instantly. She lowered her eyes, refusing to meet anyone's gaze, wishing only to vanish into the earth. Everyone, your suffering has been profound. Su Chen, unaware of his daughter's fluster, bowed deeply before Zhao Gang, Shirley, and the bloodied guards, his posture reverent, his back bent low and held long. I've prepared fine medicinal herbs for your recovery. Please rest at once. Should you need anything else, The guards thanked him profusely, leaning on one another as they limped toward the side courtyard. Zhao Gang and Shirley offered formal salutes to Su Chen before joining them, exhausted yet radiant with the quiet relief of survival. Once the others were settled, Su Chen and Su Yin turned their attention to the trembling figures lingering at the gaunt, ragged women stood timidly at the threshold, uncertain where, or whether, they belonged. Who? Su Chen faltered slightly. Lu Qingshi sighed softly, compassion deepening in his eyes. Wretched souls, abducted by bandits and dragged up the mountain. Shirley, ever kind-hearted, took it upon himself to bring them down. Su Yin stepped forward, examining the women closely. Their faces were pallid, their bodies marred by livid contusions, clear signs of prolonged abuse within the fort. Her eyes moistened anew. Quietly she said, the Su family will bear all expenses. First we'll house them securely, then summon physicians for treatment, and afterward, help them rebuild their lives. Lu Qingshi nodded approval, clear in his gaze. Indeed, his core disciples were all men and women of genuine virtue. To preserve such kindness amid this merciless world, that was no small feat. Then Lu Qingshi recounted the complete annihilation of Haifeng Fort to Su Chen and Su Yin, omitting nothing. Haifeng Fort was eradicated by a lone white-haired elder. Father and daughter exchanged stunned glances, disbelief etched across their features. They had assumed Lu Qingshi had persuaded his friend from Tianqing sect to intervene and rescue them. They never imagined a stranger had acted, nor could they fathom such coincidence. After a long pause, Su Chen spoke earnestly. We must diligently inquire. Who is this formidable master who upheld justice and cleansed Haifeng Fort? Su Yin nodded quietly, her beautiful eyes alight with reverence and profound gratitude. If ever given the chance, I shall express my deepest thanks to this venerable elder in person. Though the elder's motives remained unknown, his unintended act had unquestionably saved the Su family from ruin. That debt, she would carry in her heart forever. Tianqing sect, Juding Peak. Within the assignment hall. Though still early morning, numerous inner disciples had already gathered to select missions. They clustered in small groups around bulletin racks plastered with commission scrolls, debating softly which tasks were easiest, which offered the richest rewards, occasional laughter punctuating their chatter. Xiaoying stretched lazily atop her desk. She stifled a yawn, glanced over the junior disciples, and listened as they debated, choosing only the simplest assignments, then frowned faintly. These youths always sought the softest fruit. How would they ever rise? Unbidden, her thoughts drifted to the unfamiliar elder Jiang she'd met the previous day. Can he truly accomplish the mission to eradicate Haifeng Fort? She pondered briefly, then shook her head. Previous elders from Tianqing sect had all failed. This unfamiliar elder Jiang was likely only recently ascended to the core forming realm, his current strength probably insufficient. Thud. Heavy deliberate footfall shattered Chao Ying's reverie, and she instinctively raised her eyes, and her pupils contracted sharply. Entering the hall was precisely that unfamiliar Elder Jiang. In his hand he carried a bulging sack, so heavy its contents strained the fabric, exuding a pungent, unsettling odor. Elder Jiang, you. Chao Ying sprang upright from behind her desk and hurried forward about to speak. When Jiang Ye casually dropped the sack onto the floor with a quiet command, and count them. Thump. Muffled thud echoed. And count what? Chao Ying blinked, glancing downward, just as realization struck. Aya! Her shriek reverberated through the assignment hall. So stunned was she that her ample chest heaved violently, its rhythm wildly unsettled. Chao Ying's sharp screams startled the inner disciples in the hall, causing them to turn their gazes towards her. When they saw the bag on the ground and the severed heads that rolled out, their faces turned pale with fear. My heavens! That bag is full of heads. This is too. Were these brought back by that elder? As the disciples gasped in shock, they couldn't help but move closer. Chao Ying was nearly rendered speechless from her own abilities were mediocre among the Qi transformation warriors, and the only reason she was assigned to this position as a steward was due to her connections with the elder of the administrative hall. Moreover, she had been engaged in clerical work here, dealing with documents and letters of commission daily, and had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Others would complete such bandit extermination tasks by bringing the criminals directly back or transporting the corpses intact as evidence. But who would have thought that Elder Jiang would bring back a whole bag of severed heads? Chao Ying covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. She had read the records of the Black Wind stronghold many times and was quite familiar with the faces of the bandit leaders. Therefore, the moment she recognized the heads, she was horrified to realize. The Black Wind stronghold had truly been exterminated. Those fierce bandits who had eluded previous elders were finally eradicated after decades of terror on Heizong Mountain. Especially the three heads which bore the expressions of rage and fear at the moment of death. It was hard to imagine what they had endured before their demise. Chao Ying looked at Jiang Ye, observing the calm expression on the old man's face. Her lips moved, but she couldn't utter. She truly found it hard to believe that this seemingly frail old man possessed such terrifying strength and means. Jiang Ye watched the astonished and pale-faced Chao Ying and shook his head slightly. This girl's mental fortitude was indeed lacking. Noticing that she was still in shock, Jiang Ye coughed lightly and said, "Take a look, and if everything is fine, just credit the contribution points to me." Oh, sorry Elder Jiang, please hand me the token. I will handle it for you right away." Chao Ying came to her senses, as if awakened from a dream, accepting the token from Jiang Ye's hand and opening the record to verify the information. The inner disciples who had gathered also finally recognized the heads on the ground, and someone exclaimed, "Heavens! Those are the heads of the leaders from the Black Wind stronghold. They are actually here." Upon hearing this, the other disciples were shocked. Exterminating the Black Wind stronghold was considered one of the more famous tasks in the administrative hall. It wasn't because of the high rewards, but rather due to its difficulty. The bandit leaders were very well coordinated, and coupled with the terrain that was easy to defend but hard to attack, previous attempts by Golden Core elders had all ended in failure. But at this moment, those troublesome bandit leaders lay lifeless in the bag, their eyes forever closed. Countless gazes were fixed on Jiang Ye. Who was this elder with gray hair and a very unfamiliar appearance? Elder Jiang, the information has been verified. I have transferred 20,000 contribution points to your token. Chao Ying stood up respectfully, holding the token with both hands and presenting it to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye nodded slightly, took the token, and turned to leave. Elder Jiang. Chao Ying watched Jiang Ye's departing figure, her heart still in turmoil. The inner disciples, seeing Jiang Ye leave the administrative hall, gathered their courage to approach. They surrounded Chao Ying, chattering excitedly to inquire about this mysterious elder's background. Juding peaked the hidden merit pavilion. Jiang Ye stepped into the hall. The light on the first floor was still dim, with a few oil lamps flickering in the corners. The eccentric Elder Zhong sat behind the desk, engrossed in a book. He was so absorbed that he seemed completely unaware of anyone's entrance. Jiang Ye stepped forward and was about to speak. Elder Zhong. As soon as the words left his mouth, Elder Zhong suddenly looked up, his cloudy eyes regarding Jiang Ye with incredulity. You mastered it. The expression on his aged face was quite vivid at this moment. Shock, envy, and mostly confusion and disbelief. Jiang Ye understood he was referring to the Great Sun Heavenly Flame breathing technique, and calmly nodded, saying, "I managed to master it by luck." Luck? Elder Zhong chuckled lightly, a hint of profound meaning in his smile. He stared at Jiang Ye for a long time before slowly speaking, his voice hoarse and drawn out. "I didn't see that coming. You truly are a genius." He paused, suddenly pulling out a few ancient copper coins from his pocket and laying them out on the desk in a row. "Rare, truly rare. Let me take a divination for you." His cloudy old eyes focused on the copper coins, muttering incantations, as if calculating something. Jiang Ye couldn't understand the divination and merely stood quietly by. After a moment, Elder Zhong gazed thoughtfully at the coins, and a rare smile appeared on his typically stern face. "So it turns out to be a withered tree blossoming in spring." He didn't explain what this divination meant, nor did he address Jiang Ye's confusion. He simply pocketed the coins and asked, "Now tell me, what do you want to exchange for this time?" Jiang Ye did not press further, and replied in a deep voice, "Elder Zhong, this time I wish to exchange for the true fire refining eye technique. You certainly know how to choose." Elder Zhong glanced at Jiang Ye with a playful expression, a flicker of understanding in his eyes, and said, "Give me the token, I will retrieve it for you." Jiang Ye handed the token to Elder Zhong, slightly surprised as he asked, "Can I go retrieve it myself?" Elder Zhong took the token and upon hearing this raised his head with a teasing smile, saying, "Without the sect master's order, if you go up to the 3rd floor on your own, I can kill you on the spot." He paused and added with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone, "You can try if you don't believe me." Oh, Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. When Yueyao had not mentioned this to him before, he hadn't expected that going to the 3rd floor required the sect master's order. The rules of the Hidden Merit Pavilion were much stricter than he had imagined. Elder Zhong did not respond further, taking the token and turning to walk towards the stairs. His pace was leisurely, and his figure soon disappeared into the dim corridor. After about half a tea's worth, Elder Zhong slowly descended the stairs holding a book with a fiery red cover. He did not glance at Jiang Ye, but walked straight to the small room behind the desk, the door slightly ajar, with rustling sounds coming from inside. Soon he pushed the door open, having changed to a copy of the text, the paper slightly yellowed, yet well preserved, with the title, True Fire Refining Eye Technique. On the cover, though, the color was much duller than the original. "Here you go." Elder Zhong handed over the copy along with the token, his tone still flat, revealing no emotion. Jiang Ye accepted the copy, his eyes brightening slightly. Just the inscriptions on the cover exuded a sense of heat, as if real flames were dancing on the paper. He immediately cupped his hands to Elder Zhong, saying, "Thank you, Elder Zhong." Having said that, he turned to leave. "Considering you're also an old man." Suddenly Elder Zhong's hoarse voice came from behind, "I will give you one more piece of advice. If you don't want to blind your eyes, remember to use the Tianqing spirit liquid to protect your eyes." My. Jiang Ye's footsteps came to a halt. The Tianqing spirit liquid. He remembered that Gong Sun Hong had mentioned it before. The Tianqing spirit liquid was used internally and could assist in cultivation as well as healing. How could it also be used externally, in Elder Zhong's words? He turned back to look at the old man, who had resumed reading, his eyes filled with confusion. However, Elder Zhong seemed to have finished what he wanted to say, his eyes glued to the pages, ignoring Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye stood in place for a moment, and seeing that the other party remained silent, he could only shake his head slightly and turn to leave. When Jiang Ye returned to the medicinal garden on Tianyang Peak, the scene before him made him pause slightly. In the clearing in front of the wooden house, Lu Ming and Chen Lili stood there with respectful expressions, indicating they had been waiting for a long time. The expressions on their faces were more complex than before, showing not just respect, but also a clear hint of awe. "Elder Jiang." As soon as Lu Ming saw Jiang Ye, he rushed over with an excited face, his round body moving with unexpected speed. Breathless, he exclaimed, "You finally came back. Just now several Golden Core elders came to visit you." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, slightly confusion flashing in his eyes. What did they come to visit me for? As a steward overseeing the medicinal garden, he should be considered relatively inconspicuous in the Tianqing sect. Usually no one even stops to greet him, so why would someone suddenly come to visit today? Chen Lili, also excited, ran over, her beautiful eyes wide in shock as she said, "Elder Jiang, the news of you exterminating the Black Wind stronghold has spread throughout the Tianqing sect." After a brief pause, she took a deep breath, as if that was the only way to calm her excitement. "Everyone is talking about you, saying you're a hidden expert who single-handedly took down over 100 people from the Black Wind stronghold." Lu Ming nodded vigorously, his round face full of pride. Yes. I estimate that if this continues, it won't be long before those families in the city will send people to visit you." He rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining, as if he could already envision Jiang Ye becoming a prominent figure in the Tianqing sect, with himself as an old acquaintance by Elder Jiang's side, rising in status as well. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye shook his head, slightly feeling somewhat strange. The bandits of the Black Wind stronghold were just a bunch of rabble. 5 Qi transformation warriors along with 100 or so disorganized men. Killing them was no different from mowing grass. Was it really that shocking? He shook his head slightly, saying nothing more, and simply stepped towards the wooden cabin. Lu Ming and Chen Lili exchanged a glance, and quickly followed, their eager demeanor resembling that of 2 little followers. At this moment a hearty laugh echoed. "Ha, Elder Jiang." Accompanied by a slightly unsteady figure, a drunken man staggered into the medicinal garden. The man held a wine jug in his hand, swaying with every few steps, yet somehow managing to keep his footing with each stride. Clearly he was a man fully aware despite his intoxication. The 3 of them turned to look in unison. It was none other than the former elder of the medicinal garden, Xin Lai. His face, often reddened from years of drinking, bore a joyful smile at this moment, with his eyes squinting into narrow slits, revealing a rare clarity. "Elder Qin." A flicker of surprise passed through Jiang Ye's aged eyes. It had been some time since he last saw this drunken man, ever since Fang Ming was killed by the fire centipede. His sudden visit today was indeed quite unusual. You two stay aside for a moment. I need to speak with Elder Jiang, Qin Lai said, glancing at Lu Ming and Chen Lili with a face full of drunkenness. Lu Ming and Chen Lili exchanged knowing glances and nodded in understanding, saying, Elder Jiang, Elder Qin, we shall take our leave first. Elder Qin, please come in. Jiang Ye gestured slightly and led Qin Lai into the wooden cabin. Qin Lai sat down and placed the wine jug on the table, laughing heartily. Elder Jiang, you have truly concealed yourself well. He shook his head in astonishment and remarked, at that time I thought you were just idling in the medicinal garden. I never expected that at your age you had quietly achieved your golden core successfully. He gave a thumbs up, his face full of genuine admiration despite the alcohol. Impressive. Truly impressive. Qin admires you. Jiang Ye smiled slightly and did not respond. Qin Lai took another sip of wine, licking the residue from his lips, and slapped his thigh, saying, by the way, I owe you a proper thank you. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of schadenfreude. Your success in achieving the golden core has freed me from this tedious place. I have long wanted to change locations. I am utterly tired of being surrounded by those herbs every day. With that, he pushed the wine jug towards Jiang Ye, placing it in the center of the table, and solemnly patted the jug's body. Elder Jiang, this wine is my token of gratitude. You must accept it. He paused for a moment, a proud smile spreading across his face. This wine was specially brewed using the finest medicinal herbs. Its nourishing effects surpass those of pills, and is worth no less than 50,000 taels of silver. You cannot buy it outside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye, who had planned to decline, revealed a hint of interest. Elder Jiang, do try it. Qin Lai laughed heartily, his face full of anticipation. Then I shall graciously accept, Jiang Ye said, not being courteous, as he opened the seal of the jug. A rich aroma of wine and herbs wafted through the air. He exerted a bit of force, tilting the jug to take a sip. The taste was smooth with a hint of warmth. Boom. As the wine flowed into his stomach, Jiang Ye immediately felt a scorching warmth gradually spreading within him. Even the true qi in his dantian trembled slightly, becoming more solid. This wine actually possessed the effects of both a blood-replenishing pill and a qi-consolidating pill. Jiang Ye's eyes brightened, and he could not help but take another sip, savoring it carefully. After a while he set down the cup and sincerely praised, it truly is an excellent wine. Ha ha ha, I knew Elder Jiang would have a discerning palate. Qin Lai, who loved wine, dearly beamed even more upon hearing Jiang Ye's praise, changing his address from Elder Jiang to Brother Jiang. He rubbed his hands together, looking more satisfied than if he had drunk the wine himself. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the wooden cabin, steady and unhurried, completely different from Lu Ming's bouncy demeanor. Jiang Ye and Qin Lai turned their heads simultaneously to look. A figure was walking down the small path of the medicinal garden, a handsome young man of about 20, dressed in the attire of a true disciple of the Tianqing sect. Zheng Feng, why have you come as well? Qin Lai raised an eyebrow, drunkenly asking. Jiang Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon hearing this. It turned out that the person before them was Zheng Feng, another true disciple of Tianyang Peak. He was somewhat surprised that even the true disciples would come to visit him. It seemed that the significance of exterminating the Black Wind village was far greater than he had imagined. I came to pay a visit to Elder Jiang, but I didn't expect Elder Qin to be here as well. After entering the wooden cabin, Zheng Feng's gaze swept over Qin Lai, and then fell upon the elder, sitting. He respectfully bowed to Qin Lai, and then turned to Jiang Ye, cupping his fists in a solemn greeting. I have heard that Elder Jiang single-handedly exterminated the Black Wind village. I deeply admire you, and have come to pay my respects. Jiang Ye smiled faintly, still maintaining his calm demeanor. I never expected this old man to have such a reputation. Zheng Zhenchuan, please take a seat. Hearing Jiang Ye's invitation to sit, Zheng Feng properly took a seat beside the table. He glanced around the simple surroundings of the wooden cabin. A table made from several planks, a chair, a hard bed, and a corner piled with miscellaneous items. His gaze towards Jiang Ye was filled with even deeper admiration. He softly sighed. I never expected Elder Jiang to be a person of austere practice. In such a humble environment to achieve such a realm is truly commendable. You should learn well from Elder Jiang. Qin Lai laughed loudly, slapping the table, his face full of schadenfreude. Elder Jiang at such an old age could single-handedly exterminate the Black Wind village. You, a dignified Golden Core warrior, couldn't even catch by Laosan, a peak-level Qi-transforming warrior, when you went to Anxi County to quell the unrest. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, shaking his head. It would be embarrassing for our Tianyang Peak to have such a reputation. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Zheng Feng's handsome face. He chuckled awkwardly, a mix of helplessness and self-deprecation. Although Bai Laosan is just a Qi-transforming warrior, his movement techniques are indeed quite formidable. I was careless. He originally intended to take advantage of the chaos in Anxi County to eliminate the notorious 6 demons of Yunling and achieve great merit. But in the end, he couldn't even deal with Bai Laosan, a Qi-transforming powerhouse, and this incident had almost become his dark history, often brought up for ridicule. After chatting for a while, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. Although Zheng Feng held a noble status, he spoke with humility. Qin Lai, although a drunkard, had considerable knowledge, while Jiang Ye listened leisurely, occasionally interjecting a comment, and they engaged in quite a lively conversation. As they chatted, Zheng Feng could no longer hold back his curiosity. Elder Jiang, they say that the Black Wind village is heavily guarded with sentries every 10 steps, and guards every 5 steps. I am genuinely curious how you managed to bypass those sentries and exterminate those mountain bandits. He paused and added, if it's inconvenient to discuss, just consider that I never asked. Qin Lai perked up his drunken face, rarely showcasing a serious expression. Jiang Ye had anticipated this question, smiling calmly, and replied, this old man has some expertise in the methods of concealing qi. I slipped in during the dark of night. He paused, and continued, by the time those bandit leaders reacted it was already too late. This was essentially the truth, and whether these two believed it was beyond his concern. So that's how it is. Zheng Feng and Qin Lai nodded thoughtfully. As for the method Jiang Ye used to conceal his qi, neither of them pressed further. Inquiring about another's martial arts methods is a taboo everywhere. After chatting for a while longer, Zheng Feng suddenly took out a delicate jade porcelain bottle from his pocket and sincerely said to Jiang Ye, Elder Jiang, when you were promoted to Elder of Tianyang Peak, I happened to be out training and could not come to congratulate you in time. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please be sure to accept it. Oh. Jiang Ye took the jade porcelain bottle, and even before opening it he could smell a rich fragrance wafting from the bottle. His eyes lit up, instantly exclaiming, is this Tianqing spirit liquid? Even from outside the bottle he could detect such a fresh aroma, indicating that it contained more than just a drop. Zheng Feng was indeed generous. Exactly. Zheng Feng nodded slightly, his face wearing a sincere smile. This humble gift is a token of my respect. Please accept it, Elder Jiang. Thank you for your kind gesture, Zhang Zhenchuan. Oh, I shall gratefully accept it. Jiang Ye chuckled as he tucked the jade porcelain bottle into his robe. Had it been something else he might have refused it. However, Elder Zhong from the Concealed Power Pavilion said that the Tianqing spirit liquid can be ingested or applied externally to aid in practicing the true fire refining eye technique, making it exactly what he urgently needed. You really splurged, huh? Qin Lai looked on, stupefied, drunkenly shaking his head, his face filled with envy. When will you bring me a grand gift like this? Facing this drunkard, Zheng Feng glanced at him helplessly and replied with a wry smile, Elder Qin, I know you love wine. Next time I'll definitely bring you a few bottles of good wine. I don't want wine, ooh, I want Tianqing spirit liquid. Qin Lai swayed his head, drunkenly resembling a stubborn. Zheng Feng chuckled awkwardly, not daring to respond further. To be honest, even for true disciples like them, Tianqing spirit liquid was a rare commodity, with only 3 drops available each month. If it weren't for his genuine admiration for Jiang Ye's feat of single-handedly exterminating the Black Wind village, he wouldn't have been willing to part with such a treasure. After chatting a bit more, Zheng Feng stood up to take his leave. Qin Lai also drunkenly got to his feet, saying, Brother Jiang, I will come to find you for wine next time. Alright, take care both of you. Jiang Ye stood to see them off. Watching the 2 figures disappear at the end of the medicinal garden path, Jiang Ye turned back inside and took out the manual for the true fire refining eye technique. He could hardly wait to practice this secret technique. Meanwhile, in the capital city, the Su family. What? The one who exterminated the Black Wind village was Elder Jiang from the Tianqing sect's Tianyang Peak. Su Yan finally discovered who the warrior that eliminated the Black Wind village was. Indeed, the news has spread throughout the city. The steward of the Su family lowered his voice and said, I heard that several prominent families plan to visit Elder Jiang. Should we prepare as well? Su Yan sat in the hall, a hint of contemplation visible on her bright face. Her fingers lightly tapped on the table, and after a long pause she slowly spoke. Indeed, only a master from the Tianqing sect could easily eliminate those bandits from the Black Wind stronghold. As for whether the Su family should prepare, after pondering for a while, Su Yan gently shook her head and sighed. Many people want to meet Elder Jiang now. We, being a small family, are probably not even allowed to enter. By the way, Su Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Is at the Tianqing sect. Her lips curled into a sly smile, carrying a hint of youthful playfulness. I can visit at the Tianqing sect and ask her to help introduce me. At Tianyang Peak, within the Tian Kuei herb garden, Jiang Ye sat cross-legged on the blue stone in front of the wooden house, diligently studying the true fire eye refining technique. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. According to the records in the manual, using different levels of fire energy to refine the eyes produced vastly different outcomes. With ordinary fire energy, one could only vaguely see the true qi circulating within the human body, much like seeing flowers in a fog. Using superior fire energy would greatly enhance vision, allowing one to observe both people and objects with meticulous detail, revealing every nuance. Meticulous detail. What does that mean? A hint of contemplation flashed in Jiang Ye's aged eyes. His Ri Tian Yin true qi should be considered superior fire energy, right? Let's practice first and talk later. Jiang Ye shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. He followed the energy manipulation method recorded in the manual to channel the Dai Tian Yin true qi within his body, slowly guiding it along several special meridians to his eyes. In the next moment, hiss, it felt as if a red-hot steel needle had suddenly been thrust into his eyes. Jiang Ye saw a flash of darkness as excruciating pain exploded from his eyes, quickly radiating throughout his head, nearly causing him to faint from the agony. Hiss! Jiang Ye reached out to wipe his eyes, finding tears on his fingers. It had been a long time since he had experienced such intense pain since he began training. It seems I still need to try Elder Zhong's method. After taking a few deep breaths to endure the pain, he quickly retrieved the jade porcelain vial that Zheng Feng had given him. Upon opening the bottle, a refreshing fragrance wafted out. At the bottom of the vial lay a pool of emerald green liquid. By the looks of it, there should be at least 5 drops of Tianqing spirit liquid. Zheng Feng really is generous. This is about 2 months' worth for a true disciple. He picked up the jade porcelain vial, and like applying eye drops, dripped a drop of Tianqing spirit liquid into his left eye. In an instant, a cool sensation like a mountain spring enveloped his entire eyeball. It really works. Jiang Ye was overjoyed and hurriedly dripped another drop into his right eye. The burning sensation in his right eye gradually disappeared. Not wanting to waste the effect of the Tianqing spirit liquid, Jiang Ye began channeling the Dai Tian Yin true qi within himself to refine his eyes. This time it was indeed different. With the protection of the Tianqing spirit liquid, there was no longer the previous burning pain in his eyes. Good. Looks like cultivation is promising. Jiang Ye finally felt at ease and focused intently on his cultivation. As time passed, he gradually noticed that the protective effect of the Tianqing spirit liquid on his eyes was also slowly diminishing. When the burning sensation began to turn into a stinging pain, Jiang Ye did not hesitate and dripped another 2 drops of Tianqing spirit liquid into his eyes. Although the Tianqing spirit liquid is precious good steel, must be used on the blade. He understood this principle better than anyone else. About an hour later, in front of Jiang Ye lay 2 empty jade porcelain vials. He had used up the 5 drops of Tianqing spirit liquid that Zheng Feng had sent him, as well as the 1 drop he had received from the duty hall. His eyes were tightly closed with a flickering golden light in their depths, as if a flame were burning within his eye sockets. Not knowing how long had passed, Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Almost the moment he opened his eyes, 2 balls of fiery golden flames surged in his old eyes. At that moment, the world that entered Jiang Ye's vision changed. Everything appeared clearer, brighter, and more real in his eyes. He could clearly see a tiny beetle the size of a grain of rice struggling to crawl on a tree trunk 100 meters away. Its back was covered with intricate patterns, its 6 legs were furry, and he could see each movement of its antennae clearly, as if it were right in front of him. He could also see many particles of dust in the air, each clearly defined, slowly moving in the sunlight. Even more astonishingly, he felt that the world seemed to slow down in his eyes. Whether it was the little bugs on the tree trunk or the insects crawling in the grass, their movements appeared very slow to Jiang Ye, as if they were in slow motion. Without a doubt, this was a manifestation of enhanced vision. It was not that the world had slowed down, but rather that his eyes captured details at an incredible speed. Ha! Jiang Ye couldn't help but burst into laughter, startling several birds resting in the distance into Host Jiang Ye. Lifespan 70,150. Strength Golden Core Realm Early Stage. Fate Ascending to God Effect 1, Exceptionally Perceptive. Mastered Qi Nourishing Method Dai Tian Yin Qi Nourishing Method Beginner 328-1000. Mastered Martial Arts 5 Animals Fist Perfect Blood Moon Blade Major Achievement 4888500 Diamond Body Refining Technique Beginner 896-1000 True Fire Eye Refining Technique Beginner 181,000. Mastered True Intent Tiger Walks like a sickly spiritual monkey, changes 1,000 times, startled deer, leaves no trace, riding the wind and soaring in the sky. After glancing at the system panel, Jiang Ye nodded in satisfaction. It was worth it for him to use so much Tianqing spirit liquid. He had finally mastered the True Fire Eye Refining Technique. Jiang Ye stood in the herb garden, his newly refined eyes sparkling. A surge of excitement welled up in his heart, eager to find someone to practice with and test the power of this fire eye. He was very curious to see what changes would occur in his combat after enhancing his vision. Who should he practice with? The figures of Lu Ming and Chun Lili flashed through Jiang Ye's mind. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Lu Ming and Chun Lili nervously arrived at the Tian Kuei herb garden. Both of them looked uneasy, occasionally exchanging glances, both seeing the same panic in each other's eyes. This was because Jiang Ye had suddenly sought them out, saying he wanted to test their strength and have them spar with him. This made both of them a bit flustered. Both of them were at the transformation realm. How could they spar with Elder Jiang, who was in the Golden Core realm? Senior Sister Chen, why don't you go first, to give me a demonstration? The usually proactive Lu Ming was unusually hesitant today, a forced smile on his round face, as he unconsciously took a step back. You know I'm the senior sister, yet you want me to go first. Chun Lili rolled her eyes and retorted without holding back. Seeing the two of them pushing each other, Jiang Ye slightly shook his head, and then looked at Chun Lili, saying, You go first, Chen girl. You need not worry, I will only defend and not attack. He sensed that Chun Lily's aura was slightly stronger than Lu Ming's, so he let her go first. Only defend, and not. Hearing Jiang Ye's words, Chun Lily felt a bit reassured. Taking a deep breath, she solemnly cupped her hands to Jiang Ye, saying, Elder Jiang, I will now show my skills. The moment she finished speaking, Chun Lily gathered her strength, her right fist striking out, like a venomous snake, fiercely aimed at Jiang Ye's head. Jiang Ye did not activate the fire, casually waving his hand to block Chun Lily's heavy punch. Chen girl, don't hold back, come at me with all your might. He spoke in a deep voice, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. If this was all the opponent had, there would be no need for him to activate the fire eye. Upon hearing this, Chun Lily sensed a pressure she couldn't explain. She knew she had to perform well. Elder Jiang, she shouted lowly, her internal strength surging forth without any reservations. Her techniques grew faster and heavier, the wind from her punches howling and leaving trails in the air. At this moment, she put forth her utmost effort. Now this feels right. Jiang Ye secretly nodded in his heart. Chun Lily's offensive was much fiercer than before, nearly approaching the strength of the late transformation realm. It was time to activate the fire eye. A spark of excitement flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes as two fiery golden flames ignited within. In the blink of an eye, the whole world appeared different. Chun Lily's fierce attacks suddenly slowed down in his eyes, as if they were being played back at a slower speed. Each punch she threw was filled with flaws. As long as Jiang Ye wished, even without using true qi, he could easily defeat her with just one move. Not bad. The enhancement in combat after activating the fire eye is substantial. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes. But soon he realized something was amiss, the scenes he saw through the fire eye. Not only that. What is this? Jiang Ye's rarely blushing old face turned red. No. This Qin girl is really... In that moment he finally understood what the meticulous detail recorded in the true fire eye refining technique truly meant. Unaware of anything, Chun Lily suddenly raised her foot, delivering a sharp whip kick aimed at Jiang Ye's face. The movement was swift and decisive. Alright, Qin girl, this ends here. Jiang Ye's face turned red. After stepping back 2 paces, he took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and waved his hand at Chun Lily and Lu Ming, saying, Alright, I have a general idea of your strengths. You can head back now. Chun Lily was slightly taken aback, frozen in her pose of raising her leg. This was too sudden, wasn't it? She was getting into the swing of things. Why did Elder Jiang suddenly want to stop? Looking at Jiang Ye's suddenly flushed old face, she asked with concern, Elder Jiang, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm just a bit tired. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. Senior Sister Chun, since Elder Jiang wants to rest, let's hurry and leave. Lu Ming was pleased that Jiang Ye did not plan to test him further, urging Chun Lily to leave quickly. In the end, Chun Lily could only leave with a bewildered expression, glancing back at the herb garden, filled with confusion. Why was Elder Jiang so strange today? Watching Chun Lily's figure gradually disappear from view, Jiang Ye's expression was complex, as he shook. This girl is indeed somewhat extraordinary in certain dimensions. He took a deep breath, turned back to the wooden house, and splashed cold water on his face. The cold sensation alleviated some of the heat within him, and the old man's eyes gradually regained their calm. He looked out the window. It was still early. He tidied up a bit, and then headed down the mountain. This time he had 2 purposes for descending the mountain. One was to go to the city to find the Chun family, to buy medicinal materials, to continue practicing the diamond body refining technique. And the other. He curled the corner of his mouth into a cold arc. Since the second young master of the Sun family wants to force Su Yin to marry him, then Jiang Ye had to pay him a visit. In the capital city, at the corner of the East Market, sat an inconspicuous tea stall beside an old man in gray clothing, engaged in conversation with several tea drinkers. Before him was a bowl of coarse tea, but he hardly took a sip, instead continuously urging the stall owner to refill the cups of the guests present. His generous demeanor brought smiles to the faces of the tea patrons who frequented the market, and the conversation flowed freely. This man was none other than Jiang Ye. After descending the mountain, he headed straight to this tea stall. He spent a few taels of silver to treat several patrons to find tea, thereby learning all about the Chun and Sun families. As for the Chen family, there was little need to elaborate. Lu Ming had previously mentioned it, as one of the 3 prominent families in the capital with deep roots, and several clan elders in the Golden Core stage. The Sun family, however, was quite interesting. In addition to the 8 hired experts in the transformation stage, there was a clan elder at the peak of the transformation stage reputed to be a significant figure in that circle, one of the pillars of the Sun family. Furthermore, the daughter of the Sun family had married into the Feng family, one of the 3 prominent families, thereby securing a strong alliance. Because of this connection, the power of the Sun family had been growing and their actions increasingly audacious. Alas, that second young master of the Sun family is truly despicable. A middle-aged tea patron with a wrinkled face sighed and shook his head, saying, I heard he has set his sights on a newcomer to the capital, a small family called the Su family, whose young master is as pretty as a flower. This second-generation heir is forcing her into marriage with him. After taking a sip of tea, he lamented, this second-generation heir has harmed countless virtuous women in the capital. I can't even count them all on 2 hands. I fear that young master of the Su family won't escape his clutches this time either. Another young tea patron, his face filled with indignation, whispered, that Sun Yu is too arrogant. Relying on a bit of family wealth and his sister's marriage into the Feng family, he runs rampant in the capital, bullying both men and women. It's disgraceful. He paused, a flicker of cynicism flashing in his eyes. But arrogance invites disaster. I refuse to believe he can remain so brazen forever. One day someone will deal with him. Jiang Ye slightly nodded, a faint smile appearing on his aged face. Though shallow, his smile carried an indescribable flavor. He picked up the tea bowl, took a gentle sip, then set it down and stood up. I think the same way, he said, turning to leave at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. Hey, old man, you haven't, the patrons behind called out. Jiang Ye did not look back, merely waved his hand casually, signaling his farewell. His frail figure soon blended into the crowd. That evening, in a brightly lit room of the Sun residence, furious shouts echoed. Crash! A valuable blue and white porcelain vase was smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces that rang out clearly. Sun Yu stood amidst the shattered porcelain, his face contorted with rage. Cursing violently like a rabid dog, he exclaimed, damn it! That elder Jiang from the Tianqing sect's Tianyang Peak dared to ruin my plans. He kicked over a nearby table and chair in fury. I was so close. That little harlot from the Su family was about to kneel at my feet begging for mercy. But that damned elder Jiang ruined everything. I will not let him off easily. He had been delighting in the thought of the Su Yans begging for mercy, even planning how to humiliate the ungrateful. However, the news he received today struck him like a bolt from the blue, shattering his dreams. The Black Wind Band was annihilated by an elder from Tianqing sect's Tianyang Peak, while the Su family returned home unscathed with their goods, both people and cargo, safe. How could he endure this? Young master. The maid beside him trembled, her voice barely loud. Carefully she reminded him, the master once said regarding the Tianqing sect. One must be cautious with their words. Before she could finish. Smack! Sun Yu swung his hand back, delivering a vicious slap to her face. The force was so strong that it sent the maid spinning and crashing heavily to the ground. When did it become your place to teach me how to do things? His face twisted with rage, his curses echoing in. The maid lay on the ground, her cheek instantly swollen, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She was knocked unconscious by his slap. Yet Sun Yu was still not satisfied. He looked at the unconscious maid on the floor, eyes filled with fury, lifted his foot, and stomped down hard on her head. The dull thuds echoed in the room, her head hitting the ground with a loud bang, yet she couldn't even let out a scream. This damned bitch. He panted heavily, his actions growing more violent beneath his foot. At that moment, thud, 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 a sudden crisp knocking sound resonated from outside the door. Damn it! Who dares to bother me at this time? Sun Yu stormed towards the door, pulling it open. Standing outside was an old man in simple gray clothing, his hair grizzled. Who the hell are you? Dared to Sun Yu, not recognizing the old man before him, instinctively assumed he was a servant of the residence and raised his hand to slap him. The old man casually caught Sun Ye's hand. You bastard! Sun Yu was about to curse when the old man suddenly, I am the one who ruined your good plans. Jiang Ye spoke calmly. Then he exerted a bit of force. Crack! Sun Ye's swinging arm began to fracture from the wrist, extending upwards, each inch breaking apart, twisted into a powder of bones. His arm hung limply as if it had no bones to support it. Sun Yu didn't even have time to react before a wave of excruciating pain surged over him like a tide. His eyes widened, mouth agape, he let out a series of short gasps, as if struck by lightning. Standing there in a Sun Yu nearly fainted from the pain, his legs went weak, and he was about to collapse, but Jiang Ye held him up by his severed arm, leaving him suspended in midair. The excruciating pain made him tremble all over, each breath felt like swallowing a dagger. His face, streaked with snot and tears, was twisted beyond recognition. At this moment, even the dullest mind would have realized. The old man before him was no servant, but a killer. Spare my life. I beg you for mercy. After a piercing scream, he uttered broken plea. His voice was filled with fear and despair, yet his eyes concealed a hint of sinister calculation. The cries and pleas grew increasingly louder. He knew that as long as his voice was loud enough, it would attract the attention of everyone in the manor. Those servants, guards, and the 8 transformation experts. If anyone heard him, he would be saved. At that moment, the old man before him would be doomed. But time ticked away. In the vast manor, it seemed everyone was asleep, engulfed in silence. Sun Ye's pleas were nearly shattering his throat, but he received no response. How could this happen? Why? Apart from fear and resentment, a hint of confusion finally appeared in Sun Ye's eyes. That bewilderment was filled with disbelief, confusion, and incredulity. Could it be that everyone in the Sun Manor was in a deep sleep? It shouldn't be. Those lowly servants had no right to sleep at this hour. They should be working, patrolling, serving people. Besides, the 8 transformation warriors in the manor were all highly alert, weren't they? With such a commotion, how could they possibly not hear it? Why is this happening? Jiang Ye seemed to see through Sun Ye's bewilderment, his expression indifferent as he looked at him calmly, saying, Are you wondering why despite your loud cries no one has come to save you? He paused, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Let me tell you why. With that, Jiang Ye loosened his grip and let Sun Yu fall to the ground. Bang! Sun Yu crashed heavily to the ground, a piercing pain shot through his severed arm, but he couldn't care less. This young master, who usually lived a life of luxury and was too lazy to walk, suddenly erupted with an astonishing will to survive under the pressure of death. He gritted his teeth against the pain of his broken arm and suddenly struggled to his feet. Without any hesitation, the moment he got up, he stumbled away like a wild dog chased by a madman rushing. The 8 transformation warriors of the family would always gather in the West Wing at night to drink and have fun. As long as he could get there and lure that old man away, he would be safe. He would be saved. With this thought, strength surged back into his already weak legs, and he ran faster, even ignoring the pain from his severed arm. Along the way, he saw several servants sprawled on the ground, eyes tightly shut, their chests heaving, clearly knocked. He finally understood why no one had responded despite his hoarse cries. It turned out that these lowly servants had all been knocked out by that old man. But why couldn't those transformation warriors hear anything? Could it be that they were also knocked out? No, this is absolutely impossible. As soon as that terrifying thought crossed his mind, Sun Yu immediately shook his head, rejecting the horrifying idea. After all, they were 8 transformation warriors. How could someone silently knock out 8 transformation warriors? He ran faster and faster, glancing back, frequently terrified that the old man would catch up to him. However, each time he looked back, that old man just followed behind at a leisurely pace, as if he were walking a dog. Although he was slow, he couldn't seem to shake him off. Finally, he reached the entrance of the West Wing. The light spilling through the crack of the door indicated that someone was inside. I finally made it. Sun Ye's eyes filled with fear, and resentment finally sparked with a glimmer of hope. He pushed the door open, forcefully cursing, "Are your ears deaf?" In the next moment, his voice came to an abrupt halt. What awaited him beyond the door was not paradise but hell. 8 headless corpses lay in disarray. Some were sprawled on the dining table, others on the chairs, and some by the wall, each corpse bearing a gruesome wound. The 8 heads rolled around like balls in a child's game. Some rolled under the table, some to the corner, and some rolled to the threshold, facing Sun Yu, their unseeing eyes wide. The expressions on the 8 faces varied. Fear, shock, confusion, disbelief. But they were frozen in the last moment before death, as if they hadn't realized how they had died. The blood from their wounds flowed like small streams, continuously seeping out, staining the entire room's floor. The overwhelming smell of blood assaulted his senses, almost making him faint. If this wasn't hell, then what was? Sun Yu staggered back 2 steps in horror, letting out a scream that tore through the air. That sound was even more heartrending, desperate, and terrified than when his arm was crushed. At that moment, he finally understood why the alert transformation warriors couldn't hear his cries. It turned out they had all been killed. 8 transformation warriors, all dead. He trembled and turned around. The old man seemed to be strolling leisurely, slowly following him. Under the moonlight, that aged face was as calm as water, as if the corpses and the 8 rolling heads had nothing. Seeing the look on Shirsue's face, Uchiha Chioshan, who had grown up with him and knew him best, understood what he was worried about, and reassured. Jiang Ye did not respond to his question, but a playful expression flickered across his face. He spoke lightly, his voice tinged with mockery. Aren't you going to run anymore? Do you need to think about who else can save you? You. Upon hearing this, a chill shot through Sun Ye's heart, a wave of cold creeping from his feet to his head. Suddenly, images of his parents flashed through his mind. Why couldn't they hear his cries? Could it be? A terrifying thought exploded in his mind like thunder. Impossible. Impossible. He let out a mad roar and crazily dashed towards the central room. Seeing him flee in a frenzied panic, Jiang Ye sneered and leisurely followed after him. Huh. Running so fast, and with such force, Sun Yu felt his lungs were about to explode, gasping. Finally, he reached his father's room. The room was brightly lit, the orange glow filtering through the paper windows, appearing particularly warm in the pitch-black night. But Sun Ye's heart grew increasingly anxious and heavy, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his heart. He swallowed hard and cautiously pushed the door open. Creak. A soft sound. The door opened. The first thing he saw was 2 maids slumped on the ground, breathing steadily, their chests rising and falling, clearly just knocked unconscious. He felt slightly relieved. If the maids were unharmed, then his parents should be fine too. His gaze shifted and Sun Ye's pupils suddenly constricted. On the bed lay 2 headless corpses side by side. The familiar robes, the familiar shapes, and the gruesome wound. The vivid crimson blood pierced into his eyes like a sharp blade, causing his vision to darken as he nearly fainted on the spot. How could this happen? Sun Yu stumbled out of the room, his mind nearing collapse. He had relied on his parents' protection to bully and dominate others within the manor, acting with impunity. Since childhood, no matter how big of a trouble he caused, his father would always step in to resolve it, and his mother would always protect him. Now the ones who could protect him were gone. This second-generation heir finally felt the sky was about to fall. He trembled and turned around only to see the old man standing behind him with an indifferent expression. You demon. Sun Yu looked at Jiang Ye, nearly breaking down. Overwhelming fear rendered him unable to speak, and he could only squeeze out a hoarse voice from his throat. His legs trembled, his lips quivered, and his entire body shook as if it would fall apart at any moment. Jiang Ye ignored his curses, still wearing that playful expression of a cat teasing a mouse. Aren't you going to run anymore? At his words, Sun Ye's hair stood on end. Driven by fear, his nearly exhausted body burst forth with another surge of strength, and he fled in a panic. Right, there's also my third uncle. He can definitely save me. Sun Yu suddenly thought of the pillar of that third uncle who possessed peak transformation strength, had become reclusive after aging, rarely showing himself in the Sun Manor's courtyard. Sun Yu hadn't seen this third uncle for over a year, and had almost forgotten that this family anchor still existed. He exerted all his strength as if trying to drain every last ounce of energy from his flesh, running towards that small room deep in the courtyard. Finally, he saw a glimmer of light. Through that sliver of light, he vaguely saw a figure sitting beside a table. It's my third uncle. He's still awake. He staggered to the door and suddenly pushed it open. Inside sat an old man with sparse hair and a pale complexion, frozen in place, holding a book. There was not a hint of life around him, as still as a wax figure. Third uncle. Sun Yu shouted, desperately filled with hopeless anticipation, save me. His cry seemed to stir a breeze. In the next moment, the old man's head fell from his neck, without warning, thudding to the ground, and rolling twice before landing at Sun Ye's feet. Those murky old eyes stared at the terrified Sun Yu, their pupils dilated, as if conveying the confusion before death. Sun Yu completely broke down. It was as if his soul had been extracted. He staggered back 2 steps, then he could no longer hold on. His legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his face smeared with tears and snot. At this moment, a sound of footsteps approached. It was Jiang Ye. He looked at the nearly broken Sun Yu, a hint of a smile appearing on his old face. I suppose you're not running anymore. However, he still underestimated this kid's limits and will to survive. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The collapsed Sun Yu actually struggled to get up, bowing down on the ground before Jiang Ye. He slammed his forehead against the ground, making a thudding sound, and bloodied himself. My sister. My sister is from the Feng family. You can't kill me. Otherwise the Feng family won't let you off. The moment he spoke, he seemed to realize that threatening Jiang Ye at this time was simply seeking death. He trembled and quickly changed his tone, his voice filled with flattery and fear. My sister is very beautiful, and she has a great figure. She's a renowned beauty. If you don't kill me, I'll let her sleep with you. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly. In terms of shamelessness, this kid could be considered top tier. The game was over. He no longer had the patience to listen to this kid's nonsense. He picked up the gleaming, curved knife. Under the moonlight, the blade reflected a cold light, illuminating Sun Ye's twisted, despairing face. Sun Yu stared at the knife, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. He opened his mouth to scream, to escape too. Whoosh! The flash of the knife. Everything fell into silence. Jiang Ye seemed to sense something, and then smiled lightly. The blood moon blade has reached completion. Jiang Ye was about to leave. However, upon seeing the corpse lying on the ground and the blood flowing from the wound, he suddenly gained some understanding after reaching the peak of the blood moon blade. He closed his eyes and slowly raised the blade. This strike was merely casual, aimed at the moon. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a faint humming sound, as if resonating with something. In a daze, the world in his eyes began to change. He stood in the void with a blood-red moon above his head. The moonlight fell, dyeing the entire world in an eerie dark red. Beneath the blood moon lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. These were all the souls he had claimed. The 5 bandit leaders of the Black Wind stronghold, the offering from the Sun family, and the declining elder of the Sun clan. They lay quietly beneath the blood moon, as if waiting for something. Jiang Ye walked through the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood with his blade in hand. Every person he killed, every murderous intent that fell with each strike, gathered here, transforming into this sea of blood and this blood moon. So that's how it is. He muttered to himself, raising his head to look at the blood moon. In the moonlit night, a figure mirrored his actions, raising a blade, focusing and gathering strength. That figure was none other than himself. It was also his blade. The blood moon blade does not harm with its edge, but kills with intent. In a single thought, like a beam of light cast down by the blood moon, it illuminated his sea of consciousness. The wielder of the blood moon blade is the pinnacle of slaughter. When the blade is drawn, the intent follows. When the intent moves, illusions are born. What opponents see is not the blade's light, but the blood moon. What they feel is not the edge, but the killing intent. You possess extraordinary insight, comprehending the true essence of the blood moon blade amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. The blood moon illusionary kill. Blood moon illusionary kill. Jiang Ye suddenly opened his eyes. Before him lay 2 headless corpses, and the silver moon in the sky emitted its usual cold light. But the curved blade in his hand had changed. The blade itself remained the same, but a faint blood-colored light flowed along the edge. That was neither true chi nor strength, but blade intent. Host Jiang Ye, lifespan 70150, strength golden core realm, early stage fate ascension, to God effect 1, extraordinary insight. Mastered chi cultivation method, great sun heavenly flame, chi cultivation method beginner 328. 1000, Mastered Martial Arts, 5, Animal Fist Perfection, Blood Moon Blade Perfection Diamond Body, Refining Technique, Beginner 896, 1000, True Fire Eye Refining Technique, Beginner 181000. Mastered True Intent Tiger walks like a sick man's spirit ape, changes 1,000 times startled deer, leaves no trace riding the wind soaring in the sky Blood Moon Illusionary Kill. After glancing at the system panel, Jiang Ye nodded slightly. This trip to the Sun family was indeed not in vain. It also allowed him to comprehend a true intent. At that moment a hurried and terrified gasp echoed from a distance, sounding jarringly in the dead silence. Jiang Ye looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man who appeared to be in charge, full of terror, running toward him. This man was Sun Fu, the steward of the Sun family. He had just been out on business this evening, thus escaping a disaster. However, upon returning to the estate, he felt something was off. The usually bustling Sun residence was eerily quiet tonight. While in doubt, he heard Sun Ye's hoarse pleas for mercy echoing from deep within the courtyard, prompting him to rush over to check. Then he witnessed this horrifying scene before him. An old man dressed in gray with graying hair stood there holding a knife, surrounded by a suffocating chill. At the old man's feet lay a headless corpse, its familiar robes and form. It was Sun Yu. Second young master Sun Yu was already dead. You. Sun Fu's eyes widened in terror as he glanced at Jiang Ye. Without time to think further or to let out a scream, he instinctively turned and ran. He ran swiftly, wishing his parents had given him more legs. Jiang Ye did not pursue. He simply raised the curved blade in his hand, pointing the tip at Sun Fu. He did not swing the blade. In the next moment, Sun Fu, who had just taken a few steps, suddenly felt the world before him shift. Before his eyes was a scene drenched in blood red. What is happening? Sun Fu was completely stunned. He raised his head in confusion. The silver moon hanging in the sky had turned into a giant blood moon without him noticing. He widened his eyes in horror, discovering that the blood moon was descending from the sky, growing larger and closer, like a mountain pressing down on him. Flee! Where could he flee to? The blood moon had dyed the entire sky red, enveloping the whole world within it. There was no way to escape. He could only watch helplessly as the blood moon crashed down. Bang! A muffled sound. Sun Fu's body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. There were no injuries on him. However, in his eyes the spark of life had vanished, leaving only emptiness and confusion. His frozen expression seemed to still be caught in the endless fear before death. Jiang Ye slowly sheathed his blade, looking down at the corpse on the ground, then glancing at the curved blade in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. This is the Blood Moon Illusionary Kill. The blade was not drawn, but the intent arrived first. The intent of the kill also slays. He sheathed the blade and slowly disappeared into the night. The next day before dawn, the central area of the estate city was still shrouded in morning mist. The stone-paved road was slippery, the shops on either side had yet to open, and only a few early rising vendors had set up stoves at the street corners with smoke curling upwards. The deeper one went, the wider the streets became, and the houses grew more luxurious, with high red gates, gleaming brass nails, and eaves that turned upward, exuding a sense of wealth completely different from the ordinary streets. Jiang Ye strolled leisurely to a magnificent mansion, the Chun residence. The crimson gate stood a height of 10 feet, with shiny brass nails, and above the door hung a dark wood plaque inscribed with the golden characters, Chun residence. Truly one of the 3 great families, even the entrance is so grand. Jiang Ye nodded inwardly as he approached. The guard stationed at the entrance noticed him. One of the guards swept his gaze over Jiang Ye, and despite his simple clothing, showed no signs of negligence. Instead, he quickened his pace, approaching with a face full of courteous smiles, clasping his hands, and saying, "Esteemed elder, may I ask what brings you to the Chun residence?" For gatekeepers of wealthy families, the most important thing is to have discernment. Although this elder in front of him wore very ordinary clothing, even somewhat shabby, the aura he exuded was not something an ordinary person could possess. "I wish to purchase some medicinal materials from the Chun family." Jiang Ye did not hesitate, directly pulling out his elder token from his pocket and handing it over. The guard took it, looked down at it, and in the next moment his expression changed drastically. Shock and reverence flashed in his eyes, and he bent his waist, his tone becoming respectful and humble. "So it is a distinguished guest from the Tianqing sect. Elder Jiang, forgive my poor eyesight for not recognizing you at first. I have been negligent, and I hope the elder will forgive me." He spoke while respectfully returning the token with both hands. "Elder Jiang, please come in." The guard eagerly led the way, pushing open the crimson gate to welcome Jiang Ye inside. Jiang Ye nodded slightly and stepped over the threshold into the Chun residence. "Elder Jiang, please rest here for a moment." A steward-like person led Jiang Ye to the reception hall, respectfully inviting him to take a seat. The reception hall was elegantly arranged with several famous calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, exuding an aura of scholarly lineage. The steward personally brewed a cup of tea for Jiang Ye, showing a hint of apology on his face, lowering his voice. "Elder Jiang, I truly apologize. A major event has occurred in the estate city. The family head and several clan elders are urgently discussing this matter, so please wait a moment." "Oh." Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, took a sip of tea, and casually asked what major event has happened in the estate city. The steward looked around to confirm there was no one else before leaning and speaking very softly. Elder, you may not be aware, but the head-chopping demon that had been circulating in the estate city has appeared again. He paused, fear flashing in his eyes. This time, the one suffering calamity is the Sun family. The Sun family. Jiang Ye's hand paused midair as he held the teacup, yet his expression remained perfectly composed. Only a subtle furrow of his brow conveyed precisely calibrated astonishment. The steward nodded, his voice dropping to a hushed, somber tone. Yes, the Sun family. They say the scene was unspeakably gruesome. Aside from the household servants and maids, everyone who ought to have perished did. The prefectural guard has sealed the site. The news hasn't spread yet. But it won't be long before panic grips the city once more. Jiang Ye shook his head, faintly exhaling a sigh steeped in sorrow for the world. This head-cleaving demon is indeed ferocious. Who could argue otherwise? The steward sighed deeply in turn and shook his head. Though the Sun family was hardly virtuous to be wiped out overnight. Alas, these are turbulent times. He exchanged a few more words before excusing himself and withdrawing, leaving Jiang Ye alone in the hall. Jiang Ye cradled his teacup, watching the stewards retreating back. His gaze softened into quiet contemplation. He had not anticipated that eradicating the modest Sun family would trigger such widespread reverberations. So much so that Qin clan, one of the three great families, convened an emergency meeting at dawn. Just then, already receiving guests this early. A crisp feminine voice rang out as a young woman in a moon-white brocade gown glided languidly into the reception hall. Jiang Ye, sipping tea, lifted his eyes, and for an instant his pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of genuine surprise flashing across his gaze. Chun Lily. The name instinctively surfaced in his mind, yet in the next breath he dismissed it with a slight shake of his head. No, it wasn't her. This woman bore a striking resemblance to Chun Lily. Some 70 or 80% alike, the same delicate oval face, nearly identical brows, and eyes even the same age, early 20s. Yet upon closer scrutiny the differences were profound. Chun Lily's brow carried a gentle warmth. When she smiled, her eyes curved like twin crescent moons, evoking the soft caress of spring breezes. This woman, by contrast, exuded petulant pride. Her chin tilted slightly upward, her gaze imbued with an innate, unyielding arrogance. To be certain, Jiang Ye silently channeled his inner chi and activated his fiery eye. Identity verified. This woman was unequivocally not Chun Lily. Jiang Ye gave another faint shake of his head. Though her figure was pleasing enough beside Chun Lily, she seemed little more than a pampered girlchild. That natural, abundant fullness, rich, lush, and effortlessly radiant, was beyond the reach of any sheltered noblewoman raised behind closed doors. He lifted his teacup once more and drank as though nothing at all had transpired. Yet inwardly, he mused, so Chun Lily must belong to the Qin clan. No wonder her demeanor grew uneasy whenever Lu Ming mentioned them earlier. But what then was the nature of her grievance with the Qin family? Hey, why won't this old man acknowledge me? Chun Weiwei waited a moment in the hall, baffled to find the elder still gazing down at his tea, never once lifting his eyes toward her. A faint crease appeared between her brows. In the prefecture city, who dared ignore the first young miss of the Qin clan? Yet as he was a guest, she restrained herself, wondering how best to break the awkward silence. Steady footsteps echoed from beyond the hall. A figure strode swiftly inside, perhaps 50 years old, clad in a deep black brocade robe, his jade belt gleaming with quiet authority. His bearing blended scholarly grace with decisive, commanding presence. His features were dignified, his brow broad and open, a man clearly accustomed to high office. This was Chun Yinzhou, patriarch of the Qin clan. Father, weren't you holding council with the elders? How swiftly it concluded. Chun Weiwei's eyes lit up. She darted forward with girlish charm and slipped her arm through his. Chun Yinzhou glanced down at his daughter. Affection shimmered briefly in his eyes, but he offered no reply. Gently patting her hand, he withdrew and approached Jiang Ye without delay, bowing with solemn reverence. I am Chun Yinzhou, honored to meet Elder Jiang of the Tianqing sect. My apologies for the delayed welcome. Pray forgive my oversight. Turning, he gestured toward his daughter. This is my daughter Chun Weiwei. She has been indulged since childhood. Should she offend in any way, I beg your forbearance. This old man is Elder Jiang of the Tianqing sect. Chun Weiwei's heart jolted. Her haughty air vanished, instantly replaced by wide-eyed shock and nervous deference. She abandoned her casual posture, bowing formally before Jiang Ye, her voice now hushed and respectful. Greet Elder Jiang. Jiang Ye set down his